Chapter 201, Good Years. When Yefrit returned to the flower field, I saw a warm scene. Under the leadership of Laxus, everyone built a temporary house at the edge of the flower field. At this time, everyone was playing by the stream in the flower field. Laxus was sleeping, and next to him was Lysina, who used her ribbon to disturb him, but Laxus always had extraordinary patience with Lysina. President Makarov was exchanging experiences with Gildarts about raising children, but it was no use, as Kana was an adult. Albagreen was teaching Elfman to make wreaths, and they were living in a world of two people a little further away. Levy and Gajil, Grey and Juvia, Natsu and Lucy, Happy and Charlulu were competing in fishing in groups. Fried and Begusro were playing a card game with Lily. Mirage, Urza, Wendy, Kana, Turtledove and other girls sat in a circle, holding soft things in their hands. When Yevlet approached, he found that they were weaving clothes with animal skins. Mirage was the most skilled. As a master, she sewed carefully while teaching Urza, who was a little careless, and Wendy, a novice. Turtledove's skills in being virtuous were very high and did not need to be taught. But Kana next to her disturbed her from time to time. It was very surprising, at least for Yevlet, that Kana, who either drank or drooled over handsome magazines every day, could still be so thoughtful. It even gave Yevlet an illusion. Looking at Kana's focused eyes and her occasionally frowning brows, he felt that Kana had become a noble lady. Weaving clothes seems to be a great plus for femininity. Myra Jane and Kakuju both look very virtuous, just like the wives of dreams. Even Urza feels like a stupid bride who just got married. Wendy, you should take elective courses seriously. Everything was peaceful. Until Yefrit was first noticed by Natsu. Yefrit? Natsu shouted, and everyone looked at him. Everyone. Yefrit walked away with a smile. How is it? Any news? Happy flew over and asked. No, I haven't touched this aspect yet. Yefrit shook her head. Have you eaten? Grey asked. I have eaten. After a brief exchange of words, Yefrit said, I bought some things for everyone and sent them all over there. Happy, go and move all the things over. Okay, with teleportation magic, Happy can do things like moving things by himself. Yevlet bought a lot of things. Of course it was impossible for him to carry them by himself, so he called a few people to help, transported them to the designated place, and let them go back. Of course they paid for it. Harpy flew over, found the goods, and quickly sent the things over. Specialties, clothes, daily utensils, etc., piled up like a hill. Taking advantage of this time, Yevlet came to sit next to Laxus. Sniff Lysina suddenly came up and sniffed with her nose. Do you think you are a dragon slayer? Yevlet said speechlessly. The smell of a woman. Lysina looked fierce. Nonsense. Yevlet flicked her forehead and said, even if it's true, it's normal to bump into her in the supermarket. Hee hee. Lysina smiled, she was just bluffing. Yevlet said, I have a foothold in the city, and I even have a chance to get to the top. Laxus, who had been closing his eyes, opened his eyes. So, I can give everyone a place to live for a long time, a factory. But what we discussed before was wandering and traveling. What do you think? After Yefrit has established a foothold in the city, he can open a factory and arrange everyone in the guild in the factory. However, this conflicts with the plan discussed before. Laxus said, ask everyone when we eat later. Okay. Yefrit nodded. He stood up and walked towards Myra Jane and others. Myra Jane and Urza sat next to each other. He put one hand on Urza's shoulder and sat down. Urza was as still as a mountain. She was not the kind of weak woman who could not bear the power. After Yefrit sat down, he looked around and said, who are they made for? Arisa said, there is one for you. She explained, I plan to make 3, one for Natsu, Grey, and one for you. This one is for Natsu, what do you think? As she spoke, she held up the semi-finished fur coat. The furs used by the girls were all from the same beast. The fur was snow white and the hair was fine. It was a high-end product. And the clothes that Urza was sewing for Natsu was a long-sleeved coat with a hat. Moreover, she embroidered 2 rabbit ears on the hat. The whole piece of clothing was fluffy and very cute. How is it? Urza asked. Very cute, but it doesn't seem to match Natsu. Yefrit said. Natsu will wear it. Urza smiled with narrowed eyes, you and Grey will too. Yefrit was silent for a moment, then said, this doesn't match my temperament. Don't complain if a girl gives it to a model. It's obviously sewn with great care. Myra Jane said gently. What about you? Yefrit turned around and asked. I have two. Myra Jane said, one for Lysina, she wants animal pajamas. I'll make yours into a coat for you. She didn't do it for Elfman, because Albagreen said she would do it. The domineering Albagreen wanted to be the most important girl in Elfman's future life. Is this mine? Yefrit rubbed the clothes on Mirajana's legs, but felt the shape of Mirajana's thighs through the fabric, and he pinched it calmly. Well. Mirage nodded, looking at Yevlet with a half-smile. She certainly felt that Yevlet was dishonest. I'm looking forward to it. Yevlet said with a smile, and took back her hand. There's more. Mirage pouted and asked him to look at Turtledove. Mr. Yevlet, I'm making gloves, hats, and shoes for you. Turtledove said. Thank you. Is this for Xiaolulu? Yevlet looked at Wendy again. The little girl's movements were a little clumsy, but she was very attentive. Well, there are also ones for Habi and Lily. Wendy said. Why don't you ask me? Seeing Yevlet glance at her, but didn't ask, but took out a lollipop from her bag, peeled off the candy wrapper, and stuffed it into Mirage's mouth. Kana looked dissatisfied. It can't be mine. Yevlet said, and stuffed another candy into Urza's mouth. You wish. Kana snorted proudly. Yevlet threw another candy, and Wendy was eager to take it. After peeling off the candy wrapper, she stuffed it into her mouth, then smiled happily, and squinted her eyes with joy. So sweet. Kana said, for that stupid dad, who can't help it. Who told him to see Myra and Urza making clothes, and then hugged my legs, crying and shouting that he also wanted to have one. It's really troublesome. Obviously I have no patience for this kind of thing. Kana complained, her expression was full of disgust. Kildarts, who was far away, saw this and couldn't help but cover his chest with his hands. Is there any father in this world who is more unlucky than him? Everyone says that having a daughter is cute, and when she acts like a spoiled child, even an old father with a strong will can't stop her. But he completely missed his daughter's growth period. If he dared to hug her, lift her up high, or make faces to amuse her, he would definitely be beaten by Kana's fist. There is also a classic example, when passing by a store window, seeing a doll or candy, the daughter would be very cute and shake her father's hand to act like a spoiled child, and there was no chance. Yes, if you miss it, you miss it. When he thought of Kana who only knew how to drink with the barrel seemed to be more important than him. Gildarts wanted to cry but had no tears. It was completely missed, how could it be fixed? What's more pitiful is that it would be fine if he missed the growth period, but in a blink of an eye, Kana has reached the right age to get married, and her boyfriend, the little yellow-haired boy, has dated many boyfriends. He was very angry when he thought of this, although he was the kind of person who was also impulsive in love. He didn't care about Kana's behavior at all before, and his attention to Kana was not as good as Natsu. But after the identity change, every time he thought of the smiling faces of those little yellow-haired boys, they were obviously trying to please the beautiful Kana, why the smile of kissing her was seen as pride and showing off in Gildart's eyes. Gildarts only thought, little yellow-haired boy, look at the magic, shatter it for me. Even at Kana's age, it may be determined at any time. Maybe one day, she will pull a little yellow-haired boy and say, ah, I will marry him, and he will become the most important man in my life like my father. Gildarts, don't do that kind of thing. President Makarov looked at him with a smile. Fortunately, his grandson is his. And he looked at Lysina and nodded silently. Although it was a bit strange, if it was Lysina, if there is a good kid like Sana, he can be completely relieved. At home, there is Lysina who can control Laxus and is very virtuous. Seeing Mirajana's performance, she will be very relieved about Lysina. In the guild, there is Yefrit who is very trusted. Even Laxus respects his opinions. Makarov can't help but feel relieved, there is no need to worry about Laxus's future. As for Yefrit, of course he knows Canis Tsundere, and he doesn't expose her. Yefrit Mavis jumped over, and then put her hands on her waist in a very cute way, and said, do you have a small cake? Yes, of course I won't forget President Mavis. Yefrit said, and then took out another candy. I don't want to eat this, I'm going to eat a small cake. Mavis ran away again, looking for it in the pile of goods that looked like a small mountain. All have been sent over. Habi wiped the sweat off his face with a hard look on his face. Thank you for your hard work, Habi. Lucy said. Xiaolulu took out a handkerchief from her pocket and handed it over. Thank you, Xiaolulu. Happy immediately took it with a happy face, but took a breath when he put it on his face. Smells good. You. Lucy immediately showed a disgusted expression. Idiot. Xiaolulu was shy and rushed up to grab the handkerchief. Hey, Xiaolulu, Habib hurriedly chased after him, begging, I still have a lot of sweat. Find a way yourself. The two cats chased each other and ran away. What are the things? Everyone gathered around. Open the box and check one by one. Small Cake Mavis found the cake and shouted happily. Hey, these seasonings, I haven't used them before. Lysina was also very happy. With more seasonings, the food would taste better. Grey-sama, look, this is so cute. Juvia picked up a small doll. Yeah. Grey nodded. Everyone was choosing. Iluza and the others were also attracted. Only Myra Jane was still sitting there. Don't you want to take a look? Yefrit asked. Wait for everyone to choose first. Myra Jane smiled. Yefrit took out a small box from his pocket. Myra Jane showed a surprised expression on his face. This small box is a jewelry box, and judging from the appearance, it is probably worth a lot of money. Yevlet opened it and found a pair of earrings inside. He said, it is said to be a masterpiece of some master. I don't know much about this, but for this kind of thing, expensive is good. I'm sorry to have cost you money. Myra Jane smiled happily. She lifted her hair, revealing two beautiful ears, slightly blushing with shyness. Put them on me. Yes. Yevlet reached out and held Marajana's earlobe. It was a little cold. It was very smooth. The two were very close, and Yevlet clearly saw that Marajana's face was turning red quickly. Wait, I'll do it myself. Marajana's breathing was a little rapid. Yevlet smiled, but did not give her the earrings. After gently putting the earrings on Milaj, Yevlet looked down at Milaj's hands, they were tightly clenched, and at this time, the beautiful girl's face was already intoxicatingly pink. Yevlet originally wanted to tease her, saying something like you are high in attack and low in defense, but after thinking about it, the two of them were very close now, and if Milaj's bottom character was aroused, he might not be able to withstand a punch. I really want to use magic. If he could use deception magic, he could retreat first and then deceive. Unfortunately, he couldn't. How is it? Milaj asked in a low voice. Very beautiful. Yevlet praised. Thank you. Milaj nodded quickly, and really couldn't stand the atmosphere, so she stood up to blend in with everyone. Grey pressed Yevlet's shoulder and sat down. What for? Yevlet was puzzled. Is there any way to let me enter the city? Grey asked. Yevlet was stunned. No. Grey raised his chin and motioned Yevlet to look over. Over there, Myra Jane, who was wearing earrings, was noticed by Lysina at the first time. The girls immediately surrounded her with gossip, all of them were surprised, envious and blessed. Since it was Grey who asked Yevlet to pay attention, it was probably about Juvia. Yevlet focused his attention on Juvia and found that she looked eager and envious. I wanted you to buy it for me, but after thinking about it, it's better to go in person for such things. Grey said. You and Juvia. Yevlet was a little confused. Nothing. Grey immediately denied. But. Grey smiled and said, I have already decided, but now is not a good time. Is it necessary? Yevlet asked. What are you waiting for? I'm different from you. You're the same as me. You're the same as me, Natsu, and Laxus. Grey said with a smile. Yefrit was silent. Grey is different from Natsu. He is a little military strategist and a man who uses his brain. The analysis of himself and Yefrit and others is naturally more profound. They are all similar. They feel that they are not stable yet, so they dare not slack off for the time being. And actually, including Natsu, everyone enjoys the current state and does not want to break it. It's a bit too much to say this. It's even a bit mean. The people who are loved are fearless. But I still want to get more. Whether it's Natsu who lost his father, Grey who lost his mother, or the more complicated Yefrit. They cherish every stage of this hard-won emotion. Chapter 202, Yevlet, Feelings Are Not Cheap. Yevlet glanced at Grey's eyes. The pair of black eyes were full of seriousness. It's no problem to take you into the city, but it will take a few days. It doesn't matter if everyone goes into the city by then. The reason for the check at the door is that there is a thief who has not been caught. But under the command of that smart berry, he should be caught soon. Then the search can be lifted. And in a few days, with Yevlet's fame and status, no one will suspect that he is a wanted criminal with a few servants. Of course, he needs to disguise himself a little, but it won't be difficult for everyone. When Gray heard this, he nodded and got up to leave. Under Laxus's appointment and Urza's command, all the goods were sorted and stored. There was no need to hunt today, as there was still a lot of stock. And there were delicious wild vegetables to eat. Many of the people in Fairy Tale were able to live in the wild, so finding some wild vegetables was not a problem. A sumptuous lunch was quickly prepared. After eating, regarding the next development route, Laxus gathered everyone together and sat in a circle. Yevlet. He motioned for Yevlet to speak. Yevlet said, "Let me report the situation I have investigated first. There are 3 main points. First, now everyone entering and leaving the city must be searched, not because of them, but because there are thieves, which is the important thing, and as for the wanted order, the city actually doesn't pay much attention to it. After all, there are too many wanted criminals, so there is no shortage of so many people. Second, he has paved the way to be able to make a name for himself in this world. When he was in Eslanden, although he had no intention of becoming an official, being an official here was just a process for him to achieve his goal, so he did not reject a slightly longer route. Third, the path to choose is whether to continue traveling together or to settle down. He will climb up step by step, using his power and connections to help everyone settle down. It is too easy, for example, there is a way now, he will build a factory and then arrange everyone in, no problem at all." After listening to Yevlet's words, everyone fell into deep thought. "Let's raise our hands to vote first," Laxus said. Now President Makarov is less and less involved in expressing his opinions. Many times it seems that Laxus is the president. This is a process of power transition. Makarov is already very old, not only physically, but also mentally. Perhaps after returning, he will officially abdicate. "Raise your hands if you agree with the original plan," Laxus shouted. Shuanatsu was the first to raise his hand. "I can't come to the other world for nothing." Since Natsu thinks so, Lucy also raised her hand. She originally planned to settle down, but since Natsu has expressed his position, she doesn't want to be separated from Natsu. "If Natsu wants to leave, I will follow him." Happy raised his hand. Wendy wanted to raise her hand, but finally put it down. So, Natsu, Lucy, Happy, Gray, Juvia, Gildarts, Gajil, Levy, Fried and Begusro, most of them want the original plan. Only Kana, Wendy, Myra Jane, Lysina and others want to stay. It goes without saying that Kakuji will only choose to follow Yefrit. Gray said, "Although I want to travel, I don't want to fight all the time." Juvia nodded. Juvia wants to travel with Gray-sama more. "Hey!" Gajil smiled, "I want to have more battles," so he looked at Levi and said, "You don't have to come with me. I can help you, and, Gajil, I'm now." Levi's eyes were firm, very strong. Kana Gildarts looked pleading, "Don't you want to travel with your dad? It's obviously a rare opportunity." Akana shook her head, "I want to find a tavern to become a regular customer, and don't be so cheesy. Travel with me." Gildarts said, "You can taste more wine." Kana hesitated immediately. Wendy said weakly, "I still want a stable life." She looked at Xiaolulu and said, "What about you, Xiaolulu?" "Of course, wherever you are, I'm there," Xiaolulu said. Alisana hugged Laxus's arm and said, "Brother Laxus, if you can protect me, I can agree even if I follow you to wander. In the next few years, it's safest to be with Yefrit," Laxus said. He trusts Yefrit very much. As long as he wants, he can get along well anywhere, not to mention that he wants to develop to a higher level now. This guy has a dark personality. If he wants to get to the top, he definitely doesn't need to wait for seniority. Most of the time, he will rise to the top. And it's not from the perspective of status, but from the perspective of pure strength and safety. Even if Yefrit doesn't know magic, he is accompanied by a demon who can fight against the Black Dragon. Straight man Lysina stretched out her hand dissatisfiedly, pinched Laxus's face, and said, "If I follow Brother Yefrit, you may not see me for several years. The next time we meet, it may be 3 years later." 3 years. Lysina pouted and said, "Did you see that when we meet, I was holding the hand of another little yellow-haired boy?" Laxus was silent. Hearing Lysina's words, Gajil and Levy looked at each other, and the guy's eyes finally became firm. That's right, whether it's wandering or a stable life, they can't be separated. 3 years. It may change a lot of things. Xiaolulu Happy's eyes were full of tears. Don't look at me, Happy, are you stupid? Xiaolulu frowned helplessly. But if we separate, Happy thought of a bad result. Stupid Happy. Lucy couldn't help but knock his head and said, there are no more transcendents in this world except Lily and Speed. It has nothing to do with me. Lily shook his head immediately. Ah. Speed was doing handstand training. He admired Laxus very much. In order to help Laxus more, he became a training maniac and often hid aside to train until he was exhausted or even fainted. Speed took a break and said, I won't like Miss Xiaolulu. I have a favorite female cat. Hey. Everyone was surprised. Who is it? Lisana asked quickly. The girls looked gossipy. Ah, didn't I mention it? Speed was a little surprised. You train every day, you never said such a thing. Lisana said. Speed explained, it was my neighbor in Edras, a beautiful green cat. Ah, I'm really curious, but I have to go back to see what it looks like. Lisana said regretfully. By the way. Happy suddenly said faintly, in this case, Speed is the one in danger. Speed was stunned. Plop, his hands softened and he fell to the ground. No. He was worried. Have you confessed, Speed, or is it unrequited love? Lucy asked. No. Speed shook his head with a sad face, she doesn't know about this at all. Then everyone shook their heads secretly, the situation is not optimistic. Don't worry about that kind of thing. Yevlet said. Liv knows your feelings and will definitely wait for you to go back. Feelings are not such cheap things. You know her name. Speed was surprised. Last time she pinned you to the ground and beat you, I investigated it. Yevlet said. Speed's face immediately turned red, and everyone looked over with a smile. Speed has been well trained. Although he is not a muscular cat like Lily, he is not someone that ordinary kittens can mess with. For a harpy like this, it is no problem to beat 10 people with one hand, but being beaten by a little female cat is very obvious. Yeffulet, what kind of cat is that? Harpy asked curiously. Yeffulet said, it's quite cute, similar to Lucy. Hey. Lucy was a little surprised. Then she blushed when she heard Yeffulet's explanation. Yeffulet said, she is quite ladylike, but she will be very violent when facing Natsu. She is the type that makes people know that she has a crush on her at a glance. What? When Lucy blushed, Natsu scratched his head. He glanced at Lucy and laughed. What are you laughing at? Yevlet's words were very clear. Although Lucy's usual performance was also very obvious, she was embarrassed and angry when she saw Natsu's smile, and instinctively punched Natsu's head into the ground. It hurts so much. Natsu rubbed his head and raised his head. Seeing Lucy's blushing face, he closed his mouth and said nothing more. Everyone looked at each other and had the same feeling, Natsu, this guy, is so good at pretending, poor Lucy. Gray was right. The three of them were indeed in the same state, enjoying every stage of the hard-won relationship. In Yevlet's words, the ambiguity before love is the most charming. Of course. It's not just asking for it, there is also feedback. Gray planned to give Juvia a gift and wanted to travel with her. And Natsu didn't seem to take the initiative to do anything, as if Lucy was always approaching him, but that was because he emphasized again and again that he would always be with Lucy, even though he always said that he would carry out missions together. However, judging from Natsu's various performances, everyone understands the deeper meaning of Natsu's words, unless that person is even dumber than Natsu. These three guys. Makarov couldn't help shaking his head. In some aspects, Natsu and Gray have learned bad things from Yevlet. Okay. Laxus clapped his hands and said, let's get back on track. Everyone became serious again. Yevlet, what do you think? Yevlet said. Travel and stability are both fine, but the premise is, Yevlet said, you must have enough power to protect yourself, that is, the magic of this world. Everyone nodded. Let's do this. He said, wait for me for a few days. Within a month, I will definitely get detailed information about the kidnapping of demons. At that time, we will rescue those demons. This will not only do good things, but also allow everyone to get demons. Everyone nodded. Although there are many demons in this world, most of them are still unwilling to contract with humans. Not only will they be bound to themselves, but they will also lose their freedom. If humans do not take the initiative to make a contract, this demon will not be free for the next few decades, or even more than 60 years. Most of the time, it is in the shape of an object. Even if it takes shape, it can only last for a short time. The food that I used to love cannot be enjoyed, the hobbies cannot be touched, and even the fragrance of flowers cannot be smelled. Therefore, except for some ambitious demons, most demons have the same mind as humans. Who is willing to make a contract? Therefore, even if everyone has saved many demons, most people have not yet made a contract with demons. And whether traveling or settling down, strength is needed. After all, we are all wanted criminals. We will always be recognized, so we need to fight. That's it. Laxus said, Yeflet, you should carry out your plan as soon as possible and try to get magic for all of us as soon as possible. Let's stay here for a while, but is it really safe here? This is not a secret place, and it is likely that someone passed by. It's just that many demons and monsters in this world are in dense forests and other places, so ordinary people will not explore such places, but it is still very easy to find here. Especially those demon-catching troops, they specifically go to these places. Of course, this area is dark under the lamp at the moment. Who would have thought that there are such a large group of people hiding in the forest not far from the city? Yevlet said, don't worry. During this period, the troops in the city are on guard against thieves. Once the thieves are solved, my factory can be established. Yevlet, if I work for you, will I get paid? Habi raised his hand and said. Yes, how much do you want? 1 million a month. Habi asked guiltily. Everyone was silent. A-level tasks don't have so many. Okay. Yevlet nodded with a smile. Hey. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Yevlet, what are you going to produce? Sales are so good. Laxus asked. Magic wand. Yevlet said. Can you make that kind of thing? Everyone was surprised. It can be made without magic, but with the principles of alchemy, but it requires some special materials. After large-scale purchase, it will be as easy to produce those things as chopsticks. Yevlet said. His enlightenment to alchemy came from Miko. Mi is a top alchemist who can turn himself into a demon. Although she has forgotten. Yevlet has already caught up with most of the progress through his own research. For example, demon manufacturing relies on alchemy. Making magic wands, which are easy to make, can even be made into an assembly line, which is really not much different from making chopsticks. This thing will have a huge market, and the profit is thousands of times the cost. So it doesn't matter even if you pay everyone a higher salary. Although he likes to play tricks on people, he is not a black-hearted boss. And even if he really wants to make money, the money from selling magic wands is actually a small amount compared to the income of his next business plan. Chapter 203, Isha Isha. After learning that Yeflet has such a great ability, everyone felt relieved. Sure enough, although Yeflet is a little unreliable at ordinary times, he is really reliable at critical moments. It was soon afternoon. The sun was warm. The meeting was dismissed and everyone went about their own business. Natsu and Happy were lying on the grass, snoring. Lucy was sitting beside him, dozing off as well, until she couldn't stand it anymore and lay down. Pa! Natsu turned over and slapped Lucy's chest with his palm. You bastard! Lucy was furious and grabbed Natsu and beat him up. Natsu was confused. Lord Grey, Juvia wants to take a bath. Juvia is a rain girl, but now she can't use magic, which makes it difficult for her to tolerate dry skin. Yet, Grey and Juvia left quietly. Freed, Bigusro and Lily were still playing cards. Next to him, Speed was sweating profusely while doing handstand push-ups. His muscles were so muscular that humans would be ashamed of them, almost as strong as the tendons of a tiger. President, you are really not good enough. Kana finally got some wine to drink, and happily pulled the president and Gildarts to drink, and soon knocked them down. What? Wendy and Mavis were playing with flower ropes, and she was once again forced into a dead end by Mavis. Xiaolulu, look, look! Habi was using magic to attract Xiaolulu's attention. This made Xiaolulu helpless. She did not reject Habi. Since she entered the guild, or even before entering the guild, Habi's performance was enough to move her. However, her tsundere is one thing, and Habi himself is too childish, which is also the reason why Xiaolulu keeps aloof. Because Habi always has some childish actions, Xiaolulu does not feel too safe, wondering whether this guy can really take on the responsibility of a family. If you consider getting married, girls usually have this consideration. Unfortunately, it seems that the people in this guild are all bystanders who see things clearly, but those involved are confused. Hobbit looks very smart to others, but when it comes to himself, he is silly and cute. However, Pucci. Xiaolulu was amused after all. Hobbit was immediately happy. Ha-hoo. Lysina lay beside Laxus, snoring cutely. Laxus wanted to sleep, but couldn't, and opened his eyes helplessly. Turning his head to look at Lysina. The little girl's sleeping posture is not very good. She is beautiful enough, but it makes people laugh. At least she can't be described as sleeping beauty. I don't know if she had a strange dream. Lysina made a pig-like humming sound, which was very cute. It made the always cold Laxus laugh, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up a doting smile. Then he reached out his hand, wanting to pinch the slightly pouting pink little mouth, but finally stopped, not wanting to wake her up. Laxus took a deep breath and could smell the faint body fragrance from Lysina, and he closed his eyes leisurely. Beiji Beiji, there was another lip-smacking sound next to him, probably because she had eaten something delicious. Iluza took the time to continue to be busy. She had to make clothes for 3 people, which was still relatively complicated, and the deadline was relatively tight. The temperature has been getting lower and lower recently. She wanted to let Yefrit, Natsu, and Grey wear the clothes she made before winter. Ha! Yefrit yawned. He also lay down. On either side of him, Mileage and Turtledove were kneeling, both of them were also sewing. Fortunately, this is a magical world. In the previous life, Sakura girls knelt every day, and as a result, many of their legs were not good looking. But here, all the beauties have beautiful legs. Just like now. The round and heavy fat pressed on the folded calves, and the small feet together tried to come out, and each toe was as white and tender as a longan. Yeflet looked to the left. Turtledove's figure was more queen, heavier, and more oppressive. The size of her feet was relatively long, which was the type of slender jade feet. Looking to the right, Mileage's figure was also explosive, but relatively cute, and this was a pair of delicate feet. It seemed to feel. It was not as if the two were not blind, and they could naturally know the look in Yefulet's eyes. Turtledove blushed slightly and unconsciously retracted her toes. When Yevlet turned his head, Mirage directly took up the clothes on his legs and covered his face. Yevlet lifted the clothes and poked Mirage's big toe with dissatisfaction. It was soft, elastic, and slippery. Mirage smiled helplessly, changed his sitting position, and put his legs on the other side. But this made Yevlet notice Mirage's perfectly curved waist. At this time, Mirage said, "It seems that I have to make a pair of eye masks for Mr. Yevlet first, otherwise one of Mr. Yevlet's most reluctant habits, taking a nap, will not be able to sleep." Yevlet listened and closed his eyes. Evening. Yevlet woke up in a daze. The sun was no longer in sight, but shining from the side. Turning his head, it was not dazzling. He lay for a while, then got up and found that only boys were present, and the girls were gone. He wanted to open his mouth, but he felt a little lazy, so he just stared blankly ahead. It took about 5 minutes. He gradually woke up. "Where are they?" Yevlet asked Grey, who was not far away. Grey and Natsu were competing to see who could do the most handstand push-ups. 109. The two of them were competing seriously and ignored him. Juvia found a hot spring over there, and everyone went to take a bath. "Boys can go later." Speed, who was crawling handstand, happened to pass by and answered Yevlet's doubts. "Oh," Yevlet said, "by the way, you exercise your muscles every day, but this is not very efficient. What should I do?" "Practice running more." "I also practice. But muscle training and endurance training are not the same training methods. What you need is not strength, but endurance." Speed was silent for a while, and then said, "That makes sense. I will practice 10 kilometers more every day in the future." Yevlet was helpless, combining work and rest. "I won't be tired to death." Speed crawled away again. Yevlet stretched. At this time, the girls came back talking and laughing. Everyone exuded a hot fragrance. "Let's go." Laxus stood up suddenly. The boys also went to take a bath together. When they came to the hot spring, everyone didn't care much and jumped in with their butts naked. Plop plop. It was like making dumplings. Ah! Yevlet also sat down slowly and took a long breath. After taking a bath, it was completely dark. The girls were grilling meat, which was half cooked, and the oil was sizzling and the aroma was fragrant. After waiting for a while, everyone started eating. Yevlet, are you going back to the city later? Laxus asked at this time. Ah, yes, it's not good to disappear directly. Yevlet said. Then next time you come out, bring me some tapes of this world. Laxus said. No problem. After dinner, Yevlet said goodbye to everyone and walked into the city alone. Shhh. A subtle sound came from the quiet forest. Yevlet stopped and said, if you don't have any hostility, please show up. If you are hostile, you'd better leave immediately. A little silence. After waiting for several seconds, a girl's voice came, are you confident? You are just an ordinary human, not a wizard. So you are powerful, a wizard. Yevlet thought about it, overturned this conclusion, and said, you are a demon, right? How? Do you know? The girl was surprised. There is no need for a wizard I don't know to follow me secretly. Yevlet said, unless it is a demon who wants to observe me and asks me for something. The voice was silent for a long time and said, are you a good person? Don't you have the answer? Yevlet said. I know Luha and Liha. They are demons who yearn for freedom, but they have a contract with your companions. The voice said. So what? Yevlet asked back. The voice hesitated, and then said firmly, since Luha and Liha are willing to make a contract, it means that your companions are trustworthy. The voice said, human, as long as you help me, I can also make a contract with your companions. Why not me? I refuse, I don't want to be a boy's devil. Yevlet smiled and said, it seems that your crisis is not big enough. You. The demon was excited for a while, but didn't say anything. After a little silence, she said, but my friend, she won't mind, as long as you can save her, she can make a contract with you. I understand. Hearing this, Yevlet suddenly realized that this was the thief's accomplice, and her friend must be the thief. You are thieves, I don't want to help thieves. Yevlet said. That's not it. The demon said excitedly, those things originally belonged to our village. Those humans robbed our village's things, and they made a lot of money, but everyone in our village was poor and destitute. We just took back what originally belonged to us. The demon explained. One person's words. Yevlet said. I can swear. The demon said hurriedly. Swear? To whom? Do demons have faith? Yevlet asked. Besides, you are too insincere. You ask for help and hide in the dark, making people beware of you. There was a slight silence. The sound of crushing dry branches came from the side and back. Yevlet turned his head to look. In the darkness, a demon with a very attractive hyperbolic figure walked out. Under the moonlight, her snow-white and delicate skin was particularly attractive. This was a demon wearing a tight black nightgown, but revealing two snow-white jade arms. She had a beautiful face, a rare beauty. But the blue calcium long triangular ears on her head and the blue tail behind her revealed her identity, a demon. My name is Isa. Isa walked over with a cat step and said, I really can't be your demon, but... She pursed her lips slightly and said, I can serve you as a woman once, how about it? From her tone, it can be heard that she has made a great determination. But Yevlet smiled and shook her head, I don't need it. Human. Isa was anxious and said, what do you want? To make a contract with a demon, both parties must be sincere. Isa didn't want to make a contract with a man. This was something in her subconscious. Even if she agreed, this contract would not count. So, she would rather hand over her body, but the contract really wouldn't work. But the other party was not interested in either of these two things, and she really couldn't think of a way. The reason why she found Yevlet was that after she knew that Luha and Liha had signed a contract, she had been observing this group of people. Then she keenly discovered that, except for the man who was obviously the leader, this man had a very high status. Everyone respected his opinions, including the leader. Moreover, this group of people were wanted, but this man was still doing well in the city. This shows that he is a very capable person. Yevlet said, do you have any way to contact your companion? I can't contact her. Isha said. Looking for a needle in a haystack. What's her name? Mirror flower. Yevlet pondered for a moment and said, I'll try my best. Hey! Isha looked at him in surprise, and then said, "What do you want?" She took 2 steps forward, knowing that there was no free lunch, so she began to undress. "Stop!" Yevlet waved his hand and said, "You owe it first, and you can pay it back when you have a chance." The reason why Yevlet helped Isa and Jinghua was purely a piece of cake, and he really needed to contract a demon with magic. Since Isa was unwilling, and she said Jinghua could, then it was okay to contract with that guy. "What do you need me to do?" Isa asked, "What is your plan?" "We'll talk about it later. You just stay here honestly during this period. This is the biggest help." "How can that be?" Isa said excitedly, "The longer the time, the greater the probability that Jinghua will be caught. It seems that she doesn't believe the fake news either. Since you want my help at all costs, it means that you can't cover this matter. In this case, just shut up and watch, don't make trouble," Yevlet said. Isa was silent. Yevlet turned and left. A voice came from behind, "Got it." After walking far away and making sure that the demon was not following, Yevlet asked, "That mirror flower, pull out the information for me to see." "Yes, Master." As the new generation of Demon King, Asa naturally has the right to control all demon information. Soon, mirror flower's information came out. On the virtual page, a very beautiful demon, similar to a human girl, stood quietly. It was almost impossible to see the demon's appearance, only the tail was light blue and translucent, like flowing water. "Locate her position," Yevlet said. "Here." Asa took out another virtual map. In a certain manner, a red dot moved slowly. "Hey, this guy is quite smart." Yevlet smiled. "Yes." Asa said, "She sneaked into a noble's manor. With her good skills, she hid in the warehouse during the day and came out to find food at night. This hiding method makes it difficult to find her. It is difficult to search the noble's mansion, and no one would have thought that there was a thief hiding in the house of the noble who was robbed. What's more, after the theft, these nobles used a lot of their power to prevent the thief from stealing his treasures for the second time, but ignored the defense elsewhere. So Jinghua lived well and safely, but she just couldn't leave the city." Chapter 204, Jinghua. It was late, and the city gate was closed. However, Yevlet could teleport in, so it didn't matter. When he returned to the hotel he rented, the front desk called him. "Mr. Yevlet. This cute girl with a round face has a baby voice that is not annoying, and speaks very politely. The guests always smile because of her." Yevlet also walked over with a smile and said, "Elena, what's the matter? Where did you go today?" "I haven't been back all day," Elena said. "I went out for a walk," Yevlet replied. "Have you eaten?" "Although the chef has gone off work, I can get you some pastries." "I have already eaten, let's get straight to business. Here." Elena took out a letter and said, "This afternoon, several knights came to see you, but you were not there, so they left this letter at the front desk. Please sign for it." Yevlet took the letter, signed on the list handed over by Elena, and then said, "Okay, thank you." "Good night, Mr. Yevlet," Elena said. "Okay." Yevlet nodded and turned to leave. Elena looked at Yevlet's back, her eyes showing curiosity. "This gentleman actually received the letter from that lady. I don't know what was written in the letter, and what is the relationship between the two." However, Elena shook her head and put the matter aside. Whether it was to explore the content of the letter or the interpersonal relationships of the guests, it was an absolute taboo. Curiosity is fine, it is human nature, but you can't do anything illegal. Elena sat down and continued to eat snacks and read novels, and soon put the matter behind her. Yevlet took the letter back to the room. On the envelope, there was a name, Sidrina Shirashi. He opened the envelope and wrote a few paragraphs inside. It was Sidrina talking about her illness, which was not serious, and asked Yevlet not to worry. Then she wrote about the hospital where she was and the specific bed. Because she had to stay in the hospital for observation for a few days, if Yevlet had free time, she hoped to go to her to play, and she wanted to see more magic shows. After reading it, Yevlet stuffed the letter back into the envelope and put it aside. It was a trivial matter, so there was no need to take it too seriously. Yevlet took a bath. He was not sleepy yet, so he took out a book and leaned on a chair to read. The next day, in the middle of the morning, Yevlet bought some fruits and a bunch of flowers. The flower language of this world is the flower of blessing health. Then he went to the hospital. The guard stopped him, but after asking his name and he answered, the other party let him go. It's really strange. The guard on the left side of the door said, Miss Sidrina, when did you have a relationship with a man? The guard on the right side of the door said, after all, he is this age. Although this gentleman looks ordinary, he should be a nobleman judging from his behavior. He is so young, most likely hereditary. The guard on the left said. Just a simple hereditary nobleman will not be favored by the lady. He must have his own outstanding qualities. The guard on the right said. Not necessarily. When I read the newspaper before, there was a female noble who married a gardener. Okay. A guard came over and said, in this line of work, if you want to keep your job, don't gossip and talk less. The two guards quickly shut their mouths with a serious look. Walking through the long corridor, the two beautiful maids smiled at Yevlet, then opened the door and made an invitation gesture. Yevlet sighed in his heart, he is also a hereditary noble, but his family fell into poverty a few generations ago. He has never experienced such treatment. Even in general novels, no matter how poor the young master is, he must at least bring a loyal old butler or a maid. Well, here you can experience it. While thinking, Yevlet has already walked into the room. In the middle of the snow-white bed, Sidrina was half lying, holding a book in her hand. Hey Mr. Yevlet, good morning. Sidrina was a little enthusiastic. How is your health? Yevlet handed the things in his hand to the maid. Very good, nothing happened. I could have been discharged from the hospital, but my father insisted that I stay in the hospital for observation. Sidrina said. She saw the maid holding the things and was about to leave, and hurriedly shouted, wait, bring all the things here. Miss, it hasn't been tested yet. The maid hesitated. Yevlet is an outsider to them, and they may not trust him much. It is better to say that anything that is about to be eaten must be tested for the safety of the nobles. Okay. Sidrina said, bring it here immediately after the test. She looked at Yevlet again and said embarrassedly, such a process must be followed once, otherwise they will be embarrassed by my father. I understand. Yevlet smiled, it's the same in my family. Sidrina also laughed and said, thank you very much, sir. My willfulness has caused you trouble. As a magician, I am very happy to perform for a loyal audience. Yevlet took off his hat and bowed. Sidrina couldn't help but smile. Then let's get started. Sidrina said impatiently. Okay. Yevlet doesn't know many magic tricks. To be honest, he is really not a professional. At least compared to a real magician, or his father Francis, he is not a professional. Because he has an invisible assistant, Miko, plus magic. So his magic is often very incredible. A card is changed casually, and all kinds of things are taken out. It looks very simple, but it is extremely magical. People always misunderstand him as a top magic master. But in fact, Yevlet mostly knows some not so difficult tricks, magic props, etc. He didn't bring it with him. In short, not cool enough. However, this still made Sidrina watch very attentively and felt very exciting. With her vision, she shouldn't be shocked by such magic. But the focus is on people, not technology. Compared to some useless nobles, Yevlet's serious eyes, confident smile, and cool and handsome movements when performing magic are far more attractive than the magic itself. After the things were inspected, the maid came back with fruits and flowers. Mr. Yevlet, you've worked so hard, take a rest. Sidrina took the opportunity to say, and then said, Sir, what do you want to drink? What flavor do you want for snacks? All right. Yevlet said. Okay. Sidrina arranged it, and then she waved her hand. The maid came over with a table, a vase, water, and some tools. These flowers are beautiful and fragrant. Sidrina said. I'm glad you're satisfied. Yevlet replied. Sidrina has a great flower arrangement skill, and she quickly put all the flowers Yevlet gave her into the vase, which was very suitable and pleasing to the eye. Putting the vase beside the bed, Sidrina picked up another orange, refused the maid, and peeled it herself. Mr. Yevlet must have a lot of interesting experiences when he traveled around the continent. Can you share them with me? Of course. It's not that Yevlet didn't have information about this world, but it was obvious that this topic usually didn't refer to scenery, but to people and things. He knew a lot about all kinds of interesting, surprising, and outrageous things. With his good eloquence, he shocked Sidrina and made her exclaim again and again. It was noon soon. Sidrina wanted to keep Yevlet for dinner, but he refused. Seeing this, Sidrina waved her hand, and the maid handed Yevlet an invitation. Sidrina said, "Next week is my birthday party, I sincerely invite you to attend." Okay. Yevlet accepted the invitation. Great. Sidrina finally breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. She made dumplings just for this bottle of vinegar. Farewell to Sidrina. Yevlet bought some more things, including the music of the world that Laxus wanted. Then he returned to the base and had dinner with everyone. Time passed quickly. On the day of the thief's execution, many curious people went to watch. Yevlet did not go. Commander Barry's wish would be in vain, because without his permission, Isa could not enter the city. Jinghua, on the other hand, would most likely choose this time to leave in troubled waters. So Yevlet came to the outside of the noble mansion early in the morning, found a coffee shop to sit down, picked up the newspaper and read while waiting. "Master, she is out," Asa reported back. Yevlet raised his head and saw a beautiful girl in a maid outfit walking out of a small alley. It seemed that she had successfully escaped from the house. Yevlet put down the newspaper, stood up and walked over. The girl was still alert, she was seen lying in a corner, looking at the street. Yevlet suddenly had some bad thoughts, he quietly followed her and came behind the girl. The girl raised her skirt slightly, and Yevlet grabbed her through her skirt and grabbed her tail very accurately. Wow! The girl made a cute cry, turned around and found that it was a stranger. She was shocked and punched him. Yevlet dodged sideways and pulled with his hand. Woo! The girl let out a cry of grief, her legs softened, and she almost knelt down. Within 2 or 3 seconds, her face turned red, and she didn't know whether it was shame or anger. "Who are you, what are you doing?" The girl was sad and angry, and at the same time extremely terrified. The other party grabbed her tail, and her identity as a demon was exposed. Yevlet said, "Isa." When she heard the name, she was stunned. "She asked me to save you." Yevlet said. "I don't need it," the girl said arrogantly. If Isa asked this man to save her, she must have promised something. She didn't want her good friend to be bullied. "Really?" Yevlet tilted her head slightly. "Let go," the girl said, "you are so rude, grabbing someone's tail, you pervert." Yevlet let go and said, "If I don't help you, you will be caught." "Humph, I don't believe it." The girl said, "Okay, I have nothing to do with you, don't follow me, I'm leaving." After that, she turned around, but just as she was about to leave, she suddenly felt her tail being grabbed again. "You guy!" The girl turned her head angrily and said, "What are you going to do? Are you sure you don't want my help?" "No." "Okay, I wish you a safe journey," Yevlet said with a smile. "Humph." The girl twisted her butt and took back her tail. She puffed her cheeks and said angrily, "Bad guy human." After that, she turned around and ran away. Yevlet turned back to the store and read the newspaper slowly. After a while, he stood up and walked slowly towards a certain place. Ho ho ho! In a small alley, the girl covered her chest, and a crossbow arrow pierced her right chest. She was sweating profusely, with pain and fear. If she had reacted slower at that time, she would have died there. Just now, she thought she could take the opportunity to sneak out of the city, but who knew that the inspection at the city gate was also extremely strict. She turned around and left in fear, but it was this abnormal behavior that made her discovered. Barry, who came from the capital, had many years of experience in catching criminals, and immediately led people to chase after her. The girl was naturally scared and ran away. After several warnings, the other party shot a crossbow arrow, which almost took her life. It went this way. There was a shout outside. The girl trembled. Hearing the sound of the search getting closer and closer, she looked left and right anxiously, and finally found that the back door of a house was not closed. She thought she had a chance, so she quickly opened the door and hid inside. Bang! She closed the door, listened to the footsteps outside, and just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she saw a person sitting in the room. It was that man. The girl was shocked. The other person opened his mouth and seemed to make a sound. "No!" she exclaimed, rushed over, and directly knocked the other person down, covering the other person's mouth with her palm, pressing it tightly. Yevlet couldn't make a sound. "Please, please!" the girl begged. Yevlet nodded. "Don't make a sound, and I'll let go," the girl said. Yevullet nodded again. The girl breathed a sigh of relief and slowly let go of her hand. But she carefully observed Yevullet. If he moved a little, she would hold him down and never let go. Yevullet didn't make a sound, and he looked down. His suit was stained with blood. This is the blood flowing from the wound on the girl's chest. Wu, the girl came back to her senses, holding her chest, her face pale. She had already lost too much blood. She held Yevlet's shoulder and sat on the sofa. Human. The girl said, you are targeting me. I was asked to save you, but you didn't listen to my advice. Yevlet said. I thought it was Isa, who paid a price. That idiot must have said something strange. I don't want that. That's true. Yevlet said. Then I don't want you to save me. The girl said. But. Yevlet looked at the girl and said with a sly smile, the price she said is you. Ah. The girl was dumbfounded. Chapter 205, Yevlet's Contracted Demon. Da-da-da-da-da. There were many footsteps passing outside. The girl was so scared that she dared not breathe. Suddenly, she felt her tail being touched, and she couldn't help but let out a sound. She blushed, snatched her tail from Yevlet's hand, and glared at him angrily. Wait for the footsteps to fade away. The girl stood up and wanted to go into the house. But her body swayed. She held the wall and walked into the house. Is this your home? The girl asked. No. Unexpected answer, the girl turned to look at Yevlet in confusion. Yevlet said, rent for 1 day. 1 day? Will they rent it to you? The girl didn't quite believe it. How could you rent for 1 day? I'll pay a month's rent, but only for 1 day. You don't want to? Yevlet asked. Waste of money. The girl walked to the table and picked up the kettle. There was no water. Where are the things you stole? Yevlet asked. I won't tell you. The girl walked to the kitchen again and planned to drink water. Yevlet crossed his legs and said, this is my territory. You don't cooperate with me at all. Aren't you afraid that I will shout it out? You. The girl hurried out and lay on the door frame, angrily saying, human, I'm talking to my sister. Why do you bully me like this? I've explained it. Yevlet said. But that doesn't include you grabbing my tail and threatening me. The girl said aggrievedly, you look like a gentleman, but you are a strange guy. How can I trust you? I'll send you out of the city, so you can trust me. Yevlet said, you have no choice. I have a way to hide. The girl gritted her teeth and said, then you do your best. Yevlet stood up. Hey, where are you going? The girl was anxious. I'm going out, it's time to eat. Yevlet said. No. The girl said, you will tell others. I won't, because you will ask me for help sooner or later. Yevlet walked to the door. Wait. The girl rushed over and said, you swear not to tell others. Okay. Yevlet swore with a smile. The contract with the devil must not be violated, otherwise you will be targeted by the devil god. Human, I advise you not to be confused for a while. The girl warned. Well. Yevlet walked out the door. The girl thought to herself, this place is only rented for 1 day. It is too small for her to hide. She must leave after dark. But now, she needs to replenish some energy and treat her wounds. But she searched the whole house and found no food. She couldn't boil water either, so she could only drink 2 cups of cold water. Hiss! When she touched her chest, she broke out in a cold sweat. But she couldn't not treat the wound. The girl found a piece of cloth and bit it in her mouth, and then found a rope and scissors. The crossbow arrow pierced her chest. She wanted to cut one side and then pull the crossbow arrow out from the other side. The scissors were just put on an exerted force. It hurt so much. The girl was in so much pain that tears came out. She made up her mind and cut hard. Who knew that the scissors were not sharp at all, but instead affected the wound to a great extent. Ah! The girl screamed and fainted from the pain. Kazi! Yevlet pushed open the door and walked into the room. He came to the sofa, took out a needle, injected anesthetic, and then carefully performed the operation on her. After the wound was sutured, it was sprinkled with powder and then bandaged. The girl opened her eyes suddenly. In front of her was an unfamiliar ceiling. She tried to get up very vigilantly, but felt that her body felt very weak, and her chest hurt a lot. She turned her head and found herself lying on the bed, and her chest had been treated. There was a rustling sound of turning pages. The girl turned her head and looked to the other side. It was the silhouette of a man, who was sitting on a chair, flipping through a book. Human. The girl opened her mouth slightly and made a weak sound. She felt her throat was very dry. Yevlet turned her head and put down the book, bringing a glass of water and a spoon. He scooped a little water and moistened the girl's lips. She licked it twice and said, "Just, drink it for me." "You can't drink water now, bear it," Yevlet said. The girl was silent for a while, and then said, "You saved me." "Yet." Yevlet smiled and said, "If you don't act stubborn, there won't be these things." The girl lowered her eyebrows slightly, and then said, "We are not bad girls, although we did become thieves." She explained, "We originally lived in a village far away from here. We were all honest demons. Even though we were very poor, we never thought of doing bad things. Not long ago, a wounded human came to the village. Everyone took good care of him, but he turned his kindness into enmity and stole things from the village chief's house. Later, he brought people and robbed a lot of things from our village. Everyone didn't know what to do. The village chief was so angry that he fell ill. Isha and I went to find that human, but we were almost killed by him. We can only resort to this last resort to steal those things back." The girl said a little disappointedly, "Of course, you are a human, you must look at the problem from a human perspective, and think that we demons, slaves, props, should not challenge the dignity of humans." "Wait, who taught you these words? Or who told you?" Yevlet asked. "Those humans," the girl said. "There are good and bad demons, right?" Yevlet said, "It's the same with humans. You have been lurking in this city for so long, haven't you found kind humans? And humans who are worse than that, ... The girl was silent. After a moment, she said, "Human, do you really want to make a contract with me?" "I don't think so, it's just a matter of convenience," Yevlet said. "The magic you get when you make a contract with a demon does not depend on the demon, but on yourself. A powerful demon may also make a contract with a weak magic. A weak demon may also make a contract with a powerful magic. Because the principle of this magic system is that human magic is only manifested through demons. So, it doesn't have to be Jinghua. Any demon can make Yevlet have the magic he wants after making a contract. And the reason why he took care of Jinghua was simply because he was bored. It's fun to tease this little demon. My name is Jinghua. Jinghua said, "Human, if you can help me send back all the things that those people have robbed from my village, I am willing to make a contract with you." "Okay." Yevlet nodded. "This is a small matter. When his plan is completed, these things will only be mentioned once, and there is no need to worry about them at all. Then let's sign a contract." At this time, the contract is good for Jinghua. First, she can't leave the city, and the things she stole were buried somewhere by her. Sooner or later, they will be discovered. If she delays for a long time, her efforts will be in vain. Second, she is injured now. It will take some time to recover. Even in these few days, she must rely on Yevlet. And in this way, she will owe more, even more than she can pay off the contract. After all, he saved her life. If she can sign a contract at this time, Jinghua's existence will change, and such an injury will be meaningless to her. After the contract, this seemingly capable human can help her fulfill her wish. So Jinghua agreed. As the two discussed the content of the contract, Jinghua turned into a white light, and finally, it gradually gathered at Yevlet's waist, forming a long sword with a purple scabbard and handle. It was not the straight sword he liked, but a slightly curved one. Yevlet picked up the knife, pulled it out slightly, and a cold light flashed. Of course, in terms of quality and sharpness, it is far inferior to his Hani. But this knife can use magic. Illusion. Although it is a little worse than fraud magic, it can still be played. Illusion can create special effects, but his fraud magic has no special effects. When he was a child, he had fantasized that it would be better if he could use magic that releases special effects, which is better than fraud magic that can only be used to assist magic at that time. His reference to fraud magic came from his father and his ancestors. Start magic. A ball of fire appeared in his hand. Real special effects, although there is no damage, but the temperature and appearance are real. Cancel the fireball and summon the icicle, and you can feel the coldness it releases. This feeling is very strange. Because fraudulent magic cannot deceive Yevlet himself, so all along, when he used magic, he could not see the effect. In fact, from his personal perspective, it was a bit embarrassing. But now, he can see the special effects he created. Yevlet played for a while, and then he lost his playfulness. The next day, the mayor announced the termination of the operation. The thief was chopped yesterday, so why should there be a reason to continue martial law? But Barry is still leading the team to follow up on this matter. But now, it has nothing to do with Yevlet. He swaggered out of the city. Come to the flower field. Shua. A white bandage flew over and tied up Yevlet directly, and fell up. Robbery. Lysina, who covered the lower half of her face with a ribbon, jumped out and said, hand over all the delicious and fun things. Yevlet looked at Myra Jane, who came out behind Lysina, holding a bandage in her hand. Isa? Yefrit asked. It's her. Myra Jane said, she gave me the bandage magic. That's pretty strong. Yefrit laughed. If you say that ordinary people use bandage magic, it's not really strong. But Myra Jane, a demon queen, usually chases people and beats them. Now, she just wraps the bandage around them, beats them away, pulls them back and beats them again, and they can't even run away. That's really desperate. Yefrit, has Jinghua been rescued? Myra Jane asked. She's been rescued. The answer came from behind Lysina. Lysina wanted to look back in surprise, but found that she was being lifted up by her armpits. It's so heavy. After Yefrit lifted Lysina, he immediately let go, and the little girl landed lightly. It's not heavy. Lysina turned around and said angrily. I could lift it when I was a child. Yefrit said. It's because brother Yefrit doesn't exercise. Lysina argued, besides, I wasn't very heavy or fat when I was a kid. Okay. Yefrit nodded with a smile. So. It's still deception magic. Myra Jane blinked. Illusion magic. Yefrit snapped his fingers, and the Yefrit tied by Myra Jane turned into a knife. Myra Jane grabbed the bandage and pulled the knife back. After taking a look, he threw it to Yefrit and said, you don't know how to use a knife. If you want to fight, use honey, not this knife. It will be chopped to pieces. Yevlet used the knife and exerted a lot of force to create a miracle. After all, the first generation of honey, the hardest bone in the devil's body, was difficult to cut off, but it was broken when the black dragon was cut. Now it has been replaced with the second generation honey, which uses the body of the black dragon as material, and it can be cut as it pleases. This rough use is obviously a bit excessive for this knife manifested by mirror flower. Of course. Yevlet smiled and said, I'm not a battle maniac. If I don't have to draw the knife, I don't want to draw it. If I really have to draw the knife, I just want to cut it once and it's over. Then how do you plan to help Isa and mirror flower? Myra Jane asked. While chatting, the few people walked towards the flower field. Well, it's not a big deal. I can help when the time comes. Yevlet said. Everyone in the guild is already familiar with life here, and they are all doing their own things. Yevlet, you got magic? What kind of magic is it? Habby was the first to come up. Illusion magic. Ah. I feel not as good as Levi. Habby said. Yet. Yevlet smiled. He rarely argued about his own strength, let alone emphasized who he was better than. In terms of magic function, Levi's magic is indeed stronger than his, or superior. But it also depends on who uses it, or how it is used. If he and Levi really fight, the strength of the magic will not affect the outcome of the battle. Show it. Habby said. Yevlet posed. Me. It's fairy tale. Fire Dragon Natsu. Oh, Happy and Bigusro both started to make a noise. Because at this time, Yevlet had completely become the same as Natsu. Natsu, played by Yevlet, shouted worriedly, Lucy, where are you? Don't tease me. A mecha with fire from behind flew over, it was Lucy. The mask opened, revealing Lucy with a blushing face inside. Wow! Natsu ran after her, and when he saw the other him, he immediately said, whose magic is it, how can it be repaired, so arrogant, I really want to punch him. You really don't know yourself, Natsu Gray said, isn't this what you usually look like? Ah? What did you say? Natsu looked over with dissatisfaction. Ah, don't you understand? Then I repeat it again, you look like you deserve a beating. Gray said. The two guys started butting heads again. Chapter 206, Yevlet, can I invite you to dance? The dark clouds were thick. It was drizzling, and depending on the weather, there might be a heavy rain in a while. There were not many pedestrians on the street, and the vendors did not dare to go out to set up stalls. It was a rare day of rest. Day. The long boots stepped on a floor tile, splashing some dirty water. Yevlet looked down and was a little speechless. The roads in this city are not very good. He looked at another street, because the terrain of that street was lower and there was a sewer. The problem is that there is water now. Fortunately, he doesn't have to go through that place. He only needs to cross a road to get there. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The raindrops hit the umbrella, and Yevlet mixed in with some people who were obviously dressed luxuriously and headed towards the mayor's mansion. Arrived at the door. Lined up in turn and handed out invitations. Most of them brought their families and children. Only Yevlet. At this time, several sons of Mayor Baz were receiving them at the door. "Hello, sir." The person who spoke was quite polite. This is Baz's second son. Although he cannot inherit his father's title, he grew up in such a family after all, so he is very discerning. Among the crowd, this stranger he had never seen before, but he had a very outstanding temperament. The calm aristocratic sense of arrogance and superficial humility and gentlemanliness, if not a hereditary aristocrat, could never be pretended. "Hello, my name is Yevlet." Yevlet handed out the invitation. "Hello." The man was a little surprised. He was in charge of distributing invitations. He only knew that his sister had only sent out 5 invitations this time. He had already received 4 of them, all of which were his sister's. The 5th one was from a man. At this moment, he couldn't help but nudge his elder brother next to him with his elbow. The eldest brother looked at it in confusion, but saw the invitation in the second brother's hand. He looked at Yevlet in surprise. The two looked at Yevlet together, with a look of a mother's family looking at their son-in-law for the first time. It was true. After all, they knew best how high their sister's requirements were over the years. Sidrina didn't like any of these young men in the city. Even the young men from the capital, she didn't show any interest. The 20th birthday party was a special birthday for her sister, and today was also a special day. This means that from today on, the issue of Sidrina's husband must be taken seriously. Anyway, there is no noble lady who can't get married at the age of 24 or 25, that would be really embarrassing. So, this gentleman actually received the invitation from his sister. Both brothers had misunderstandings. Did the girl finally come to her senses? Yevlet looked normal. He raised his left hand, holding a wrapped gift, a long box, and said, "This is my birthday present for Miss Sidrina." Okay, thank you, please come in." The two brothers quickly accepted the gifts, and then the eldest brother winked at the second brother, who instantly understood. After Yevlet left, he immediately took a long way and went around to find his father Baz to ask him to pay attention. "Sidrina. Is she so worried about getting married?" "Not really." Yevlet smiled and shook his head. "But after thinking about it, I understand it. Sidrina is beautiful and has a wealthy family, so she must have a high standard. If she doesn't meet her true love, it will be more difficult for her to be compatible with others than ordinary girls. It seems that there will be some trouble today." Originally, the banquet was held outdoors. Mayor Baz was very proud of his garden, but it was raining today, so he could only arrange it in a special banquet hall. Even so, he still opened the curtains so that everyone could see his carefully maintained garden. Boom boom. The thunder sounded behind him, and Yevlet handed the umbrella to the servant at the door. There was a row of chairs here, all of which were shoe shiners. It rained today. There were 2 more seats, and he found one to sit down and asked someone to clean his shoes. Then he entered the house. As soon as he entered the house, there was a hot air and some fragrance, but Yevlet preferred the cool air outside. So he went to get a glass of orange juice and came to the window. "Hello, sir. You look unfamiliar. You should not be from this town." The man opposite asked. "Yes, I just arrived here." Yevlet nodded. "My name is Dija, and I'm the law enforcement captain of the 3rd Street. My name is Yevlet." After the two introduced themselves to each other, they started chatting. After chatting for a while, the other party left on the pretext of something. Yevlet drank a sip of orange juice. As expected of the law enforcement captain, he didn't forget to pay attention to safety here. It didn't take long. It was dark. The lights dimmed. Then, a spotlight hit the 2nd floor. A medium-sized Mediterranean old man, wearing gorgeous aristocratic clothes, began a long speech. This was the Mayor Baz. He spoke passionately about his daughter Sidrina, praising her for how beautiful and excellent she was, and how much he loved her. Everyone listened quietly. Until Baz was a little tired, he said, "Well, now, welcome our heroine tonight, my most lovely daughter. Sidrina." Another soft light shone at the door. The door opened, and Sidrina, dressed in a gorgeous dress, walked out of the house. Sidrina came to her father, and Baz raised his hand and let his daughter hold his arm. He whispered, in a voice that only Sidrina could hear, "Sidrina, you are so beautiful tonight. Dad swears that at this moment, all the young men in the city will fall in love with you." Sidrina's face was full of smiles. But Baz said again, "I just don't know if the young man you chose will be moved by you." "Dad, I told you, it was a misunderstanding." Sidrina blushed. Just now, the second brother ran in and shouted about what happened at the door for a while, and described his first impression of Yevlet. In short, it was not bad. Now the whole family knows that she invited a young man. This is the first time in many years. Then the eldest sister-in-law teased her, "Sidrina, when that young man invites you to dance the first dance, don't be so nervous that you step on your skirt." She immediately blushed. "Let's go," Baz whispered. The father and daughter slowly walked down from the second floor. Some big figures in the city went to congratulate. Yevlet had no intention of squeezing in, as it was not his turn yet. But after a while, Sidrina, who had dealt with all the social interactions, looked around anxiously, looking for Yevlet. "Hey, sir!" A slender girl found Yevlet. She raised her cup, said gracefully, "I am the daughter of the tax collector Anthea. I haven't seen you. You are not from this city, right?" "Yes, I just traveled to this city, my name is Yevlet." Yevlet said. "Sir, are you here alone?" Anthea asked. "Yes. Don't you have a female partner?" "No." "Girlfriend?" "No." "Oh," Anthea said, "then can you dance? How about I be your female partner?" "Why?" Yevlet was a little confused. "I like you." Yevlet was silent. At this time, Sidrina's eager call was heard, "Anthea." Sidrina lifted her skirt slightly, ran over quickly, and said, "Why are you here? Where are Verena and the others? Why don't you join them? They all have their own male partners, but I don't. I don't want any man to invite me to dance the first dance, so I came to find this gentleman." Anthea said with a smile. Sidrina didn't know what to say. Among her sisters, this one is the most troublesome. She is very unable to pay this woman. She immediately turned to look at Yevlet and said, "Mr. Yevlet, you didn't agree to her?" "No." Yevlet shook his head. Sidrina looked relieved. "Sidrina? Do you want to invite this gentleman too? But it's first come first served. I came first." Anxia turned to look at Yevlet, fiddled with her hair, made a charming and seductive expression, and said, "Sir, my waist can be held in one hand. If you invite me to dance the first dance, I don't mind your hand on my waist." "You?" Sidrina glared at her angrily. Anxia smiled proudly. "Sorry." Yevlet said with a smile. "Hey." Anxia was a little surprised. Sidrina was happy. Yevlet didn't know anyone. If he rejected Anxia now, it meant that. "I don't want to hide it from Miss Sidrina." Yevlet turned around and said to Sidrina, "Miss Sidrina, can I temporarily join your show tonight?" "Hey." Sidrina was stunned. If that's the case, the other party might not have time to dance with her. She suddenly remembered Yevlet's profession magician, so she said, "Mr. Yevlet, are you going to perform magic?" "Yes, performing magic on stage has always been my hobby and my wish. Today is a rare opportunity with so many audiences," Yevlet said with a smile. Anxia opened her mouth a little rudely, with an incredible expression on her face. In fact, she heard some gossip, because her sister married into the Shirashi family, and the gossip just now was also spread by her sister. She actually didn't mean to compete with Sidrina for a man, but it was the first time for the sisters to fall in love, and she was afraid that her sister would suffer a loss, so she came to observe and test in advance. Anxia was not a bad woman, but her view on love was more direct. She had dated 5 boyfriends, and she was the most proficient in Sidrina's circle of sisters. Just now, Yevlet refused to invite her, and she thought that the relationship of this most troublesome sister was stable. Result: "Friend, are you crazy? You refused the opportunity to dance with 2 beautiful women, just want to perform magic on stage? Hey?" Sidrina was silent for a while, and said, No problem, Mr. Yevlet, I can arrange for you to be the last show, how about it? This way, you can leave time to dance with her. Thank you very much. Yevlet said. Sidrina said quickly, you still have time to dance, who are you going to invite for the first dance? Yevlet suddenly smiled evilly and said, who will it be? Sidrina and Anthea pouted at the same time, their expressions were very cute. Sir, it's polite to give a lady an accurate answer on this kind of question. At this time, several girls came over. They are all Sidrina's sisters, and each of their fathers is a big shot in the city. Sorry. Yevlet said, then I hope Miss Sidrina won't be disgusted. No, no. Sidrina nodded happily. Let's go. She saw several sisters looking at Yevlet, and was afraid that they would like Yevlet after all. Anthea had bad intentions, so she quickly pushed them away. Also, she was afraid that they would ask gossip and let the cat out of the bag. Social time. Yevlet came to the table and started to choose something to eat. Huff, huff, said a fat man next to him, acting a little recklessly. Sir, don't mind. He noticed Yevlet's eyes and said, I like to eat more. If you have anything you like, tell me, I won't touch it. No, and there are so many foods here. Yevlet smiled. Then I won't be polite. The other party hummed again. Compared to Yevlet, his originally not outstanding dining etiquette was set off very elegantly. While listening to music, eating desserts, someone came to chat with him from time to time. After all, there were only so many people in the town, and there were many banquets. Most of them were acquaintances. Yevlet was a complete stranger, so everyone would naturally be curious. When they were almost done eating, the music began to change. Next to the artistic fountain, soft lights shone here. Accompanied by the birthday song unique to this world, a huge cake was slowly pushed in. Baz said something, and then asked his son to cut the cake. After everyone symbolically ate some of the cake, Sidrina looked at the crowd, looking forward to it. Because she was about to dance. Everyone was also very curious. In the past, Sidrina's first dance was always a perfunctory dance with her brother, but this year her youngest brother was already in love, so he would definitely not invite her, otherwise his sister-in-law would be jealous. So who will Miss Sidrina dance with for the first dance tonight? At this time a stranger walked around everyone and came to Sidrina, bowed slightly, stretched out his hand, and said, Miss Sidrina, can I invite you to dance? Sidrina smiled, showing a bright and happy smile. The onlookers were dumbfounded. This person. Some people who had not greeted Yevlet had no idea where this little yellow-haired came from, and actually got the favor of Miss Sidrina. And those who had already greeted Yevlet and knew that he was a traveler and had only been in this city for a week were even more shocked. He had actually hooked up with Miss Sidrina? The fat man who had eaten with Yevlet before was so scared that he stuffed several small cakes into his mouth. Chapter 207, Yevlet's Magic Show. Okay. Sidrina smiled like a flower, she stretched out her hand, Yevlet slightly bent down, palm up, caught it, and then gently pulled. Sidrina took a step forward, and the distance between the two became very close. Yevlet did not put his hand on Sidrina's waist, but a little higher. Although Sidrina was a little disappointed, she felt that Yevlet's behavior of not wanting to take advantage of her was very appealing to her. With the soothing music, everyone danced. Neither Yevlet nor Sidrina were masters of this art, and their movements were a little awkward and unskilled, but overall, they did not make a fool of themselves. Dim environment, romantic music, hugging each other. Sidrina's big eyes narrowed slightly, her eyes were blurred, immersed in an ambiguous atmosphere. Pink lips opened slightly, Mr. Yevlet, will you stay in this city? This is a subtle confession. Yevlet is a traveler, and he would have left after staying here for a short time, which is what he would have done originally. However, if he said he would stay, Sidrina would know that he was staying for her. The relationship between the two can be basically confirmed by this. Yevlet said softly, I'm sorry, Miss Sidrina, although I will stay here for a short time, I will leave after all. Sidrina was very disappointed and said, I heard that there is a kind of bird in the world that has no legs and flies all the time until it is old and weak, and finally falls into the abyss of death. Mr. Yevlet, do you want to be such a bird? What Sidrina meant by asking this was that Yevlet was unwilling to stay because he put his hobbies and pursuits first and was forced to leave his beloved. Such a typical character is Gildarts. But even Gildarts will eventually go home. Yevlet will leave here because this is part of his journey, not his home. His home is in Eslondon, in Magnolia Town, in the Fairy Tale Guild, in his shop, where everyone is, there are Turtle Doves, Emily and Myra Jane. He is not that kind of bird, but Sidrina did not realize that this is not his home. Yevlet replied, I am not that kind of bird. I also have my own home. One day, I will leave here go home. Sidrina was silent. She was somewhat aware that she and Yevlet might not be destined to be together. Because Yevlet's answer was that he would not abandon his home for her. What about her? She did not have the courage to abandon her home. Will this be the ending of her and Yevlet? Has her first love not even begun, but she has seen the end? Even so. Sidrina suddenly mustered up her courage, tiptoed slightly, and left some lipstick on the side of Yevlet's face. She blushed and said, I don't want to regret not being able to muster up the courage now, rather than being afraid of losing in the future. Yevlet. The song was over. Baz appeared in time, and the two separated. Dad, Yevlet. Sidrina whispered to Baz about arranging Yevlet to perform. Okay, then I'll trouble Mr. Yevlet. Baz smiled and nodded, agreeing. Thank you, Mr. Baz, and Miss Sidrina. Yevlet bowed slightly. Really good. Baz thought so and nodded with satisfaction, but Sidrina felt a pain in her heart when she looked at her father. After Sidrina, Yevlet did not dance with others again. He came backstage and said he was preparing, but there was actually nothing to prepare. After waiting for a while, everyone was a little tired, so they came to watch the show. One show after another, of high quality, made the guests and hosts happy. Next, it is our finale, a magic show performed by Miss Sidrina's friend, Mr. Yevlet, and it is said that there is a mysterious gift, said the host. Yevlet? Everyone was stunned. Now everyone knew who Yevlet was, but it was very strange. Such a noble, performing magic? No matter how you think about it, it is a bit unmatched. The stage was dark. Then, 3 lights were shown in one place. 3 maids stood here. Hello, everyone. The yellow-haired maid said, but she was very stage frightened and her voice was trembling. The Shirashi family was very surprised, because these 3 maids were all their maids, and they were chosen by Yevlet as assistants to help. The first magic is Mr. Yevlet's appearance. After saying that, the 2 maids turned 90 degrees, and the 3 of them stood in a triangle. The one in the middle, at the back, held a plate with a red cloth on it. Each of the 2 maids picked up a corner of the red cloth, pulled it up and unfolded it. This was a red cloth about the length and width of a door, and it was somewhat translucent. Everyone was a little curious about how Mr. Yevlet would appear on stage. The 2 maids worked together to show that there was no problem with the red cloth, and then stepped on the stage to prove that there was no problem with the ground. They walked a few steps so that the audience from all angles could see it carefully, and then returned to the front of the center of the stage. The 2 held the red cloth high and faced the audience. At this time, a light came from behind the red cloth. Oh! There was a cry of surprise at the scene. Because the light hit the red cloth, it actually showed a figure. This was the shadow of a man wearing a cloak, a hat, and holding a stick. Everyone was very surprised, looking at the shadow on the red cloth. Just hearing the dynamic music playing, the shadow was actually dancing on the red cloth. The very cool and elegant dance made Sidrina cross her hands and put them on her chest. She felt her heart beating very fast. She never thought that a magic trick and a shadow would make her heart beat. At this time, suddenly, one of the maids trembled. The red cloth fell down. Oh, there was another exclamation at the scene. Because there was no one behind the red cloth. Sorry. The maid was very panicked and pulled up the red cloth. But there was no shadow on the red cloth. Sister, no, not here, the master said to move to the left. At this time, the maid who had been carrying the plate ran up to the stage again and said in a panic. Oh! The 2 maids reacted quickly and hurriedly pulled the red cloth to the left side of the stage, and the lights also moved with the red cloth. As a result, in full view of the crowd, the shadow actually went directly into the red cloth. All the audience were shocked, and many people were wondering how to complete this magic trick, but in the end they all shook their heads and couldn't figure it out. At this time, the shadow pointed to the right. What? The 2 maids were still a little silly. But they heard the shadow say, 2 stupid maids, you forgot again, hurry to the right. Oh! The 2 maids held the red cloth and went to the right again. And because they were jogging, the shadow didn't have time to catch up, and left the red cloth for a short time. Everyone widened their eyes and didn't find the flaw. After that, the shadow ran into the red cloth. Yet, Mr. Yevlet, we are so tired, our hands are sore. The yellow-haired maid said a little aggrieved. Then put it down. Yevlet replied. But, you haven't gone on stage yet. The maid said anxiously. Then hold on a little longer. Yevlet said, I'll tie my shoelaces. Then, the shadow squatted down to tie his shoelaces. The two maids really couldn't lift it, and their hands were shaking. No, no, Mr. Yevlet, we can't hold on any longer. The maid was about to cry. Right away, right away. The shadow was still tying his shoelaces. Seeing that the two maids' hands were shaking, even if Yevlet didn't give an order, the two really couldn't hold on any longer. While tying his shoelaces, the shadow said, Lgia, help me get the magic props. He picked up a stick. The maid Lgia wanted to cry but had no tears. She couldn't lift the red cloth anymore, and she had to squat down to get something. Just when Lgia bent down and the shadow entered the red cloth. I can't hold on any longer. The yellow-haired maid exclaimed and let go. The red cloth fell and completely covered Lgia. Ah, I'm not ready yet. Yevlet's dissatisfied voice came from inside. Then the red cloth was lifted. Oh! The audience was excited. There was no gentleman or lady at all. Because this magic was really magical, after the red cloth was lifted, Lgia disappeared and replaced by Yevlet himself. I'm sorry, Mr. Yevlet. The maid was frightened and apologized quickly, and said, please give Lgia back to me. Lgia. Yevlet played with the stick and said, isn't she, bringing my blessings to Miss Sidrina? Pop! A soft light hit the audience, covering Sidrina and Lgia. Lgia. Sidrina was shocked. This is the flower Mr. Yevlet gave you. Lgia sprayed a flower in her hand. Thank you. Sidrina took it with emotion. Miss Sidrina, take it well, you will also be my magic helper later. Yevlet smiled. Okay. Sidrina nodded with a smile. Well, now that we have found Lgia, let's get off the stage quickly. Yevlet said. The yellow-haired maid hurried off the stage. Hello everyone, I am the magician Yevlet. I believe everyone has seen many magic tricks, so, if I want to shock everyone, I must show some magic that is more magical than magic. Yevlet played with the stick in his hand, hooked up the red cloth on the ground, and said, hey, I wanted to let the two maids hold it, forget it, it's better not to make it difficult for them. As he said, Yevlet held the red cloth himself. Then he put his other hand behind the red cloth and let his shadow appear on the red cloth. The stick on the shadow nodded up and down twice, and the tip actually ignited a flame. Oh no! Yevlet was shocked. The flames ignited the red cloth and quickly spread. This was real fire. The audience was very nervous. Carpets, curtains, and so many flammable materials on the scene, once they caught fire, it would be a big deal. But Sidrina watched the flames quickly follow the red cloth and burn towards Yevlet's arm. She was more worried about his safety and shouted, throw it away, Mr. Yevlet. Oh! Yevlet finally reacted. But someone else shouted, no, don't throw it around, it will catch fire. But at this time, it was too late, and Yevlet threw the red cloth out in panic. This really scared the audience pale. But somehow, the completely burned red cloth turned around and flew back in the air like a flag blown by the wind. Ah! Yevlet screamed in fear and turned around to run, but the burning red cloth followed him. Mr. Yevlet. Sidrina hurriedly wanted to stand up, but was held down by the maid Lgia. She said, Miss, this is Mr. Yevlet's magic. Ah! Sidrina was stunned. On the stage, Yevlet turned around suddenly, stretched out his hand and poked the burning red cloth with a stick. The flame was stirred into a vortex by him, and then he stirred it like this, as if he had complete control of the situation. It's too dangerous to play magic with fire. Yevlet said, it's better to use water. He suddenly reached his hand into the flame, pulled it back, and shook it vigorously. Voila! The flame went out instantly. Not only that, he held a piece of sky blue cloth in his hand. The audience held their breath, and the magic was finally released. This magic! The special effects are really good, and it's exciting. Oh, it's true. Yevlet looked at his hands, showed them, and saw that they were a little blackened, so he said, my hands are blackened, wait for me to wash my hands. As he spoke, he held up the blue cloth with a stick, then reached behind him and brought the shadow of a basin from the other side. Everyone could see that the shadow on the red cloth was that Yevlet reached into the basin with one hand to wash his hands. After washing, he collected the blue cloth and wiped it on his hands. He picked it up again and showed it, his white palm. Everyone was shocked and couldn't figure out what the principle was. This Mr. Yevlet is really a top magician. It's worth it for everyone to watch it for free. At this time, Yevlet said again, I'm a little hungry. As he spoke, he clenched his fist and stuffed the blue cloth into his hand. After stuffing it in, he stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it. Then he spit out a chicken bone, and pulled it out. It was a complete chicken bone. As for the meat on it, there were obvious signs of teeth gnawing. I'm full, continue. Yevlet threw the chicken bone to the ground, and it turned into a green cloth. He hooked the green cloth with a stick, and the green cloth flew up. Hey, wait, where are you going? Yevlet asked anxiously. But the green cloth flew towards Sidrina. Hey! Sidrina was stunned. She didn't react at all, and watched the cloth fall on the flowers in her hands. Sorry. Yevlet hurried off the stage, came to Sidrina, grabbed the green cloth and lifted it up. Woo! Sidrina was stunned, and the girls covered their mouths together, shocked. As the green cloth was lifted, the flower in Sidrina's hand suddenly scattered petals, forming a phoenix, flying up, chasing the green cloth in the air and circling twice, and then collided. Puff! Beautiful petals fell like snow in the sky. Everyone's eyes were focused here. The petals spun around Sidrina and slowly fell. She sat here quietly, like a goddess of flowers. Chapter 208, Selling Magic Wands. The scene was silent for a long time. Until a girl screamed. It's too romantic. Noble ladies, wealthy young ladies, even some young ladies, couldn't help but fall in love with it. Yevlet smiled and retreated to the stage. He said, the magic show ends here. Everyone just felt regretful when they heard him say, are you interested in watching the magic show? Yes. The men roared. It's time. The maid ran from the backstage, holding an exquisite cane in her hand. It was not Honey from Yevlet. Honey's appearance was very low-key, and this cane was made of precious wood and inlaid with thumb-sized precious jade was also carved with beautiful patterns. The pure white color was engraved with a circle of gold edges at the joints, which was extremely gorgeous. Yevlet picked it up, played with it, and said, this is a magical stick, or even a magic wand. Its magic is. Yevlet waved his hand, and the petals around Sidrina actually flew up and gathered into a phoenix. Then, under his command, the phoenix spread its wings and danced. One more tap of the stick, and the phoenix instantly turned into a ball of fire. It was real fire. Burning. The scorching temperature and the dazzling light made people dare not look directly at it or approach it. Everyone was stunned. Yevlet waved his hand, and the flames dissipated. He continued what he said just now, it can make anyone become a magician, or... Yevlet waved his hand, and an icicle condensed and floated in the air. He waved his hand again, and the icicles instantly dispersed into hundreds of icicles, floating above everyone's heads, making everyone's scalps numb. But before they could get nervous, Yevlet dispersed all the icicles again. Everyone held their breath and heard him say, become a magician. There was silence at the scene. Yevlet said, this is a magic wand, a wand that allows anyone to use magic. There is no need to contract a demon. Just like a commodity, you can buy it and use it immediately. You don't need to care about talent or hard training. It's like a musket, even simpler, more convenient, and more functional than that. These words made people excited. Yevlet looked at Sidrina and said, Miss Sidrina, I'm giving you such a gift. Hurry up and bring it here. Sidrina's eyes lit up. She is not a magician. Because she hadn't found a suitable demon to make a contract with. But if it was really like what Yevlet said. Before she found a suitable demon to contract with, she could also become a magician. Soon, the gift Yevlet had given her when she entered the door was found. While waiting for the maid to open the box, Sidrina grabbed the golden magic wand inside. You don't even need an instruction manual. There are various functions on it. You can understand it at a glance. The gear is used to adjust the output magic. It's also very simple when there is no magic power. Just stick it in the ground and let it bask in the sunday. Yevlet explained. Sidrina couldn't wait any longer. She looked at it and saw more than a dozen functions, and there was a line of words below, Sidrina's exclusive deluxe version. Sidrina was very moved, but at this time, she wanted to use magic more. She looked at these functions and had a general understanding of them. Then she imitated Yevlet, adjusted the power, and waved her hand. A ball of water was shot out, and Yevlet raised his hand and made an air shield to block it. Awesome! Sidrina couldn't help but marvel, and tried several magics in succession. The performance ends here. Yevlet said with a smile, and then bowed and stepped down. This thing will not worry about sales. As soon as he stepped down, almost everyone surrounded him, wanting to buy from him. Yevlet showed the temporary credentials of the counselor that he had obtained from the slowly united Chamber of Commerce in Ban City, and said, "Gentlemen, ladies, don't get excited, please leave me some space to speak." Everyone stepped back a little, and Yevlet said, "Everyone has a lot of questions to ask, but now it's Miss Sidrina's banquet, so this is my business card. If you want to know, you can come to me privately. I live in the Fez Hotel." Although everyone was curious, it was not easy to continue to pester at this time, so they took the business card and said they would visit later. After distributing the business cards, everyone returned to their seats. They were so excited that they didn't want to watch the show. Yevlet felt a little guilty. He took advantage of Sidrina. Although they didn't care, they wanted to know about the magic wand. Forget it. He didn't want to make a lot of money. Yevlet sat next to Sidrina. The other party held the magic wand and said excitedly, "Mr. Yevlet, this is such a surprise. Don't you blame me for selling products at your birthday party." Yevlet said. "It doesn't matter. In fact, banquets are meant to expand personal connections. There is no such pure communication. Many people have some impure purposes." Sidrina smiled. Yevlet took out a contract and said, "Ms. Sidrina, I want to build a factory in this city. I hope to run it with you." Sidrina immediately covered her mouth. This news was as surprising as the performance Yevlet gave her just now. Sidrina took the contract, glanced at it briefly, and said quickly, "No, it's too expensive, I can't sign it. This contract is about the income of Yevlet's business in this town, and Sidrina has a share of it, accounting for 20%. But the conditions required are almost non-existent. This magic wand business, whether or not there is business sense, knows that it will be popular. He can realize the dream of ordinary people to become a wizard, not to mention, it can also enhance the security of any city, although it will also breed many criminals, but who will consider this aspect, who will care about this aspect? The things produced by this factory, they will definitely use the most good, the strongest. Therefore, the magic wand was promoted and then became popular, which is beyond doubt. 20% profit, how much money would that be? Sidrina felt that the contract was hot to hold, how could she be worthy of it? "Please accept it," Yevlet said with a smile. "It's really too expensive." Sidrina was not moved at all. To be honest, she was spoiled and grew up. Although she was not particularly rich, she did not feel much attraction to money. After all, noble ladies like them could afford everything that could be bought with money, and it was difficult to buy things that could not be bought with money. So for this money, she just felt that it was too much, so she was a little panicked, and never thought about what she could do with so much money. "I don't want to explain too much about the reason," Yevlet said, "I just hope Miss Sidrina can accept it, so that it will be a very happy thing for me." Yevlet's words were a bit overbearing. Baz looked at it eagerly. He was much more vulgar than Sidrina. Then Sidrina bit her lip and said, "I will do my best to help you manage the company." Then, she signed decisively. It gave her a feeling of signing a contract to sell her body, but she was not panicked, because the terms on the contract were clearly written, and as a girl in love, she would not feel that there was any trap behind it, but only felt that the other party is really good. Of course, there was really no problem with this contract. Baz took the contract with some excitement, looked at it carefully, and showed it to his sons. They all nodded, and they even felt that this was a generous betrothal gift. The banquet ended successfully. It was already late at night. But as soon as Yevlet left the mansion, he was surrounded by everyone. Everyone couldn't wait. Yevlet no longer kept the secret and said, "This magic wand is my personal patent. It has been put into production and is selling well in Ban City." When everyone saw the counselor certificate in his hand, they had no doubts. A first-class counselor certificate costs 300 million J a year. Most people present would feel distressed when they think about paying 300 million a year. Many people simply cannot afford so much money. Those who can apply for this certificate have made a lot of money. Yevlet said, "This magic wand has many functions and can be customized according to personal preferences. It can make anyone become a wizard who can use dozens of magic. This magic wand sells very well. For some reasons, I will stay in this city, so I recently plan to build a factory in this city to produce such magic wands. Everyone understands the so-called reasons, which must be because of Miss Sidrina. And the fact of building a factory locally made everyone very excited. This is to make everyone a lot of money. It's just that the factory construction is complicated, so you still need to wait for a while. It's not complicated. A man shouted, I am a business officer, I can clear all obstacles for you. Another person shouted, I can sell you a large piece of land at a low price. Someone else said, I have a professional construction team. I don't have anything else, I only have money, I can invest. I want it too. I will invest 10 million. I will invest 30 million. Everyone wants to join in various ways. As for informal means, such as plundering and taking it all for themselves, only a fool would dare to have such an idea. This is someone else's patent. With the ability to innovate the magic system, the greatest wealth is not the magic wand, but the knowledge in his head. You don't make friends with such a person, but make enemies instead. Let alone this person, if you offend him, those present will not let you go. Moreover, he has climbed up to the largest noble in the local area, and may become the son-in-law of the Shirashi family. Who has the courage to make trouble? Yevlet smiled and thought, the councillor's money has been collected, and there is still a lot left. As for the money to build the factory, from left hand to right hand, the investment in Zalaxy town will be used to build a factory in Ban City first. Those in Ban City are not fools either, they will definitely follow suit and invest, and then build a factory in Zalaxy town in return. In this way, he can get something for nothing in the shortest time, and have first-class councillor seats in the chambers of commerce of 2 cities, so as to master first-hand information and even make rules, and also have 2 factories, which is the foundation of his life. This is the wealth of knowledge. With such confidence, he can plan for bigger things. The plan progressed smoothly with the days, without any mistakes. After Yevlet completely bought the seat in Ban City, the city's top leaders were also excited. They believed that Yevlet's products were selling well in Zalaxy town, so after knowing that Yevlet had the intention to build a factory, they immediately gave the green light and various funding. Then, the factories on both sides were almost carried out at the same time. Soon, it was built. The magic wands were also sold in large quantities. Until then, after both sides sorted out some information, they found out that Yevlet had made a profit from both sides. They were not angry about this, but instead felt that, thank you teacher, I have broadened my horizons. So, business can be played like this? Of course, this is mainly because the magic wand itself is a product that will definitely cause a sensation once it is released. If it is replaced with something else, it may not be possible for anyone to its fun. As for who wants to learn this, whether it succeeds or fails, it has nothing to do with Yevlet. Anyway, after this matter was exposed, everyone became more excited. Damn, if he is so good at making money, he will definitely take everyone to take off. Sure enough, the magic wand is very popular. Soon, almost everyone in the 2 cities has one, and the rich even have several. The channels for external sales are naturally in short supply. All investors hope to expand the scale of production and occupy as much market share as possible before imitations and inferior products come out. Of course Yevlet agreed, so 3, 4, 5. In a very short time, almost all over the country. Everyone made a lot of money, not to mention Yevlet, he didn't know how much he made. With this money, he immediately got through the relationship above. Bought a viscount. Now, he is also a real viscount in this country. In terms of identity, he also completed the supplement with the help of money. He belongs to a family in a small town on the border. Although it is hereditary, the family is not prominent. As for everyone in the guild, Yevlet also fulfilled his promise as soon as possible. Collected a lot of information about demons. Sacrifice the demon god. Yevlet took the information and walked towards the factory. Now, everyone in the guild has become an employee of the factory, but there is no work arrangement. Other factory employees only do assembly work and cannot access the core. Naturally, they don't know that a group of wanted criminals live in the core area. The core of the magic wand is the core of magic storage made by alchemy. This is what Yevlet asked Asa to arrange for the demon to complete, and no one participated or knew. Let's get back to the topic. Yevlet learned from the information that this country suddenly got an extremely powerful demon. They called it the demon god, and this demon god needed a large number of demons to sacrifice in order to become stronger and stronger. Yevlet asked, Asa, are there such demons? Yes, master. Asa replied, there are indeed several mutants in this world that I can't control. They have more possibilities. I see. Yevlet nodded. At this time, they had arrived at the guild's residential area. Yevlet Habib flew over and said aggrievedly, that Guy Natsu actually dislikes me. Why? Yevlet was puzzled. He said that the fish I cooked was not as delicious as Lucy's. Habib said. Isn't it true? Yevlet said. Lucy has been learning to cook recently. She is quite talented and her level is rising every day. Even you say that. Habib flew away angrily. Chapter 209, Yevlet, everyone is so beautiful. Hello, boss. After Habib left, Lisana, who was wearing a white collar suit in the workplace, jumped out lively. The white shirt and hip skirt showed her figure to the fullest. Yevlet gave a thumbs up and said, this outfit is beautiful. Hehe, the second one to like it, get it? Lisana proudly put her hands on her hips. Yevlet didn't ask who was the first to like it. Is there any suspense? Why do you suddenly want to wear such clothes? Yevlet asked. Just try it out, and there's a surprise. Lisana said. Then, she took Yevlet and walked quickly to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. The girls were drinking afternoon tea here. They also changed their clothes. Iluza wore overalls with suspenders, a black short coat on the upper body, and a white hat, giving people the feeling of a very capable big sister on the construction site. Turtledove also wore the same style as Lisana, but she chose a pink shirt with a bulging chest. If she took a deep breath, the buttons might pop. She also wore a neat high ponytail, which was completely different from her usual kimono style. With her super high appearance, it was eye-catching. As for Myra Jane, the change was even greater. She always wore simple clothes, mostly ordinary skirts, and rarely put on makeup. After all, she was born beautiful. But today, she wore a ladylike style, from top to bottom, giving people a feeling of bloated clothes, but highlighting luxury. She wore a rare heavy makeup style, lipstick and shiny lips, which made people very appetizing at first glance, and they wanted to go up and eat them clean. She even had a manicure and wore a lady's purple glasses. In short, standing with brother Yefrit, it gives people a sense of matching between the boss and the boss's wife. Lisana said with a smile. It was true. As the season turned to winter, Yefrit took off the magician's cloak he had been wearing and put on the white fur coat that Myra Jane had sewn for him. The two of them stood together, and their styles were a perfect match, a true noble lord and a married rich lady. As for Lucy, Wendy, and others, they were also dressed differently from before. Lucy wore Urza's daily armor, Wendy wore a young dragon doll costume, Alba Green wore a leather queen costume, and Kana rarely dressed conservatively, she wore a kimono. Akariga made way for her. Yefrit came over and handed over the money. Put the materials on the table, take off the coat first, and Myra Jane takes it, folds it skillfully with both hands, and then puts it on his legs. Yevlet sat down, picked up the dried fruit bar in front of him, took a bite, and asked, what day is it today? Everyone is dressed so beautifully. Didn't you dress beautifully in the past? Or were you not beautiful in the past, and today you put on makeup, so you are beautiful? As soon as Yevlet finished speaking, Lisana leaned on his shoulder and asked a soul-searching question. Of course, this kind of question is not difficult for Yevlet. He smiled and said, girls' beauty is multifaceted. Every time you change a set of clothes, there will be a new beauty. Humph, you are really good at deceiving girls. Even a big shot like Miss Sidrina has been fooled by brother Yevlet. Lisana pouted and said. Yevlet was silent. He looked at Myra Jane, but the other party still smiled gently, as if he didn't care at all. Even after looking at Yevlet, she pulled her hand out of the coat, held Yevlet's hand, and said, it's so cold, why don't you wear gloves? Mirage sewed a coat for Yevlet, and Turtledove sewed gloves, a hat and shoes for Yevlet. All of these were put on Yevlet. It was just that he had taken off his gloves and walked outside, so he was a little cold, so he was led by Mirage and put his hand into the coat, which was warm inside. Just as Myra Jane was about to pull her hand away, Yevlet held it. Inside the coat that no one could see but everyone could understand, Yevlet kneaded Mirajana's warm and delicate little hand and said, I was just reading the information. He pointed to the information he brought and said, we have a meeting, but first you have to answer my question. What day is today? Why are you all dressed like this? It's not a special day. Lisana explained, it's just because Grey secretly went out to buy Juvia a necklace and a set of clothes, just the one she is wearing, and then everyone wanted to wear some different styles of clothes. Yevlet looked at Juvia. Grey had a good aesthetic. Juvia was wearing a college-style outfit. The upper body was similar to a sailor suit, but more complicated. The lower body was a short skirt and over-the-knee socks. The snow-white absolute domain was very eye-catching, and the white boots also set off her slender calves. Juvia also wore a beautiful necklace on her neck. Juvia was very happy to receive such a gift, with a happy smile on her face. Yevlet smiled and praised, "Gray's taste is really good. Juvia will not have to worry about receiving gifts that meet her heart in the future." Juvia held her face, a little shy, but very happy and said, "It's mainly sent by Gray-sama. I will be very happy with any gift." Yevlet. At this time, Natsu and others came over. "Just right, I'm too lazy to call you." Yevlet pinched Milage's palm reluctantly, then pulled out his hand and said, "Natsu, you have rested for so long, your body will be rusty, and you will be busy next." "What is it?" Natsu heard and ran over. "He is a guy who can't sit still." At the same time, Lucy sighed, it seems that she will soon live a wandering and adventurous life with Natsu. But thinking about it carefully, it seems that she doesn't resist, but is looking forward to it. "Wait a minute, let's talk about it when everyone arrives." Yevlet stuffed the dried fruit into his mouth, then took a sip of Milage's hot tea, and then sorted out the information. Soon, everyone sat together and prepared for the meeting. Yevlet spread the information and briefly explained the content. That is why this country suddenly captured demons in large numbers, just to support a powerful demon. "Is it a guy like Ansa?" Natsu looked up and asked. Yevlet shook his head, "Maybe it will be more troublesome than Ansa." He patted the information and said, "Anyway, we will stay here for a few years, so no matter what angle we start from, maybe one day we will face this guy." Yet, everyone nodded in agreement. "So, we must strengthen our strength." Yevlet said, "I collected the common places where demons are captured and transported to the capital. We only need to strike these places accurately to save all the demons captured in the near future. At that time, everyone can find a suitable demon contract." Oh! Everyone was very surprised. Contracting demons is completely beneficial and has no disadvantages. Not only can you use magic when you can't use magic now. And from Lucy, Levi, and others, it can be seen that this is a great enhancement of your own strength. So, no one doesn't want to contract a devil. However, among the cats, except for Harpy who has successfully contracted, and Lily who really wants to contract a devil that can provide him with weapons, Xiaolulu and Speed really don't have this idea. Xiaolulu knows that she can't chew too much. It's already very difficult for her to keep up with Wendy's strength. She should specialize in one thing. Anyway, Wendy can also contract, and she can share it when the time comes. Speed has now become a loyal believer of Yefrite of Edras. He thinks that training can solve everything, and his role is to merge with Laxus. After contracting with the devil, either take out some time and energy studying his own magic to reduce the physical training and the training of synchronization magic with Laxus, either as before, or continue to increase the difficulty of training. The former will reduce the increase in Laxus. The latter, Speed really can't squeeze out the time and physical strength, and if he doesn't care about the new magic, why should he contract the devil? So, Speed thinks it's unnecessary. After Yevlet introduced the situation, everyone was excited and a little sad. Because of personal ambitions, after 1 or 2 actions together, everyone will temporarily separate. This period of time will be very long, perhaps even longer than the time Lucy spent in the Fairy Tale Guild, referring to the time between her joining the guild and Tenro Island, not counting the sleeping time. However, everyone in Fairy Tale is big-hearted and quickly put this sadness behind them. It's not like they can't meet. Everyone quickly adjusted their emotions. Then Yevlet discussed with Laxus and Urza and decided on the subsequent raid plan. A few days later at night, everyone changed their clothes and left the city. The first battle. A canyon located in the north of the town was transformed into a rest stop. The scattered demon-catching teams gathered here and were escorted by a more elite magician group and the army to the royal capital. If they attacked here directly, it would be much more efficient than before. However, the security here was also much stricter. However, for Yevlet, who had regained control of magic, it was very easy to sneak in. And this time, it was not just him who sneaked in, but everyone sneaked in. Yevlet put his cane on his waist and slowly pulled out the long sword. He recalled the memories in his mind. Then he said lightly, "Shatter, Mirror Flower and Water Moon." Yevlet was a little moved. He could finally say this line. But Jinghua said dissatisfiedly, "My name is Jinghua." Although she said so, the spell was just a formality, and the magic had already been activated. Seeing Jinghua shattered in Yevlet's hands, everyone looked at the space around them, which was slightly fluctuating. "Let's go," Yevlet said. Everyone walked into the enemy camp in a swagger. Soon, they found the entrance to the dungeon. Yevlet took out honey and easily cut open the iron door. Everyone went down. The defense below was not strict. There were guards only in a few key places, and they were all killed by Yevlet's sneak attack. Then he lifted the magic. All the demons stared blankly at the group of humans who suddenly appeared in front of them. Yevlet said, "Devils, don't panic. We are kind humans who have made a contract with the devil and come to help you." As long as they say they have made a contract with the devil, for the devils who value contracts and the principle of integrity, it is no different from a faithful believer swearing with his own faith. They immediately believed Yevlet and others. "Now please be quiet and listen to me," Yevlet said, "we all came to save you, and we also took a big risk. I have many companions who have not made a contract with the devil. It is easy to encounter danger in the subsequent battles. Of course, I don't force you, but there are thousands of demons on the scene. There are always demons who want some unforgettable memories experienced with humans. I hope that such demons can raise their hands and make a contract with my companions." Soon, about 50 or 60 of them raised their hands. "Everyone go and choose," Yevlet said. He said to the demons again, "There are so many demons, all of us can make a contract, don't worry, after the contract, we will lead the charge and will definitely rescue everyone." "Thank you, human," the demons said with emotion. "Natsu, what do you think of this?" Lucy pulled Natsu to find a pink female demon. Natsu shook his head, he turned his head and looked, and wanted the red one more. "Okay, respect your opinion." Lucy also knew that she couldn't force it, so she followed Natsu to see the red one. This red-scaled demon has some dragon features on the outside, so Natsu liked it. "I'm Natsu," Natsu said, "contract with me." "Mr. Natsu, my name is Yanyan." The demon Yanyan said, "This is the voice of a little boy." Soon, the two made a contract. "A pair of gloves?" Lucy asked anxiously, "What kind of magic is it, Natsu?" "Hee." Natsu smiled with satisfaction, put on the red metal armor-style gloves, shook his hands, and the gloves ignited orange flames. "Flame," Natsu said. He was very satisfied with this magic. He never wanted those messy abilities, he only liked his fire magic. So, even if this magic overlapped with his magic, he would be happy about it. "This glove is not that simple, Natsu." Yefrit shook his head. How could he give his good brother a magic that was completely overlapping and not as good as the dragon-slaying magic? First, not to mention, the magic devices that everyone obtained after the contract were all made of the black dragon body, using the same materials as his honey. Just this point makes these things have invincible defense. Unless the opponent can penetrate the black dragon's body, they cannot destroy these magic devices. Secondly, these magics are either to supplement their own weaknesses or to strengthen their abilities. And Natsu's gloves are to increase his own magic, but he can't use this function now. For the time being, only use its first function. This is enough for Natsu to venture into this different world. Chapter 210, Everyone parted. Wait for a while, everyone contracted a demon. President Makarov, contracted demon form Aquila, looks like a cane, and has the ability to heal. Gildart's contracted demon Duzda, looks like a glove, and has the ability to corrode. Laxus contracted demon Hong Hong, looks like headphones, and has the ability to be a high-speed channel. Plan the channel in advance, and everything entering the channel will speed up. Gajil's contracted demon Titi is in the form of a shoe, and has the ability to absorb the power of the earth, providing magic, physical strength and defense continuously. Wendy's contracted demon Fi Fei is in the form of a trumpet, and has the ability to expand the power of attack. Banjiu's contracted demon Ying Chan is in the form of a long sword, and has the ability to emit soul-shaking sound waves. Lily's contracted demon Talai is in the form of a great sword, and has the ability to adjust size and gravity. All members are very excited to be able to use magic again. As a wizard, I have been a little disappointed that I can't use magic for a while. And now, there is still a tough battle to fight. Yeflet has cut open all the cages that hold the demons. "I'll do it," Lily said, and then he turned into a muscular cat, took out the great sword again, and slashed at the gate fiercely. Boom! The gate was cut open. The huge sound scared everyone here. "Who is it?" "The devil escaped from prison." "Who are you?" "Damn it, Do you know what you did? They are the wanted criminals who robbed the caravan. Kill them. The war broke out. Yevlet took a step back as usual and slacked off. Fire dragons. Natsu was so excited that his gloves were on fire. Lucy changed into a handsome mecha. Iron Fist. The two attacked at the same time, one by one, and killed two wizards. Hey! Natsu suddenly found that the gloves had some wonderful uses for fire compared to his magic. Natsu instinctively noticed this. Bang! At this time, a shot was fired from a distance. Natsu! Lucy reminded loudly. Natsu reacted very quickly and dodged with his head tilted. He looked into the distance and then looked down at the flaming gloves. Maybe. Boom! A huge amount of flames spurted out, and Natsu flew up under the reaction force of the flames. He drew a perfect arc in the air. Natsu! Lucy was shocked. Fire Dragon's wing attack. Natsu's roar came from a distance, and he shot out two flames to kill the attacking wizard. Boom! Lucy was blown away. Iluza, who was not far away, reminded loudly, Lucy, don't be distracted when fighting. Miss Lucy! Wendy shouted with a loudspeaker, the roar of the sky dragon. The wind and sound waves were amplified, almost like the roar in the dragon-killing magic. The huge wind column blew away the people who attacked Lucy. Zi. Then Alba Green put on her glasses and fired two lasers to kill the enemy. Damn, you guys, are you challenging the dignity of our kingdom? A wizard roared. He was very burly, holding two large chains. Iron Dragon Steel Fist. Gajeel rushed forward, but was knocked away by the man's chain. This is a strong enemy. Gildarts looked at the man and said lightly, we didn't think so much, but since we are enemies, why bother to talk too much? Here today, there are only two reasons, standing or falling. You make sense. The other party said, then fall down. He rushed towards Gildarts, and then smashed a chain down. Gildarts dodged sideways and reached out to pat it. No attack at all. The enemy mocked. The chain attacked by Gildarts was not damaged. After all, my magic is not very powerful. Gildarts smiled. Boom boom boom. Intense battle. The enemy attacked fiercely, but Gildarts was in danger under the continuous attack of the chain. You boasted, but this is the result. The enemy mocked, that's too disappointing. Almost. Gildarts smiled. Yeah, almost. Go to hell. The huge chain fell down, but Gildarts had no intention of defending or dodging this time. Boom. The enemy suddenly felt a lightness in his hand. Hwalala. The chain was broken into powder in an instant. What did you do? The enemy was shocked. My magic. Gildarts approached the opponent and punched him. Corrosion. I see. The enemy fell down unwillingly. Si looked at the gloves and was very satisfied. His crushing magic, in itself, crushes objects. With this corrosion magic, I am afraid that with one palm, it can directly wipe out everything. Laxus. Speed rushed to Laxus. Now that Laxus has magic, he can merge with him again. Laxus is wearing a pair of headphones, which is his demon Hong Hong. Speed came behind Laxus. High-speed channel. Laxus shouted angrily, and a golden translucent square channel appeared in front of him. Laxus threw himself into it, and his speed instantly reached the limit. Bang bang bang. Many wizards were knocked down by his punch. Laxus, if you add this high-speed channel, you must be the fastest wizard in the world. Speed said excitedly. Originally, Laxus's movement speed was very exaggerated. After merging with Speed, the speed of the two was so fast that even Hades, the president of the Devil's Heart Guild, could not keep up. Even this existence would be at a disadvantage. And if the high-speed channel is added, Laxus's speed can be called terrifying. Perhaps, when he returns to Eslanden, Laxus can say that there is no place in the world that he cannot reach. What's more, there is Listenus Streamer, which can also add speed. This buff is stacked. True fairy tale flash. Boom boom boom. Originally thought it was a fierce battle. Who knew it was one-sided? Finally. Yevlet, who was hiding in the corner, was discovered by several wizards. Seeing that he did not participate in the battle, but just stood with a girl and chatted, they thought they were soft persimmons. These wizards surrounded him. You all go to hell. These wizards roared. On both wrists of Myra Jane, each wore a white wristband. Seeing the enemy approaching, the white wristband quickly stretched out and turned into a bandage. No need. Yevlet pressed Marajana's hand and said, I'll do it. He drew out the long sword from his waist and said calmly, my magic is summoning. It can summon powerful demons. Come out. Yevlet waved the long sword. Larabai. Delira. Two huge demons suddenly appeared, and the ferocious breath swept the whole scene. Several wizards were stunned, there is such a powerful magic. Then Yevlet took out the pistol till, bang bang, and killed several targets neatly. Yevlet, you scared me. Natsu shouted. Haha, sorry, I haven't used this trick for a long time. Yevlet responded with a smile. Soon. The battle was over. Everyone left with the demons before the reinforcements arrived. They came to a secluded place. The demons thanked them all, and after they accepted their thanks, they let them leave at night. Wait until all the demons left. Everyone looked at Yefrit. It's better to do it today than today. Yefrit smiled and said, I'm already prepared, so let's do it today. Most people in fairy tale can't sit still. Especially Natsu and others, it's impossible for them to stay in a factory for several years, they can't go out, they have no freedom, even Lucy can't stand it, let alone the lively Natsu. So, everyone has already prepared to leave. Now, everyone has contracted a demon, has magic, and has the power to protect themselves, so naturally they have what they want to do. Then, Natsu rushed over, punched Yefrit, and said, let's see who will become famous first. Natsu smiled with his big white teeth. Okay. Yefrit nodded. Let's go, Lucy, happy. Natsu turned around, hugged Lucy's neck and left. Yeflet, President Mavis, goodbye everyone. Lucy waved her hand quickly. Natsu, wait for me. Happy looked at Xiaolulu reluctantly, but still chose to follow Natsu. Yeflet, take good care of my sister, don't bully her, otherwise I will beat you up. Elfman said. Don't dare. Yefrit waved his hand. Mirage smiled gently and said to Albagreen, Elfman, I'll leave it to you. Don't worry. Albagreen made an okay gesture. Listen, President Mavis, everyone, goodbye. Elfman and Albagreen left. Kana. Gildarts looked at Kana with a pitiful face. Oh, you're so annoying. Kana was a little arrogant, but seeing her father's pleading look, she finally softened her heart and said to the President Makarov, President, then I will leave with this stupid dad. Okay. Makarov smiled kindly. Goodbye. Gildarts waved his hand casually, and then immediately changed his style and went to show his courtesy to Kana. Kana, you have been fighting for so long just now, are you tired? Do you want your father to carry you? Go away, how old am I? Kana pushed him away. Wu Gildarts made a sound of wanting to cry. Don't make such a sound, it's too embarrassing, you old man. Kana said. Yeah, Gildarts nodded aggrievedly. President Mavis, everyone, goodbye. Levi and Gajeel waved, and then left with Lily. Laxus, we're leaving too. Fried was reluctant, but still left with Bigusro. He actually wanted to go with Laxus, but Lysina glared at him, and Bigusro was also pulling him. Yevlet, Grey patted Yevlet's shoulder and said, no matter what you want to do, I believe in you. His expression was a little complicated, but his eyes were firm. It's just that you don't need to have too much pressure. I won't have any pressure. Yevlet smiled. Let's go. Grey became open-minded again and said, I hope your script this time will be interesting. After that, he took Juvia to say goodbye to the President and President Mavis, and then left. Makarov sighed, watching the children grow up, fall in love, and then leave, it's really. He was very emotional. Time is really full of charm. Preshito thought that the passage of time was terrible, so he used taboos to stop his time. But Makarov thought that time was very charming, and it could make a group of naughty pranksters who he was worried about grow up unknowingly, become reliable, and then fly freely in the vast sky like an eagle. Makarov was a little sad and lost at this moment, but he was very proud and satisfied. Laxus. Urza looked at Laxus and said, I will take good care of the President. You must protect Lysina too. I know. Laxus nodded, looked at Makarov, and said, Old man, you are old, so don't show off. Haha. Makarov smiled, you don't need to worry about it. Urza and Makarov also left. Sister Myra, you must take good care of yourself. Lysina hugged Myra Jane and said. Lysina, you too. Myra Jane touched Lysina's head and said, you will be spoiled by Yefrit and Laxus. When you go out, you must listen to Laxus, especially don't lose your temper, and don't bully Laxus too much. I know. Lysina blushed a little and said, there will be no such thing as you worry about. Let's go. Laxus put on the headphones hanging around his neck and turned to leave. Then we're leaving. You guys should be well, and we should be well too. Lysina said goodbye with sobs, then turned around and caught up with Laxus, snatched his headphones off, and said, don't listen to music when you walk with me. Trouble. Laxus sighed, but didn't take back the headphones. Everyone. Bye. Mavis waved a handkerchief in her hand. Yevlet looked around. The ones who stayed behind were Myra Jane, Turtledove, Wendy, and Charlulu. President Mavis would also stay. Yevlet said, after we go back, we'll remove your wanted orders. Can this be done? Wendy's eyes widened. Money can solve most problems. Yevlet smiled. Of course, it was mainly because Myra Jane, Wendy, and Mavis didn't perform well. On the wanted order, they were all the same group of people as Yevlet. Even their appearance was not well preserved. The real face of Turtledove is on the wanted list, but Turtledove can put on makeup, change her dressing style, and change her makeup. Girls' makeup is very magical. As long as you don't look into it, it's impossible to find out. And which girl with Yevlet has nothing to do when she's full and has nothing to do to check her? Even if there are doubts, those people will avoid talking about it. Nonsense. The kingdom's affairs are the kingdom's affairs. How much money can they make by maintaining the kingdom? But Yevlet really makes money for them. The king and the god of wealth, who should I choose? And there are things about Jinghua and Isa. Yevlet pinched his chin. Is it difficult? Myra Jane asked. No. Yevlet was a little proud, pinched Milage's face, and said, now I can say a word, and they will obediently give me everything I want. Miraja smiled and took Yevlet's hand, looking at him with a little obsession. This man is really confident and fascinating no matter when and where. Chapter 211, Yevlet, cherish the first time. It snowed all night. The yard was white. Yevlet rarely slept until 10 o'clock. Because last night, he rarely did research until 12 o'clock. Generally, when he had nothing to do, his work and rest were quite regular. But occasionally he would make exceptions. Although he missed breakfast, it didn't matter, there would be food in the house at any time. He got up and didn't think he should rely on his body to resist the biting cold wind of winter, so he put on warm underwear. As soon as he opened the window, the cold wind blew in, so he quickly closed the window again. He opened the door, washed up, and went downstairs. Downstairs, Wendy and Xiaolulu were curled up on the small sofa reading books. Mirage and Turtledove were sitting on the long sofa, knitting with wool in their hands. It was also for Yevlet. They wanted to make a few more sets of winter clothes for Yevlet. It's rare. Seeing Yevlet coming down, Mirage raised her head and smiled gently. Yevlet nodded a little confusedly. But it's quite comfortable to sleep in this weather. Turtledove said. Yevlet nodded again. Come to the dining table. Mr. Yevlet, good morning. The maid brought breakfast. Good morning. Yevlet picked up the newspaper. Natsu. Although it was expected, seeing the front page of today, which was a handsome mecha and a man with a big bump on his head, Yevlet couldn't hold it anymore. These two people were naturally Lucy and Natsu. They did a big thing. The article said that they destroyed half of the town yesterday afternoon. The newspaper's evaluation of them was extremely terrible, and it was recommended to upgrade them to S-level criminals. That is, to become the S-level Wizard Guild mission in this world. There is also information about other people, such as Laxus, Gajil, etc. But Grey. There has been no news about him. With Grey's cautious attitude, he should be doing something very important in secret. Day. Mirage came to Yevlet and sat down slowly. She took the bread that Yevlet had bitten twice, and then spread the sauce on it, with gentle and delicate movements. Yevlet picked up the milk and drank it slowly. Turtledove looked back, with a hint of envy in his eyes, but he didn't get up. Only Miss Myra Jane, such a gentle person, she didn't want to fight. But she couldn't fight. Miraga handed the bread to Yevlet's mouth. Seeing him take a bite, chewing slowly, and swallowing it, she whispered, I received a letter this morning. Miss Sidrina asked you to go hunting in the afternoon. Will you go? No. Yevlet shook his head, I don't want to go out, and hunting is also very troublesome. Yevlet has no interest in hunting. He would rather read books with this time. I think you can go. Myra Jane said. Yevlet looked up at her. Myra Jane smiled and said, you have rejected her several times. Don't be so cold to a girl who likes you. I just don't want to go. But this is not right. Myra Jane said. You are very strange. Yevlet put down the newspaper and said, Sidrina invited me to go hunting, which is almost like a date. You still allow me to go. Myra Jane looked down at the bread in her hand, folded it, and handed it to Yevlet, who ate it. Then she said, what does it matter? There is not one more anyway. Yevlet was stunned. This is your fault, isn't it? Myra Jane tilted her head slightly, looked at Yevlet still chewing, and simply stuffed the last bit of bread into her mouth. After eating, she drank another sip of milk, swallowed it and said, in order to quickly gain a foothold in this world and develop your career, you not only used fraudulent means on merchants, but also deceived an innocent girl. Since you have taken action, there are only two results. Myra Jane looked at Turtle Dove. Turtle Dove looked at this side cautiously, and when she saw Myra Jane looking at her, she was scared and avoided her eyes. Myra Jane said, either, hurt her, or, hurt her in another way. Then you can do it, said Yevlet. I don't care. Myra Jane smiled, anyway, I've already won. Wendy and Xiaolulu blinked their eyes. Wendy didn't understand, but Xiaolulu was thoughtful. Turtle Dove's heart was beating wildly, afraid that Yevlet would say something that would scare her. Yevlet sighed and said, what a trouble. You caused it yourself. Myra Jane smiled. Then you shouldn't laugh at the joke, shouldn't you stand on my side? Yevlet was speechless. I'm standing on your side. Myra Jane picked up another piece of bread. Yevlet grabbed it and said, go, you too. After saying that, he stuffed it into his mouth, then stood up and walked towards the study. Miraja smiled and returned to the sofa, sitting next to Turtle Dove. Miss Myra. Turtle Dove came close to her and said, what do you think? Miraja put her finger on her chin, thinking for a while, and then said, what do I think? I think. She lowered her head, rubbed Turtle Dove's head, and said, what I think is the same as what Yevlet thinks. I don't understand this, can you explain it in a simpler way? Turtle Dove was a little confused. I won't say it. Miraja smiled and said, this is my secret to keep winning and winning to the end. But. Miraja took back her hand and said, Turtle Dove, don't worry, you can always stay with Yevlet. Or stay with me. Although it was not cold, Turtle Dove suddenly she shuddered. For some reason, although the room was warm, she felt cold from the bottom of her heart. Terrible mileage. Xiaolulu whispered, the real demon queen. Xiaolulu, what do you understand? Why can't I understand it at all? Wendy looked puzzled. Because from her point of view, she thought the simplest thing, she would think that Miss Mileage would be jealous, and then let Yevlet decisively cut off contact with Miss Sidrina. But she didn't seem to do so, but supported Mr. Yevlet to find the other party. She didn't understand. Xiaolulu leaned over to Wendy's ear and whispered, the more generous Mileage is, the more firmly Yevlet will be tied to her. Think about it, Yevlet is a hereditary noble, what kind of education did he receive since childhood? Isn't it normal for nobles to have more women? Moreover, keeping mistresses outside is a trend in the aristocratic circle, not to mention going to dance halls. If the noble lady is a jealous person, then the other party must be resentful of her and despise the other party's feelings. Although Yevlet is not such a person, in fact, there is no need to guess like this when dealing with Yevlet. But Mileage still responded generously, which firmly tied Yevlet's heart, making him think of Mileage no matter what temptation he faced. Will there be sadness and loss under that generosity? At this moment, I think Yevlet must be thinking, with a wife like this, what else can a husband ask for? So, for someone like Yevlet who appears to be a bad guy but actually values feelings, this move is simply a sure kill. Hiss. Wendy took a breath of cold air when she heard it. The calculations of the adult world are really terrible. So the peaceful and daily scene just now actually hides such a terrible thing. Xiaolulu, Mileage said with a smile, you think too much. Just treat me as me. Xiaolulu didn't dare to face Mileage directly. In her opinion, this person is the most dangerous. Is that the case? Turtle Dove nodded as if he understood, but Miss Mileage said that she could stay. What does this mean? Does that mean she allowed herself to become Mr. Yevlet's lover? She looked at Myra Jane, who smiled gently without revealing any emotional inclination. In the study. You fell. Maiko folded all forearms in front of her chest and said condescendingly. What? Yevlet looked at her. You fell in love with her. Yevlet was silent for a moment and said, is this new? The terrible woman was not like this a year ago. When Maiko said a year ago, she naturally ignored the 3 years when everyone was asleep on Tenro Island. For everyone in the guild, those 3 years were a time when no time passed. 1 year is enough for people to get to know each other, pursue each other, fall in love, have sex, quarrel, break up and get back together, and finally become enemies. Yevlet said. Compared to the world in his previous life, the emotional progress of everyone in fairy tale is so slow that it can make most viewers anxious to death. It's sweet though. Yefrit didn't rush, because it was everyone's first time falling in love, and even Natsu knew how to enjoy this stage. Don't really think Natsu is stupid, he's just straight sometimes, but for Lucy, straight men often reveal a little cleverness. To be honest, Lucy looks quite clever, but sometimes she's almost like Natsu, she's also a straight woman in terms of feelings. Maiko sat on the sofa, crossed her legs, shook the food, and said, so, you're disgusted by the slowness? No. Yefrit shook her head, I'm enjoying it now too. This kind of first love only happens once in a lifetime. Yefrit smiled and said, just like before, when I touched Marajana's hand, I would be very moved, but now I don't care. I don't want to be like this, but feelings can't deceive people, isn't it a pity? Marajana's hands are so soft and smooth, but I'm no longer moved because I've touched them too many times. This is what Yefrit, Natsu, and Grey are doing. Also including Laxus. Enjoy the feeling of getting closer and closer little by little. It's like playing an age game. There are no save and return buttons in life. In the game, you can jump to the age part in a hurry, and then go back to watch after solving your needs. But life doesn't work that way. There may be many relationships in life, but there is only one first love, which belongs to only one person. Once you miss it, it's gone. Yeflet is like a player who wants to collect all CGS. To be precise, he has always done so. For example, take photos of everyone that are worth remembering. As he said to Urza on Karna Island. There is only one life, and everything may only happen in front of you this time. The first hand holding, the first care, and the first kiss. That night, that kiss, brought Yefret an incomparable touch. No other time in the future will exceed it. And every time it happens again, the touch will be reduced. The more he feels sorry, the more he cherishes every time. Yeflet said, that feeling is like Height's time. I can't stop it, I can only hope it goes slower. Is this what humans are like? Maiko nodded thoughtfully, I don't quite understand. You don't need to understand. Yevlet smiled, not all humans are like me. But, the only human I care about is you. Suddenly, Maiko pounced on him. Her movements were more direct than Mileage's. Pachi Maiko stepped back slightly and asked, this is my first time with tongue, I learned it from reading books, are you excited? No. Yevlet turned around calmly and turned a page of the book. Maiko smiled proudly. Who would turn the pages of a book just after sitting down to read it? Yevlet's innocent look is so cute. But... Maiko touched her lips, she didn't seem to have that feeling. Is it because she is a demon? Forget it. It doesn't matter. Why bother about such things? Anyway, she will always be by Yevlet's side. Whether Yevlet uses her as a shield or a cup, it is the same thing for her. Yevlet needs her, that's enough. After lunch, everyone was fully armed. Wendy, who changed into a noble hunting suit, was very cute, and she was holding a smaller gun in her hand. While no one was paying attention, she posed in front of the mirror for a few times, and then saw the look in the eyes of the dove, and her face immediately blushed. The dove was tall, with plump and slender thighs. After wearing tight trousers, she looked particularly beautiful. She raised her high ponytail and held a long gun, looking heroic. Yevlet and Mileage wore couple hunting suits. The two stood in front of the mirror, posed for a few poses together, and then took pictures. Put on your hat and scarf first. Mileage reminded. Yes, everyone nodded. Let's go. Yevlet gave an order, and everyone set off. Outside the yard. Da-da-da. Sidrina just arrived here and saw Yevlet and Mileage's couple outfits, but she didn't say anything. Growing up in an aristocratic family, she was mentally prepared for this kind of thing. And she had strong confidence that she would win. Miss Mileage, Miss Turtledove, Miss Wendy, can you ride a horse? Sidrina asked. Yes. Mileage smiled, watching the maid lead the horse, and turned over and got on, with a very chic movement. I can do it too. Turtledove said, and then her movements were even more capable. I can't. Wendy was a little embarrassed. It doesn't matter, learn slowly, Miss Wendy. Sidrina smiled. With the help of the maid, Wendy also rode a horse. Horses are not allowed to run in the city, so Wendy can get used to riding for a while. The horse is very docile, and someone is holding the rope. After all, Wendy is a wizard who has experienced great storms, so she is not too timid and quickly mastered some skills. Chapter 212, Trouble is Coming. For noble ladies, hunting is less luck-intensive. The location is in a mountain outside the city. A wizard has been hired to explore in advance to ensure that there are no powerful demons and monsters. Let's look at the number of prey. After all, in the winter, most animals don't like to go out. So, we have to put some in first. This is not much different from fishing in a pond. This is actually quite pleasing to Yevlet. Because he doesn't like running up and down, climbing mountains and crossing rivers, and then catching nothing, just like fishing. Of course, fishing doesn't require action, just sit there, eat snacks, read books, and wait for the fish to bite. But hunting doesn't work. Even if you sit on a horse for a long time, your butt will hurt. You know, he rarely rides a horse when he goes out. Mr. Yevlet, you are unexpectedly stupid. Sidlina rode side by side. She observed Yevlet for a long time and found that he had been staring at the front without blinking, as if in a daze. Yevlet listened and smiled. Miss Myra Jane. Sidlina turned her head and looked at Myra Jane again, saying, want to have a competition? See who can kill more prey. No. Myra Jane smiled and shook her head, I am not a noble. I have never practiced hunting with a gun, so I am not very good at it. That's a pity. Sidlina said. She looked at Wendy again and said, Miss Wendy, are you used to it? Wendy didn't know how to ride a horse before, but she is a dragon slayer after all. In terms of physical fitness, she seems to be a little worse than Natsu and others, but in fact she is much stronger than ordinary people. In terms of coordination ability, she is top-notch. So, for this section of the road, she went from not knowing how to ride a horse to gradually becoming proficient. Wendy nodded and said very politely, I've adapted to it. That's good. Sidrina nodded. At this time, Turtledove gently kicked Myra Jane, and when he saw her turn her head, he leaned over and whispered, she is like a hostess. Myra Jane smiled and didn't care. It's useless. Yevlet is not so easy to win. Even making this guy's heartbeat is very difficult. If it were an ordinary young boy, being approached by a beautiful woman, smelling the other's fragrance, and hearing the gentle voice, his heart would probably be throbbing. But Yevlet. He looked ahead again, his eyes empty. He was in a daze again. What was he thinking about? Turtledove thought that Mileage knew Yefrit very well. In fact, Mileage knew that Yefrit's personality was easier to figure out, but his inner thoughts were really hard to guess. This was also the charm of Yefrit. She didn't know if she could have a complete brainwave match with Yefrit in her life. Swish! Suddenly there was a sound. Several people immediately became alert. Yefrit, who had been in a daze, also came back to his senses. He instinctively raised his spear, without even looking, and shot back. Bang! Beside the tree roots in the distance, a snow-white ball was quickly dyed red. Mr. Yefrit has a good shooting skill. The guard praised, then ran over and brought back a creature that looked a bit like a rabbit. Yet, Yefrit didn't care much. But Sidrina looked serious. Although I know that Yefrit is a good shooter, this is a bit exaggerated. Sidrina didn't know Yefrit's past. This level of shooting and accuracy is not outstanding in the Battle of Wizards. Natsu can spit fire in an instant and hit many targets moving quickly in the air. Gray, Gajeel and others can also do it easily. For ordinary people, this is considered a master, but for elite wizards, it is a basic skill. Even Wendy is at most a little slower, but her accuracy will never be much worse. If Sidrina really came with the idea of competing with everyone today, she would be at the bottom. In fact, she was really aroused by the desire to win, so she paid more attention to the surroundings. After walking for a while, another prey appeared. This time, Sidrina was very fast, but as soon as she raised her gun, there was a gunshot. She turned her head and saw that it was Turtledove, who smiled politely at her. Sidrina, When Sidrina turned her head, Milage secretly kicked Banjiu, asking her not to show off. But Banjiu wanted to say something. Mirage shook her head. Seeing this, Banjiu could only sigh. Miss Milage was always not interested in fighting. Wendy, who was behind, saw it, looked at the gun in her hand, and put it behind her back. Next, Sidrina showed off a lot and finally regained a lot of confidence. Mr. Yevlet, you won't shoot. She turned her attention back to Yevlet. It stands to reason that this guy is stronger than her, but he rarely shoots. Yevlet smiled and said, how about taking a break? It's just right for barbecue. Okay. Sidrina nodded. The guards cleaned up an area and cut down 2 big trees so that everyone could sit down. No, I'll do it. Seeing the chef was about to cook, Sidrina refused him, and then rolled up her sleeves and did it herself. Miss Sidrina, let me help you. Myra Jane said. Miss Myra Jane, can you handle these prey? You look like a lady, aren't you afraid of such bloody things? Sidrina said worriedly. Although Myra Jane is not a noble, she looks like a rich girl with white and delicate skin and fingers as white as green onions. She looks like a rich girl, and she has a gentle and virtuous temperament. She doesn't look like a girl who can handle prey and skillfully use the skills of disembowelment. Hearing Sidrina say this, Turtledove and Wendy couldn't help but smile. Myra Jane. Afraid of blood? In everyone's first impression, Urza is the most violent. But after a long time of contact, you know that Myra Jane is much more violent than Urza in battle. At least she uses weapons and pays attention to skills. Myra Jane chases people with fists. Of course, Milage's appearance is indeed very deceptive. Miragai smiled gently, it doesn't matter, I'm more familiar with these. I'll help too. Turtledove said. Then I'll trouble you. Sidrina said. The 3 girls cooperated to show their cooking skills. Wendy sat next to Yevlet, and she found that Yevlet had been a little dazed today. Even if Yevlet did occasionally daze, the frequency today was more. Yevlet. Wendy asked curiously, do you have anything to do today? Yevlet said, nothing, just multitasking. He would not tell Wendy what he was thinking about at the moment. Anyway, the other party would not understand if he told her, and they were all hardcore things. Seeing this, Wendy did not bother him. But Yevlet quickly came to his senses. When accompanying a girl out, you should not just immerse yourself in your own affairs. Either don't go out, or if you go out, you should pay attention to their feelings. So he turned around, found some grass, and then started weaving with his fingers. Yevlet, what are you doing? Wendy asked curiously. Yevlet smiled and said, turn around when I call you. Over there, Milage and other girls also noticed Yevlet's little movements and looked at them curiously. Okay. Wendy turned around obediently. The thing in Yevlet's hand west, making the final improvements. About 10 seconds later. Yevlet said, turn around. Wendy turned around and immediately covered her mouth in surprise. Yevlet spread out his palm, with his palm facing up, and placed a green. Simple version of a dragon-like creature model, woven from grass, although many details were abandoned, but this craftsmanship is still quite professional. For you. Yevlet smiled. Thank you, Yevlet. Wendy was not polite, and took it carefully and looked at it. Mr. Yevlet, I want it too. Sidrina said enviously. All. Yevlet nodded. Soon, he wove an eagle for Sidrina, a cat for Milage, and a sheep for Turtledove. Sidrina and Turtledove were very happy. Myra Jane was a little emotional. When Yefrit first came to the guild, she had demonstrated this skill. She, Urza, and Kana had all received it, and they were quite moved at the time. At that time, Myra Jane still looked like an irritable girl. After receiving the gift woven by Yefrit, she rarely became a little shy, and looked like a proud girl. Yefrit, you are so good, can you teach me? Wendy asked. These woven by Yefrit are so cute. Instead of always bothering Yefrit in the future, it is better to learn this skill. Sure, there is time anyway. Yefrit would of course not refuse. Just when Yefrit was teaching Wendy this little skill. In the north of the kingdom. A war is going on. The enemy's army suffered a great loss due to insufficient intelligence. Duke Boss raised the long magic wand in his hand and shouted, Fireball volley! Boom boom boom! 1,000 wizards raised their magic wands at the same time and cast fireball magic. Bombing the enemy camp. The enemy was blown to pieces. This was really a natural disaster. The two countries had been fighting for many years, and they never expected that the other side would suddenly have so many wizards who could use the same magic, so they had no way to deal with it and suffered a disastrous defeat in this battle. Ha ha ha. Boss laughed, I want to ask for credit for the person who invented the magic wand. With this new magic system, our country may not be impossible to unify the world. The subordinate next to him, also a marquis, said with great emotion, the magic wand produced on the assembly line, which is made in the same way as spears and swords, can actually replace the only way to become a magician, which is to make a contract with the devil. It's not a replacement. Boss turned his head and said, it's an enhancement. We still need magicians who make a contract with the devil. This is the orthodoxy. And Boss said, the upper limit of the magic wand is too low. I don't know if that Yefrit can still increase the upper limit of the magic wand. The Marquis said. It's difficult. Those guys in the Kingdom Research Institute are already researching. Things and technology should be in their own hands, but they haven't produced any results so far. Boss was a little angry, what a bunch of trash, not even as good as a young man. Why don't you let Yevlet hand over the technology? The Marquis said, it's just a young man with little background, and those businessmen are not a big deal. Even if it involves Baz, it doesn't matter in front of this technology. Boss said, things will develop to this extent. At this time, at least the guys in the capital are still thinking about their face, but maybe they will soon be unable to help it. I hope that Yevlet will know what's good for him. The Marquis said. It will definitely be. Boss said, for him, it won't be bad, but the partner has changed from a count to a royal family, and he will become the richest man in the country faster. I'm so envious. The Marquis couldn't help but said. Boss smiled and said nothing. A certain city. Two young people were walking on the street. Mr. Gray. Juvia approached Gray and said, Mr. Natsu and his team have been frequently in the newspapers and have done a lot of things. Shouldn't we take action? No hurry. Gray shook his head, we have more important things to do. More important things. Juvia was puzzled. Yeflet is playing a very dangerous game. Gray said, I want to help him detect some potential dangers in advance. I don't really understand. Juvia shook his head. No need to understand. Gray smiled and rubbed her head, saying, just think of it as traveling with me, but we won't fight, but travel all the way to the capital. Then even if you really think of it as a trip with Mr. Gray, it doesn't matter. Juvia said with some expectation, even if I act like a spoiled child to Mr. Gray won't dislike it, right? Of course. Gray smiled. Mr. Gray. Juvia immediately pointed in a direction and said, I want to go to the playground over there to play. Okay. Gray nodded gently. Help Yevlet to find out some dangerous things, this kind of thing can't be rushed. Even if I go to play with Juvia for a while, it's nothing. Not long ago, Gray had a hunch that Yevlet would get into trouble. Yevlet created a magic wand system, which greatly improved the kingdom, and his partners were just a group of businessmen, the highest of whom was an earl, and in terms of real power, that was a mayor. Such a huge benefit will definitely be targeted. At that time, there may be some shady tricks. Gray thought of this, so he went to investigate, hoping to get intelligence in advance, or even solve the problem in advance. For a wizard, the best thing to use is still fists. Anyway, he is a wanted criminal, so it doesn't matter if he kills the coveted guy. But now, this trend has just started, so he doesn't need to be too nervous. Besides, with Yevlet's brain, he should have been prepared. A group of mysterious guys. Come to the town of Shirashi and find Baz. The third knights, I am the leader Pascal. The leading man showed his ID. Baz looked puzzled, what do you want? Where is Yevlet? Pascal said, we brought the king's wool. Chapter 213, Proud Yevlet. The next day, Baz informed Yevlet of the news of the arrival of the king's capital. At this time, Pascal came upon hearing the news, but he sat aside in silence. Don't worry, Yevlet, this is a good thing. Baz said with a smile, but his smile was a little forced. The business of magic wands could not be saved. The best case scenario was that he would have to eat less in the future, and the worst case scenario was that he would not be able to eat at all. Sidrina looked at Yevlet nervously. The king's wool was usually brought by a special messenger, who was generally a civil servant. But now it was a military officer. Pascal, the leader of the knights, came not only alone, but also with many subordinates. It was hard to think that this kind of scene was well-intentioned or a normal summons. Yevlet looked calm, and the king's reaction was within his expectations. "Please follow us, Mr. Yevlet." Pascal's tone was flat, but there was no doubt. Yevlet looked at him and said, "Mr. Pascal, is it appropriate for you to talk to me in such a tone and attitude?" Pascal frowned slightly. He didn't expect the other party to be entangled with his attitude. They often acted, and in many cases, they were officials or nobles who committed crimes. Although this person was a special case, it didn't say that he had committed a crime and would be arrested and taken to the capital, but since he came, it meant that no matter what way, people could not run away and had to be taken to the palace, even if it was a corpse. Therefore, Pascal had a great reputation. No official would not panic when seeing him, let alone such a viscount. Therefore, Pascal said coldly in accordance with his previous style of doing things, "There is nothing inappropriate. The king's order is absolute and requires you to be invited to the capital as soon as possible. So, please pack your luggage immediately. You must leave after lunch at the latest, otherwise, we will force you to come." Yevlet's face turned cold. "Mr. Yevlet." Sidrina rushed over, hugged Yevlet's arm and stroked his chest. It was obviously irrational to confront the knights. She was afraid that Yevlet would get angry and make things irreversible. So she hurriedly said to Yevlet, "Mr. Yevlet, don't be excited." She looked at Pascal again and said, "Captain Pascal, can I go with you?" "Sidrina!" Baz exclaimed. "Dad!" Sidrina looked at him with a firm look in her eyes, "Please don't stop me, I'm an adult." Hey, Baz sighed and said, "Mr. Yevlet, this is not a big deal, just pack up and go to the capital. You have extraordinary talents, and the capital must appreciate you. It's important whether it's an invitation or a bet." Yevlet refused to back down, and he looked straight into Pascal's eyes without caring. Pascal frowned slightly, he was a little impatient. "A small noble, what is there to be proud of?" So he said in a more abrupt tone, "It makes no difference, Yevlet, you must pack your things now, don't waste any more time." Yevlet slowly pulled Sidrina's hand away, and then pushed her towards Baz. Then, he turned and left. Except for Pascal's dissatisfied eyes, Baz and Sidrina were relieved, thinking that Yevlet had compromised. Yevlet returned home. Pascal also came with his men, and looked defensive, as if he was afraid that someone would run away. Sidrina wanted to enter the door, but was rejected by Yevlet. She looked at the closed door in disbelief, completely confused. An hour passed. Sidrina suddenly realized something and quickly rang the doorbell. "Mr. Yevlet, please let me in." There was no answer from inside. Sidrina turned her head and glanced at Pascal and others, a group of knights wearing silver armor, full of murderous intent. Pascal glanced at Sidrina indifferently, his eyes were emotionless. But Sidrina felt that things were going to be bad, and she didn't care, and quickly climbed over the wall into the yard. As soon as she entered the yard, she heard Pascal say, "Break the door in half an hour." Sidrina was shocked and ran into the living room. But she found that Yevlet was playing chess with Milage, Turtledove was knitting gloves, Wendy and Xiaolulu were reading. The maids were doing their own things, and there was no sign of them rushing to pack up. "Mr. Yevlet!" Sidrina shouted, "What do you want to do?" "Disobey the king's order." "I know." She ran to Yevlet and sat down, comforting him, "I know it's not proper to let the knights come to invite you. But this shows that the king values you very much. It's a long way to go, and they are obviously here to protect you." Yevlet smiled and said, "Don't worry, Sidrina, this is all within my expectations. But they said they will break the door in half an hour, and I'm afraid by then." Sidrina was very worried. "Tisk," Yevlet snapped her fingers and said, "Where's President Mavis?" Mirage replied, "She went to the flower field." "Then let's go there," Yevlet said. "Mr. Yevlet, you..." Sidrina's eyes widened, "Are you going to run away?" "Not running away." Yevlet waved his hand. At this time, Mirage smiled and pulled Sidrina to her side, saying, "Miss Sidrina, you should go home, this has nothing to do with you. It has something to do with me." Sidrina took a deep breath and said, "I like Mr. Yevlet. I have decided that as long as Mr. Yevlet nods, I will become Valial." She pursed her lips slightly and said, "As a noble, I know from birth that it is not strange for a man to have several women. If I want, I can also have several men, but I only want Mr. Yevlet. So, I can allow Miss Mirage, Miss Turtledove, and Miss Wendy, I will allow you to continue to stay with Mr. Yevlet. I will not be jealous." Mirage smiled gently. Turtle Dove raised his head in doubt. Sister, are you more confident? Wendy blushed. Although she liked Mr. Yevlet very much, she had never considered such a thing. Xiaolulu glared at Sidrina. Is this woman blind? Puff. Yevlet laughed. Then he pushed his glasses and said, Sidrina, if you don't go home, the Shirashi family will be in trouble. Sidrina was silent. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, I will ask my father to expel me from the Shirashi family. Anyway, after getting married, she would have become a member of the Valier family. And this is just a stopgap measure. Let's get through this crisis first. De Yevlet took the chess piece and made a move. But Mileage pushed the chess piece down, no more. She turned to look at Sidrina and smiled, in that case, Miss Sidrina may have to work hard next. You want to take her with you? Turtledove was surprised. Sidrina was also surprised. This woman gave in so generously? Mirage said this to actively pull Sidrina into Yevlet's circle. Sidrina was very touched. She always felt that she could not fit into the most important circle around Yevlet, but now, Mirage took the initiative to invite her. She is really a woman who is very gentle both inside and outside. Who would not like such a gentle and kind girl? Sidrina. Mirage stood up and said, I will teach you the first rule of getting along with Mr. Yevlet. What? Sidrina was looking forward to it. Spoil him. Mirage smiled and said, Turtledove, pack up your things, we may not have a chance to come back. Yes. Turtledove stood up. Sidrina wanted to persuade again, there was no need to fight with the knights, they were very strong and professional, it was originally a small matter, there was no need to make a big deal. But Mileage pulled her up and walked towards the room inside. Soon. Packed up the things. Put them in the carriage. Outside. Pascal exhaled a breath of white air. The cold wind was howling, and it was going to snow again. Captain, there are still 10 seconds. The men around him reminded. Well, when the time is up, break the door. Pascal said. You want to be stubborn with him? Looking for trouble. Just then, the door was pushed open. Pascal raised his head proudly, he was scared. Then, his face became very ugly. 2 carriages, one was obviously filled with people, and the other was loaded with goods. After leaving the door, they did not come towards them, but turned their backs to them and left. Stop it! Pascal shouted angrily. They were just about to act. Boom! A terrifying pressure pressed everyone except Pascal to the ground, unable to move. Looking for death. Pascal held a spear. His magic is penetrating magic, which has the power to penetrate everything. He is the top magician in the kingdom, and his magic has been practiced to the point that he can penetrate the city wall from a distance. He fired a shot in anger, and was about to penetrate the carriage loaded with goods. But at this moment, the soil on both sides of the road condensed into a huge palm, and clapped 11 times. Boom! Pascal was slapped and couldn't stand steadily. With the heavy pressure, he finally knelt on one knee. What a shame! Asshole, do you know what you are doing? Pascal roared. Yevlet's voice came, this is the ability of the magic wand I just researched. Go back and tell those ministers to either send someone to defeat me, or find a kind person to invite me. Day. Day. The carriage moved away. Pascal was furious. When the pressure on him disappeared, he was about to throw his spear. Boom! A soil dragon suddenly appeared in front of him and knocked Pascal and his men away. Sidrina, who was lying on the window of the carriage, was shocked. She said, is this the power of a magic wand? The ones sold outside and the ones she customized were far less powerful than this. The earth dragon covering a street is no less powerful than a top wizard. Yet, Yevlet took back the magic wand. But Sidrina still couldn't figure it out, and said, why did you say those words? Is it just because of their bad attitude? Sometimes, people can't be bullied too easily, especially when they covet your treasures. Yevlet said. Relax, don't you rarely leave home? Come with us on a trip, this opportunity is rare. Even though Yefrit said this, Sidrina couldn't feel at ease. But she looked at everyone. Not to mention Myra Jane and Turtledove, even Wendy didn't take it seriously. Is this really just a test? In fact, Sidrina didn't know. It doesn't matter whether it's a test or not. The reason why Wendy was not panicked was that everyone in Fairy Tale, who had already obtained magic, was not afraid of the military threat of this kingdom at all. The strength of the wizards in this world is far inferior to that of Eslanden. Wendy has experienced many storms, so how could she be afraid of this threat? Besides, Efreet didn't panic, so it must be nothing serious. He said to have fun, so no matter how terrible the thing was, it must be within his expectations. Although the process may be difficult, the result will definitely not be bad. In the fierce battle on Tianlang Island, no one died. Yevlet had the ability to protect everyone. On major issues, all they had to do was listen to him and believe him. After meeting President Mavis, Yevlet traveled without any psychological burden. After Pascal recovered from his injuries, he immediately rushed back to the capital. He angrily told the king what had happened. But he did not get the same angry expressions from the king, the prince, and the ministers. Instead, they asked him to leave thoughtfully. Sidrina waited anxiously for the wanted order. But it did not come. A week later, in the wild, Yevlet and others stopped to cook. Just then, suddenly, more than 30 wizards rushed out, holding portraits in their hands, and looked at Yevlet. That's him. I heard this guy has a treasure. Catch him. Oh, there are so many beauties. I want white hair. Originally, Yevlet was waiting for the other party to finish speaking, but he heard a wizard was about to say something rude. He picked up the magic wand beside him and waved it. Boom! A powerful wind cannon directly smashed it into pieces. The surrounding wizards were dumbfounded. At this time, Yevlet looked at the cliff not far away and waved the magic wand again. Boom! The whole cliff rushed towards the wizards. No! Spare us! It's the country! Boom! No matter what they were going to say, the whole mountain pressed down and everything returned to silence. Sidrina was stunned. Far away, an old nobleman put down the telescope, turned to his subordinates, and said with emotion, "Let's go, be respectful to Mr. Yevlet." Can the magic wand really do this? The subordinate was shocked. The one who can do this is Mr. Yevlet. The old nobleman said, the group of rubbish in the research institute can't do this even if they study for a lifetime. So, I said at the beginning that we should show enough respect. For such talents, we shouldn't offend them. Why go around in such a big circle? The old noble sighed, I hope Mr. Yevlet can do what he says. After dinner, for the time being, they didn't move forward. Yevlet wrapped himself in his coat and planned to take a nap in the warm sun. At this time, Sidrina exclaimed, Lord Dukanjili. A group of people came on the road behind. Before getting close to here, an old nobleman got off the carriage. Sidrina knew this man, Dukanjili, who had served as an inspector and had also stopped in the town of Silesi to inspect the local finances. Sidrina still remembered that her father was very nervous at that time. Dukanjili walked slowly. Sidrina hurriedly pushed Yefreet. But Yefreet pushed her hand away. Sidrina was about to speak. Please stop, Miss Sidrina. Anjali said with a smile. He came in front of everyone and saluted. Everyone returned the salute, only Yefreet lay on the chair without moving. Mirage said, Yefreet is used to taking a nap and doesn't want anyone to disturb him. Dukanjili nodded, good habit, I also have this habit, since Mr. Yefreet doesn't want since no one disturbed his nap, I might as well take a nap. As he said that, Dukanjili turned around and went back to the carriage to take a nap. Sidrina blinked. This is... Are you here to invite me? And your attitude is so friendly. A duke, a powerful minister, gave Mr. Yevlet enough face. Sidrina understood a little, Yevlet, he seemed to be right. Chapter 214, The Worst Case Scenario. When the sun set, Yevlet opened his eyes. What caught his eye was Wendy. She was curled up, sitting on a stool covered with a thick blanket, reading a magazine with Xiaolulu. Ah, Yevlet, you're awake. Wendy glanced at Yevlet and said hello when she saw him open his eyes. Yet, Yevlet turned his head and saw Sidrina sitting with Milage, learning weaving techniques. Turtledove was preparing dinner. I slept for so long. Yevlet rubbed his head, which was a little painful, obviously because he slept too long. Young man, being able to sleep is a blessing. Dukanjili said with a smile. Yevlet sat up and looked at the old nobleman walking in the distance. He stood up and saluted at the same time as the other party. Dukanjili said, Mr. Yevlet is a smart man, so I won't beat around the bush. Your Majesty sent me to invite you. Yevlet smiled slightly. Seeing this, Dukanjili also breathed a sigh of relief. The capital city, Arsha city. Grey pushed his hat slightly. After all, he was a wanted criminal, so he had to hide himself. So he wore thick clothes, which was rare. He wore the hat that Juvia bought for him, and a scarf to cover the lower half of his face, almost only revealing a pair of eyes. Juvia next to him was also dressed in the same style, and from the style point of view, it was a couple's outfit. According to the news, Yevlet just arrived in this city tonight, but now, it is not easy for us to meet him. Gray said. Yevlet is now very popular with the public. The newspapers are full of his news. It is said that he was personally invited to the royal city by Duke Anjali, and then stayed at the famous Blue Ear Hotel. Gray has already investigated some bad news and wants to inform Yevlet, but at this time, as a wanted criminal, it is not easy to meet him directly. We can only wait until the evening and find a chance to meet him. Gray said. Juvia listened silently. Anyway, everything was centered on Gray. It was night. Gray did not see Yefrit. He and Juvia carefully bypassed the security and entered the big room where Yefrit lived. Gray. Myra Jane looked at Gray, who came in through the window in confusion. Gray did not rush to talk, but turned around and grabbed Juvia's little hand and lifted her up. Why are you here? Or in this form? Myra Jane smiled. Miss Myra Jane, do you know them? Sidrina breathed a sigh of relief. She did not know Gray, Natsu, and others. After all, Gray and others really had photos on the wanted list, and Yefrit would naturally not let her know everyone in Fairy Tale. And when she saw someone climbing into the house just now, Sidrina was nervous for a while, fearing that a bad guy had come. But when she saw Myra Jane greet her, she let down her guard, and then looked at the two mysteriously dressed people with some confusion. Well, it's our family. Mirage said. Family, this word made Sidrina curious. Such a close name means that the relationship between these two people and Yefrit is also very good. Mirage, where is Yefrit? Gray got straight to the point. He went into the palace to attend the banquet. Mirage said. Oops. Gray's face suddenly changed. What's wrong? Mirage frowned when he saw this. Gray made a long story short, Yefrit may be in danger. The enshrined demon is in the palace, and I just found out that the demon has the ability to control people's thoughts. What? The turtle dove, who was wiping his knife leisurely, stood up immediately. Wendy and Xiaolulu also looked serious. Even so, it's... Sidrina was a little slow to react, mainly because she had never regarded the palace as an enemy. They were different from the people of Fairy Tale in terms of their stance. But when she found that everyone was very nervous, she thought about it again and her face changed. Genius is hard to find. For hundreds of years, no one has been able to add a new magic system, and the key is that it can be mass-produced. The scholars of the Research Institute have not been able to come up with it by copying it. And Yefrit has even upgraded the magic wand, making it stronger, even as strong as the top wizards. And he was very proud before, and he couldn't force it, and he had to give people enough face. For such a genius, no one wants to lose him. If there is a way to control thoughts, then most likely. I want to enter the palace. Sidrina said immediately. Gray glanced at Sidrina, then at Myra Jane, not understanding why they would bring this outsider with them. Myra Jane took a deep breath, calmed down, and said, Don't worry, Yevlet is not that easy to be tricked. She thought for a moment and said, Wendy is not suitable for infiltration, you have to stay here and be prepared for some unexpected situations. She looked at Sidrina and said, Miss Sidrina, if you can find an excuse to enter the palace, you can go in openly. It would be best if you can see Yevlet. Then, Gray, Juvia, and Turtledove, I must trouble you to sneak in with me. Wendy's magic is really not easy to sneak in. Besides, not everyone can fall into the trap. Someone has to stay outside and act according to circumstances. Of course, this is the worst plan. The best plan is that everyone is overthinking, and Sidrina finds Yevlet, which is the best. Let Yevlet be on guard, then there will probably be no problem, but he is afraid of being plotted against. And Myra Jane and others sneaked in to prevent this worst-case scenario. Miss Myra Jane. Wendy said, What should I do then? If we all come back, forget it. Myra Jane said, If we don't come back, or if a battle breaks out, we will go to the hospital and contact everyone to save us. Okay. Wendy nodded. Let's go. Myra Jane said. The troops were divided into two groups. In fact, as the daughter of a mayor, Sidrina was not qualified to attend such a banquet. However, she shouted that she was Yevlet's fiancée, and there were already these rumors, so she was able to enter the banquet venue. On the other side, Myra Jane took Grey, Juvia, and Turtledove and sneaked into the palace secretly. Sidrina's side. Where is Mr. Yevlet? As soon as she entered the banquet hall, she anxiously searched for a while, but she couldn't find Yevlet. She was panicked and quickly asked two people, but heard that Yevlet was called away by the king. Miss Mileage, you must catch up. Sidrina prayed in a low voice. Grey provided the information for the investigation, and the demon was enshrined in the basement of the palace. Mirage and others had just sneaked into the door, looking at the tight security, and were still considering whether to force their way in, when they saw the basement door opened. The king and the prince came out first. Yevlet followed behind, holding the hand of a beautiful woman, smiling. Mirage and others listened attentively. The king said, Yevlet, you made a wise decision, so my most beloved daughter, Anita, will be betrothed to you. Yevlet said happily, it's my honor. It's my honor too. Anita said happily, to be able to marry a great gentleman like you. Grey's face changed, and he looked at Mileage. Mirage was silent. Next, it's time for you young people. The king said with a smile, and left with the prince. Anita waved her hand, and the guards turned their backs. Mr. Yevlet. Anita's eyes were almost full of hearts. She put her arms on Yevlet's shoulders, and behind him, she crossed her hands and clasped them together, twisting her fingers. Anita. Yevlet also called out emotionally. Seeing that the two were getting closer and closer. Moonless flow. Garuda flame. Banjia couldn't bear it anymore, and slashed with a knife, wishing to chop this unknown woman into pieces. Haboom! A sudden attack. No one reacted. But Yevlet reacted, and he waved his hand. Voila! The door behind him was broken open, and several tentacles stretched out, blocking him. Boom! Banjiu's attack was blocked. Who is it? There's an assassin. The guards reacted immediately. I'll go save Yefrit, said Myra Jane. We'll cover you, Grey said hurriedly. So Grey and Juvia fought all the guards. And Myra Jane and Turtledove rushed towards Yefrit one after the other. They didn't think it was fake. They could tell whether it was Yefrit or not at a glance. Unless Yefrit used fraud magic himself, they would have no choice. But what he could use now was mirror flower. Mirror flower. There is an essential difference between illusion and fraud magic. Fraud magic is magic that makes people believe, and it mainly depends on how you deceive yourself. Therefore, as long as Yefrit uses magic to deceive people and creates him, then everyone really can't tell the difference, because it is a lie. An illusion magic is purely a special effect created by Yefrit according to his own ideas, not mainly for deception. And at this time, Myra Jane and Turtledove both believed that this was Yefrit, but it was not the Yefrit they knew. The worst situation happened. Boom! Mirage swung the bandages, trying to wrap around Yevlet. But the tentacles behind Yevlet were equally flexible, blocking her bandages. Yevlet, you lost so easily. Grey shouted angrily. Yevlet said calmly, no one can make me lose. I'm just tired of this guild's game of playing house. I want to stay in this world forever. In Eslanden, because you guys are holding me back, I will never be able to realize my father's dream and revive my Valir family. But here, I can easily achieve it. Yevlet said, so, Myra, leave quickly, from now on, I will have nothing to do with you. Mr. Yevlet. Banjia was angry, I know it's not your fault, but you said such a thing, so I can't hold back anymore. You are not the real you now. I will definitely save you. Moonless Flow. Banjia launched an attack. Facing the tentacles, the bandage is not very powerful. But she is a master of kendo. Yaksha Flash Sky. Swish swish swish, all the tentacles were cut off. Mirage finally found an opportunity and rushed to Yevlet. Give me your hand. Mirage reached out to Yevlet. But what greeted her was Yevlet raising his pistol. Boom! The next second, Mirage was blown away. Myra. Turtledove quickly hugged Mileage. She was a little humiliated because she reacted quickly and blocked it with a bandage. However, the fact that Yevlet attacked Mileage was no less harmful to everyone than the physical damage. Yevlet! Grey roared, you bastard! He rushed towards Yevlet. Lord Grey! Juvia hurriedly chased after him. But the next second. Boom! A black beam of light blew Juvia away. And Grey took a step back dangerously. Yevlet's honey slid across his chest. Even though Grey was wearing thick clothes, the knife cut his clothes and left a bloody line on his chest. Asshole! Gray just gathered his strength and threw a punch. Boom! He was blown away by the magic coming from the side. Go! Suddenly, Myra Jane shouted. You are talking. Gray just got up and wanted to refute, but found that they were surrounded. Go! Myra Jane repeated again. If they don't leave, everyone will be left here. Damn it! Gray cursed angrily and could only turn around and reunite with Juvia, and then break out. Don't let these attackers run away. The magicians of the palace chased after them. Mirage took advantage of the chaos and looked at Yevlet. The two pairs of eyes looked at each other, and then she withdrew her eyes with some sadness. It's him. It's Yevlet. The worst situation, it really happened. Hey! In a corner where no one cared, Yevlet sighed. Regret it. Maiko said with a smile. Mirage in his eyes made your heart stop for a half-beat. There's nothing to regret. Yevlet said stubbornly, it's just to add a rare experience to everyone's adventure in the other world. What a poor excuse. Maiko said. Pa Yevlet turned around and slapped her round thigh. Maiko hugged all four arms in front of her chest, looked at Anita and said, aren't you going there yourself? That human woman is also very beautiful. At this time, in everyone's eyes, Yevlet and Anita stood there, looking at the distance. And what Anita saw was that she and Yevlet were kissing deeply. And the actual truth. She was performing to her heart's content while hugging the air. Yevlet did not answer her, but said to Asa, have you chosen the demons you asked me to choose? Yes, Master, they will enter the palace in various coincidences and be conquered by the Master. Asa replied. Okay. Yevlet smiled. Sorry, you have to play games with me again, everyone. Let Natsu test the limits of contract magic. A battle broke out in the palace, and the noise was loud. Of course, it was not hidden from Sidrina and Wendy. Sidrina immediately looked for an opportunity to slip away, so as not to be caught and become a burden. On the other side, Wendy hurriedly said to Xiaolulu, go and see Miss Mileage and the others. Okay. Xiaolulu has the advantage of flying in the air, and now it is night, the probability of being discovered will be very small. Chapter 215, Plan for Rescue. Xiaolulu saw Mileage and others before she flew to the palace. She immediately turned around to find Wendy. Then she ran away. The capital was very lively that night. But in the end, no one was caught. Somewhere outside the city, everyone was panting. What should we do now? Wendy asked. Yevlet is controlled by the devil, we must save him. Mileage said. That guy is careless. Gray was sure that Yevlet was too careless. How about we go and inform that devil lady? Wendy said hesitantly. The devil lady refers to Maiko. When on Tenro Island, Yevlet said that he couldn't use magic, so he couldn't hide Maiko. And Maiko couldn't see anyone, so he hid on the island and didn't follow. Wendy thought of this idea. With that powerful devil lady, the devil in the city might not be a threat. Not feasible. Mileage shook his head. Gray said, that devil, she doesn't we may even be attacked by her if we can appear in the public eye. And Gray thought for a moment and said, things may not come to this, we can also save Yevlet. Then let's notify everyone. Myra Jane said. Before they parted, Yevlet said how to gather everyone in a short time in order to prevent accidents. That is to leave a mark on the smallest page of the most widely circulated newspaper in this country. So, everyone will pay attention to every issue of the newspaper. Once you see this mark, you will immediately know that something big has happened and you must gather. The gathering point has been agreed upon long ago. It's not difficult to get published in the newspaper, just spend money. Natsu. Don't sleep. In the wild cave. Lucy woke Natsu up with a punch and said, something happened, everyone should gather. What? Natsu and Happy opened their eyes. There is information about the gathering in the newspaper. Let's go. Natsu woke up instantly. What happened? Arisa held the newspaper in confusion. Did someone get caught? But it's not reported in the news. President Makarov was confused. Something happened to Yefrit. Laxus said affirmatively. Why? Lysina said, it's the least likely that something will happen to Yefrit brother. It was reported a few days ago that Yefrit and others went to the palace, and then it was reported that a battle took place in the evening. Laxus said. Sister Myra Lysina became nervous, then let's set off quickly. Everyone received the message. Without hesitation, they immediately rushed to the agreed location. The town of Statham next to the capital. The first President Mavis stood at the city gate. Only the members of Fairy Tale could see her. She was the most suitable person to welcome everyone. Something happened to Yevlet, and she wanted to help. After all, in this guild, Yevlet not only doted on her the most, but also understood her the most, and there was no generation gap in communication. Soon, everyone met outside the city under the leadership of Mavis. Something happened to Yevlet. Everyone was shocked by this. This was the most impossible. Mr. Yevlet can't use fraud magic now, and Miss Maiko is not with him. Turtledove said so. Everyone was silent. Yes. Everyone's confidence came from Yevlet's terrifying fraud magic and the devil Maiko who could always guarantee the bottom line. But these two were not there, and the other devil was an old cunning man with strange abilities. This time, Yevlet really suffered a big loss. People can't always go smoothly, there will always be times when they suffer losses. President Makarov said with a serious face, so, this is the meaning of family. When a family member makes a mistake, someone will correct him. That's right. Everyone nodded in approval. Lucy was particularly impressed by this. She had made mistakes before. During the Phantom War, even the guild's buildings were destroyed by the enemy. It was Yevlet who led everyone to defeat the Phantom War and let her stay in the guild without worry. Laxus also felt deeply. If Yevlet hadn't helped him during the Civil War, he would have been expelled from the guild. Although Yevlet always played pranks. But no one ever hated him. Because he saved everyone countless times. Now, it's our turn to save him. Natsu slammed his fists together, full of fighting spirit. Since we started saving the devil, we expected this day to come. Gray said, "You're here so early. I understand everyone's feelings, but we can't be reckless." Myra Jane said, "The other party is a country, we must think twice before we act. With so many people, we can't just attack the capital directly. That would be a bit too arrogant. We need the help of the first-generation president." Makarov said. Everyone slapped their heads. Yes, there is a fairy strategist here. Usually, because everyone is used to Yefrit giving suggestions, they ignore Mavis. But Mavis is a fairy strategist, and Yefrit is only a second-generation strategist. Mavis said, "I have a way." Everyone listened carefully. Soon, Mavis finished her plan. So amazing, Lucy was shocked. From the beginning to the end, all the detailed arrangements and analysis, even the enemy, and even the action mode of Yevlet, were all said by her like a prophet. Because everyone usually listens to Yevlet's battlefield command. Now comparing the two, we found out how terrible President Mavis is. Even Yevlet couldn't make such a detailed plan. Even Yevlet himself was predicted by President Mavis. This is terrible. After being shocked, everyone was full of confidence. Such a powerful plan will definitely successfully rescue Yevlet. After Mileage and others left, Sidrina searched for everyone for a long time, but couldn't find them. Did they get caught? What should we do now? A few days later, she saw the newspaper. Yevlet was granted the title of Duke. And engage Princess Anita? These two pieces of news are more explosive than the other. This is not Yevlet's will. He is under mental control. I believe this judgment very much. She didn't know about the Fairy Tale Guild. She only knew that Yefrit was in trouble and Myra Jane and others couldn't contact her. She had to rely on herself. But how to rescue Yefrit? Going directly in the open would definitely not work. As the daughter of the mayor, she didn't even have the qualifications to attend the banquet, let alone enter the palace. But what else could she do? Sidrina thought for a long time and thought of Yefrit's words. Money can solve many problems. Money. She has money. Even, very rich. She didn't use the money that Yefrit gave her indiscriminately, and she has accumulated a large amount of funds. Besides, we must take control of the factory before the palace or even Yefrit reacts. All magic wands must be used to equip the army. Only the Dark Wizard can help me. If I do this, I will definitely go to hell. But I must do this. I can't reveal my identity, so as not to cause trouble to the Shirashi family. Sidrina has figured out the key, and immediately acted according to the plan. Boom boom. The magic wand factories in Shirashi town and Band town were suddenly attacked by dark wizards. A large number of magic wands were stolen. Everyone in Fairy Tale is still confused. Mavis understood as soon as she saw the newspaper, Sidrina took action. I said, she is a crazy girl. You said. Is Miss Sidrina trying to save Yefrit? Wendy asked. It must be her. Mavis nodded, thought for a few seconds, and then said, yes, this is her only way. But she ignored the dark side of people. Dark wizards may not be reliable. But her doing this will indeed be more beneficial to our plan. Laxus, you are fast. Mavis looked at Laxus and said, take Xiaolulu to find Sidrina immediately and protect her. Those dark wizards don't recognize the mayor's daughter. She may be attacked. You go to suppress those guys and then take over. Yes. Laxus nodded, and then asked, but where will she be? Bring the map. Mavis said. Turtle Dove immediately spread out the map. Mavis pointed and said, it will only be here. If it's not here, you can go back along this route. It won't be too far away. Mavis's tone was very confident. Laxus took action immediately. His high-speed passage, combined with speed synchronization magic, the speed of travel is also top-notch in this world. He brought Xiaolulu with him. After all, Sidrina didn't know him and speed, but knew Xiaolulu. Swish! A passage appeared, extending to the sky. Speed carried Laxus, and Laxus held Xiaolulu. Laxus jumped into the passage and disappeared in front of everyone in an instant, turning into a golden light, and in the blink of an eye, he crossed the entire forest. Mavis guessed right. The masked Sidrina looked at the men she had recruited with money with caution. She had just counted the harvest, but these people suddenly didn't listen to her orders. What a foolish noble lady! A dark wizard laughed. You don't think that we are as trustworthy as the devil, do you? Why? Sidrina was puzzled. I gave you a lot of money, as long as you help me, I can give you more money. Miss Sidrina. The wizard laughed, we may not get that money, but we will definitely get another sum of money if we kidnap Meng. Sidrina took a deep breath. She had been masked, but now she was exposed. You must be wondering why you were exposed. The wizard laughed sarcastically, the factory that makes magic wands is heavily guarded. During this period of time, countless dark wizards tried to enter but failed. But when we attacked, we were lax in defense, and you led us to easily avoid all the traps. It's a woman who knows so much about the factory, and she has so much money. Apart from the owner of the factory, Miss Sidrina, who is Yevlet's lover, who else is there? Sidrina was silent. She realized that none of these guys who were in the dark were fools. The truly naive and foolish one was her who took it for granted. Sidrina said, even so, you won't get much money by kidnapping me, but if you help me, you can get all my money. No. The wizard shook his head, you are going to do dangerous things, we may not be able to get the money alive, but if we kidnap you, your father will definitely pay a lot of money to redeem you. Your family has made a lot of money with Yevlet recently. Sidrina. Another wizard said, you don't think we are all fools. You took out so much money, and personally led us to rob the factory in which you have shares, gathered so many of us, and headed towards the direction of the palace. In the newspaper a few days ago, Yevlet was going to get engaged to the princess. Are you planning to let's go to the palace to snatch your man back for the wedding? A scoundrel wizard spit on the ground and said, you have such a brain-dead mind, but we will not follow you to die. Sidrina. At this moment, she suddenly wanted to say underestimate the heroes of the world. Although there were some mistakes, the other party guessed the general direction. Sidrina didn't know what to say. The wizards surrounded her. Sidrina quickly grasped the magic wand, very nervous. A lustful wizard said, I have heard that Miss Sidrina is a famous beauty. Maybe while waiting for your father to give money, we sewer rats will also have a chance to get close to her. You dare? Sidrina scolded. I dare. The wizard laughed. We all dare. The wizards all laughed. Sidrina gritted her teeth, this was really shooting herself in the foot. Without sufficient strength, how could she control these rats in the gutter? Before things even started, she was hit back. At this moment, Sidrina regretted it. Power. She had never been so eager for power. At this moment. Boom. A passage connected to the scene. Then a strong man jumped out of it and knocked a man down with one punch. Asshole. Looking for death. The wizards were startled, and wanted to fight after they reacted. But they were no match for Laxus. The high-speed channel was curved and folded, covering the entire battlefield. Laxus moved at high speed in it, like a car, knocking down all the people near the channel. Boom! With the last punch, the wizard who had said bad things to Sidrina before was directly killed. Most of the wizards were not knocked down because they were far away and did not participate in the rhythm just now. They looked at the golden light and killed dozens of people at a very fast speed. They were shocked and even forgot to attack and escape. They didn't dare to do so, because they were afraid that they would become the target of the opponent's attack. Shua! Laxus appeared in front of Sidrina. Who are you? Sidrina was shocked. Yevlet's brother. Laxus said. Miss Sidrina. Xiaolulu flew over. Xiaolulu, you're fine. Zidlina said in surprise. Everyone is fine, we just lost you. Xiaolulu said. She looked at the scene. Zidlina was a little embarrassed. I made a stupid move. No, your plan is fine. Xiaolulu said. You are just too weak. Besides, we need your plan. But they. Zidlina looked at the wizards and no longer trusted them. Laxus snorted coldly, be obedient or die. Zidlina widened her eyes, is this okay? We won't do this commission. A wizard said hurriedly. Boom. In an instant, he was knocked out by Laxus, knocking down several trees, and his body was as soft as an octopus. There was silence at the scene. Laxus has a bad temper, I'll ask again. Speed said, be obedient or die. Be obedient, we choose to be obedient. No one dared to test it anymore. This is fine. Sidrina was shocked. After this incident, she felt a flame burning in her body. The feeling of being out of control was too uncomfortable. How could she be worthy of Mr. Yevlet? She must prove herself, she is not just beautiful. Chapter 216, Strange Anita. The capital. The mansion just assigned to Yevlet. Yevlet. A strange call came. The beautiful girl climbed in through the window. Yevlet said unintentionally, Your Highness, are you a little bit of a loss of dignity? Is it? Anita tilted her head slightly. Anyway, climbing through the window is not very polite. Can't you go through the door? Yevlet said. He couldn't understand this princess. Yes, Yevlet couldn't understand the princess's way of thinking. Anita was not a very common type of girl. She was very rebellious and difficult to understand. When they first met, Yevlet didn't care about her and just tried to perfunctorily deal with her. But then he found out that if anyone really married this thing, it would definitely be unlucky. It wasn't a question of whether she was beautiful or not. Of course, she was very beautiful, similar to Sidrina. It wasn't a question of being spoiled, such as the most common, abusing servants, etc., which she didn't have. Is her biggest problem mental illness? It wasn't a crazy mental illness, but a behavioral logic that normal people couldn't understand. Just like now. Anita climbed through the window into Yevlet's house. Seeing that there was no one else around, she tore off her clothes and jumped naked onto Yevlet's table. Hey! The abyss stared at Yevlet. Special, Anita's golden eyes also stared at Yevlet. She stretched out her finger, hooked Yevlet's chin, and said, Come out and play with me. I want to read a book. Yevlet refused. You read books every day, what's good about books? Anita tilted her head slightly, are they better than my new toenails? Books are good. Yevlet said. Is there any dispute about this? But my nails can be used to make tea, but your books can't. No, no, no. Yevlet said, nails can't be used to make tea. Obviously. As she said that, Anita broke off her toenails. Bloody. How painful it must be. But she didn't even blink. The jade pendant on her neck swept a ray of light, and the blood disappeared, and the toenails grew back, as if what happened just now was an illusion. But Anita was holding a bloody toenail in her hand and threw it into Yevlet's teacup. Drink. Anita said generously. Psychopath. Yevlet put down the book and stood up to leave. Hey, making a cute sound, Anita jumped on Yevlet's back and brought the cup to him. Drink. No. If you drink it, I will drink your book. Anita said. I refuse. You dare to disobey me. Anita suddenly got angry, jumped down, came to Yevlet, and glared at him. What do you think you are? A poor fellow controlled by a stinky dog. I want you to play with me because you have some talent. I just agreed to marry you. Otherwise, I will drag you to feed the dog. Pa. As soon as Anita finished speaking, Yevlet slapped her loudly. He didn't hold back, and Anita fell to the ground with her face swollen. Yevlet looked down at her with a calm expression. Anita was stunned, then suddenly laughed, ha ha ha. I knew you dared to hit me. In this world, only you dare to hit me. Because I am the princess most favored by my father. Even my mother dare not scold me, but you hit me. Anita stood up, pointed to the other side of her face, and said, it's asymmetrical, too ugly, slap this side too, so it will look good. Yevlet smiled, do you think I will satisfy you? He turned and left. Anita sighed, you are such a bad man. At this time, a voice came from outside the door, Lord Yevlet, His Majesty summons you, please go to the palace immediately. I know. Yevlet turned around and put on his coat. Seeing this, Anita immediately took out a set of clothes out of thin air, put them on at a very fast speed, and then rubbed her face hard with both hands, and her face quickly recovered as before, becoming smooth and white. Click. Anita opened the door. The guard who was delivering the message stood outside the door. With a gentle and generous smile on her face, Anita turned and came to Yevlet. She straightened his collar, put on his hat, and wrapped the scarf around his neck. Anita moved a little closer and whispered in Yevlet's ear, I know your secret. You have an hour to think from here to the palace. What I want you to do is very simple. Beat me hard in the car. It would be best if you can beat me to death. As long as you do this, I will kill my eldest brother. He wants to take away your property. Yevlet, Why does he always meet such a traitor? Anita's words reminded him of Miss One of the Roya organization. That was also a crazy woman. But this one is even crazier. As for Anita's claim of knowing his secret, he has too many secrets. Unless this woman is the heroine of some fast travel novel, and has read the entire novel with him as the protagonist. Otherwise, at most we would know that he was not controlled. But what can you do if you know? You don't think that if you know, you can tell others. It's too easy to isolate a person with fraud magic. In front of outsiders. The two are very affectionate, and they are definitely in a passionate relationship of engagement. Anita finally helped Yevlet put on gloves, then took his arm and walked out the door. Your Highness Anita. The guards and maids saluted hurriedly. Thank you for taking care of Mr. Yevlet. Before I move into the house, I will leave everything in his life to you. Anita said gently and dignifiedly, not like the crazy woman just now. Don't dare. This is our responsibility and job. Everyone responded in fear. The two got in the car. The car door was closed. Hurry up. Anita said, I know you have the means to shield everyone. She immediately tore off her clothes again, looking at Yevlet with a persistent look. Yevlet ignored her, just crossed his legs and opened the book. The girl's white body was not as attractive as the ancient text in the book. Hey, you. Anita came closer, are you really not afraid that I will report you? Yevlet patted the stool next to him and said, sit down and shut up. Okay. Anita immediately behaved well. Yevlet took out a card and put it on her head, saying, don't drop it. If you drop it, I won't play with you anymore. Anita sat up straight and didn't dare to move. But after a while, she blinked and her big eyes turned around. She shifted her body slightly, feeling that the card was about to fall, and quickly straightened her body and shifted to the other side. She made dangerous moves, but she never dropped the card. Yevlet was too lazy to pay attention to her. The temperature was very cold. It didn't take long. Anita shivered with cold, and her whole body turned abnormally red. We arrived at the palace. Yevlet took the card. Yevlet, it's so fun. Anita said excitedly, you understand me? I don't understand. Yevlet shook her head and got off the car. Anita also changed her clothes and got off the car immediately, and she returned to her dignified appearance. The two arrived at the meeting hall, where there were ministers of high power besides the king and the prince. They were discussing matters. Yevlet sat down silently, and Anita sat beside him, maintaining a dignified image. After listening for a while, Yevlet understood. The Sturbron festival of this country is coming, and the hosting of the festival and security are the top priorities. Sturbron is a hero that has appeared in this country and is also known as the greatest hero. The king's ancestor once led the army in person, but suffered a disastrous defeat and was besieged by the enemy. Sturbron led his troops to rescue the king, but he himself died. In order to commemorate Sturbron, this festival was established. At first, it was to commend the heroes in the army, and later it was expanded to outstanding people in all walks of life, who would be commended and given a lot of bonuses. This festival has therefore developed into a festival that everyone looks forward to. This year's Sturbron, the hero of the magic world, nominated Yevlet. Because he made the magic wand and updated the magic system. This award must belong to him. That's why he was called to the meeting. Of course, the king also arranged a job for him, but it was an insignificant matter, responsible for part of the security. After all, his contract magic, illusion, is very suitable for protecting the safety of royal family members. And the king is very confident in the magic of demons, and Yevlet, who is controlled by the mind, is completely worthy of his trust. Besides, mental control does not make people stupid. That night, Yevlet's companions came to rescue him. The magicians in the palace were unable to catch a person, which shows that those people are also very powerful. This time at the festival, Yevlet was responsible for the security of the royal family. He must be more suitable than ordinary people to guard against his former partners. After the meeting, Yevlet accepted the king's order and had the power to deploy some palace guards. Even the ex-knights are under your command. My father really trusts you. After leaving the palace and getting in the car, Anita said with a smile. Yevlet did not answer. The ex-knights are a knight group that has only appeared for a short time and has been secretly cultivated. It is composed of 13 powerful magicians. But in fact, it was Yevlet who arranged it and selected the strongest 13 demons. As for the contract person, it doesn't matter. Of course, no one knows about this except him. Anita said, but he doesn't know that you want to kill him. Yevlet said with a smile, I don't want to kill him. Hey! Anita was slightly surprised. Then she thought calmly for a while. Said, is your magic really illusion magic? You are not afraid of me telling the truth? Illusion magic can't do this. Yevlet turned to look at her and said, I am curious, why can you be sure that I am not under mental control? Obviously my performance is flawless. Anita raised her head, looked at the ceiling of the carriage, opened her mouth slightly, and showed a dazed or even demented expression. She kept this look. 10 minutes passed. Then she said, because that stinky dog once wanted to attack me. Ha ha ha. Anita suddenly laughed, a demon, an ugly, pitiful, pathetic demon. Wanted to attack me. He wanted to use magic on me. So. I cut off one of his legs. Anita smiled a little pervertedly, what demon king, what demon god? Can't even beat a 14-year-old girl holding a fruit knife. That's a really weak guy, isn't it? Anita approached Yevlet and said, of all the people who have entered the basement, only you and I are not mentally controlled. Those people are no longer human. It's just a dog's toy ball. Anita tilted her head slightly, so, I only like to play with you. I want tea. She smiled with her eyes wide open, and her Yandere feeling was very strong, play with a group of toy balls played with by a stinky dog. Yevlet retracted his gaze. Hey Anita said Yevlet, you say. A canary doesn't want to stay in a cage, it bites the cage, but can't escape. So it pecks the cage angrily, pecks its mouth until it bleeds, and then it plucks out its feathers, or it goes on a hunger strike without eating or drinking. You say such a canary. Is it worthy of pity? Yevlet smiled and said, you don't want to say that you are the canary. Of course I'm not, there is no cage that can lock me. Anita smiled mysteriously. Then she said, my sister is. She was silent for a while, and then said, she died. Everyone forced her to death. A king's daughter, but she can't control her own happiness. I'm not interested in being used by you. Yevlet said. I didn't mean to use you. Anita raised her head, stared at him with her eyes, and said, I didn't mean to avenge her. She's not my only sister. She's a poor person, but she has nothing to do with me. Not a canary. So, what do you want to say? Yevlet asked. Nothing. Anita smiled and said, you really want to know what I'm thinking, out of scholar's instinct. Not that. Yevlet shook his head. I thought talking about these things would make you interested in me. Anita said disappointedly. You're overthinking it. Yevlet said. Ha ha ha. Anita suddenly laughed, you really are, no wonder you won't be controlled by that stinky dog, you are the most special man I have ever seen. You are not interested in my beauty at all. You don't have the slightest pity. You only care about your companions. That white-haired woman. I'm curious. Anita tilted her head slightly, if I kill her, will you kill me? Anita Yevlet smiled and touched her head, saying, you are wrong, in fact, I already have pity for you. Yevlet smiled strangely, you are already crazy enough. But I didn't make you crazier. Anita suddenly shouted. She suddenly realized, you are not an illusion magic, but a magic that can control people's thoughts. Yevlet's hand paused. Ha 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 ha, Anita laughed. I know, you can isolate me, kick me out of this world completely, and make my existence undetectable to anyone. So, you don't care about my threats. Because even if I know everything you're planning, I can't tell anyone. Please. She suddenly begged for mercy again. Don't do that to me, I'll be good. Yevlet, you'd better keep your word. Chapter 217, Kidnapping Yevlet. The Ultimate Night of Magicians. Yevlet looked at the invitation. Anita sat down slowly beside him and said, I remember you like to perform magic, this is a big stage. Yes. Yevlet nodded. It was written on the invitation. That night, magicians from all over the country, and even from other countries, gathered together to hold a grand gathering for magicians and audiences. There is no such a big event in Eslanden. A national magicians' grand gathering. Yevlet's eyes were red. How many spectators would that be? He had never had such a big stage before. Pa. He flicked the invitation and said, I must go. I will go to support you. You will definitely become the most popular magician in the audience. Anita said. This day. It came very quickly. The venue was the largest arena in the city. The audience was full and very enthusiastic. Each magician had a different style, but they all had a similar aura, all very confident and gentlemanly. Yevlet was among them. He suddenly sighed. Turtledove often practiced on weekdays to become a competent magician assistant. If she could be by his side at this moment. Yevlet suddenly became a little sentimental and unhappy. On such a big stage, all magicians have their own professional and tacit magician assistants. But he went on stage alone. He sat on the stool, looking in front of him, there were magicians communicating with their assistants, and there were magicians hugging their assistants and doing a dance to warm up. Yevlet Miko gently hugged Yevlet from behind. She suddenly discovered the truth. Yevlet, who seemed to be able to endure loneliness, was actually never like that. She also understood how important the fairy tale guild was to Yevlet. She comforted him, I'm by your side. Thank you. But this still couldn't relieve Yevlet's secret sadness. Mr. Yevlet. In the distance, the disguised Turtledove saw this scene. This was the first time she saw Yevlet's lonely expression. She suddenly, my heart trembled, my nose felt sore, and I wanted to go over to recognize him. Pomilage grabbed her. Turtledove turned his head to look. Mirage shook his head gently and said, it's not the right time now. Turtledove sighed. Mirage also looked in the direction of Turtledove, with an inexplicable look in his eyes. Sidrina suddenly understood why Milage said that the first rule of getting along with Mr. Yefrit was to pamper him. Who can stand Mr. Yefrit's lonely look? For those who care about him, this is like cutting their hearts with a knife. But they must grit their teeth and ignore it, otherwise it will ruin everyone's plan. Several people dared not look anymore, for fear of being noticed. Oh! There was a noise outside. The host announced the start of the show. One by one, magicians came on stage to perform. Yevlet is number 13. After a while, it was his turn. Sir, keep going. The magician who performed last time encouraged him. At this time, Yevlet had naturally adjusted his state. He smiled confidently, thank you. Yevlet came to the door and listened to the host's introduction outside. There was a cheer below. Because Yevlet's name is already famous throughout the country. The inventor of the magic wand. The innovator of the magic system. The richest man in the country. The youngest duke. The king's son-in-law. After marriage, he can get the title of prince. Such a big man actually came on stage to perform magic for everyone. Many audiences who watched magic felt honored. There was already an expectation in their hearts that even if Mr. Yevlet's magic was not satisfactory, he would definitely become the most popular magician in the audience. Yevlet walked onto the stage and bowed to everyone. Then he began to perform magic. Objectively speaking, Yevlet is definitely not the strongest magician, but tonight, he is the magician who received the most cheers and applause from the audience. Because everyone will pay extra attention to him because of his various identities, they will be more focused and have a better experience. Soon, Yevlet's magic show is over. He bowed and left the stage. The audience applauded like thunder. There are still many magicians to perform. Yevlet did not go back to the backstage, but went to the VIP seat. Anita was waiting for him here. Since she guessed that Yevlet's magic was terrible, Anita has restrained herself a lot. It seems that she is really afraid, and Yevlet isolates her from the outside world. The two watched the magic quietly, chatting from time to time and commenting. Ha! Yevlet yawned because it was quite late. And the event was about to end. A group of people were approaching secretly. 11 o'clock. Mr. Yevlet usually falls asleep at this time. So he must be off guard now. We have to hit him right away. The group is getting closer and closer. Mr. Yevlet, please get ready to go on stage. You are the most popular magician tonight. The organizer came and said so. Okay, Yevlet drank a glass of milk, then stood up and followed the other party to the backstage. Just then, something strange happened. Sorry, Mr. Yevlet. Turtledove suddenly rushed forward. Her speed was so fast that Yevlet didn't react and was directly put into the pocket. Then the pocket shrank directly, and it turned out to be Marajana's bandage weaving. Everyone was stunned, and Turtledove carried Yevlet and left. There is an attacker. The scene was in chaos. The guards were even more nervous. On one hand, they were protecting the princess in the chaotic situation. On one side, the Duke of the Kingdom and the princess's fiancé were kidnapped. The guards panicked for a moment, but then they split into two groups. One team protected Anita, and the other team chased after Banjiu. Anita tilted her head slightly, picked up a fruit knife, stood up, and walked behind a guard who was protecting her. On the other side, Banjiu tied up Yefrit and ran away. Naz and others all jumped out and blocked the guards. Asshole! With a loud shout, the court wizards took action. Naz and others fought and retreated. At this time, with the battle, the whole venue was in chaos. Mirage, Sidrina, Kana, and others immediately changed their clothes. They wore the same clothes, then carried bags on their shoulders and fled in all directions. Many wizards were attracted. It seemed that Banjiu was about to be released because of this. At this time, Anita patted the guard in front of her and asked him to get out of the way. Princess! The guards didn't understand why, but they still stopped her from leaving the protective circle. Anita pushed him away and raised her arm. She was holding an exquisite fruit knife in her hand. However, no matter how exquisite it was just a fruit knife. But at this moment, a strange wind suddenly blew. Anita held the fruit knife and slashed it downward. Boom! A terrifying slash went straight to Myra Jane. Myra! Everyone was shocked. When Myra Jane heard the sound and turned her head, it was too late. Boom! Suddenly, a mecha blocked Myra Jane and crossed his arms to block. Puff! The mechas were all cut open. Lucy looked at her torn mecha in disbelief, as well as a long wound from her shoulder to her chest. The wound was long but shallow, not fatal, but very scary. Lucy! You bastard! Natsu was furious. Natsu, don't be impulsive. Gray quickly grabbed him. This slash was too exaggerated. Lucy's mecha was extremely strong, and even if they restored their own magic, they might not be able to penetrate it directly with one blow. But this person cut Lucy's mecha open with a knife in the air. Our mission is to take Yefrit away, don't ruin the plan. Gray said, holding Natsu tightly. Damn it! Natsu's eyes were red. Anita smiled lightly and threw down the fruit knife. She just hit that mecha, and it shouldn't have arrived in time to block the attack. Someone took action. It delayed her senses. It made her attack a little slower. But the attack that everyone saw was a little faster. This little time difference was so small that almost no one could feel it. But it was this little time difference that saved the woman. Magic to control senses? Yevlet. Anita smiled, it really fits your personality, the magic of deception. She stopped trying to stop it and let the situation develop. After Lucy was injured, Myra Jane turned around and took her away. The capital was full of battles. The dark wizards were driven by Laxus to stop the pursuers. Kidnapping Yevlet was still the first step. Taking Yevlet out was the next more important step. But with Mavis's arrangement, this step didn't seem difficult. Except that Anita's action was unexpected by everyone, the following blocking battle was completely in line with Mavis's expectations. No one was left behind. In the second half of the night, all members successfully evacuated the capital in various ways. And led the pursuers away. A big hole was dug in the cliff. Yevlet was bandaged and sat cross-legged on the ground. Everyone surrounded him. Asshole, what did you do? I'm about to become the most popular magician and get an award. Yevlet said angrily. You guy! Natsu said angrily, "Are you a weak-willed person? It's just a demon, and it turned you into this disappointing person." Natsu was particularly irritable tonight. Lucy was injured to save you. Lucy's injury was not serious, but it looked scary. After treatment, she has recovered her ability to move. But this still made Natsu very emotional. Yefrit said, "So what? I've said it before, we are no longer the same kind of people. You continue to be your wizards. I will become the most famous noble in this country and bring honor to my family. You bastard!" Natsu raised his fist and wanted to hit him. But someone got there before him. Bang! Myra Jane punched Yefrit and knocked him unconscious. "He is under mental control, there is no need to argue with him," Myra Jane said lightly. "That's right." Mavis nodded, and then said, "Let's take the next step immediately, go back to Tenro Island, and then use that demon lady to wake him up." Maiko watched quietly on the side. It turned out that these people had this idea. But it was indeed right. As long as she took action, Yefrit would be able to recover, after all, she was the highest-ranking demon. But Maiko looked at Mavis, who actually knew everything. At least she knew that Yefrit's demons were never on Tenro Island. Everyone nodded after hearing what Mavis said. It was really meaningless to argue with Yefrit now. It was better to leave this place and go back to Tenro Island. So everyone immediately planned to set off. "Where are we going?" "Everyone." A voice suddenly sounded in the dark forest. "I don't want to admit it. But put down our boss." 12 figures walked out of the forest. Everyone was very alert. Just then, the turtle dove carrying Yefrit was suddenly attacked. Boom! The turtle dove was blown away. Oops! Everyone's face changed, and when they turned around, Yefrit had been taken away by the other party. There were 13 people on the other side. The man took a step back and disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, the bandages on Yevlit's body had been removed, and he woke up. He rubbed his wrist and said, "Why can't you respect my opinion? I've said it before, I won't go back." "Shut up!" Gray roared, "I don't want to hear your confession afterwards. You are the one who shouldn't have any problems, but you have the biggest trouble." Laxus frowned and said, "That's enough, you are no, it's so embarrassing." Yeflit Natsu clenched his fists, "Since you are already standing on the opposite side, then grit your teeth, when you get beaten. Don't cry out in pain." After saying that, Natsu rushed towards the 13 people. Boom! But the next second, he was defeated. A green shadow, almost catching up with the speed of Laxus, knocked Natsu more than 10 meters away. How is it possible? Everyone was shocked. "Natsu!" Gray exclaimed at the same time. Myra Jane had thrown out the bandage and pulled Natsu back. What happened? Although he was knocked down, Natsu, the Dragon Slayer wizard, had thick skin and flesh, but he was fine. It's just that he didn't even know how he was knocked down. "How dare a wizard at the awakening stage attack us?" A wizard stood up and said, "I am alone, and it's enough to attack. Don't blink. Everyone. Soon, it will be over." The wizard slowly raised the long sword in his hand and chanted, "Disintegration 10,000 feet of holy light." A dazzling light, like the sun setting. Everyone couldn't help but cover their eyes. This bright light illuminated the entire forest as bright as day. The next second, countless beams of light burst out. Boom! Everyone was blown away by the beams of light and could not get up again. The light slowly shrank, and the wizard held the long sword with a cold expression. The first sword. Defeat. The second sword. Kill. No need. Just when the wizard was about to make a move, Anita arrived. A carriage fell from the sky. She did not get off the car, but said in the car, "Let them go." But the wizard was about to speak. Puff! The hand holding the knife was suddenly cut off. He gritted his teeth, his eyes full of resentment, but he dared not do anything, just picked up his long knife silently. "Yefrit, let's go home," Anita said lightly. "Yefrit, you guy," Natsu gritted his teeth. Yefrit turned around and got on the carriage. Mavis crossed her arms and said softly, "Little Yefrit, be careful of that woman." No one heard her. But Mavis believed that Yevlit heard it. Chapter 218, X-Nights. Sturbrunn Festival. The whole city is having a carnival. During the day, heroes from all walks of life appeared one after another. As expected, Yevlit won the title of Hero of the Magic World. It's a pity that he couldn't get the title of magician hero. Although this is also natural. The noise continued until night. It's just that the joy of the palace is naturally different from the joy of ordinary people. Today, it happened that the elites from all walks of life were in the capital, so the king invited the masters of the entertainment industry to perform in the palace. 10 o'clock. With a boom, the sky and the earth shook. A loud noise came from the city. Everyone was surprised. After a while, a court wizard came with injuries all over his body and shouted, "It's bad, the magic wand factory was attacked." What? Everyone was shocked. The banquet is over, hurry to support. The king ordered hurriedly. All performers were asked to leave the palace, and then the gate was closed. Except for the soldiers and court magicians who stayed to guard, the rest of the troops rushed to the factory. This is the ambition of the king and the prince, to build the world's largest magic wand manufacturing factory. A large number of orders have been received, so a lot of finished products have been manufactured. If it is really stolen, all the hard work and investment during this period will be in vain. Your companions are quite powerful. Anita poked Yevlet. Yevlet was too lazy to pay attention to her and was about to pick up the book to read. At this time, the messenger guard came and conveyed the king's order, asking Yevlet to take the X-Knights to protect everyone's safety. Yevlet could only put down the book and stand up. Anita's mouth curled up slightly, pinched a piece of fruit in her mouth, then wiped her hands on her skirt and grabbed the fruit knife. She jumped away from everyone, and didn't know where to go. 12 o'clock. The occupied factory was still not taken back. The king was extremely angry and sent more troops. 1.5. The troops sent a message requesting reinforcements again. Damn, who are those guys? The king gritted his teeth and said, Yevlet, you quickly lead the X-Knights to suppress them. The X-Knights have the strongest guard force at present. Originally, the king was unwilling to let them leave his side. But now the factory has not been taken back, so he can only let these people take action. As for the safety of the palace, the king immediately took all the concubines and children and rushed to the palace where the devil was worshipped. Here, with the protection of the devil, even if the palace was captured, they could fight back. The king was confident that no one and no power in this world could defeat the devil he worshipped. Stupid move. Yevlet shook his head, but still lobbied the order. He led the X-Knights to the factory. Yevlet is here. Lily, who was flying in the air, brought back the news. Mavis nodded, our mission is to delay them. The real goal is the palace. Those guys are very strong. Grey said. Disintegration. Laxus clenched his fist. We can win by following my arrangement. Mavis said, now, I'm counting on you, Lucy, Levi, Laxus, Freed and Begusro. No problem. The people whose names were called nodded solemnly. Yevlet sat in the car, and the X-Knights rode horses. Everyone quickly rushed to the factory. How can a group of guys who can't even disintegrate have the courage to provoke again and again? A wizard said. Just a group of naive guys. Another wizard replied. At this time, someone opened the curtain, looked at Yevlet inside, and said, Hey, Captain, it doesn't matter if I kill those guys, your former companions. Yevlet nodded slightly, of course. There are several beautiful girls in there, I thought you would miss the old times. The curtain on the other side was opened, and a one-armed wizard smiled. Number 9, Number 10. A cold voice sounded, be respectful to the captain. Tisk. One-armed wizard number 9 made a disdainful sound. What is there to respect for a family with connections? Developing magic wands? So what? The gap between the magic wand system and the contract magic system is like a water gun and a real gun. I and others are the few wizards in this world who can control the ultimate mystery of contract magic. Even if it's just one person, he has the power to destroy a city. The X-Knights have not approached yet. Boom. The attack came suddenly. Begusro, who has the ability of long-range sniping, fired a shot. Buzz. A barrier suddenly rose up to protect everyone. Mavis watched this scene from a distance. Shua. Another mecha rushed up. One of the magicians stood up, grabbed forward with both hands, and wrestled with the mecha, then burst out with a force and threw the mecha out. The battle suddenly began. It was very lively outside. Yevlet was in the carriage, but he didn't do anything extra, just took out a book and read. In the factory. Mavis said, I have analyzed the abilities of 6 of them, and the ability types of 4 of the remaining people have also been analyzed by me. Next, I will arrange the opponent. The series of battles just now were all taken by Lucy and others with a higher tolerance rate, attracting the opponent to take action, thereby exposing their abilities. And Mavis can even judge the opponent's magic type based on the subconscious reaction of the person who did not take action to the attack. As expected of President Mavis, Jeffrey couldn't help but sigh. The other party guessed most of it. Mavis quickly assigned the opponent and assigned the battlefield according to the terrain in the factory. Laxus and others took action. The battle will be further escalated. The palace. The security is tight. Who is it? Suddenly, the guards found two strangers approaching. One was short and an old man. One was burly and a middle-aged man. Sorry, Gildart scratched his head and said, "Can you get out of the way? If you don't get out of the way, you will bear the consequences. You are looking for death." The guards attacked one after another. "Let me do it, Gildarts, your current magic is not suitable for dealing with this kind of attack." President Makarov waved his cane. This cane was specially made for him by Jeffrey, and it has the magic to make it so big that even giants can use it. The cane instantly grew larger, and its length exceeded 50 meters. With the blessing of magic, Makarov regained some of the powerful strength of being a giant, and swung this 50-meter huge cane, which was really powerful and difficult to resist. All the guards and their attacks were knocked over. The two of them walked straight to the place where the king and others were, as if they had entered an unmanned area. Factory. A wizard looked around and smiled, "You led me here because I want to find your grave." "Stop talking nonsense," Laxus said, "show me your collapse." "Ha ha ha," the enemy laughed, "but it was only a moment, don't blink, at least. Know how you died?" Laxus focused his attention. "You are the most unlucky among all of you, because of me." The enemy showed the back of his left hand, where a number 6 was printed, and said, "But it's number 6. It's just 6. Laxus said lightly. "It's just 6. Number 6 smiled, "You really don't understand, the X-Knights represent the strongest in the country, and I am the 6th strongest in the country." "Then let me see, the 6th strongest in the country." Laxus clenched his fist. President Mavis did not say anything specific about this person's ability, but through analysis, the other party should be a summoning type of magic. "Then let you see it." The magic device of number 6 is a whip. Dance. Wildly, 10,000 snakes. Shua shua shua. The whip in his hand instantly turned into 3 giant pythons. As soon as the 3 giant pythons appeared, they showed exaggerated destructive power. The snake head smashed the ground, creating a hole several meters deep. "This is just enlightenment," number 6 said proudly, "this is enough to kill you. But since I promised you, I will show you my collapse. Then I will show you. Why is it called 10,000 snakes? Disintegration." The 3 giant pythons were instantly shattered, and the whip in No Six's hand was also shattered. Then, a terrifying momentum broke out. It was as if an evil god was born. From behind number 6, 9 giant pythons emerged. At the same time, countless 1 or 2 meters long colorful poisonous snakes followed behind the giant pythons, rushing like a tide. 9 giant pythons, their bodies thicker than water tanks, are extremely powerful. A single hit will kill you, and a single touch will seriously injure you. And a bite from these poisonous snakes will kill you very quickly. The giant pythons surged, blocking all escape routes. The attack of thousands of snakes is terrifying. Even Laxus couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling very challenging. The self-righteous guy number 6 is the first to collapse. On another battlefield, number 7 said, "It's obviously not necessary to deal with guys like you." "Really?" Urza snorted coldly, waved the spear in her hand, and put on a handsome silver knight outfit. That night, number 7 said, "You haven't even beaten No 9. I'm No 7. If you want me to use disintegration, you'll have to see if you have the strength to do it. Kill them all." Axe God. Number 7 pulled off the bracelet on his right hand, and instantly turned into a long-handled double-sided giant axe. The axe handle was more than 2 meters long, and the axe face was as wide as 2 doors. It looked extremely oppressive. But Urza was not afraid, and was about to rush up with a spear. Windmill. Number 7 held the axe handle with both hands, and the whole person spun like a windmill. This terrifying power forced Urza to retreat, not daring to fight hard, but looking for a way to break it. A weird voice, a heavily made-up female wizard, looked at Myra Jane with jealousy, and said, "You guy, you are wearing light makeup, right?" "So what?" Myra Jane said. Damn it, the female wizard said, all beautiful women should die. Thank you for the compliment, but I will not be defeated by you. Myra Jane said. I am no 8. Number 8 said, my magic is brilliant, isn't it? Meteor. Number 8 broke his pearl necklace, and all the beads glowed and grew larger, sliding quickly through the night sky, like a meteor, hitting Myra Jane. You two are quite tough. Number 9 said proudly, that night, I only struck once and defeated you. I wanted to strike the second time, but was. He hesitated a little, but still used the respectful title, Princess Punishment. I thought you wouldn't appear again, but I didn't expect you to come to die. The second strike that failed that night, strike now. Number 9 was the guy who defeated everyone with just one move that night. However, that was only because no one was prepared. At this time, with the detailed analysis of President Mavis, Natsu and Lucy would not be defeated easily. Disintegration. 10,000 feet of holy light. The sky and the earth were all white. Natsu and Lucy were included in the holy light. Countless light pillars were brushed out. But Natsu and Lucy flexibly avoided all attacks. President Mavis was right. Although there were many light pillars, their speed was not fast enough to avoid them by reaction. Damn it! Number 9 was angry when he saw this. He thought that with this move, the two would be killed directly like that night. Unexpectedly, it was as if they were fooled by the opponent, and all the attacks were in vain. Humph! Number 9 snorted coldly. Did he really think that he only had the means of summoning light pillars to attack? He was a master of kendo. So he rushed up with a lightsaber. I have to admit that you are very fast. Especially you. Number 10, who was as elegant as a gentleman, said in admiration. He looked at Banjiu, especially you are also a pure kendo master. I really want to compete with you. He looked at the holy light in the distance and said contemptuously, Number 9, that guy, I don't admit that he is a kendo master. Who would emit light to blind others when fighting with a sword? It's simply a shame for kendo. Number 10 held a western rapier, he stood the sword up, put it in front of his forehead, and said, let's get faster. God of War. Swish. He turned into a green light and rushed straight to Banjiu. It was indeed him. Banjiu recognized him. That night, Natsu was hit by a very fast green light. The figure was knocked down, and President Mavis analyzed that it was this person. Now it is confirmed that it is indeed Number 10. He is extremely fast, almost as fast as Laxus in the high-speed channel. Holding a western rapier, he stabbed straight at Banjiu. Moonless flow. Banjiu just wanted to use kendo, but found that it was too late. The speed was too fast. She could only block with her sword horizontally. That won't work. I'm only using 50% of my speed, and you can't keep up. Number 10 said, and then he stabbed more than 10 swords in an instant. Ah! Wendy shouted, and the sound wave attack rushed towards Number 10. Number 10 quickly turned around, stabbed at the sound wave, breaking its offensive, and slashed through the air. Xiaolulu quickly dragged Wendy away to avoid the attack. Split! Kana rushed up. You are too slow. Number 10 kicked him out. Chapter 219, Disintegration. It's just two people. Number 11 was a little dissatisfied. They were a young couple. He had no desire to fight. He was not killing. He was just interested in challenging the strong. The two people in front of him looked weak. The man was a pretty boy. The woman? She looked weak. They didn't interest him at all. However, since they are enemies, there is no need to show mercy. Let's kill you first. You are too self-righteous, you guy. Gray cracked his wrist joints. Awakening. Laha. Laha. Gray and Juvia used magic. Gray, who often used ice shape magic, now used water. Juvia, who often used water magic, now used ice. Both of them switched. At first, they were not used to it. But Yevlet's words woke them up. You will cooperate in the future anyway, so what's wrong with adapting to each other's magic and fighting style in advance? Yes. It is a fact that Gray and Juvia are together. They are not playboys. If they have confirmed each other, they will definitely team up together and get married at the right time. Even after marriage, they will still team up. And the most direct way to cooperate tacitly is to think from each other's perspective. Otherwise, Juvia will never understand the sharpness of ice magic, and Gray will not dare to trust the defense of water magic. And with such thoughts, The two of them taught each other experience and learned from each other. Finally, in the use of magic, they have almost reached the strength of each other. Hualala Gray's hand has a water shield. Sizzle Juvia holds an ice blade. The wrists of the two are connected by a water rope, ready for support at any time. Tisk number 11 is even more dissatisfied. This kind of magic showing affection makes him, a single man, very unhappy. So he raised his fists. He was wearing a pair of brass knuckles. 5 beasts. Golden tiger. Behind number 11, a shadow of a golden tiger flashed by, and he was seen wearing a set of golden tiger-style armor. My magic 5 beasts, has the power of 5 magical beasts, golden tiger, blue dragon, brown bear, white sheep, and green snake. The magic with the most changes and the most combinations. Roar. Number 11 roared, like a tiger descending from the mountain, and pounced on Gray and Juvia. It's only 12th, the ranking is too backward. Gajeel frowned. 13 people, ranked 12th, isn't this the last? Gajeel, don't be careless. Levi said hurriedly. Ah, yes, I don't have such a strong power. Number 12 sighed, my magic is not as gorgeous as theirs, it only has a simple function. Push the box. Push the box. Lily frowned, a little confused. Like this. Number 12 rushed towards Lily. Lily, be careful. Levi reminded hurriedly. Lily immediately turned into a muscular cat and took out his magic Tailai great sword, which has the ability to adjust weight and size. Ha! Lily slashed with a sword. Number 12 stretched out his hand and pushed the sword. Lily suddenly felt an unmatched force and was pushed out. Boom! Lily flew back more than 10 meters and crashed into the wall. This is pushing the box. Number 12 said with a smile, it has the power to push everything as if it were a box. Gajeel and Levi's faces became serious. This magic is very strong. This means that all attacks and defenses can be cracked by the opponent. Just like the gravity man on Tianlang Island, if you are not strong enough, it is difficult to solve, or even impossible. Sidrina, you have just obtained magic. You were not a magician before. You must be careful and cautious, especially not greedy for merit. You must restrain yourself. Albagreen whispered to Sidrina. At this time, Sidrina held a gorgeous scepter, which was similar to the custom magic wand that Yevlet had given her before. But this is not a magic wand, but her contracted magic device. Sidrina has contracted the demon Yayat, and has an extremely powerful magic command, possess the power to command everything. Originally, even if her magic was very strong, a newcomer like her who had not experienced much combat was not suitable to participate in this battle. Everyone in Fairy Tale was a combat elite, experienced, and knew how to protect themselves in combat. But newcomers, once they got carried away, were easily defeated. Newcomers should start with simpler battles, rather than playing such high-end games right away. However, with Happy's assurance that he would focus on Sidrina, Mavis agreed to include Sidrina in the combat. At this time, Elfman, Albagreen, and Sidrina, the three looked at the enemy on the opposite side. Number 13 sighed twice, looked at Elfman, and said, I am a gentleman and don't want to hurt the lady, but who made us opponents? Then there is only. Number 13 took out a piece of black cloth and covered his eyes. I won't watch it anymore. Be careful. Number 13 said in a strange tone, darkness. It was him. Elfman and the other two were delighted. President Mavis was right. Number 13 was the one who suddenly jumped out of the darkness at the party that day and rescued Yevlet at a very fast speed. President Mavis analyzed him based on this and believed that he should have magic that can penetrate the darkness. The three of them increased their attention. Although they knew the opponent's magic, they could not be careless. Sidrina waved her scepter and shouted, all torches come. Whoosh whoosh. The torches in the distance all flew over and illuminated this place. But the shadow of darkness could not be eliminated. Shua. A black shadow flew out from it and rushed straight to Sidrina. Roar. Elfman roared and slapped it with one claw. His magic wolf claws, magic that allows him to gain the power of a werewolf, that is, to improve physical strength in all aspects and self-healing ability, and there are 3 extremely sharp wolf claws on his hands that can cut steel. Number 13 quickly retreated and hid in the darkness. He aimed at Albagreen. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, he did not launch an attack. People's energy will weaken over time, and there will definitely be a moment of distraction. At a certain moment, Albagreen was distracted. Opportunity. Number 13 immediately attacked, and the black shadow rushed out from behind Elfman and Sidrina and went straight to Alba Green. Zi! Who knew that Alba Green suddenly turned around, and the glasses she was wearing emitted a laser. The black shadow was burned directly through a big hole. Quickly hid back in the shadow, but left blood on the ground. Number 13 was injured. Alba Green showed a sarcastic smile. It was just relying on the advantage of magic, and in fact, there was not much combat experience. As expected, they were fooled. Bang! Bang! Fried and Bigus Rose magic is not suitable for frontal combat. One has a telescope and the other has a sniper. They left the factory and found a high point. They sniped the enemy from a distance and helped their teammates. No matter how powerful the magic is, the main body is like paper in front of the sniper. They brought great trouble to the X-Knights. And the square space portal appeared from time to time to save their companions from danger. Harpy has been promoted to MVP level support. After a battle, the situation began to change. The people of the X-Knights found that the opponent was not so easy to deal with. So they all opened their own tricks. Disintegration. After several failed sneak attacks, number 13, who was the first to be injured, couldn't help but open his final form. Here it comes. Mavis watched seriously. Let me see, Yevlet, the results that will make you proud. Hey! Darkness turned into substance. Number 13 turned into black mist. Floating in the air. Devour as much as you want, Night King. The black mist gathered into the shape of a big bat, and with a wave of his hand, he copied dozens of them. No longer restricted by light, they all attacked Elfman and others. Roar! Sizzle! Fireball! The three Elfmans resisted stubbornly. But after all, there was a gap in level. The three were about to be defeated, with wounds all over their bodies. Almost at the same time. Number 12 roared, I can move everything, Elfert. He was not at ease facing Levi's magic, and was also attacked by Gajeel. So he released all his power in anger. After he collapsed, he pushed Gajeel and the other two in the air, and they were pushed dozens of meters away. Let's combine the power of the 5 beasts. Number 11 switched forms several times, but failed to gain an advantage over Grey and Juvia. They all collapsed. If he was the slowest to deal with the enemy, it would be embarrassing, so he also collapsed. 5 different styles of armor, combined and worn by him. After the collapse, I can use the power of the 5 beasts at the same time. It's 5 times the combat power before. Die! He rushed towards Grey and Juvia. Number 10 was also defeated in the battle with Akariga, Wendy, and Kana. Although he has a strong kendo ability, Akariga and the others are 3 people after all. Akariga is the main attacker and Wendy and Kana assist, which makes number 10 was defeated several times. Awaken the extreme god bloodline. I understand. Mavis clapped her hands. She said excitedly, so this is disintegration. Happy pricked up his ears and prepared to pass on the message. Contract magic is to contract with the devil, and then borrow the other party's magic power to materialize the magic you have obtained. Second awakening, that is, awakening. It is to completely release the power of magic itself. But this is not the upper limit of contract magic. Disintegration is to disintegrate the appearance of the magic guide device and the body of the devil, and it is a complete fusion of oneself and the devil. At that time, it will be able to achieve an effect similar to Eslenden's magic system. No longer borrowing external objects. But it is a magic that belongs completely to oneself. Disintegrate the devil and merge it into oneself. This is disintegration. Everyone suddenly realized. As expected of President Mavis. In the carriage, Yevlet sighed, absolutely right. Awakening is what he learned from the reversion of those demons in the Roya organization. The demon's reversion is to regain one's suppressed power. This is a magical way to store power. Just like the wizards of Eslenden, who have a second magic source. Usually use the first one, and after learning the second magic source, there is a backup. His contract magic is this kind of thing. Or in other words, the demon is the embodiment of the second magic source. Therefore, after contracting with the demon, awakening is to fully release the demon's potential. And disintegration is to shatter the demon's appearance and merge it with oneself, thereby releasing one's own potential. Mavis, absolutely right. As Mavis said it, many people with extremely strong fighting talents suddenly realized it. For example, Natsu. He was beaten very badly by number 9, who collapsed at the beginning. And he has a top combat IQ. After listening to Mavis, he immediately understood, isn't this easier than the secret of Dragon Slayer? There is no bottleneck threshold for everyone, after all, their own strength is very strong. I'm on fire! Natsu roared, disintegrate in Yan. Crack! The flaming gloves collapsed on the surface, completely shattered, and dissipated in the flames. Then, Natsu was covered with flames. Haha! Back to the state that Natsu is most familiar with. Although these flames are not the flames of Dragon Slayer magic. However, this feeling of being wrapped in flames and warm, makes him miss it very much. You took away Yefrit. Injured Lucy. You take my punches. Natsu roared, swinging his fist with flames. Humph! Number 9 snorted, he hated Anita so much now. That night, he disobeyed Anita and had her cut off one of her arms. If it weren't for that, he would have defeated these two guys long ago. Now, it's just that I just realized it and got the collapse. The power between us is still like a chasm. Number 9 said contemptuously. Hee. Natsu smiled. It was confidence and complacency. It was a cheerful smile. Bite your teeth. Red Lotus. Fire Dragon Fist. The complete version of Red Lotus Fire Dragon Fist. No. It is the Red Lotus Fire Dragon Fist that is more effective than the Dragon Slayer magic. Because Natsu has a higher control over this magic than the Dragon Slayer magic. He used to be reckless because his magic power was strong enough and magic was suitable for big moves. After using it for a while, he could only use the magic of fire breathing. Plus, this flame is easier to control, so Natsu learned a lot of micro-operations. At this time, he threw out the Red Lotus Fire Dragon Fist. One fist was thrown out, but 3 extra fireballs were condensed. 1 punch, 4 attacks. 2 punches, 8 attacks. When Natsu was fighting the God Slayer on Tianlang Island, he had performed hundreds of combos. And this time, he performed hundreds of combos again. The number of attacks was actually 400 times. The sky full of fiery red fist shadows turned into a huge mountain of fire, with terrifying power, overturned towards number 9. How is it possible? The holy light of number 9 was disintegrated in an instant. He was shocked. And Natsu was still punching. 200 punches. 800 consecutive hits. Get down. Boom boom boom. The volcano fell. The area of dozens of meters turned into a huge pit. Number 9 disappeared completely. Chapter 220, collapsed one after another. The intensity of the battle suddenly increased. No 11's actual combat power increased by more than 5 times. Gray and Juvia suddenly felt a great pressure. Disintegrate the demon, merge into oneself, and release potential. If it was just one person, it might work. But Gray and Juvia's contracted demons are 2 in 1. How can they combine themselves? The 2 of them couldn't find a way for the time being, so they fell into a great disadvantage. On the other side, Akariga shook her head. She couldn't disintegrate. One was unwilling, and the other couldn't. After all, she didn't fight with magic. She always used swordsmanship. And her magic device was a long sword, Sakura Cicada. If Sakura Cicada was really disintegrated, even if she gained powerful magic, what would it matter? It would be inconvenient to use and would reduce her combat power. Besides, Akariga knew very well that she majored in swordsmanship because she had no potential, couldn't go far on the path of a wizard, and didn't know powerful magic. Even if her potential was released, it wouldn't be a big deal. But Kana and Wendy thought about it and decided to try. Disintegrate. Kana's magic was crushing magic, and her magic device was gloves. She thought, if she used disintegration, would she be able to use crushing magic like Gildarts? As the gloves disintegrated quickly, Kana felt a sense of power that she could crush everything as long as she could touch it. Disintegration. Wendy also disintegrated her trumpet. Her magic was to expand her attack. After returning to Eslanden, with her dragon-slaying magic, the power she could release might be as powerful as Natsu's. But at this time, Wendy disintegrated the trumpet. So that's how it is. Wendy's eyes lit up, and she stretched out her hand, and a glowing ring appeared in front of Kana and Kakejiu. Ms. Kakejiu, Ms. Kana, now I can also expand the power of your attacks. Great! Kakejiu and Kana were ecstatic. Quickly release the magic completely. Moonless Flow, Garuda Flame. The attack that was originally only capable of destroying a bridge, after Wendy's expansion, had the power to destroy a street. Crush all enemies. Kana slapped out her palm, and the invisible and intangible magic was also enlarged secretly. Number 10 felt that something was wrong and quickly drew his sword. God of Extremes. Lotus. Almost at the same time, countless stabs of the sword formed a beautiful lotus at the tip of the sword, but this beautiful lotus was extremely dangerous. Boom! The Garuda flame and the lotus faced each other head-on, and the energy collided with each other and then exploded. Then, a huge explosion, fire, smoke, were all shattered into small pieces. It was Kana's amplified ultimate move. The ground was also shattered, and the air was not spared. The two attacks were almost simultaneous, leaving no time to dodge. Puff! No 11's body welcomed the shattering magic. This was not the kind of guildarts that could be decomposed into little people. Kana's magic did not have such a function, only the real shattering. Number 11 died miserably, to the point that Kakuju quickly covered Wendy's eyes. Damn it, number 9, no 10. Number 12 cursed, those two pieces of trash. Elford. Number 12 roared, it is a giant elephant that can push everything, he is invincible. After saying that, he pushed out with both palms. Gajeel, Levy and Lily were unable to resist at all and were all pushed hundreds of meters away. Levy was severely injured and could not stand up for a while. I understand. Gajeel's eyes were firm. About my magic. Disintegrate. So that's it. Then disintegrate. Gajeel's shoes were broken, he stood barefoot on the ground, looked at number 12, and said, don't brag anymore, now, you can't push me. You are so arrogant. Number 12 saw this and pushed hard. But Gajeel stood there, motionless. How is it possible? Number 12 was shocked. Haha, Gajeel laughed wildly, twisted his fist, and rushed towards number 12. Damn it, stop. Number 12 pushed frantically, but couldn't push Gajeel at all. He quickly fell into despair. It's not that the magic failed, but that he couldn't push it, just like asking an ordinary person to push a train. If you meet someone else, maybe there will be some trouble. But unfortunately, you met me. Gajeel was very proud. He rushed to number 12 and smashed down hard on the face of shock and despair because of the failure of the magic that always worked. Because, you can't push the earth. Bang! Number 12 was hammered back 100 meters and couldn't get up again. Gajeel's magic is to absorb the power of the earth, providing a steady stream of magic power, physical strength and defense. In other words, as long as his feet are on the ground, his continuous combat ability, which is strengthened because he is a dragon slayer wizard, will be further strengthened. After the collapse, Gajeel and the earth almost merged into one. Number 12 can move everything? Then why don't you try to move the earth? You really think you are Irene? Disintegrate. Disintegrate. Elfman and Albegarin collapsed one after the other. Elfman turned into an image similar to the Beast King, but he was a werewolf. In this state, there is no fear of injury, and the mobility will be greatly enhanced. Albagrin's glasses shattered, but she could control anything that could reflect the mirror to emit lasers. She asked Sidrina to summon many mirrors. So lasers could be used to cover an attack from all directions. Number 13, who was showing off his power just now, was immediately beaten to a mess and fled. What is my collapse? Sidrina wondered. Damn it! Number 13 was extremely angry. Eternal Night Black Curtain. He released his ultimate move. All the clones exploded, and then turned into black curtains, forming a big black cover buckled on the ground, covering the three elfmans. It became completely dark. Sidrina waved the scepter, all torches come. But she found that she could not order the torches outside the black cover to fly over. Haha! Number 13 laughed triumphantly, here is my god's domain. Die! Elfman and Albagrin's sense of crisis increased greatly. Are they going to die? Sidrina was very unwilling. Elfman and Albagrin had already used disintegration, but they were restrained by the endless darkness at this time. The last hope was her disintegration. Disintegration, break it for me. Sidrina roared and crushed the scepter with her bare hands. Earth! Listen to my orders. Break through the darkness. Boom! The earth suddenly shook, and then the ground under his feet rose rapidly. What? Number 13 had no time to hide, and was pierced by the sharp mountain peak, carrying his body, and the peak pierced the darkness. Boom! Everyone looked at this sight in shock. 100-meter-high mountain suddenly appeared. Besides, this mountain is as sharp as a sword. What a powerful collapse! Albagrin was stunned. Originally, Sidrina's magic command was very powerful. I didn't expect that after collapse, it would have the power to reshape the earth. Hee hee. Sidrina smiled shyly. Gray, what are you still doing? Natsu's ridicule came. Gray sighed, he knew it. Not good, Gray, you idiot. Natsu continued to ridicule, can't collapse yet? This is not difficult, I can teach you. Shut up. Gray was furious. Mr. Gray. Juvia approached and said, disintegration, do we two have to communicate with each other? Gray thought about it, grabbed Juvia's hand, and said closer, Juvia, I believe we can do it. Tell me, how do you feel now? The two were very close. Although the two had been quite ambiguous during this period, Gray was still very gentlemanly. He just held hands and did not do anything excessive. At this time, the distance was too close, almost kissing each other. Juvia was so embarrassed that she almost fainted, but she had not forgotten Gray's question and said, excited. Me too. Gray answered immediately. Crack. The rings of the two shattered. Splash. A huge waterfall rushed towards number 11. Lord Gray. Juvia looked at the waterfall in shock. Gray actually turned into water. Isn't this her trick? At this time, she suddenly imitated Gray's usual magic release movements and shouted, Ice Spring. Power of the Five Beasts. Number 11 roared, as if the next door was using an iron block, intending to resist it on the spot. Boom. The waterfall turned into an ice block, and the huge impact force directly smashed No 11's armor. Number 11 lost consciousness. Boom boom boom. There are 3 battles left. Laxus vs number 6. Iluza vs number 7. Mirage vs number 8. All 3 enemies have used disintegration. No Six's disintegration is 9 giant pythons and countless poisonous snakes, attacking from all directions, with a kind of power that leaves no way up to the sky and no way down to the earth. Laxus is very passive. No 7's disintegration is a burly warrior wearing heavy armor, holding a giant axe, with almost invincible defense and extremely terrifying power. Iluza can't even break through the defense. And at this time, number 8 also disintegrated. The sky full of stars, driven by me. The stars in the sky turned into white beads. Number 8 looked at Milage's face jealously and said, I'm going to blow your face to pieces. Mirage took a deep breath and said, disintegration. She had also understood the meaning of disintegration. The bandage on her hand shattered. Then it became thinner and softer. It's getting faster. Mirage said lightly, it's not longer but faster. This is my disintegration. What a mess. Number 8 waved his hand, and the stars in the sky fell down. Mirage raised his hand and pointed. Puff. Number 8's shoulder blade was directly penetrated. So fast. Number 8 lowered her head, her face full of disbelief. She finally understood the meaning of Milage's words. But it was too late. Mirage stretched out her hand and pulled number 8 to hit her magic bead. Boom. The huge explosion made the whole factory tremble. Mirage retracted the bandage. Instead of looking at the explosion, he looked at the carriage outside the factory, where several enemies were standing. I see. Arisa nodded. Disintegration is just a concept, not all magic devices must be broken. The key to disintegration is that the devil merges with itself. She understood how she should disintegrate. Isn't this the same as her previous magic? Contract magic is equivalent to giving her an extra set of powerful armor. Disintegration is the same. It's equivalent to armor upgrade. Use your potential to the limit. What I have been doing and can do. That is to make the sword sharper and the spear penetrate all defenses. I am fighting to protect everyone, I have no way out. Disintegrate Aina. Urza said, then see the power I have trained for a long time. Most of Urza's armor was broken, leaving only the important parts. It was like the decisive outfit she liked to use, the pure heart clothes that completely abandoned defense. The armor at this time was very cool and beautiful. But the enemy was a big rough man, just carrying a huge axe and smashing down. In such a battle, you dare to completely abandon defense, you are really looking for death. Whoosh! The sharp wind sound was very scary. Arisa took a half step back, and then suddenly burst out and rushed out. One move determines the outcome. Spear tip. Impulse. I saw a silver shadow passing by number 7 at a high speed. No 7's movements froze in place. He looked down blankly, and then fell down unwillingly. Arisa defeated the enemy, but did not relax. Because the battle was not over yet, she looked at the factory gate like Myra Jane. Finally, only Laxus was left. Laxus, come on! Speed shouted. Laxus was the slowest to deal with the enemy. Although it is also because number 6 is the strongest among the combatants now. Disintegration. Disintegration. Release potential. Laxus was thinking hard while fleeing. He was not stupid, and finally at a certain moment, he suddenly realized. So that's it. Disintegration. Laxus roared confidently. His magic device earphones, directly shattered. His magic is a high-speed channel, which builds a very long channel and has a strong ability to travel. This magic is super fast, but it has great limitations. Especially when facing such a large number of enemies. Because he needs a golden pipe, he moves in it. And the enemy can also see this pipe. So, you only need to ambush in the middle. This is why Laxus finds it difficult to deal with number 6. But the essence of this ability has been seen through by Laxus. It's a signal. He is not moving in a real object, but transmitting in it like a signal. In that case, Shua. Laxus's body suddenly disappeared. What? Boom. Number 6 was shocked. Before he could react, a python behind him was blown away by the sudden appearance of Laxus. Why? Number 6 couldn't understand. Isn't the opponent's magic obvious in both advantages and disadvantages? Why does it seem that there are no restrictions at all now? Because there shouldn't be any restrictions. Laxus said, thunder, electrical signals, can go anywhere. Anything that can conduct electricity is a signal transmission channel, a high-speed channel. Chapter 221, A More Troublesome Enemy. So strong. Speed, the second fan of Laxus, couldn't help but admire. Then, Laxus cracked his knuckles and said, the battle officially begins. Shua. Laxus disappeared instantly. Where is it? Number 6 looked around in horror. His movements were extremely panicked. He had been stunned by Laxus. Boom. Suddenly, a giant python was knocked down. Damn it. But when number 6 turned around, he did not catch any trace of Laxus. I'm here. Suddenly, Laxus appeared in front of number 6, only 2 meters away. Number 6 widened his eyes and had no time to react. Boom. Laxus punched number 6 in the face and knocked him out. Number 6 was not a wizard with physical ability as his strength. Laxus's punch made him lose his combat ability. Get rid of the enemy. Laxus looked at the carriage at the factory gate. In the carriage, Yevlet said calmly, what a bunch of rubbish. I have to argue this, Captain, these guys are quite strong. A wizard said, even so, he still didn't feel too much pressure. Pa. Yevlet jumped off the carriage and said, if we can't kill them here, I'll be fine, but you rubbish will be banned. Hearing this, the faces of the remaining ex-knights changed slightly. Even if people are killed, the demons will not die. Their abilities are not limited to binding them, this is the most special secret between them. Therefore, they have no right to speak to the palace on an equal footing. Kill them, sign another batch of demons, and there will be another ex-knights. Now, from number 6 onwards, they have all been killed. They thought this mission was easy, but they didn't expect to encounter such a group of perverts. Just one battle and they easily comprehended the ultimate secret, disintegration. A wizard said, don't worry, Captain. Number 6 is nothing to us. The strongest among these people is the little yellow-haired boy. Even if he can kill number 6, he can't kill us. Don't tell me these words. Yevlet said lightly, you. Swish. Yevlet slowly pulled out the mirror flower and said, prove it to me. Dot. Boom. A wizard took action at a very fast speed and rushed towards Banjiu and the others. Voila! A bandage was even faster, forcing him to stop his attack. Mirage dragged the obviously exhausted Kana aside and said, this enemy is very strong. You can't relax at all. You don't have enough physical strength. Don't join the battle. Banjiu and Wendy were in much better condition. You have good eyesight. The wizard smiled. He raised his chin and said proudly, there is a huge difference in strength between me and the trash you just defeated. He is only number 8, and I am number 4, but my strength is more than twice his. Disintegration. Silver smooth. Shua. Number 8 was like skating, but the speed was almost instantaneous and approached Banjiu. Moonless flow. Banjiu drew his sword, Yaksha flashes in the air. Shua shua shua. But the next second, Banjia was dumbfounded. She felt that she could not hit the opponent, as if there was a tile in front of her with detergent, and she could not grab it. Too slippery. Even the sword force slipped out of the opponent's body, and it did not cause any damage. Be careful. Banjia reacted and saw that the enemy was approaching, so he quickly put away the sword to defend himself. Boom. But she was kicked out. Banjia wanted to stop, but found that she couldn't stop at all, as if she had lost friction. Boom. Banjia slid 1,000 meters away and hit a wall before stopping. The roar of the dragon. Wendy launched an attack. Of course, this was not dragon-killing magic, but just an imitation based on the principle. But this seemingly exaggerated and scary attack actually slid off the surface of number 4. What kind of magic is this? Everyone was puzzled. Smooth number 4 said proudly, any attack is ineffective against me. And when I attack you, I will also transfer the smooth magic to your body, making you unable to control your body. 1,000 meters away. Banjia couldn't stand up at all. She wanted to stand up, but there was no friction under her feet. If she used a little strength, she would slide to the ground in various forms. Even if she wanted to stand up by the wall, the rough wall made it impossible for Turtledove to hold on steadily. Turtledove. She couldn't stand up at all, so she couldn't participate in the battle. It doesn't sound strong, but it's so weird. Myra Jane frowned slightly, feeling that this magic was very tricky. Disintegration dash. Everything explodes. Boom boom boom. The huge explosion destroyed all of Levi's real and illusory attacks. It's useless, I'm no 5. Number 5 said, my magic can explode everything, even the air. Boom boom. The air explosion is too hard to defend against. Levi didn't realize the defense at all, and was blown away. Fortunately, Happy moved her far away in time and left the battlefield. It was impossible for her to fight again in a short time. Mystery. Gajeel was angry and rushed to number 5, how dare you hurt Levi? Oh. Number 5 smiled contemptuously, the earth can also explode. Boom boom boom. The ground under Gajeel's feet exploded. A series of earth-shattering explosions, thick smoke rose, and it looked like the factory's energy storage had exploded. Ah! But Gajeel roared, even though he was in a mess and covered in blood, he still rushed out of the smoke and punched number 5. The two were very close, but number 5 was not panicked at all, watching Gajeel approach him less than 3 meters. Gajeel swung his fist. Boom! The next second, a huge explosion occurred behind Gajeel. Number 5 put his hands behind his back and slightly turned sideways. Gajeel was hit by the explosion and flew from his side to behind him. Number 5 turned around and said, it's useless. Number 12 is unlucky to meet you. His magic is invincible. You can't move the earth. But you're unlucky to meet me, because I can detonate the earth. Now, what bargaining chips do you have? Number 5 was very proud. You are all very strong. A wizard said to Natsu, Lucy, Gray, and Jovia in front of him, you defeated number 11 and number 9 respectively. What number are you? Gray asked cautiously. No 3. Number 3 smiled cruelly, meeting me, your life will end here. After saying that, he clapped his hands, and the red wrist rope he had been wearing broke. Disintegration. Borrow power. Your power is the strongest. Number 3 grabbed Lucy and said, lend it to me. Hwalala. Number 3 suddenly put on a similar mecha. My magic, I am least afraid of having too many enemies, ha ha ha. Number 3 reached out and grabbed Natsu again. Lend me your strength. Lend me your IQ. He grabbed Gray. Lend me your magic. He grabbed Jovia. Crack, crack, crack. A thin layer of ice appeared under number 3's feet. He looked at the cautiousness of Natsu and others on the opposite side and chuckled, then the game begins. I am number 2, ladies. Number 2 said, my magic is a little painful, I hope you don't mind. He chose Urza, Sidrina, Elfman, and Alba Green. Disintegration. Spin. The later the number, the more fancy it is. The ones at the front seem too simple. Number 5 is detonation, number 4 is smooth, number 3 is borrowed power, and number 2 is. The man spun, so fast that people couldn't see clearly, like a drill. Da-da-da. He jumped up and crashed into Urza. Spear tip impact. Iluza was also in a state of collapse, and stabbed out with a spear. Crack. The tip of the spear broke into a crack in just a moment. Iluza was shocked. Zi. Alpaglin quickly shot out a laser. Fortunately, number 2 was not like number 4 who was completely fearless of attacks, so he had to retreat. But the crowd was not happy because number 2 did not dare to take the laser head on. They looked at the spear in Urza's hand, and there were already dense cracks. I couldn't imagine how exaggerated the penetration power of this guy's rotation could be. Then, you are no one. Laxus looked at the other party. That's right. Number 1 nodded. He was a serious person. You are strong, you and your companions are all strong. I respect you. But we must kill you, that's the order we received. So I can only promise you a fair fight that respects you enough. The magic device of number 1 is a pair of glasses. He reached out and grabbed it. My magic. Opposite senses. It has the power to make people's senses become opposite. It's like riding a bicycle backwards. It's not a very strong magic, but don't be careless. Disintegrate. Number 1 disintegrated. He had been holding the glasses and crushed them at this time. Laxus hurriedly tried to enter the conductor. But the magic failed. He felt that the ground under his feet was completely insulated, so he couldn't hide in it like he did just now. Opposite senses. Your magic can escape into the ground, and your senses will feel like a fish in water. But when the senses are opposite, you will feel that you can't enter. Magic, this kind of thing, once you think it's impossible, you can't create miracles. It's over. Number 1 walked slowly towards Laxus. Hey, Laxus was not flustered, and said, you should know that your boss and we were once companions. I know. Number 1 nodded. Then I can tell you. Laxus said, these things you play with have been played by him countless times. Number 1 was slightly puzzled. Isn't the leader's magic an illusion? To be honest. This self-righteous guy. If everyone's chance of glory and wealth was not in his hands, he would have wanted to kill him with a knife. Laxus knew that number 1 would not understand, so he did not explain. He thought, it's just the opposite of the senses, which is far from Yevlet's fraud magic that completely disrupts the senses. Although it is difficult, it is not insurmountable. The palace. Gildarts and President Makarov had almost no obstacles all the way. The two defeated many court wizards and penetrated the entire defense force. The king regretted sending the ex-knights out at this moment, but it was too late to make up for it. Fortunately, they have a demon worshipper. As long as they dare to get close to here, the demon will personally take action and kill them. President, did you notice it? Gildarts said. I've detected a demon, very powerful. Makarov said. President Mavis has analyzed it. Gildarts said, then I'll go and test it first. Okay. Makarov nodded. The demon in the palace was naturally analyzed as the focus. President Mavis, based on the demon's 2 attacks, some rumors and Gray's information, had some guesses about the demon's ability to attack. The demon had many tentacles, and was so powerful that Myra Jane could only barely resist it. That night, Myra Jane and the others went to rescue Yevlet and were attacked by tentacles. With Yevlet's personality, he would not be used to using such magic, so it could only be the demon's attack. Yevlet even used Tiffany's magic in a mess, and could only cover the range of the attack. Not to mention studying and controlling dozens of tentacles to attack. Yevlet is a lazy person when it comes to fighting. If he can solve the problem with the simplest method, he will definitely not make it complicated. Secondly, the demon has the power to control Yevlet's mind without Yevlet's defense. Also, some rumors say that the demon's body is very large and it devours hundreds of demons every day. Based on this information, Mavis made a plan. Let Gildarts make the first move. If even Gildarts can't resist and is controlled in an instant, then there is no need for Makarov to fight, just turn around and run. Then we can only start Plan 2. Plan 1 is that everyone will hold back the ex-knights and Yevlet so that they can't return to defense, and then Gildarts and Makarov will go to the high ground and push down the crystal. But if Gildarts can't resist, then Plan 2 will be used. Everyone will beat Yevlet up. Beating him until he doesn't want to play this game anymore. Of course, Mavis didn't tell the truth about Plan 2. She could sense the location of Yefrit's body through the emblem of Fairy Tale. Although Yefrit can remove the emblem, that's a bit too much. So, this is Mavis's confidence. With her command, if Yefrit refuses to repent, then beat this guy up. However, Mavis is still very confident. Yefrit is a guy who is afraid of pain and won't ask for trouble. Back to the present. Makarov fell behind. Gildarts was in front. Corrosion. He pressed his hand on the ground. The earth was corroding rapidly. The palace above is just a cover. The king and the devil are hiding in the underground palace? If you don't come out, you will be crushed to death by the collapsed ground. Chapter 222, Yefrit, I will stand in the sky. Boom boom. The ground was suddenly destroyed, and something broke out of the ground. Gildarts and Makarov reacted quickly and retreated quickly. Hundreds of tentacles danced wildly and slapped the two. Didn't you use mind control right away? Gildarts was very calm, it means that the ability should have some kind of limit. Yes. Makarov nodded. If there is no limit and it is very easy to achieve, then the gameplay is like Yevlet's deception magic. The tentacle attack right at the beginning must mean that the release conditions of mind control have shortcomings, otherwise there is no need to go to such lengths, just like Yevlet did not use deception magic to start, but used a gun to shoot wildly. Huff, huff, huff. Number 5 was panting. You guys, you are really invincible. Because I am an iron dragon. Gajeel was covered in blood. What a mess. Number 5 detonated the earth. But Gajeel rushed out of the smoke. Damn it. Number 5 has the upper hand, but he can't kill Gajeel. This man's body is not like a human. On the other side, Number 3 alone is fighting against Natsu, Lucy, Gray, and Juvia, because he borrowed the power of 4 people at the same time and used it flexibly. Got it. Natsu glanced at Gajeel and suddenly had an idea. What? Gray and others were puzzled. Natsu quickly pulled a few people over and whispered, this and that. You guy. Gray was a little surprised. Natsu's combat IQ is really high. Number 3 thought Gray had the highest combat IQ, so he borrowed his power, but he didn't expect that Natsu was the most hidden. He looks like a fool on weekdays, but when he really fights, Natsu's combat IQ must not be ignored. This is something that cannot be described by numbers in analysis. It can only be said that this is a talent that others don't have. Let's do it. Gray said. The 4 rushed to number 3. It's useless. Any conspiracy is futile in the face of absolute power. Number 3 shook his head. Ice Spring. Juvia used Gray's move. But it was immediately dissolved by number 3 with ice. Boom. Lucy rushed to number 3, and number 3 stretched out his hand to resist. Boom. The two mechas wrestled with each other. Gray released a waterfall, which fell from the sky. Hwalala. The waterfall enveloped number 3 and Lucy. Number 3 frowned, feeling that there was a trick, but it was not that easy to get rid of Lucy. During this delay, he was directly washed away by the waterfall falling from the sky. You guys! Natsu rushed up and roared, just because you have powerful magic, you look so high and mighty. Guys like you. I have defeated many fire dragons. Number 3 hurriedly tried to defend. But who knew that Natsu actually hugged him? Natsu hugged number 3, spitting fire behind him, and took him into the portal of the harpy. On the other side, number 5 was still bombarding Gajeel. Hey, this guy Gajeel was shaky, but he didn't fall down. He saw Natsu flying over, took a deep breath, and used magic. You still don't remember? Number 5 said contemptuously, I can detonate the earth, your magic is restrained by me. I'm not going to hit you. Gajeel laughed. What? Iron Fist. At this time, Natsu's roar came from behind number 5. What? Number 5 was shocked and wanted to turn around, but it was too late. Boom. He was hit in the back by Natsu. Gajeel also rushed forward, but avoided number 5, and punched number 3 who was struggling wildly in Natsu's arms. Iron Dragon Steel Fist. This powerful blow directly hit No 3's back, and the mecha was cracked. Boom. Lucy was teleported by Happy, and took advantage of the victory to hit No 3's head with a punch. No 3's mecha suffered a series of heavy blows and finally shattered. Natsu let go and joined the beating. On the other side, number 5 also met Gray and Juvia who were teleported, and before he could detonate, Juvia saw ice blades growing from her elbows. Ice blade, 7 dances. Boom. Number 5 was knocked out, Gray released a water column to cover it, and then Juvia came up with another move, Ice Spring. Number 5 was frozen in the ice column and lost his ability to fight. At the same time, number 3 was also beaten beyond recognition. Yeflet. As soon as he killed the enemy, Natsu roared and rushed towards Yefrit. Boom. A black beam of light blasted Natsu back. Yefrit looked ugly and cursed at his men, A bunch of trash. Here they come. Yefrit suppressed his excitement and said, from the beginning, no one can reach the kingdom of truth. A pair of demon wings spread out behind him, and his body slowly flew up. You, me, even Ziref and Aknologia. He crushed his glasses, wiped his hair back, turned sideways to face everyone, overlooking everyone, and said, but, the kingdom of truth will welcome its master. From now on, I will stand in the sky. After saying that, he spread his wings and flew away. That guy. Natsu gritted his teeth. Mavis. So, this guy went through so much trouble just for this? Did you take the photo? Asa, if it's not good enough, you can leave. Yevlet asked as soon as he left the scene. Master, it's quite handsome. Asa was so scared that he was sweating and took out the photos and videos. Yeah, it's very good. Yevlet looked through it and nodded with satisfaction. Maiko crossed her arms and looked at Yevlet speechlessly. She didn't understand why these few words were worth his excitement. Just then, Yevlet suddenly felt a gaze. He turned his head and looked, but found nothing. What's wrong, Yevlet? Maiko saw his suspicious look and asked. Someone looked at me. Yevlet frowned. But I didn't feel it. Maiko shook her head. She was extremely sensitive to sight. Master, there is no one nearby. Asa also said so. Is it my illusion? Yevlet thought about it, and finally shook his head. Maybe it was true. After all, his deception magic locked life, Maiko was sensitive to sight, and there was Asa who monitored the whole scene. The three of them didn't notice that anyone was secretly watching him. Even Ziref or Aknologia couldn't hide their sight in front of their lineup. It was probably an illusion. It couldn't be a god. Swish swish swish. Number 4 was fighting Myra Jane one-on-one. Turtledove and Wendy were both at the wall 1,000 meters away, trying to stand up. Only Myra Jane hadn't been touched by the other party yet. However, this situation couldn't last too long. Soon, Myra Jane still had a flaw. Bang! Number 4 kicked Myra Jane, and Myra Jane had no time to dodge, so she instinctively raised her hand to defend. Bang! This kick kicked Myra Jane 1,000 meters away. Plop! Myra Jane sat on the ground. It's over. Number 4 said lightly. As long as he hits you, you will be in an absolutely smooth state. Even if the attack hits him, it will slide away. He is invincible. Shua. Number 4 slid in front of Myra Jane. Those two rubbish were killed, the captain was very angry. But at least I completed the mission. The girl is the captain's woman. It's a pity that the captain ordered you to be killed. Number 4 raised his legs high and chopped them down fiercely. At this moment. Bang! Number 4 was kicked out. What? Number 4 couldn't believe it. Shua. Mirage suddenly slid towards him quickly. It's a pity for you. Mirage said, your captain likes to hold my hand and skate in winter. Boom. Miraja tied a bandage on her hand and punched No 4's chest hard, and her fist was dented. Puff. Number 4 spat out a mouthful of blood, and Miraja turned around and dodged it without getting a drop of blood on her. Number 4 fell to the ground, and the magic was lifted. Turtledove and Wendy ran over, and Turtledove asked, Miss Myra, why are you so skilled? Wendy asked, Miss Myra, why were you able to attack him? Miraja smiled and said, Yeflet often invites me to go skating, and that guy likes to bully me at this time, so I worked hard to counter him. Turtledove was full of envy. Only this guy had so many memories with Mr. Yefrit. Miraja said to Wendy again, when this guy attacks, magic will not work, otherwise he can't attack us. No one's magic is invincible, not even fraud magic can do it. Wendy said, that's why you pretended to reveal a flaw and killed him when he was most relaxed. That's right. Miraja nodded. Miss Myra is so powerful. Wendy couldn't help but praise. Miraja smiled gently. Click. Iluza's gun was already covered with dangerous cracks, which made people worry. They didn't even dare to use force, fearing that it would break if they shook it. Iluza, your gun is going to break, you should retreat. Elfman said. At this time, facing the powerful number 2, Alba Green was injured and retired, and Sidrina assisted from a distance. Although her magic was very strong, she did not have much combat experience after all, and she was still a fragile skin, which could easily be killed by others in one move. If she stood farther away, when being attacked, Happy could also teleport in time. Now only Urza and Elfman persisted. The latter had strong physical strength and self-healing ability. Even though his strength was a little worse, he did not fall down. But Urza's gun seemed to be unable to support the battle. Without the weapon, it would be difficult for Urza to fight the enemy. Hearing Elfman's words, Urza took a deep breath and said, I will never let my brother stand in front of me and face danger. It doesn't matter even if the spear is broken. I am Urza. Urza took a step forward, and said firmly, it is Urza of fairy tale. My magic heart has never told me to retreat. Facing the enemy, I only have one choice. Fight. You are very good. Number 2 nodded in approval, but, fighting does not mean victory with enough momentum. Da-da-da. Number 2 spun at high speed and rushed towards Urza. Urza, get out of the way. Elfman was shocked and rushed towards Urza. Because Yefrit is my brother, I will definitely take him back. Return to fairy tale. This is my determination. Iluza raised the cracked spear and thrust it out. Crack. At the moment when the drill tip and the spear tip collided, the spear shattered. However, the drill did not move forward. When the spear shattered, there was a brand new red spear inside. This red spear perfectly resisted the enemy's attack. Crack. Iluza's silver armor also shattered and was replaced by a red armor. Iluza felt a powerful force surging from her body. She widened her eyes. It turned out that she had misunderstood her collapse before. Her real collapse was not just a set of armor and spears that were more powerful than the awakened state. It was armor and spears that could be continuously upgraded according to the will to fight. Her collapse was not the peak of strength, but just the starting point. Because this is Urza, she can always win every battle with her extremely tenacious will. Spear tip impact. Stronger armor, tougher spear, even number 2 couldn't break it, and Urza gained stronger power. The penetrating force of this spear tip impact directly pushed the drill back. How is it possible? Number 2 felt that his 3 views were about to be shattered. However, Urza, who had evolved once, was no longer something he could resist. Boom! Urza chased after him and stabbed out with a spear tip impact. How could I be defeated by a weakling like you? Number 2 withdrew from the battle. You are really scary. Number 1 shook his head. In front of him, Laxus put his hands in his pockets, and had completely adapted to the opposite influence of senses. The battle has just begun. Laxus said. No, it's over. Number 1 raised his hand, because he had solved everyone who was fighting was surrounding them. Besides, said Number 1, I just figured it out. I'm afraid I've lost my job. He looked dejected. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Except for me, everyone in the X-Knights was defeated. The leader was forced to leave here and return to the palace. You must chase them. No matter who wins next, I will not have a good ending. Number 1 said. You are not stupid. Grey said. What are you going to do? Laxus asked. Number 1 said, the entire underground of the palace is full of that demon. However, what you really need to pay attention to is not the demon, but Princess Anita. What? Everyone frowned. She is the biggest obstacle for you to find your companions. That's all I have to say. After saying that, Number 1 turned and left. That guy. Natsu said, are you going to let him go? It's better to avoid a fight and save some energy. President Mavis said. Next Natsu waved his fist, towards the palace set off. Chapter 223, Natsu, Yefrit, come home with me. The palace. It's really difficult. Gildarts looked at Makarov on the side and said, President, if you can't hold on, you can go and rest, and leave the rest to me. Humph. Makarov snorted coldly, Gildarts, you guy, don't underestimate me. In fact, after Makarov contracted the demon form Aquila, he gained the ability to heal and could greatly restore his physical strength, so the old man felt that he had found the state of his youth, and he would not be unsustainable at all, and he was fighting excitedly now. Gildarts scratched his head, quite helpless, the old man who refuses to admit defeat is really... Hey! Makarov looked over. Reliable. Gildarts said quickly. I'm not old enough to be worried about. Makarov said. Boom. Dozens of tentacles came and were evaded by the two cleverly. In front of them was a huge demon head, round, full of eyes, with hundreds of tentacles on the chin, which looked extremely ugly. A muffled voice said, You are looking for death for disturbing my meal, human. Because of the battle, the demons imprisoned under the palace fled one after another. They didn't dare to stay here, but any demon with a little strength would not be caught by humans, so they couldn't provide combat support at this time. They could only look at Gildarts and Makarov gratefully, and then leave here. President. Gildarts. In the sky. Lucy flew over with Natsu. Ah, Gildarts laughed, I didn't expect you guys to be so fast. Fire dragons. Lucy's Iron Fist. Lucy left Natsu behind, letting him fly towards the huge head with the jet of flames, and then they both raised their right fists and smashed it. Pa! Who knew that the tentacles would directly knock the two people away? What an impulsive guy. Gray was speechless. Miss Lucy has also become Mr. Natsu. Juvia was a little helpless. Well, Gray laughed, anyone who has been with Natsu for a long time is easily affected. Let's go. Gray said. Yes, Mr. Gray. Juvia nodded. As everyone from the guild arrived, the situation changed. The demon was beaten into a disadvantage. Damn. Damn. You have completely angered Mr. Reeve. The demon roared. What are you yelling about, you useless piece of shit? At this moment, a voice rang out. Yevlet. Natsu shouted. Yevlet suddenly appeared, sitting on a broken pillar in the ruins. Yevlet Libyu said, help me. Help. Yevlet tilted his head slightly, Libyu, did you make a mistake? Libyu, dot. I am your master. Yevlet said arrogantly. Libyu, dot. This guy is really. His mind control magic needs to seduce the other party's most desired side, and then guide and control it, similar to the part of deception in Yevlet's first level of deception magic, which is to guide emotions and control them. But unexpectedly, the control was controlled, and Yevlet, who seemed to be modest on the surface, became more and more crazy. Give me the command. Yevlet opened his hand. Libya was helpless. He really couldn't beat this group of people, so he could only stretch out his tentacles to pull Yevlet back. Yefrit stood on Libyu's head, spread his arms, and said, then. Enjoy the battle. Yefrit, you mysterious guy, enjoy the battle or something, you are too disgusting now. Natsu said bluntly. Yefrit, enjoy the battle? Hey? What nonsense! Anyone can be associated with these 4 words, including Lucy, who is now accustomed to using Natsu mode. But Yefrit, this sinister and cunning guy, is impossible. This reminds me of Nereid. Lucy said. Yes, yes, yes. Gray agreed, it's as disgusting as it was then. Yeflet, dot. Natsu snapped his fingers, making a click sound, and said, a creature like Yeflet should stand behind us, hiding in some unknown place, and then pit both the enemy and teammates. Dot. Everyone couldn't help but look at Natsu, this generous guy. Angry. Yevlet should have to exaggerate every battle that requires hard work to win, and finally, after we all work hard to defeat the enemy, he will appear spotlessly and tell us that he has done everything at the beginning. Yevlet is very proud, but Yevlet's pride should be hidden in his heart, and on the surface he is disgustingly humble. He is obviously a strong guy, but he always says that he is weak, and then he puts forward a lot of qualifiers, such as he can't beat me and Grey without using fraud magic, and he can't beat Urza even if he uses fraud magic. Obviously, he has always been the creator of miracles, but he always says that he relies on everyone to create miracles. Yevlet should be like this. Pride, hypocrisy, misophobia, laziness. Stinky, timid. Miraja, dot. Everyone, dot. Well said, Natsu, the complaints are so accurate. He looks like an excellent guy. Natsu said, but he is actually full of flaws. Sometimes I like him very much, and sometimes I really hate him. But dash. Natsu roared, it doesn't matter if it's that kind of Yevlet. It's better to say that that kind of Yevlet is Yevlet. After all, he is the best user of deception magic. That kind of Yevlet is our family. We will tolerate everything about him. Yevlet dash. You always say that miracles are created by everyone, so, just watch carefully. By the way, always create a miracle but do not know. You can create a miracle. Get your teeth, Jefflet, this time I won't make a joke. Naz's whole body was degenerated, like a angry lion, rushing up. Naz, Gray shook his head with a smile. It is quite time to say, making people feel excited. Jobia said, is this the reason why the Naz model? Naz, wait for me, I watched the guy of Jefflet in the past. Lucy rushed up. Go. Gray said, I really want to give this idiot a good punch. Go. When Natsu spoke before, everyone just felt excited, but after hearing Lucy's words, why did they feel? Oh. Everyone rushed forward and turned on Natsu mode. Even more excited. It's rare that Yefrit doesn't have deception magic. This punch must hit him hard in the face. Yefrit, why do they look more like beating me than saving me? Azza, master, you worry too much. Your companions are obviously very enthusiastic. It's obvious that they want to beat Yefrit, but everyone in the guild replayed the revolving lantern in their minds, about the things that Yefrit had teased them before. When they thought of these things, they gritted their teeth and clenched their fists even tighter. Boom boom boom. Everyone in Natsu mode, beat up Reeve. Li Buletin was completely unable to resist. Fortunately with Yevlet's control, he was barely able to maintain his position. But Yevlet was just playing around, but everyone was very serious. In terms of fighting wool, they were not at the same level at all. Even though he had excellent command ability, he was still losing ground. Yevlet, hold on. The king and others were terrified. They had never expected that this group of thugs could single-handedly kill the capital, and even forced Li Buletin to resist the pressure. Pa pat pat. In the huge noise of the melee, there was a very clear sound of footsteps. Everyone hurriedly looked towards the place where the footsteps came from. It was Princess Anita. She was holding a knife in her hand, and her beautiful and gorgeous princess dress was stained red. She walked slowly with a calm expression, but there were a few drops of blood on her face, which looked extremely weird. Anita, my daughter, where have you been? I was so worried. The king said in surprise. When the battle just started, Anita disappeared. This made the king think that his weak daughter had died in the chaos. I didn't expect to see her again. Wait. Why is she holding a knife? What's with the blood on her body? Anita listened to the king and played with the knife, said, go get a weapon back. Weapon? Everyone was puzzled, and then they all looked at the knife in Anita's hand. This knife looks familiar. Why? Sword Saint, you killed the Sword Saint. The eldest prince shouted. Everyone was shocked. The Sword Saint is the only one who insists on using swordsmanship in this world where everyone worships magic. He was already famous 50 years ago, invincible in the world. Not only is no one his opponent, but even one of his swords can't be taken. Every swordsman regards his sword as a treasure, even as his life. There is only one way to get their swords kill him. At this moment, everyone looked at Anita and felt very strange. Anita replied lightly, Sword Saint? If you are talking about the old man with a good knife, I did go over and kill him just now, using a fruit knife. Good dong. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Took a fruit knife and killed the Sword Saint. This. She looked unharmed, not even breathing. Anita, who was usually cute and well-behaved, suddenly became a new generation of swordsmen. This news was so explosive that no one felt it was real. Everything today was like a dream. First, a group of bandits broke through the capital and the palace. Then the demons that the royal family had supported for many years, who were thought to be invincible, were beaten at this time. Finally, it was Anita. I thought she was just a cute little girl, but I didn't expect that she could kill the swordsman. Could it be because the swordsman is very old? A prince guessed. Everyone's eyes lit up. This reason was more convincing. When the swordsman became famous 50 years ago, he was already in his 40s. Now he is over 90, almost 100 years old. If he is too old to lift a knife, it is not impossible. Anita did not make any statement about this. Neither clarify the truth nor defend. It doesn't matter. Anita looked at the battle outside and said, Yevlet, let me help you. Yevlet narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect that Anita was the most difficult one. He just saw the whole process. Is the Sword Saint too old to lift the knife? No. He looks similar to Hades. Although old, he is very healthy. If he shaved his beard, he would be believed to be in his 40s or 50s. Anita really came to the Sword Saint with a fruit knife and raised her hand to cut it. This knife was extremely fast. The Sword Saint didn't have time to lift the knife, and his head flew out. Yevlet was very sure that she had let the knife go that night. This guy's strength. Even in Eslanden, there are not many people who can stop her. Fortunately, her fraud magic has already controlled the situation. She can't be allowed to mess up. She is not a person in the plan. Besides, fighting with her, everyone in the guild won't get any experience. Yevlet used deception magic. The body came down from the demon. Anita looked at him in surprise. She looked at the fierce battle above, then looked at Yevlet who was walking in front of her. She looked back again, and no one noticed this side. She was isolated from the world now? What are you going to do? Yevlet asked. I'll help you. Anita smiled. No need. Yevlet refused coldly. Anita extended her index finger and tapped her chin, thinking. After a moment, she said, but, no matter what, I am not your subordinate. I am not a member of the X-Knights. Nor is I your admirer. In terms of status, I am a princess and you are a duke. In terms of strength, I can't do anything to you, and you can't do anything to me. In terms of relationship, I don't ask you for anything. So. Anita said proudly, I am different from anyone around you. You and I are equal. Okay, let's have an equal dialogue. Yevlet nodded. Although he had the power to take down the other party directly, he was very curious about what Anita wanted to do. It was difficult for him to figure out the heart of this guy. Her heart was simply a chaos. You are not from our world. Anita said. No. You need to go back to your world. Yes. But you are my fiancé. You don't like me, and I don't like you either. But you are interesting, and I like you. Sorry, I refuse. Anita, dot. She suddenly swung a knife and pointed it at Myra Jane. Buzz. The knife missed, but it split the entire capital in two, and its power was terrible. She looked at Yevlet in confusion, but found that the other party's face was very gloomy. Yevlet's voice was angry. Second time, you swung a knife at my companion for the second time. Yet. Anita took a step back, and her face was a little cautious. Puff. Suddenly, there was a pain in her chest. Anita looked down and saw a long wound from the right waist to the left shoulder, which almost cut her in half, and blood gushed out. Anita quickly grabbed her chest. The jade pendant on her neck flashed a green light, and her injuries were recovering quickly. This is your rely on. Yevlet tilted his head slightly. Anita was stunned. The healing magic stopped. The wound was not healed, and blood was gushing out. Anita took a step back, and her face finally became a little shocked. Contract magic demon, you made it. Dot. Yevlet did not answer. Ha ha ha. Anita suddenly covered her face and laughed. I was just too bored and wanted to play, but I didn't expect to meet such an interesting guy like you. Ha ha ha. God. No wonder you are being watched by God. So that's it, so that's it. Being watched by God. Yevlet was shocked, and Maiko and Asa also felt a chill in their hearts. Yevlet did sense the sight before, but they couldn't find the source. But how did Anita know? Anita suddenly stopped laughing, and she smiled strangely, because I am also being watched. Dot. In every era Anita took a step back and sat on the ground. She had lost too much blood and had no strength, but she still said arrogantly, there will be guys who make God worry. God doesn't like guys like that. Because there is only a very small chance that such guys will become the same kind as K. Dot. And most of the time, they will bring disaster to the world. Anita looked at Yevlet and said, okay, Yevlet, don't kill me, leave my life, and I won't touch your friends again. I just want to see your ending. Dot. Yevlet frowned. After a moment, Yevlet nodded slightly. Anita could feel that her vitality was returning, and the demon she contracted was taking effect. She was quickly healed. I'll look forward to it. Anita made a knife flower and took the knife. Why are you so strong? Is it because of your strength that you are watched by God? Yevlet asked. It's like you are born with an extraordinary mind. Anita said, when I was 8 years old, I defeated the sword master in one move, and then I told him that I would take back the knife when the time is right. After that, Anita turned and left. It's unreasonable. Yevlet shook his head. Is this considered a genius? This tower is considered to be cheating. Maiko said silently, Zerf, Akunologia, and you. It seems to be similar to this. Dot. Yevlet said, first of all, there is you. Secondly, there is a big gap between me and them. But the one who will win in the end will definitely be Yevlet. Maiko said confidently. The big gap in the early stage does not mean anything. Who is the winner is the most important. Being watched by God. Yevlet felt a little numb. He is not a stubborn person. He does not want to become Zeref, it is too miserable. He does not want to become Aknologia, he does not want to become a monster and not be able to enjoy life. Even Maiko's amnesia is no different from death. Why don't you give up studying demons? He was a little scared. Anyway, in the animation, although the ending was complained by many people, all enemies were defeated after all, right? Maybe. Damn it. Yevlet suddenly cursed again, butterfly effect. Where is Putin, where is Tiffany, where is the Roya organization, where is this other world in the animation? Just then, the battle above is about to end. Yevlet looked back. Yevlet! Natsu roared, go home with us. Boom. He punched Yefrit hard in the face. His Yefrit couldn't help but take a deep breath, this punch must be very painful. Boom boom boom. Everyone seemed to have an iron fist and attacked the demons and Yefrit frantically. What a stubborn guild. Yefrit shook his head helplessly. Maiko looked at him. I will prove it. Yefrit scratched his scalp, almost scratching it until it bled. This was the first time he acted embarrassed enough. Prove what? Maiko asked. I just want to protect myself. I'm a good kid. I'm not a threat to the world. Yefrit answered. Maiko glanced at Asa in the world of glasses, and then looked at the whole world, tens of thousands of demons. She shook her head and said, even if you are a god, I will protect you. Chapter 224, the other world chapter is over. Boom. The huge demon fell. The sun rose slowly, and the morning sunlight was a little hazy. Yevlet, whose left face was a little swollen, slowly opened his eyes. He was greeted by the smiles of Natsu, Grey, and Laxus. Natsu showed his white teeth and smiled heartily. He stretched out his hand and said, Yevlet, we are here to pick you up. Yevlet stretched out his hand and held Natsu's hand. The magic is lifted. Grey asked. The demons are all defeated, right? Laxus said. Yevlet. Everyone looked at Yevlet, waiting for an answer. Thank you, everyone. Yevlet nodded. Oh. Everyone was excited. Boom. A pillar collapsed. Both the enemy and us suddenly fell silent, looking at the destroyed palace and the slash that split the capital in two. Who caused this? Makarov looked at the king who came out from underground, a little embarrassed. But the royal family didn't dare to hold everyone responsible. On the contrary, at this moment, because the last trump card was gone, the demons were defeated. Even if Anita had the strength to defeat the sword master, she was sitting aside at this time, and the royal family didn't dare to think that she could fight and win against such a group of monsters that could defeat the demons. So, after careful consideration, the king left a few little princes and princesses, left his two most beloved concubines, and then walked out, intending to surrender, divert the other side's attention, and be brave for the family hiding underground for the last time. The scene was a little quiet. Yevlet said, it's not our intention to make such a big fuss, otherwise let's stop now. Everyone in Fairy Tale is not a particularly vicious person. The reason why they are so crazy is to save Yevlet. Now Yevlet has been rescued, and the instigator has paid a painful price. In addition, the contract of the demons has been completed. One of the clauses in the contract between everyone and the demons is to kill the demon Libu and put an end to the evil plan of the king and Libu. In short, all the goals have been achieved, so there is no need to kill them all. The king and others were originally planning for the worst. They would be killed and the kingdom would be destroyed. But they didn't expect the other party to shout to stop. After a long silence, the king finally said, thank you. The problem that has troubled everyone for a long time has been solved. On the kingdom side, the king covered up everything and did not pursue the previous matter, mainly because he did not have the strength to pursue it. Everyone gathered together and held a banquet. Then they went their separate ways. Yefrit, Myra Jane, and others returned to Shirashi town with Sidrina. Sidrina seemed to have some realizations and rarely came to Yefrit. She seemed to be busy with something. Even Yefrit didn't know, but that was because he didn't pay attention. Until 3 years later. Suddenly a war changed the kingdom to a new owner. The new king. Sidrina Shirashi. Everyone in Fairy Tale was stunned. That Miss Sidrina became the king of this country? What on earth did she go through? What kind of mental journey is this? Turtledove couldn't believe it. Myra Jane smiled but didn't say anything. After Sidrina came to power, it took some time to stabilize the kingdom. The former royal family members were properly arranged to live in seclusion. Although their lives were not taken away, they were definitely under house arrest. Then something even more outrageous came. The queen confirmed Anita Shirashi. Yes, it was Anita. Even Yevlet was having breakfast when he knew about this. After drinking a mouthful of milk, he saw the news in the newspaper and spat out the milk in shock, and then he coughed. This was a rare embarrassing moment for him. Because even he was confused, what were these two doing? Is it fake or real? Really? Sidrina and Anita, who had changed their surnames, both gave affirmative answers. But there was something strange about this matter. The two were going to get married and invited Yevlet. The day before departure, Myra Jane practiced wooden stakes for a whole morning. After arriving in the capital, after attending the King's-Queen ceremony, Yevlet would of course be invited to the King's private banquet. After 3 rounds of drinking, others drank, while Yevlet drank milk tea. Yevlet looked at Sidrina's father, Baz, who was drinking in the corner with a complicated expression. He was also confused. 3 years ago, he was still a mayor, and he was worried because his daughter had done something provocative to the kingdom. Not long after, he was told that the king had lost the war and his family was safe. Not long after, his daughter said that she became the king. Then, he became the king's father. In fact, he was still very loyal to the former king. After all, he was a hereditary noble and was taught to be loyal to the king since birth, but he never expected that his daughter would become the king. Now he really didn't know what mood to face it with. Yevlet didn't go to Baz because Sidrina came to him first. Yevlet. Your Majesty the King. Yevlet bowed. Sidrina smiled and said, we are best friends. I have prepared a gift for you. Come with me. What gift? Yevlet was a little curious. Follow me and you'll find out. Sidrina took Yevlet away from the banquet. On the way, Yevlet asked curiously, why do you want to be king? Because I found out. Sidrina said with a smile, without power, you will be at the mercy of others. I have learned a lesson before. Sidrina was talking about the fact that she's selling the dark wizard for money, almost overturned. In the past few years, Sidrina has been practicing magic while rebelling. Now, in addition to the people of Fairy Tale, she is also a top wizard in this world. Besides, Sidrina said, I have a lofty goal, and I need strength to strive for it. What goal? Here we are. While talking, Sidrina brought Yevlet to her wedding room. Is this not good? Yevlet looked at the beautifully decorated and luxurious wedding room, and was a little afraid to move forward. What gifts do you want to see in the king's wedding room? Is this? It doesn't matter. Sidrina smiled and pushed Yevlet into the room. Swish! As soon as Yevlet entered the room, a basin of red wine was poured directly on his face. He immediately lowered his head and fell silent. It was Anita who did it. She was wearing the queen's wedding dress. Swish! Anita threw the basin out of the door, and Sidrina closed the door. Yevlet lowered his head and remained silent. Will it work? Anita asked. It should, Habi won't lie. Sidrina said. After the battle 3 years ago, Sidrina found an opportunity to treat Habi to a big meal and gave him a lot of wine. During the meal, she hinted and learned about Yevlet's weakness. It turned out that he couldn't touch alcohol. Ordinary beer would make him fall asleep. Strong alcohol would make him crazy. But red wine? He would be very romantic. So, Sidrina had a lofty goal. She looked at Yevlet nervously, watching his skin quickly turn pink. So cute. Sidrina couldn't help but say. Anita said, you first. You don't care, then I can just give it to you once in the middle. Sidrina looked at her. You should understand that I am Yevlet's fiancé. Anita said. That was all in the previous dynasty. Now I am the king. Sidrina said. Okay, but is it really okay to give it to you once? Anita expressed doubt. It's good to give it to you once. If Mangran eats the school, then the kingdom I have conquered will eventually be passed on to your son. Anita, this is not the content of our contract. Sidrina said. What's the difference? We both have the last name Yevlet. Anita smiled. There is a big difference. Sidrina insisted, and then said, besides, don't you dislike him at all? It's just that you think that only his genes in this world match yours, so you want to see how powerful your child will be. Sidrina said, I don't mind your child becoming the strongest wizard in the world, but my child must be the eldest son, and my throne is his. Okay, okay. Anita raised her hands in surrender, you are the king, you are right. Humph. Sidrina snorted coldly. Ah, suddenly, she screamed and felt that her fullness behind was being grasped. You two guys, Yevlet raised his head, you even overturned a country for such a small thing. His skin was pink, and his face was even more flushed. He had a smirk on his face and his eyes were blurred. You guys! Yevlet said, you are so eager for me. He pulled Sidrina closer and whispered something in her ear, which made Sidrina blush with shame. Okay, don't delay. Anita said, tearing her clothes to pieces. Don't be anxious, Yevlet said, on this night of flowers and full moon, it's not romantic to get straight to the point. No need for romance, if you delay for too long, it will be easy to be noticed. Sidrina pushed Yevlet and pushed him to fall on the bed. Hurry up, do it a few more times, and you can increase the success rate. Okay, Yevlet spread his arms, since it is your expectation, then let me see, King and Queen Myra. Sidrina's cold sweat suddenly came down. A palm was placed on her shoulder. Hee hee. Sidrina turned around awkwardly. Miss Mileage, you are finally here, I have been waiting for you, come on, this is for you for the first time. Mileage smiled gently, no, for this kind of thing, Yevlet has not grown up to be able to take on such an important responsibility. It doesn't matter, I am already the king, I don't ask him to take any responsibility, I can take it myself. Sidrina said hurriedly, after all, you have to leave, I know I can't keep him, so I just want him to leave me some thoughts. I don't care about this kind of thing. Mileage said with a smile, but she immediately changed her face and became very serious, but I don't allow anyone to go against Yevlet's wishes for their own selfishness. Sidrina felt guilty, but she didn't want to give up. She had a good relationship with Mileage, and even tried to curry favor with him, but at this moment, she could not care less and said, does Miss Mileage still want to wait? A drunken Yevlet will become very romantic. He is himself now. Look at the way he looks at you. Myra, come here and give me a hug. Yevlet said with a smile. Look. Sidrina advised, this is Yevlet. What? Yevlet wants to do. Mirage shook her head, Sidrina, don't let Yevlet's affection for you turn into disgust, don't force him. As he said, Mirage pulled Yevlet up and used his body to support him, letting him lean against his body and holding him very close. Hee hee, it's really big. Yevlet reached out and pressed the towering thing in front of Mirage. Sidrina's chest rose and fell violently. Anita, who had been silent, said, it has nothing to do with me. He doesn't like me. I dare not get involved. After saying that, she covered herself with the quilt and did not participate. She was just an assist, so there was no need to offend anyone. She was crazy, not stupid. She was crazy enough to help Sidrina overthrow her father's throne. But at this time, she would not be stupid enough to participate in it and lose her almost insignificant share. Mirage did not take away Yevlet's hand, and looked at Sidrina. She said, for Yevlet, nothing is impossible. As long as he wants, he can do it. As long as he likes you, then you will definitely see him again. And now? Mirage said, I want to take him away. Miss Mirage, Sidrina wanted to cry but had no tears. Why bother? Obviously, we are all girls. This kind of thing, as long as it succeeds once, it is obviously a good thing for you and me, and for Yevlet, too. He will definitely not hate you for it. I said it. Mirage said, you must respect Yefrit's opinion, Sidrina. Why? Sidrina said with a wry smile. Mirage said very seriously, because I love him. Sidrina was stunned. Myra, hee hee, I love you too. So cute. Yevlet's lips plowed on Mirage's face. That's it. Mirage bowed slightly as a salute and said, you will understand, I am helping you now. After saying that, she hugged Yevlet and turned away. Woo-woo, a sobbing sound came from behind. Mileage left a sigh. Silly girl. With Yevlet's self-esteem, if you really achieve your goal, this matter will definitely become a deep thorn in his heart. At that time, not only will Sidrina get the opposite result from herself. Yevlet will also be hurt. He is the one who cares about the first time the most, and even the feeling of holding hands, not to mention this kind of thing, with his personality, he may be entangled for a lifetime maybe. Turtledove was waiting outside, looking worried. It was Myra Jane who didn't let her in. This was the first time that Turtledove saw Yefrit like this. She felt a little strange. Looking at Yefrit's hand, she felt a little envious of Myra Jane. But she didn't dare to say anything. Myra Jane turned her head and looked at Yefrit. She didn't care what his hand was doing. She gently combed Yefrit's hair and said, Ifrit, no matter what choice you make in the future, before that, I will protect you and won't let anyone or anything hurt you. Yefrit's eyes regained their rationality for a moment. Thank you, Myra Jane. But the next second, his rationality disappeared. He began to talk nonsense, singing the strange songs that had been buried in his heart for a long time, which he had heard in the dance hall with Laxus before, and confessed his love to Myra Jane, Turtledove, Tiffany, and Maiko. Myra Jane covered his mouth with a bandage, stuffed him into the carriage, and went home. After putting Yefrit to sleep, the two came outside. Miss Myra. Turtledove couldn't help but say, you are so great. This is from the heart. Turtledove thought about it and realized that he might not be able to do this. Maybe he would be shaken. Myra Jane smiled and said to her, no, I just know him better than you. Turtledove lowered his head, feeling a little inferior and desperate. It is difficult for a young girl who is not arrogant to win. Which young girl can win such a young girl? Turtledove, I said it. Mirage smiled and said, you can stay with him and me, as long as I will listen to you. Banjiu answered immediately. After tonight, she understood it completely. There is no hope of clearing the level alone. In that case, with Mirage as the boss, no one can defeat him. The only way to win is to lie down and hold your thighs. Yevlet. Mirage turned his head and looked at Yevlet, who was sleeping soundly in the room, and said, he always considers many aspects when doing things. Me too. I am trying to learn from him. Her eyes were very confident and firm. This was the first time Banjiu saw Mirage, who was always gentle, show such an expression outside of the combat state. Miragai said, I am also doing such a thing. He is working hard for everyone, for a good ending, and to make everyone satisfied. That's what I'm doing. Working hard for the happy ending he hopes for. Yes, what happy ending does Mr. Flit want? Turtledove was confused. She couldn't understand Yeflet. I don't know. Myra Jane shook her head and then said, but no matter what he wants, I will help him achieve it. The dove was startled. She suddenly realized that she was not competing with Mylaja now, because she had already won. Fortunately, she was smart and held Mylaja's thigh tightly. No matter what happened in the future, at least she had her own share. Even if it was not much, it was better than the two people here who were separated by a world. The dove, who had always been very inferior, suddenly found that Mylaja had won, and she also won by lying. This made her feel radiant. What was she still entangled about? She had actually taken off a long time ago. Mylaja looked at the dove's expression, smiling. The dove blushed and lowered her head. But then she raised her head again. In front of Mylaja, all her little thoughts were exposed. It was better to face it calmly. After all, this was her magic weapon to win with her thigh. Chapter 225, 7 years later. 7 years. Everyone from Fairy Tale stood on the coast closest to Tenro Island. They started from here and stirred up the storm in this different world. Now, they are back here, back to Tenro Island, and returned to Eslanden through the magic circle that they have finally built. Yefrit. Everyone. People who came to see them off, such as Sidrina, were in tears. Everyone from Fairy Tale has long been accustomed to it, and everyone has a smile on their face that says don't worry. Yefrit. Sidrina reluctantly pulled Yefrit's sleeve and said, will you come back? Yes, at most 2 years. Yefrit thought for a while and said. Hey? Sidrina was stunned. She thought it would take a long time, or even not come again, but the answer of at most 2 years really surprised her. This answer was what Yevlet had thought about. If nothing unexpected happened, it would only take 2 years to fight Ziref and Aknalaja. It's not that he wants to take the initiative. It depends on when Ziref, the brainless one, will take action. Of course, even if Ziref doesn't take action, Yevlet is not a person who is willing to suffer. When he is fully prepared, he will deal with him sooner or later. A self-righteous guy, as if he is the only one with self-esteem. He relies on his strength to bully the weak, and he also conducts sneak attacks, which is unethical. Yevlet has been lying on straw and tasting gall for so many years just to give this guy a good beating, so that he will be honest in the future and don't think that there is no mountain higher than him in the world. Really? Sidrina said, you are not allowed to deceive the king. Yevlet said, I was not prepared for the first time. After the stable teleportation array is established, it will be easy to go back and forth. Then Sidrina said immediately, you must build the teleportation array quickly, and bring more people. She put her hands on her waist and said proudly, this is the king's order. We will need your help when the time comes. Yefrit said. We don't need them to fight Zirev, but the more people we have to fight Aknologia, the better a just siege from all over the world. Okay. Yefrit took off his hat, covered Sidrina's head, and said, that's it. Goodbye, everyone. He waved his hand and jumped on the boat first. With him leading the way, everyone from Fairy Tale also boarded the boat. Goodbye. People on both sides waved goodbye. On the calm sea. Suddenly, a huge magic circle appeared. Then an island appeared out of thin air. Everyone was stunned. Ah! Natsu raised his head and spit fire. He can already use magic. You're back, everyone cheered. 7 years have passed, they had been in a coma for more than 3 years, and then they had spent more than 3 years in another world, which was equivalent to being away from home for 3 years. Everyone missed home very much, so they drove the boat non-stop and returned to the guild. 3 years. Wendy looked down at her chest. During the 3 years of coma, no one grew taller. But in the 3 years that followed, everyone changed in both magic and figure. For example, Lucy became more plump, in fact, she just gained some weight recently. For example, Alba Green is already full of wife charm. Compared, for example, Juvia is much more generous. Compared with the noble daughter before, she is more like a noble young lady now. Don't think wrongly, Gray said that he would not bully Juvia until all the guild members are there, and they have saved enough money and bought a house until they get married. He is a traditional person. Another example is Lysina, who also has long hair. Her temperament has begun to deviate from the liveliness of her teenage years, and has become closer to Myra Jane, becoming gentle and virtuous, but she has not abandoned the attributes of a younger sister, and still loves to act like a spoiled child to everyone. But Wendy is a little desperate. Not counting those 3 years, she is now 16 years old. She still remembers that Lucy was 17 when she joined the guild. She is already very feminine. In the past 2 years, she could still comfort herself that she was not yet old enough. But now, she can no longer deceive herself. Why? She has only grown about 10 centimeters taller, but her chest has not changed at all. Next to her, there stood a beautiful girl with cat ears who was 1 forehead taller than Wendy. This is Xiaolulu. After returning to Eslanden, she used using magic. She has a human body. Kalulu, wearing a black sailor suit, looks more like Wendy's sister. Wendy was petrified on the spot. Yefrit Habi rushed to Yefrit and cried, teach me transformation magic. Take it. Yefrit threw a card. What? Shared magic. Yefrit said. Same as Xiaolulu's. Habi was shocked. It's different. Xiaolulu can have the same strength as Wendy, but your qualifications don't allow it, so you can only have the ability to transform in a small part of Natsu's strength. Yefrit explained. Yefrit is so cool. Habi shouted excitedly, Natsu, hurry up, learn magic with me. Wu Natsu now doesn't have the energy to learn magic with Habi. He usually lies on the railing of the ship, trying to control his stomach and mouth. Gajil's voice came from the other side. Next to him, there was also Levi, who hadn't changed much. Laxus also looked uncomfortable, and the blonde Sundara couldn't maintain his aloofness. He had the same style as Natsu and Gajil. Only Wendy didn't feel anything. Everyone stayed away from the dragon slayers, each excitedly talking about what they would do after returning home. Magnolia Town. All residents looked at the returning fairy tale people in shock. 7 years ago, the news reported that they were all dead. Now, they are back. The news was all over the place. Natsu, big brother. A boy was sitting in a store on the street, looking at the crowd with a shocked face. Hearing the voice, everyone looked over and felt a little familiar. Romeo? Makarov asked with doubt. President, everyone. Romeo got excited. He stood up suddenly and rushed out of the store, but he didn't know what to do. After all, he is not a child anymore. Yu Gray punched him on the shoulder and laughed, you seem to be very reliable. Hee. Romeo was a little overwhelmed but scratched the back of his head happily. Everyone in the guild knew that the people on Tianlang Island were not dead, but they could not come back temporarily. But I didn't expect that this temporary time would be 7 years. How is the guild? Makarov asked the most concerned question. It's okay, President. Romeo said, when you are not here, our guild has not added any new S-class wizards, but Emily is very powerful, so although the guild is not as good as when you were still there, it maintains the first ranking, but it has not been bullied by anyone. That's good. Everyone nodded. Emily Turtledove was concerned about his sister. Has she become stronger? Romeo nodded and said, Emily is very powerful, unlike brother Yefrit, she has become a big star in the entire magic world. Originally, everyone felt that brother Yefrit's fraud magic was a little scary, but in the past 7 years, Emily has turned fraud magic into super magic. It has been recognized by the Magic Council. Ah! Everyone was shocked. Emily turned fraud magic into super magic? Is it so outrageous? What is super magic? It is the 3 major magics of fairy tale, Lucy's star map history, Nirvana, and Anima. Although everyone knows that fraud magic is very strong. Yefrit has not done this. Although he is not impossible. But I really didn't expect it. For many people, Emily is still the little girl who loves to act like a spoiled child in their impression. In a blink of an eye, she has become a strong man who can turn fraud magic into super magic. This is 100% the strength of Saint 10. How did she do it? Is her fraud magic stronger than Yevlet? Lucy couldn't help asking. Then I don't know. Romeo shook his head. Over the years, Emily has helped many patients and disabled people. Her fraud magic plus wishing magic can make people completely fall into a beautiful dream while healing their injuries. And it can not only help people, but also be used in battle. It is also extremely powerful. 2 years ago, a powerful demon destroyed the town. Emily used fraud magic to throw it into the endless dream world, which could seal it for 100 years. Then the Magic Council invited her to be Saint 10, but she refused. Then she became a worshipper of the Magic Council, and fraud magic also became a super magic recorded in the archives. Everyone was silent for a while. So, Emily has become very reliable. Turtle Dove said happily. Well, it's also because Emily has some very strong friends. It was because of their protection that the guild was not destroyed in the beginning. By the way, where are the others? Natsu said. Bisksa and Alzak are married and have a child, Romeo said as he walked. It didn't take long. We arrived at the door of the guild. Who is that? At the door, there stood a girl carrying everyone on her back. Her hair was like snow, hanging down to the waist, wearing a white skirt, quite like Myra Jane and now Lysina with long hair. Emily! Romeo shouted. You're back! Emily was not as excited as everyone imagined, but her tone was very cold. This made Romeo very confused. 7 years. Emily turned around, her voice full of resentment. Abandon me for 7 years. Emily slowly drew out the long sword at her waist. If Master and Sister Dove can't take this sword, everyone won't have to enter the guild. After saying that, she slashed with a sword. Emily! Dove exclaimed, and quickly stood in front of Yefrit and drew her sword to block. Dang! Dove looked at her hand in shock, trembling slightly, and her long sword was bounced out. What a pity! Emily shook her head. Everyone can't enter the guild. Everyone was confused. Even Romeo didn't understand what was wrong with Emily. That's right. At this time, Tiffany walked out slowly and said, 7 years, sister, you have to make progress. If you can't beat us, you will not be qualified to enter the guild. Sorry, but I was just invited to help. Miss One walked out. Long time no see. Yerusha and Melty walked out. Everyone, Is this going to fight? Everyone was still hesitating, but Natsu had already rushed out. Fire Dragon's what? He was about to punch, but was punched away by Tiffany. Natsu. Lucy was shocked, and then looked at Emily angrily. Emily, there is a limit to being naughty. As she said, she changed into the mecha, but Emily swung her sword and shattered the mecha on the spot. Lucy was shocked. Everyone was also stunned. Emily. So strong? At this time, Yevlet, who had been smiling, came out. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Hey! Emily's voice came out. Everyone's eyes blurred. This is outside Magnolia Town? In front of everyone is not the guild, but the river outside the town, and underfoot is not the flat street in the town, but the soft grass. And at the entrance of the town, a beautiful woman with 2 buns was being held up from behind by Yevlet with her hands under her armpits. Master, put me down! Emily exclaimed. No, no, my armpit is my weakness. Yevlet heard it and pinched her hands twice. Ha ha ha! Emily laughed suddenly, but she couldn't bear to kick back, so she could only beg for mercy. Wrong, wrong. Yevlet put her down. Emily. Turtle Dove ran over. After laughing, Emily's eyes were filled with tears. Master Sister Turtle Dove. Emily hugged the two and burst into tears. I miss you so much. So? Grey said in shock, everything just now was a fraud magic. It seems so. Romeo raised his hand helplessly. I swear, I really didn't know she would welcome you in this way. But this is indeed Emily's fraud magic, the endless dream world. Once you fall into it, you can't get out. Romeo looked at Yevlet and said, but brother Yevlet is still better. Everyone suddenly held their foreheads. It's bad. 7 years ago, there was only Yevlet, and Emily's fraud magic was not proficient. But now, Emily really gave everyone a warning. 2 fraud magic. Hiss. Everyone took a breath of cold air, and they will be annoyed in the future. Let's go back to the guild. Emily cried for a while, then gradually stopped crying, and sobbed, after my eye received the news from ASA, I knew you were back, so I told everyone to hold a welcome ceremony in the guild. But Romeo doesn't seem to know we're back. Grey said. Ah, that's because I'm not here. Romeo smiled, and then disappeared. In fact, I'm the only one here to pick you up. Emily said shyly. A red well appeared on everyone's forehead. She is Emily, not Yevlet, everyone thought so. But why do I still feel itchy? Chapter 226, Lucy, Dad, I miss you so much. Welcome home. When they entered the guild, they were warmly welcomed by everyone. We're back. The two groups gathered. Natsu was even more excited, hugging whoever he saw. Everyone was noisy for a while before they gradually calmed down and chatted. Yevlet sat in a corner. He was not good at expressing his emotions enthusiastically, but he was still very happy to be back in the guild. The corners of his mouth curled up and he couldn't hide his smile. First the cup was put down, and then the people sat down. Yevlet turned his head and saw a stunning beauty sitting next to him. She was wearing a green long skirt, which could hardly hide her proud figure. Miss Point 1. Yevlet was confused. Why was she here? My name is Alice now, Alice Valier. Alice said. Where did you get your last name from? Yevret was speechless. I'll have to change my name sooner or later anyway. Alice said, do you care? Not really. Yevret shook her head. Then I'm from the Valier family. Besides, Alice said with some pride, now the whole world knows that my last name is Valier. My family isn't famous. Yevret said. Valier isn't a great family, it's just a hereditary viscount. No, a voice came from the side, and then another person sat down on the other side. It was Ultia. Melty was chatting with Juvia in the distance. Arusha said, in the past 7 years, Emily has been doing things in the name of your Valier family. So now, as long as the magic world is not too isolated from the news, everyone knows that the fraud magic of the Valier family is super magic, and it has produced 2 Saint 10 strong men. Yevlet took a sip of the drink with some distress. I don't want to be too famous. But there is no way. Arusha said, Emily has done a lot of things in the past 7 years, and even the church wants to recruit her as a saint. She explained, her fraud magic can make people fall into endless sweet dreams. She contracted a demon Ada and obtained the magic of making wishes. The combination of the 2 magics only requires her to construct a real dream and let the patient believe it, then even seriously ill and dying patients, or disabled people who have been broken for many years, can be perfectly cured. The church said that she was like an angel descending, and even if she didn't go to the church to practice asceticism, they hoped to give her the position of a saint. Emily refused. She said she wanted to be like you and focus on only one profession. What profession? Yevlet asked. Novelist. Tiffany's voice came from behind, and then she put a book on Yevlet's head. Yevlet took it and saw the cover, which was a fresh picture, with simple sketches of Emily, Alice, Urusha, Tiffany, Melty, and Mirito. Several people were walking on the grass, and in the distance was an erupting volcano and a black dragon hovering above. The name of the novel is Emily's Adventure Story. It's amazing. Urusha said, I read the book Emily's Adventure Diary when I was a child. Her voice was full of emotion. In the book, the heroine, also called Emily, is brave and smart, and experiences all kinds of magical things. I envy and admire her very much. But I never dared to think that I could be like her. But... Yurusha smiled. She was the most mature girl but not an old maid. She had a plump figure and her facial features were much softer. The last time Yevlet saw her was 7 years ago. She was still depressed, so her face and expression were very aggressive, but now she was as gentle as water, making people unconsciously want to get close to her. She fully interpreted the charm of a big sister. Yurusha said gently, "At my age when I shouldn't dream, you and your disciples changed me. You made me dream a dream to make up for the regrets in my life. And Emily made me dream a dream to make up for the regrets in my childhood." Yefrit opened the book. Emily's words were no longer as immature as they were 7 years ago. Reading paragraph by paragraph, the words were beautiful and very immersive. Our stories in the past few years are all written in it. Tiffany pressed Yefrit's head and said, "You have a very good student." Of course. Yefrit closed the book proudly. Master in the distance, Emily, who was playing with Lysina and other girls, was somewhat unable to withstand the teasing of the crowd. She ran over aggrievedly and threw herself into Yefrit's arms. But Yefrit pulled her clothes away from behind and asked her to stay away from him. "You are already 17 years old. You should be sensible." 17 years old. The age when Lucy entered the guild and fell in love early. It's not appropriate to act like a spoiled child again. Wivu, Emily cried in grievance, but it was just fake crying. Seeing that Yefrit was unmoved, she curled her lips and said, "I was comparing my figure with Lysina just now, and she said I'm not as good as her." Yefrit took a look. Emily is very beautiful, but in a guild full of beauties, she can't be ranked at the top. With long hair, Lysina already has 60% of Marajana's charm. She is not a peerless beauty, but when standing next to Lucy and Urza, they are both equally matched. However, Yefrit smiled and said, "Emily is obviously the cutest." "We are not comparing who is cuter," Emily said angrily. "Humph." Emily snorted, "Master is a straight man, ignore the flirting." After that, she ran back to Lysina and the others, pointed at her face and said, "This is the face of a 17-year-old, 17 years old." She emphasized age. Lysina, Lucy, and others froze. Yurusha and Alice pursed their lips tightly. Only Tiffany looked normal. 7 years have passed, and she has not changed at all. Because she is a long-lived elf, age and so on are not important, but don't worry too much. After the banquet, everyone went back to their own homes. "I'm really not used to it," Lucy said as she walked along the river alone. In the past few years, Natsu has been with her. They eat and live together and go everywhere together. Now that she has returned to the guild, she and Natsu will live separately. Why do I feel a little lost and reluctant? But 7 years have passed, and I don't know how my father is doing. Lucy said, "I have to go back. By the way, is my house still there? The landlady is so nice." Lucy asked just now, and Emily told her that her house was still there, so she could go back. "I'm back." The scary-looking landlord stood at the top of the stairs, staring at Lucy. "I'm back." Lucy was afraid of her. "Everything is fine, very good," the landlord said and turned and left. Lucy breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Thank you for your concern." The landlord left without stopping. Lucy went upstairs and opened her door. "I'm back." She said so, but she knew no one would answer. "Welcome back. Welcome back." But suddenly, 2 men's voices answered her. "Hey!" Lucy looked into the room and saw 2 people. A blonde uncle stood straight with a serious face. A cherry-haired young man sat cross-legged with a cat beside him. It was Lucy's father, Jude, and Natsu and Happy. This Lucy didn't understand the current situation, but she then asked the question she wanted to get the answer to the most, "Dad, why are you here? I heard that you were back, so I rushed over," Jude said. Lucy looked at her father who had obviously aged a lot, and wanted to say something, but her throat choked. 7 years. Even if there was any grudge, there was only strong emotion at this time. "Dad, I miss you so much," Lucy cried and rushed to him. Jude hugged her shoulders. Although he could still maintain his expression, his eyes were still wet. "It's great to be back. I almost couldn't see you." Lucy didn't hear the hidden meaning in Jude's words at this time. She just hugged her father tightly and cried. After crying for a long time, her eyes were swollen, and she slowly stopped talking and asked, "So, what's going on? Natsu, didn't you go home? Why are you here?" Jude said, "After I came to Magnolia, I knew that your guild was holding a banquet, so I didn't disturb you, and thought of cleaning your room. In fact, in the past 7 years, Judd would come to clean Lucy's room every once in a while. The house was naturally rented by him, so Lucy's room was well preserved, exactly the same as it was 7 years ago. But this boy and this cat suddenly climbed in through the window. He still had a deep impression of Natsu. Although Lucy has many companions in the guild, her father has a special magic that can find the boy who makes him most unhappy in the crowd at a glance. That boy is probably a pig who wants to eat his cabbage. Natsu scratched his head. He didn't feel awkward facing his future father-in-law, and he didn't even realize it. He said bluntly, "It's very late today. The house hasn't been cleaned for many years. I can't sleep at all, so I came to sleep at your place, Lucy." He said it very normally. Lucy also listened very normally. "I'm used to it." But Judd's face changed. His Lucy is a rich lady after all. Some rules are still very important. He looked sharp. "Are you together?" Lucy blushed and was about to say no, but Natsu raised his thumb and laughed heartily, "Yes." This idiot. Lucy knew that Natsu had misunderstood. This one is together, not that one. Judd also misunderstood, and said in a serious tone, "But you are not married yet, you can't sleep together." "Ah." Natsu was stunned, and then said, "But we didn't sleep together, Happy and I planned to sleep on the sofa." Natsu was as sincere as before. Judd looked at Lucy with a scrutinizing look. "Natsu, Happy, you get out," Lucy said hurriedly. "Ah?" Lucy is stingy. Natsu was a little reluctant. "Now, immediately, get out and wait outside the door," Lucy emphasized. "Okay." Natsu and Happy went out obediently. "Dad, it's not like that, Natsu is a fool," Lucy hurriedly explained to her father. In the past few years, Natsu really didn't do anything to her. No step closer. Of course, the double arrows must be locked. After learning about Natsu's situation in detail from his daughter, Judd's frown finally relaxed. "Even so, you still have to pay attention to the impact." "I know. That's it, I still have work to do." "Hey? Can't you stay for dinner?" Lucy asked. "Okay." Judd nodded and immediately sat on the sofa majestically. It seems that he is actually looking forward to this invitation. "I'll go call them in." Lucy came to the door, pulled Natsu's ear, and told him to behave well. Natsu agreed repeatedly, and was then let into the house by Lucy. So, Judd before Mr. Judd was sick, and Reed found him in time, and then called Emily back, and then he cured Mr. Judd. Yes. On the way home, Emily boasted about the good things she had done in the past few years, including saving the sick Judd. Yeflei rubbed Emily's head and smiled with satisfaction. While talking, everyone returned to Yeflei's house. There was not much change at home. "Awu!" A handsome white long-haired large dog howled to the sky. "I told you, Mirai, you are a dog, not a wolf." Emily rushed up and patted Mariette's forehead. But Mariette was very excited. She still recognized her master who she hadn't seen for 7 years. Mariette rushed up. The dog's body restricted her from hugging Yevlet and Turtledove. She could only wag her tail wildly, and nudged the two of them with her head, licking them with her mouth, and even making a whimpering cry. Yevlet always loved cleanliness. But at this time, he sat on the ground, teasing Mariette fiercely to relieve her excitement. After playing with Mariette for a while, she gradually calmed down. But she looked outside frequently. Go find Sister Myra." Emily untied Mariette's rope, and she immediately turned into a gust of wind and disappeared at the corner of the street, to find another owner, Miraja. "Take a bath." Yevlet looked at herself in a state of embarrassment. Even in the boss battle, she was not as dirty as after playing with Mariette. "Let me help you wipe your back," Alice volunteered. "No need." Yevlet waved her hand, and Turtledove followed him closely. Emily's eyes widened. Sister Turtledove won. She stared at the backs of the two until Turtledove followed Yevlet upstairs. She became excited. Sister Turtledove really won. Turtledove changed into a set of cool clothes first, and then filled the bathtub with water. "Mr. Yevlet, it's okay," she reminded. Yevlet put down the milk and walked to the bathroom. He opened his hands and was still helped by Turtledove. Swish! Yevlet sat on the stool. Turtledove began to get busy. Feeling Turtledove's careful care, Yevlet sighed with satisfaction. "Ah!" Turtledove pursed her lips, very seriously, this is the working attitude of a formal employee. Turtledove used to be a temporary worker, but now she is already a formal employee of the Valier family. Formal maid. Chapter 227, Lucy is invisible. The residents of Magnolia Town discovered that the magician who had been performing magic for children for free 7 years ago was back again. As usual, he found an open space and started to perform. Along with him was the magician's assistant, Turtledove, who had not been seen for a long time. However, those children back then have grown up. However, another group of children came to watch. Yevlet was performing with Turtledove when he suddenly found that his hat was flying. Oh! The children thought it was part of the magic and exclaimed. After all, it was still surprising that the hat flew out of thin air. Mr. Yevlet. Turtledove was confused. Now was not the time to perform a flying hat. Yevlet was also confused. There is a sound. Turtledove whispered, I heard a girl laughing. Don't alarm the snake, let me see. Yevlet immediately used deception magic to sense. Lucy? Yevlet looked over, but didn't see anyone. But Lucy's magic was in his magic sense. Invisible? Lucy has something. It's Lucy, finish the magic show first. Yevlet said to Turtledove. Yes. Knowing it was Lucy, Turtledove relaxed. He Lucy stood across the street and laughed proudly. Now she can even play a prank on Yevlet. Invisibility is really good. She felt Yevlet's happiness. Lucy recalled that this morning, when she was tidying up her room, she found the magic potion she prepared 7 years ago. Applying it on her body can make the skin very white and smooth. Although it has not been used for 7 years, it does not look like it has expired, and it is well preserved. Then she took a bath and used the potion. Then she found that she was invisible. She immediately applied the potion to her clothes and left home, intending to scare everyone in the guild. The first person she met was Yevlet. She thought she would be exposed, but Yevlet didn't notice it. If Yevlet didn't notice it, wouldn't it be easy to tease others, especially that idiot Natsu? Forget it, Yevlet is a very cautious guy. I'd better not stay here. Lucy immediately went to the guild. Guild? Hey? The invitation to Lucy to do the mission failed. Everyone listened to Natsu's complaints. Yeah, you don't have much money, but you don't do the mission. Natsu said. You shouldn't always find Lucy has other ways to do the task, such as watching movies. Gray said. No, Lucy's movies are boring. Natsu said. But Lucy can't always accommodate your hobbies. Elfman said, just like now, I am also learning to cultivate the same hobbies as Alba Green. Natsu fell silent. Lucy. Natsu, what do you mean by silence? She was a little angry. It would have been fine if she hadn't thought about it in the past. Now thinking back, it seems that she has been catering to Natsu's preferences. She didn't care at first, who told her not to help it. But Natsu's non-argument still made her unhappy. Thinking of this, she walked towards Natsu, intending to kick over his stool and make him fall hard. Lucy, you're here. Natsu suddenly greeted Lucy as she approached. Lucy was startled and thought her magic had failed. Hey? Lucy? Natsu was also stunned. He looked ahead, but Lucy was not there. He was just absent-minded just now, and suddenly felt that Lucy was coming. Natsu, who believed in his intuition, greeted her, but did not see anyone coming. Is Lucy here? No. Everyone was puzzled. Lucy also looked at Natsu in confusion. Am I feeling wrong? Natsu scratched his head, I clearly saw her just now. You must be feeling wrong, no one saw Lucy coming. Urza said on the side. Lucy is tidying the room. Happy said, I was busy all day today, so I refused Natsu to do the task. Lucy breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she was not exposed. She smiled. Since no one had discovered her, the prank began. She grabbed the stool. Her long-term experience of suppressing fire dragons made her much stronger than an average girl. She pulled it hard. Crash! Natsu was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Ha 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 ha, everyone laughed. Natsu, you can't even sit on the stool. Gray, you bastard! Natsu immediately locked onto his number 1 enemy Gray and hit him without knowing the truth. Natsu, you bastard! Gray also fought back directly. Boom boom! The guild immediately became noisy and a chaotic battle began. It's so lively. Yevlet and Turtledove came to the door of the guild and looked at the scene inside. He had no intention of joining in. After a while of commotion, Natsu was careless and was knocked out by Gray's sneak attack. Boom! He hit his head against the wall and broke it. Haha! It seems to have gotten out of hand. Lucy, who was not far away, was a little embarrassed. Lucy's voice. Natsu got up and looked in the direction of Lucy. Lucy was startled and wanted to stay away. But this time, Natsu's eyes locked on her. Then he pounced on her directly. Natsu, what are you doing? Gray laughed, have you been beaten into a fool? Why are you pounced on the air? But Natsu pounced on Lucy, he got close to smell it, and then pinched Lucy's face with his hand. Lucy opened her mouth angrily and bit Natsu's hand fiercely. It's Lucy! Natsu shouted. Hey! Hearing Natsu's voice, everyone looked over here. Natsu grabbed Lucy and said in surprise, she's invisible. Lucy is invisible. Everyone was shocked. Suddenly a slap hit Lucy's butt. Hey, Kana! Lucy turned around and scolded with a blushing face. It's really Lucy's touch. Kana took a sip of wine and certified it. Wendy looked at Kana with a weird look, Miss Kana, your face is full of joy. Needless to say, everyone can hear Lucy's voice. Urza said. What's going on? Lucy, you are invisible, is it a new magic you learned? Jovia asked. Everyone gathered around. This is it. Lucy told what happened before. I see. Everyone nodded. Lucy, don't you want to remove the magic? Jovia asked. I want to, but I don't know how to remove it. Lucy said. Let me try. Fried said, I can use the spell to remove magic potion. Great. Lucy said quickly. Mirage brought a chair and asked Lucy to sit. Fried began to write the spell, and after writing it, he swung his sword fiercely, remove. A flash of white light passed by. It was useless. Lucy was still invisible. Hey, why? Lucy said, didn't it work? No. Levi said, because it is a 7-year drug, it will take 7 years to remove it. I can't wait 7 years. Lucy said quickly. At this time, Lucy found that she was a little uncomfortable. Wait, why are my clothes and body disappearing? Lucy exclaimed. This is not transparent, but disappearing. Oh no. Libby exclaimed, I feel that the memory of Lucy is disappearing. This is not ordinary invisibility, Lucy's existence is disappearing. Hey? What should I do? Lucy exclaimed, I don't want to disappear. Wait, I'll go check the information right away. Levi turned and ran, but she stopped after just 2 steps. Hey? Why am I running? She looked confused. What are you doing here? Everyone was confused, and then turned and left. Wait. Wait. Lucy hurriedly grabbed Urza next to her, but she grabbed nothing. When she was transparent and invisible just now, she could still touch her. Now she can't touch her. Disappearing or something, don't do that kind of thing. Lucy shouted. But no one could hear her. It's weird. Natsu scratched his head and said, forget it, let's go and do the commission after eating. Love Happy responded. Natsu Lucy cried, even Natsu and Happy didn't remember her. She was completely wiped out. At this time, she saw Yevlet and Turtledove sitting in the corner. Oh, Yevlet. There was always an invisible demon behind Yevlet. She thought that she was in a similar state. Maybe he could do something. Besides, Yevlet was always a miracle maker. Lucy ran to Yevlet. But the other party was talking to Turtledove, and no matter how she screamed and punched and kicked, it didn't work. Even Yevlet couldn't find my existence. Lucy sat on the ground in frustration, am I going to become a non-existent ghost like this? I'm full. Natsu shouted. Love Happy responded. The man and the cat immediately strode towards the guild gate. Natsu Lucy cried and shouted, you idiot, you always shout. How could you forget me? Just when Natsu was about to leave the guild gate, he suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Natsu? Happy asked. Strange feeling. Natsu covered his chest and said, it seems that someone is crying in my heart. Hey? What are you talking about, Natsu? Happy asked in confusion. Lucy. Natsu suddenly turned around and looked at Yefrit not far away. Shua. Lucy suddenly felt that the world embraced her again. Natsu stood in the sun, looking at her firmly. Lucy stopped crying and stood there. I knew it. Natsu burst into laughter, my intuition is never wrong. Natsu. Lucy rushed over excitedly, you remembered me. Natsu scratched his head and said, not remembering. He just had an instinct, a state where his body and brain had not yet reacted, but his mouth and ankles instinctively summoned Lucy's existence with an exaggerated confidence. However, with Natsu's way of thinking, don't care about such things. Anyway, the magic is lifted, which is a good thing. Congratulations, Lucy, the magic is lifted. Everyone came to congratulate. Thank you everyone. Just when Lucy was surrounded by everyone, Natsu secretly found Yevlet. When Lucy turned around, she saw Natsu taking something from Yevlet. Natsu, what are you doing? Lucy asked. Let's go to the movies, Lucy. Natsu took out 2 movie tickets with a hearty smile on his face. Hey! Lucy immediately covered her mouth. But you seemed to be hesitant before. Elfman asked Natsu to accommodate Lucy's hobbies before, but he was silent, which made Lucy feel a little sad. Hearing Lucy's words, Natsu asked in confusion, hesitation. He recalled, and then said, no, I was just thinking about what Lucy likes. His Grey took a deep breath, can Natsu's operation be so gorgeous? Lucy was happy and looked at everyone, all with smiles on their faces, especially the girls, who were full of encouragement. Thank you. Lucy took the tickets with a smile. Let's go. Natsu grabbed Lucy and ran out the door. Natsu, wait for me. Happy wanted to catch up. Happy. Yevlet called him, you don't have a ticket, why are you following? Happy was silent. I plan to go fishing tomorrow. Yefrit said faintly, I want to hold a fishing competition. Natsu said he will do his best. Happy, do you want to participate? Participate? Happy shouted. Yefrit pointed to the ground and said, why are there 2 movie tickets there? Happy quickly picked it up and turned to fly to Xiaolulu. Xiaolulu that? I don't have time. Xiaolulu said proudly, I still have to go to the commission with Wendy to pay the rent. Everyone came back after 7 years, and the rent was already in arrears. Wendy's purse was instantly shrunk, and she still owed a large sum. This Happy was about to be disappointed. Sorry, Xiaolulu. Listen quickly grabbed Wendy and said, Wendy and I have made an appointment to go to the commission together. It is not convenient to take you with that commission. Xiaolulu. Xiaolulu Happy's eyes were filled with tears. Well, Xiaolulu turned her head, took the movie ticket without even looking at it, and said, then I'll do it reluctantly. But at this time, Grey said, it's a bit strange for 2 cats to go to the movies. Humph, don't underestimate me, Greyley. Happy suddenly looked confident. Do you think I've been playing these days? Look at me. Hey, boom. I saw a flame rising. Then a handsome blue-haired cat-eared man appeared. He was wearing the same suit as Yeflet, but he was carrying a small bag on his back, which seemed very mismatched. Happy? Everyone was shocked. Hee. Happy snorted twice proudly, if you don't fight, this state can last for several hours. Xiaolulu silently transformed. She and Happy stood together, and there was a feeling of being very compatible. Let's go, Xiaolulu. Happy looked at everyone proudly, especially Lily, and then left with Xiaolulu. Chapter 228, Going Home. Early in the morning, Yeflet was packing up. Mr. Yeflet, are you going on a long trip? Barakui asked in confusion. Well, go home. Barakui was stunned for a moment, then said, is it your old home? Parents. Yes, I've been away for 7 years, so I have to go back and take a look there. Yeflet said. Do you want me to accompany you? Barakui said hopefully. If you want to go, just go. Yeflet had no objection. Result. Soon. I'm going to visit my father's grave, why are you following me? Yeflet looked at the store that was about to be crowded with people. Emily, Barakui, Yerusha, Melty, Mileage, Alice. Tifania was not there, she went back to her guild. Hey? But I haven't been to my master's hometown yet. Emily said. Okay. Yeflet nodded in approval. Barakui didn't say anything, because Yeflet had agreed to let her go. Will it be troublesome to take me there? Mirage asked back. No. Yevlet shook his head. I'm bored, so I just happened to follow the tour. Arusha said. That's fine. Yevlet nodded again. Why are you looking at me? Don't you know enough about my desires for you? Alice said, if I need an excuse, my last name is Valier too. It's not strange to go back to Valier's house, right? Forget it, one more person is not too much. Yevlet said, however, the train ticket I bought will leave soon. Do you have time to pack? Meet at Magnolia Station in an hour. Mirage said directly. Oh, everyone immediately dispersed to pack their luggage. 1.5 hours later. The train slowly moved and left the station. Emily sat next to Yevlet. She took off her beautiful sandals and stepped on the back of Mirage, who was lying under the seat, waiting for her. Emily put her elbow on Yevlet's shoulder. It was a bit strenuous, but she still maintained it. Then she asked, by the way, you still don't know much about Master's childhood. Mirage on the other side of Yevlet, Turtledove and Ultia opposite, were all attracted by this question. Melty and Alice behind Yevlet also stood up. The two women knelt on the chairs and lay on the back of Yevlet's chair. Melty was facing Yevlet, so she stretched out her little hand with some boredom and gently played with Yevlet's hair. Yevlet smiled and said, there was nothing worth talking about when I was a child. Indeed, there is none. The Valier family fell into poverty, and by the time of his father Francis, they had no land or ancestral home except for a name. However, the royal family of the Kingdom of Fiori was also kind to the hereditary nobles. Generally, the royal family that did not do evil would not mistreat the hereditary nobles too much, because if something really happened, only the hereditary nobles would be in the same camp with them. So, at least there was money and material benefits for the most basic living security every year. It was definitely not rich, but it was not to the point of starving to death. At most, the food was not very good. On this basis, Francis also had his own legitimate profession, street magician. He did not earn much, just enough to make ends meet. He had never participated in a large-scale performance, so he was not famous. Only the locals knew that there was an old man who was good at magic. In fact, he was afraid of being exposed, because although Francis was not like Yefuli, he was not very good at magic. He was very dependent on deception magic, but he did use some magic to pretend to be magic. If he were to go on a large stage, with his strength, he would definitely be exposed. In short, his life was actually better than that of ordinary people. But Francis was very kind, and he even felt that if there were ordinary people who were starving to death, the responsibility lay with the nobles. Although he had no fiefdom, there were still some ridiculous people from the Valier family, and many of them loved gambling. But because he was kind-hearted, he often couldn't help but give some money out, or help some people, even though he didn't get any benefits later. But Francis didn't care. He said that giving people a meal, was it just hoping that they would give him a golden bowl in the future? It was enough to be a man with a clear conscience. Finally, he had to raise a gold-eating beast. Even if Yevlet had low requirements for food, clothing, housing, and transportation, he had to go to school. You have to buy books to learn knowledge. Then Yevlet reads fast, and the genius child is like a super high-quality sponge, madly absorbing knowledge. Then just like that, he grew up, too ordinary in the middle, without any memorable points. After telling about his childhood, Yevlet summed it up, I lived a hard life when I was a child, can't I enjoy myself when I grow up? The girls were silent after hearing this. Even if they like this man very much, they also want to beat him up. Although they are not rich, they have food and shelter, and their father is still a good person. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? Well, Yevlet smiled and said, don't worry about the past. Your life may not have a perfect beginning, but the beginning cannot determine who you are. Your life, your story is up to you to write. It depends on how you write your story and what kind of person you want to be. Yevlet took a sip of the drink and said with emotion, yesterday has become history, and no one can see the future clearly. The only thing that can be felt is the present, so cherish the present. He put down the cup and smiled, this is what my father said. Everyone looked at Yevlet's nostalgic look, and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. No wonder Yevlet didn't become a bad person despite holding such a powerful and evil magic. Instead, he didn't do anything out of the ordinary except playing pranks with his companions, such as peeping at girls taking a bath. This is all because he has an upright, kind, and wise father. Perhaps this is the family style. Except for Emily, the girl's beautiful eyes were full of brilliance. If their children could inherit such a family tradition, as a mother, they would be very proud. Emily suddenly asked, has the master ever liked Sister Alice? There was a sudden silence. Because when Yevlet was telling a story just now, he mentioned several times that there was a female classmate in the class whose family was a wealthy businessman. He fooled her and ate a lot of good things from them to supplement her nutrition. No. Yevlet shook his head firmly. But the girls were full of doubts. Seeing this, Yevlet had no choice but to say, "What are you looking at? Am I such an easy target?" "That's not necessarily true." Emily shook her head. Often boys who have been hurt by their first love will become very difficult to target. For example, they don't believe in love, or they always compare the girls who accompany them with their first love. This is completely unfair. They have been separated from their first love for so long, and their memories are all beautiful. These situations will make boys particularly difficult to target. Yevlet was speechless. After thinking for a long time, he could only say, "Don't imagine too much. Also, how do you know so much? Are you in love early?" "I'm 17. Emily said, "Not 10. And it's all written in the magazines." "Then do you believe the magazines or me?" Yevlet asked back. "Trust my eyes." Emily held Yevlet's face, made him face her, and said, "Master, look into my eyes. Before this, have you ever liked a girl?" After a few seconds of silence. "No." Dodged, hesitated. Emily shouted. "I thought about it carefully." Yevlet said. "How can you think about this kind of thing carefully? If you think about it carefully, you will definitely exclude the girls you have liked in your mind. Also, you may be thinking about how to lie." Emily looked confident. "You didn't listen to a word I said just now." Yevlet said helplessly, "I've said it before, the most important thing is the present. Forget it." Yevlet leaned back and leaned on Milage's shoulder, saying, "I'm a little carsick, I'll sleep for a while." "Girls, are you Natsu?" However, Emily actually asked him an unexpected gain. Yevlet put his hat on. He really has a clear conscience. In his previous life, at the age of 16 or 17, he was in high school, fell in love for the first time, and had a crush on a goddess. Isn't it normal? In this life, at this age, he met Milage. Femina town. A town poorer than Magnolia. It is small in scale and small in population. It is an obscure and transparent town with nothing to say. The local management is average. It is not prosperous, but it is not down and out. The Yevlet family is a single-family house with a yard on the edge of the town. When his father was young, he hoped to buy a manor on the other side of the town and revitalize the Valier family. Unfortunately, he did not save money and lost his wife in middle age. "Leave it to me to revitalize the Valier family," Alice said confidently. "I heard from some old women that big butts are easy to give birth. People like me are particularly popular in the blind date park in Magnolia. I am also in good health. It is not a problem to give birth to 10 or 8 children. Don't worry, Mr. Yevlet, in 20 years, I will definitely give you a prosperous Valier family." Alice is a straightforward person. Yerusha and Melty frowned when they heard it, but they felt embarrassed to say such words. "Shut up, Alice," Emily said. Alice immediately covered her mouth. In the past 7 years, Emily, who was taken care of as a young lady at the beginning, has been taken care of as a young lady with her strength and ability. Everyone recognized him and he became the real leader of this small group. Emily said, "How can it be your turn? First it's Sister Milaja, when she's satisfied, then Sister Turtledove, then Sister Tiffany. When it's your turn, there are still 10 or 8 people. Aren't you afraid of exhausting my master to death?" "What kind of tiger and wolf words?" Yevlet patted Emily's head and said, "You are forbidden to discuss related topics in the future." Master Emily was immediately dissatisfied. "Don't treat me as a child. You are obviously playing emotional tug-of-war during this period." Yevlet suddenly realized, "I understand, you are giving me a shot of vaccination, you want to fall in love early, so you are trying hard to emphasize this point." Yevlet suddenly smiled gently, "You know, Emily, I am a tolerant parent, and it is not difficult to understand that a girl of this age has a favorite boy. Is that boy a wizard? Where does he live? What is his last name and name? How many people are there in his family? Girls, do you look tolerant?" Emily pouted and said, "I am not." "Don't be shy." Yevlet smiled and rubbed her little head. "Probably not." Arusha said, "We have always been together." "Is that so?" Yevlet said, "If you have a boyfriend, just tell me openly. I am very open-minded. If Emily wants to find a boyfriend, Her requirements must be very high. Turtle Dove smiled. Emily said innocently, not high, just about the same as master. The girls, it's over, there will be an old leftover woman in the family. It's hard to say about feelings. Mileage smiled, sometimes, maybe sincerity is enough. Yes. Everyone nodded. While talking, they have arrived outside the yard. They haven't been home for many years. This place is overgrown with weeds. The neighbors around have moved away long ago. Yevlet stretched out his hand and wrote something in the air. Mr. Yevlet. Turtledove was puzzled, why don't you open the door? I destroyed the key when I left for the first time, and I never go through the door when I come back. Yevlet stretched out his hand and clapped, and the invisible magic circle was unlocked. Then he climbed over the wall and entered the yard. Everyone hurriedly followed. Everyone looked at the house with some curiosity and emotion. Thinking of Yevlet when he was a child, he had spent a happy childhood here. I wonder how cute Master was when he was a child. Emily said. Yevlet pushed his glasses and smiled, I was definitely not cute when I was a child. No, Emily said, when I pretended to be a little adult, I must be very cute. Yevlet's superficial personality is not difficult to grasp. Everyone can reverse the current Yevlet and then build a little boy who is a little kid and works hard to learn to be a noble in their minds. He combed his hair neatly, wore a children's suit, and polished his leather shoes. Yevlet ignored them. After a short rest, they began to clean up. Everyone came to help, and they were very skillful. Even though the house had not been taken care of for 7 years, there were many chores. But with everyone's efforts, they finished cleaning up in one afternoon. They spent the night. The next day, Yevlet bought flowers and his father's favorite candy. Francis used to love drinking. After his wife died, he was a drunkard for a while, but Yevlet would get drunk after drinking, so he quit drinking, and then his addiction to candy became stronger. The ancestral home of the Valier family was gone long ago, and the tombs of the ancestors had been moved to a cemetery bought by the downtrodden nobles because their descendants could not afford the expenses. It was not in this city. Francis was the only one buried here. The girls did not disturb him. After cleaning the surroundings, Yevlet sat in front of the tombstone and talked for a long time. Then he waved his hand, and everyone gathered around. Father. Yefrit held Marajana's hand and said, I will definitely make the Valier family rise. Chapter 229, Great Magic Fighting. This doll is quite cute. Yefrit, who returned to the guild, saw the blonde doll in Lucy's arms and said with a smile. Well, this is my sister. Lucy replied with a smile. It seems that you have experienced something. Turtle Dove asked with a smile. Yes, Lucy was a little emotional. Yefrit shook his head. He just went home to sweep the graves, but it seemed that he missed some plot. Okay, everyone is here. President Makarov said. Yes, everyone raised their hands. The president had something to say, which was why Yefrit came to the guild just after returning and had not had time to rest for a few days. Laxus. Makarov stepped aside. Laxus stood in front of everyone and said, I have decided that everyone should participate in the Great Demon Tournament. Great Demon Tournament? Natsu and others who came back from another world did not know what it was. Romeo, you explain it. Laxus said. Romeo said, the Great Magic Tournament is held once a year. It is a competition to select the strongest wizard guild in the kingdom of Fiori. Oh? Interesting. Gray smiled. The first place last year seemed to be called Sword Bite Tiger. There should be many strong people. Urza said with a smile, and there was no worry on her face. I'm excited. Natsu said. And the winner will get a reward of 30 million J. Romeo added. Oh. Everyone was even more excited. You know, this group of people who came back from the other world, except Yefrit, didn't have much money. But Laxus said, with everyone's current strength, going to participate in the Great Magic Tournament may not be able to get the first place safely. Ah, Laxus, what are you talking about? Natsu was very unconvinced, with us here, we will never lose. Natsu, have your two magics merged well? Laxus asked back. That kind of thing. Natsu wanted to be tough, but he felt guilty. Natsu Lucy held him back and said, don't be stubborn, listen to Laxus. The current magic world has been updated. Before in Edlas, everyone thought that they had mastered two magic systems, the original and the contract magic, and combined them to exert stronger strength. When they returned to Eslanden, they would definitely become super strong. Who knew that 3 years ago, contract magic also became popular in Eslanden? Now, all wizards with some strength have opened the second magic source and have the power of 2 magic systems at the same time. Moreover, they have a 3-year fusion period. But everyone in Edlas did not during this fusion period. In Edlas, I couldn't use my own magic, and could only use contract magic. After returning, the 2 magic systems naturally need a certain amount of time and energy to merge and achieve a thorough understanding before they can improve their strength. So, this is what Laxus is worried about. Even he lacks experience in the fusion of magic from the 2 systems. Laxus is a genius. If he is like this, let alone the others. So, Laxus said, there are less than 4 months left. Next, we will have special training. And, Natsu. Laxus looked at Natsu and said, after 4 months, we will see the results of everyone's special training. At that time, we will decide the list of participants based on the results. You are not qualified now. I will be qualified. Natsu couldn't stand the provocation, and pounded his fists with both hands, his face full of fighting spirit. Mr. Yefrit, don't you have special training? After the meeting, Yevlet went home and lay down. Baraju asked curiously. Do you need it? Yevlet asked back. I don't need it. Baraju shook her head. She mainly used kendo, and she was not very good at magic. Even if she obtained the contract magic, it did not enhance her magic strength too much. Therefore, Baraju did not need to specially train the fusion of 2 sets of magic. Besides, the probability of her being selected was not high, she was too biased. I think the same thing. Yevlet said. At this time, Banjir remembered that the deception magic that Yevlet knew and the illusion magic of the contract were similar magic, and the latter was a reinforcement of the former. Besides, this thing called deception magic. Yevlet had never liked to show its power before, but his disciple Emily had fully explained to the world how powerful this magic was. Yevlet must be stronger than Emily now, so why would he need special training? So, in the next few months, everyone was practicing hard, especially Natsu, Gray, Gajil and others. Because the number of places was limited and the competition was very fierce, they were afraid that they would not be selected, so they practiced like crazy like a demon. Soon, each of them achieved something. 10 days before the great magic fighting performance, Laxus announced the end of the special training. Then the participants would be selected based on the results of the special training. Quiet. Laxus said, and the noisy scene quieted down. He already had the demeanor of a president. Makarov looked at his back, his face full of satisfaction. When the great magic fighting exercise was over, he would pass the position of president to Laxus. According to the rules, there will be 2 teams participating in the competition, with 5 people in each team. Laxus read. Team A. Iluza. Iluza looked calm, as expected. Natsu. Good. Natsu clenched his fist excitedly. Gray. Of course. Gray's mouth curled up. Lucy. Is it my business? Lucy was still very happy. Juvia. That's great. I don't have to separate from Gray-sama. Juvia was also very excited. The above 5 people are the members of Team A. Laxus glanced at Elfman and said, there is another candidate. It was originally Elfman, but Alba Green is pregnant, so he gave up the competition. Hey? The whole guild was shocked. Hee. Elfman scratched his head a little embarrassedly. When did it happen? Urza was shocked. Alba Green said, just a few days ago, I felt uncomfortable, so, she couldn't help but feel shy when she heard this question. Suddenly, she punched Elfman in anger, it's all your fault. Hee. Elfman just smiled. Congratulations. Everyone gathered around. You guys are pretty quick. Gray punched Elfman on the shoulder. Gray, hold on tight. Elfman said. This sentence silenced Gray. Boy or girl? Natsu asked. Natsu Lucy was speechless, I just found out I'm pregnant, how can I know the gender? Is it moving? Natsu leaned over and put his ear on Elfman's belly. I heard a sound. Natsu said in surprise. Let me listen, let me listen. Happy also quickly stuck to him. Everyone, Elfman said, it's just because I'm a little hungry. So, Natsu, what are you listening to here? Idiot. Lucy couldn't stand it anymore and pulled the 2 embarrassing guys away. I'll listen. Urza stuck to Alba Green's belly. It was impossible to hear just now. Albagreen said. Yet Urza nodded. She also has some cute attributes. Everyone was lively for a while because of this big happy event, and then gradually quieted down. Laxus said, therefore, Lysina will be the substitute. I'll try my best. Lysina said. Now announce Team B. Laxus said, Laxus. No surprise. Yeflet. No surprise. Yeflet pushed his glasses and said, can I give up? No. Laxus raised his chin. Or let my disciple, Emily, go. No, master. Emily said, this time, I am a special guest, leading a non-fairy tale guild team alone. Hey! Everyone looked at her in surprise. Well, Melty smiled, Emily is a big star after all, so the organizer wants to use her to attract a lot of popularity, so she will appear as a special guest. Hehe, so Emily clenched her fists, Brother Natsu, Sister Lucy, I will not show mercy, don't be eliminated by me. Lucy said with a guilty conscience. I will try my best. Suddenly the pressure is so great. Natsu and Grey, even Urza, all showed solemn expressions. Yeflet said, but as everyone knows, I have never been good at frontal combat. Shut up, Yefrit, save this for your opponent at the Grand Magic Tournament. Laxus said. Then he continued, Mirage. Is it my business? Mirage smiled and didn't object. Wendy. Hey? Me. Wendy was a little nervous and said, I'll do my best. Finally. Gajeel. Hearing his name, Gajeel breathed a sigh of relief. The substitute for Team B is Kana. Laxus said, get ready today, and leave for the capital tomorrow. Yes. By the way, Wendy asked, why doesn't Mr. Gildarts participate? Laxus said, that guy. It's unnecessary. Team 1 has the combination of Natsu and Lucy, Grey and Juvia, and Urza, which is already very bullying. Team 2 has Laxus and Yefrit and Mirage. Adding Gildarts, isn't it a bit too much? Gildarts smiled and said, besides, I just happened to have something to do recently, so I have to leave for a while. He said confidently, I believe that when I come back, Fairy Tale must have become the #1 guild in the Kingdom of Fiori. Arrived. As soon as he got off the car, Natsu was fully revived for a second, and then he became weak again. Wendy was also a little dizzy, why, even I am starting to get carsick. Congratulations, this shows that your strength has increased. Yefrit said. Brother Laxus, are you okay? Lysina took care of Laxus. I'm fine. Laxus pretended to be calm and wanted to maintain his dignity, but his trembling legs were really embarrassing. Okay. Makarov said, cheer up. Let everyone see the strength of Fairy Tale. Oh, everyone was weak and tired after sitting in the car for too long. Hey, they were talking about Fairy Tale. A passerby was surprised and said, is it the guild where the angel girl is? They are some strangers. Another person said. Where is the saint? There are 2 girls with white hair, but they don't look like her. The passersby seemed to be looking for something. Everyone. We have always known that Emily is a big star now, but it is really surprising that her fame is so great. The saint has come out. This is because the church publicly recruited Emily. Although she refused, everyone has recognized that she is an angel who came to the world and the most pure and kind saint. Yeflet was very proud. Although it was mostly due to Emily's own efforts, he was still very proud of teaching such a disciple. Although passers-by were puzzled, they did not come around to ask questions. What a pity. Makarov said, in previous years, our guild did not have enough people. With only Emily, it was difficult to hold up. Otherwise, we would have always been the first. Yerusha and the others, although they were almost the same as the guild members, were not members of Fairy Tale. They felt embarrassed. After all, they were enemies and brought pain to everyone in Fairy Tale. Therefore, they did not participate in the previous grand magic fighting exercises. Only Emily could hold up, but she was restricted by the rules, so she could not help the guild get the first place. But Laxus said, from now on, the first place will only be us. Oh. Natsu, who had recovered some strength, responded loudly. Ahem. Makarov said, pay attention, the competition will be held tomorrow, but the rules say that you must be in the hotel at 12 o'clock tonight, so everyone should restrain themselves today, finish eating early and go back to the hotel to rest, and be refreshed. Don't be eliminated at the beginning. Of course, old man, what are you talking about impossible things? Natsu said. Don't be proud and complacent. Makarov reminded. Got it. Natsu answered casually. Now, let's go to the hotel to put down the luggage. Makarov said. Everyone arrived at the reserved hotel. Rooms were assigned according to the team. After putting down the luggage, everyone did their own things. Most people have not been to the capital yet. The kingdom of Fiori has many wizards and powerful magic, so the infrastructure is very powerful. Especially the capital, not to mention. It is much larger and more prosperous than the capitals of the kingdom of Edras and the kingdom of Shirashi. There were all kinds of magic props that everyone had never seen before, which emptied their wallets that they had not had time to save. There were also many wizards, after all, this was a magic festival. There were also various tourists and so on. The streets were crowded with people. Yeflet had been here many times, but he had no intention of strolling around. Instead, he took Turtledove and came to the downtown area. Performing magic. Free. Tonight, this is his most shining stage. Chapter 230, Double Dragon Provocation. At night, Wendy and Xiaolulu strolled around, talking about topics of interest, unaware that a small black shadow was following them. When they reached a place with few people, the little black shadow monster showed an evil smile. On the other side, Natsu, Lucy, and Happy were also strolling around. Suddenly, Natsu's nose twitched. What's wrong, Natsu? Lucy asked puzzledly when she saw his serious expression. Similar to the breath of a dragon, Natsu's face became solemn. Could it be, Lucy said, a dragon slayer? The two and the cat ran towards the place where the smell was coming from. Just saw two men knocking down several wizards. Hey! At this time, the two also smelled the special smell, turned around, and were stunned. Natsu! Dragneel! The two were very surprised. The cat that stood up Happy also met its own kind. Ah, it's talking. The two cats opposite him were also surprised, the same kind. Of course. Happy has much more experience than these two cats, especially after having some signs with Xiaolulu. Although he has not changed his funny personality, he has become much calmer. He looked at the two cats and was on guard against them. Because their companions did not look very friendly. Stinger's eyes were a little complicated, but then he said arrogantly, I heard that you are going to participate in the Great Magic Tournament. It turns out to be true. But is it really good to participate in such a competition? A backward wizard who was active 7 years ago. What if we lose face for our Dragon Slayer wizards? Don't look at me saying this. In fact, you used to be my idol. I don't want to see you too weak. By the way, this guy next to me used to admire Gajeel. I just care a little bit. The black-haired man next to Stinger said gloomily. Who are you anyway? Natsu asked. The two of them haven't answered yet. The people around them started discussing. I don't know what to say. You don't even know the twin dragons of Saberbite Tiger, but they are the trump cards of the first guild in the kingdom of Fiori. This guy looks familiar. He seems to be from Fairy Tail. I remember, it's the fire dragon of Fairy Tail. The dragon slayer that was active 7 years ago. I heard that it was destroyed by the black dragon. I don't know how it came back to life. After missing 7 years, there are better dragon slayers who have taken over. It's a pity, but this is no longer their era. Isn't this a good thing? When Fairy Tail was the first guild, the kingdom of Fiori was not peaceful. They either destroyed the town today or ran to other countries and forced the kings away. Yes. If there was no saint in their guild, I don't know why they existed. Caca. Listening to these discussions, Lucy clenched her fists. Shut up. Natsu gritted his teeth, sparks flew between his teeth, his face was gloomy, and he was very unhappy. Isn't it? Stinger laughed, everyone is right, Mr. Natsu, the era of you and Mr. Gajeel is over. After all, you are just wizards who met dragons but couldn't even kill them. Your guild also has Mr. Laxus. He is also a fake dragon slayer wizard who has never killed a dragon. Oh. Suddenly a voice sounded, and then a tall blonde pushed the crowd away and joined the battlefield. Beside him, there was a white-haired girl. It was Laxus and Lysina. He looked at the two young people indifferently and said, So, you have killed a dragon. Of course. Stinger raised his head proudly. Stop bragging. Have you ever fought a dragon? Lucy said angrily. Back then, they were on Tenro Island, facing the despair of the Black Dragon, which is a shadow that no one can forget in their hearts. Have you seen how powerful Acknowledge is? It doesn't matter if you have seen it or not. Stinger said nonchalantly, the key is the difference in qualifications as dragon slayers. It's only a matter of time to defeat it. Let me explain. The more talkative red cat stood up and said, Natsu, you just learned magic from the dragon, you are the first generation of dragon slayers. Like Mr. Laxus, who implanted the dragon crystal into his body, he is the second generation of dragon slayers. The first and second generations all have great limitations. But Stinger and Roger are the third generation of dragon slayers. They were not only raised by dragons and learned magic, but also. Before Rector finished speaking, Stinger interrupted him and said with a gloomy face, we also killed dragons and implanted dragon crystals in our bodies. What? Killed dragons? Lucy, who was angry just now, was only shocked at this time. It was not because of strength, but because for dragon slayers, dragons are parents, right? Natsu's forehead veins bulged. You killed your parents. Isn't that the purpose of learning magic? Stinger said calmly. You guys. Natsu was furious and was about to punch him. Stinger and Roger immediately became alert. But in a flash, Natsu was pinned down by Laxus. Okay, Natsu. Laxus touched Natsu's head and comforted him, such anger should be vented in the game. After saying that, Laxus turned his head and looked at the two of them, his eyes cold, and said, you two frogs in the well, you don't know what you have angered, you'd better pray for early elimination, I will only stop you this time. Hee hee. There was a drop of cold sweat on Stinger's forehead. To be honest, he was concentrating just now to prevent himself from being knocked down by Natsu's sudden attack. How could he not understand the significance of dragons to dragon slayers? However, he could not see Laxus's movements clearly. He is worthy of being the strongest dragon slayer 7 years ago. Natsu and Gajeel may not need to be nervous, but this man will be his and Rogue's great enemy. But at this time, Stinger couldn't lose his momentum. He said, it doesn't matter if I don't stop him. I'm happy to eliminate the old senior in advance. No. Laxus shook his head, I mean, I can only stop Natsu, not the person behind you. The person behind you? Stinger and Roger were shocked and turned around quickly. They saw a young nobleman who looked very gentlemanly standing not far behind them. The other party was still smiling approachably, which made people feel good when they saw him. But Stinger and Roger were facing a great enemy. Their perception radar failed? Why couldn't they sense this person at all? It was like looking at the moon in the water, you can see it clearly, but you can't reach out and touch it. Yeflet pushed his glasses and smiled, you two guys said a lot of arrogant words. Who are you? Stinger made a defensive gesture. Don't be nervous. The person in front of him suddenly disappeared, and then, Rog's shoulder was patted. Rog was startled and was about to release magic, shadow dragons. Plop. Before the magic was released, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Rog. Stinger was shocked and hurried to attack Yevlet. But the next second, he also fell to the ground. What happened? The two wanted to get up. But 2 knives were placed on their necks. One for Yevlet and one for Turtledove. How can a mere blade hurt me, the Dragon Slayer? Stinger sneered. Being strong is the most basic characteristic of a Dragon Slayer. But Yevlet's knife was slightly pushed, and Stinger dared not move. The neck. Bleeding. Don't hurt them. The 2 cats were anxious, but they just ran 2 steps. I saw Happy directly transformed into a blue-haired humanoid handsome man, one in each hand, and pinned them to the ground. Happy grinned, quite like Natsu, don't move. Yeflet slowly put away his sword, and Turtle also sheathed it. Stinger and Roger quickly turned over and stood up. Who are you? Stinger said. You will know when the time comes. Yeflet smiled and said, it's a pity, some mistakes have to pay a price. If you had a certain probability of meeting our B team, you might have escaped a beating, but now as long as you face our guild, you will be beaten hard. 2 teams of Fairy Tale. Team A, led by Urza, she is a very serious guy, and Natsu has a hot temper. When encountering a rival enemy, he will definitely burst out with strong fighting power and will not stop until he beats the person up, especially when Natsu often uses the Red Lotus Fire Dragon Fist to finish off an enemy, punching hundreds of punches to beat him beyond recognition. Laxus didn't have such thoughts about Team B. As long as they didn't provoke him, they could be defeated in one move. The same goes for Myra Jane. They could be defeated with one punch. The best thing would be to meet Yevlet. He wasn't a warmonger. So, if they could meet Team B, at least they would be eliminated in one go. The screen went black right after they came on the field. But now, Stinger has annoyed everyone, so it's not as simple as a black screen. Then, whether they meet Team A or Team B, the ending will be miserable. Humph. But Stinger didn't agree. He thought he was taken down because he was ambushed. In addition, the magic of these two guys was very strange and their knives were very sharp. He still said proudly, "Then you'd better pray that you don't get eliminated before you meet us. Just leave." Stinger turned around without hesitation. Rog and the two cats also hurriedly followed. Yevlet shook his head and didn't chase after him. Although he couldn't remember clearly, in the animation, these two guys were beaten up pretty hard. After all, it was a famous scene of slapping in the face, and it was almost as funny as the president of Swordbite Tiger. Now that they have attracted this wave of hatred, no one from the Fairy Tale Guild will show mercy to them. At most. Lucky to meet Wendy? As for being angry, it's not that bad, just two self-righteous little brats. Yefrit didn't take it to heart. Looking back, Laxus let go of Natsu, who was furious, and Lucy and Lysina hurried to comfort him. Natsu, on the other hand, got angry quickly and went away quickly. Finally, he left a sentence, "If we meet during the game, I will beat those two guys up." "Okay, it's almost time, let's go back to the hotel," Yefrit said. "Okay." Wendy and Xylulo hadn't noticed the crisis yet. But the little monster was suddenly startled and turned around and ran away. Pretty cautious. A foot stretched out from the shadows. Then the whole person walked out from behind the wall. "Ms. Arusha." "Hi, Wendy, Xylulo." Urusha, Melty, Alice, the three of them walked out of the shadows with Mariette. "Hey, where's Emily?" Wendy asked. "She went to the banquet, a big star." Arusha smiled. Oh. It's almost time, Wendy, I have to go back to the hotel." Melty said. "Okay, thanks for reminding me." Wendy and Xylulo looked at the time, said goodbye to Arusha and others, and ran to the hotel. Dong dong dong. At 12 o'clock, the bell rang on time. Everyone heard the sound and went to the balcony to look out. A huge projection suddenly appeared in the city, a short weird man wearing a pumpkin headgear. He said, "Gather here, the elites of each guild participating in the Grand Magic Tournament. To select 8 teams from the 113 participating guilds. The preliminaries will begin now." The pumpkin monster said, "The number of participating guilds increases every year, and this year it has exceeded 100, but the old competition format has made the audience tired of watching it. Recently, there have been many criticisms that our competition is very boring. To ensure the most elite and fiercest competition. So, this year it has been decided that only 8 teams will participate in the competition. Then, the rules of the preliminaries are very simple." Boom boom. The ground suddenly shook. Everyone stood firm, but the dragon slayers were all very uncomfortable. "The inn is rising," Urza said in surprise. "It's flying," Lucy exclaimed. "Next, the competition will begin," the pumpkin monster said. "The goal is the final competition venue. The first 8 teams to arrive will be qualified to participate. But, please note, 5 people must reach the finish line. If one person is missing, it will be considered a failure. And if you lose your life in the maze, we will not be responsible." While speaking, stairs appeared in front of all the floating hotels. Finally, all the steps were connected to a huge sphere. Looking closely, this sphere is composed of countless steps and small platforms. "I declare. The Grand Demon Fighting Martial Arts, Preliminary Aerial Maze. Officially begins." Everyone's stunned. Then, Natsu rushed out first. "Natsu, wait for me." Lucy followed quickly. "Natsu, don't be impulsive. There are more than 100 guild teams. Be careful." Gray and Juvia followed quickly. Arisa nodded to the balcony next door and set off. Yeflet and others who lived next door also followed immediately. Chapter 231, The First Day of the Competition. Yeflet. Laxus said, "We have to be the first to arrive." "Got it." Yeflet pushed his glasses. Boom. There was only thunder, and then a high-speed passage led directly to the exit. Laxus escaped into it. Someone tried to attack, but was eliminated by a bolt of lightning. Fairy Tale is back. A familiar feeling. People who knew Fairy Tale couldn't help but sigh. "Let's go too." Yefrit and the others started running. All the opponents on the road didn't notice them, so they easily reached the exit. The first place has been born. The pumpkin-headed monster looked at everyone in shock. This was too fast. Especially the blonde boy, Laxus, right? It was almost a few seconds. He had just put down the microphone and hadn't returned to his seat, but Laxus was already standing in front of him. The first place. Born. All the contestants were confused. So fast? Congratulations to the Fairy Tale B team for being the first team to arrive in this game. The pumpkin-headed monster suddenly had an idea, so he announced the result directly. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Since your team is so powerful, then accept everyone's challenge. At this time, he was also glad that he had invited Emily as a special guest. Otherwise, not only Laxus, but also Yefrit, this kid, no one could deal with it. It took a long time. The remaining 7 teams were selected, and Natsu and others passed with the 4th place. 2 teams from Fairy Tale alone entered, and Team B passed at an extremely exaggerated speed, which made everyone look at Fairy Tale with new eyes. It is worthy of being the strongest guild 7 years ago, and it still has a lot of foundation. Excluding Emily, those influential figures 7 years ago are still very capable. Early morning. The venue dome flavor is already full. The scene is very lively. The wizards are also very excited. It is rare to have such a chance to show their faces. After some entertainment programs. Okay, the great magic fighting competition is about to start. A big-faced host said, the live report will be in charge of me, Chibati Lola, and the commentary will be in charge of the special guest, Mr. Yajima, a former member of the council. In addition, we are very fortunate to invite Miss Jenny Liolette of the Blue Pegasus as today's guest. This year, our guild will definitely win. Everyone, you must do your best, said the beautiful blonde girl with heavy makeup. Finally. It's the most important special guest. Chibati suddenly got excited. She is. Everyone, let's shout out her name together. The whole venue was shouting enthusiastically, Emily Valier. Let's give her a warm welcome. Miss Emily. A huge shadow appeared in the sky, a white-haired girl. Everyone. Good morning. The huge shadow gradually shrank and solidified, and finally gathered into Emily, who sat next to Jenny. Oh. The scene was boiling. Jenny was jealous and said, Miss Emily is really popular. Haha. Emily laughed heartily. So, Miss Emily, who do you think will win this competition? Chibati asked. I can't say, because everyone looks very strong. Emily smiled. Chibati chatted with Emily for a few more words, and didn't dare to delay any longer, saying, next, let me introduce all the contestants. First of all, teams walked out one by one. The 4th place in the preliminaries, Team A of Fairy Tale, led by Miss Urza Chocolatto, includes Natsu Dragneel, Greyfulp Asta, Lucy Hartfilia, and Juvia Rox. They were famous figures in the entire magic world 7 years ago. Now, after 7 years, they appear in the Grand Magic Tournament for the first time. How will they perform? Will they be eliminated or regain their glory? Let us wait and see. The scene was a little deserted. The serious group has been gone for 7 years, and their popularity is no longer there, so it is expected that they will be coldly received by the audience. Come on, Fairy Tale, come on. Only one cute voice was shouting, of course, others could not hear it. In the audience of the Fairy Tale Guild, the first generation president Mavis was swinging her 2 little feet, looking very excited. Come on. Makarov also quickly responded to the first generation's call and led everyone to shout together. But it still had little effect. At this moment, Emily on the stage shouted, Fairy Tale, go. As soon as she said this, the audience followed her shouting and shouted enthusiastically in an instant, as if they had all become crazy fans of Fairy Tale. The 3rd and 2nd place came on stage one after another. Finally, it is Team B of Fairy Tale that achieved the 1st place with the fastest speed. The captain is Laxus Doria. He is the grandson of the 3rd generation president of Fairy Tale and the candidate for the 5th generation president. He was the #1 dragon slayer 7 years ago and the ace of Fairy Tale. Now, will he continue his legend? Uncle Laxus, go! Emily shouted after Chibati finished speaking. Then, Chibati introduced, the next one is the one who brought the cutest angel to our world. The Viscount of the Empire. The 2nd generation of fairy military strategist. Emily's master, guardian, head of the Valier family, holder of the Valier surname. An outstanding contributor to the development of fraud magic. He is elegant magician Yevrit de la Valier. Master, I like you the most. Emily was more enthusiastic than before, shouting like a little fangirl chasing a star. This made the audience at a loss. They couldn't just shout like they liked him too. Besides, how come the cute little angel became a bit crazy when she met this guy? Everyone was even a little jealous. This guy missed 7 years of Emily's most important education. Emily has grown to where she is now because of her own efforts, whether it is doing those good deeds or turning fraud magic into super magic. What does this guy have to do with it? The audience is unhappy. But it has nothing to do with Emily. She is a saint, not a saint. She is kind, so she helps people. It does not mean that you have to be aware of the emotions of fans at all times and restrain yourself because of them. It seems that Miss Emily likes Mr. Yevlet very much. Chabadi smiled. Yeah, I like Master the most. Emily admitted generously. Then I hope Mr. Yevlet, who also has fraud magic, can get good grades. Chabadi said. Although he doesn't have any hope. If Yevlet is really that powerful, he should have become a celebrity 7 years ago. Now, most people think that he is not as good as his disciple Emily, who is the most advanced user of fraud magic in history. Then the rest of the people were introduced. 8 teams gathered, and acquaintances chatted with each other. Ms. Urza. Yi rushed towards Urza, but was slapped away by Urza with a look of disgust. Ms. Lucy, I'm not paying attention to you because I like you, said the dark-skinned handsome guy. He is Lien from the Blue Pegasus, a guy with a strong Tsundere attribute. Lucy was helpless, but she was much more mature than 7 years ago and didn't feel shy. Panatsu pulled Lucy over and said, "She's mine." Everyone was confused. Lucy's face was even redder. Is this a confession? Natsu confessed to her? So suddenly? In this kind of occasion? So directly? But when she looked at Natsu, she found that he looked normal. Ah! It's not a confession. It's just possessiveness. Lucy was not disappointed. Compared with that fake Tsundere Lien, Natsu was the real Tsundere. She was not in a hurry. After all, she already knew Natsu's feelings. Gray, if we win, let Jovia join our guild, that's it. Gray's senior brother Leo said. First of all, you can't win. Gray said, secondly, you have no chance. As he said that, Gray grabbed Jovia's hand and raised it, saying, Leo, you should pay attention to the people around you, don't make such jokes anymore, it will make girls sad. Gray's words made Leo stunned, and he suddenly found that this stupid junior brother seemed to have matured a lot. Yo Laxus. An uncle greeted Laxus. Laxus, don't be impulsive. Urza said hurriedly. Because the person who spoke was Laxus's father Ivan. Obviously, his father is the famous strongman Makarov, and his son is also a superstar Laxus, but Ivan really doesn't look like a strong man. Whether it's appearance or dress, he is very passerby. Laxus snorted coldly and ignored it. The tail of the crow where Ivan was also entered the 8 teams. If they met, Laxus would make them look bad. Then Chabadi said, now announce the competition schedule of the great magic fighting performance. Boom boom. A huge stone tablet rose. Chabadi said, the competition is divided into 2 parts, competition and battle. First is the competition, which will determine the 1st to 8th place. Different points will be awarded according to the ranking. The 8th place will get 0 points, the 4th place will get 4 points, and the 3rd place will get 6 points. The 1st place can get 10 points. Next is the battle part. This link, and also refer to factors such as audience voting, and the organizer decides the duel of each team. Each winning team will directly get 10 points, and losers will get 0 points. If it is a tie, each team will get 5 points. Then now. The first game of the Grand Demon Fighting Show. Secret Start. In this game, the number of participants is 1 person per team. The specific rules will be explained after the players are in place. Soon. 8 teams selected their contestants. Gray chose to play for Team A of Fairy Tale. Urza is the trump card. Natsu is too impulsive. It is easy to suffer if the rules are not clear. Only Gray is strong, smart, and cautious. He should be able to deal with it. Wendy played for Team B of Fairy Tale. Anyway, Gray can probably score steadily if he plays, so let Wendy practice. After all the contestants are in place, a town suddenly appeared in the venue. The 8 contestants were separated. The rules of secret are very simple. In this city, each contestant does not know the location of the other party. They are chasing and fleeing each other. They have to find each other and then attack each other. Whether using magic or physical skills, as long as they hit each other once, they can get 1 point. Is it that simple? Gray just finished speaking. He saw many people appear in front of him. It was the clones of the 8 contestants. So that's it. It's not that simple. Gray finally understood and said with a smile, "It's interesting." Chabadi said, "What appears now is the clone of the contestant. If you attack the clone instead of the contestant, you will be deducted 1 point. So everyone, be careful. The game time is 30 minutes, and the team with the highest score will win first place." Then, game. Begin. Everyone immediately took action. "Miss Emily, what do you think of the Mia Slaughter project?" Chabadi asked. Emily replied, "Very interesting. If Miss Emily participates, how do you think you will perform?" Chabadi said. Emily said bluntly, "Fraud magic is very good at finding people. If I participate, I will definitely become the big devil of this game, ha ha ha. It seems that the fairy tale B team should choose Mr. Yefrit to play." Chabadi said. "I have great faith in Brother Gray and Sister Wendy." Emily said, "They will definitely get a good ranking." Wendy was a little flustered at first. But she gradually got used to it. Although she didn't perform very well, she was a dragon slayer after all, so she was still very alert, especially the smell, which was difficult to hide from her. So she could dodge sneak attacks, and she could easily distinguish between real people and fake people. Gray was even more smart, and his performance was very impressive in this game. Although someone was targeting him. He was the wizard of the Raven's Tail. "It's so annoying, do you really think I can't catch you?" Gray was very impatient after dodging sneak attacks several times. He is not just an ice-shaped wizard now. He is also a water wizard. He has now almost perfectly integrated the two magics. He waved his hand into mist. The enemy could not hide in the mist. Ah, that move, it was the move of the Ghost Guild president. Natsu recognized it. This move caused a lot of trouble for Yefrit and Laxus. Bang! A wizard fell to the ground, and he was frozen into an ice cube. Gray snorted lightly, really thought he hadn't made any progress in the past 7 years. The game was going on. Gray's score was always the first. Although Wendy performed averagely, she didn't drag her team down. Chapter 232, Quick-witted Wendy, Cheerful Lucy, Terrifying Yefrit. The situation seemed to be very good. The situation suddenly changed. A man with golden hair and noble clothes stood on the highest building in the city. "I have written it down. Everyone's magic power and footsteps." The audience was confused. Including everyone in Fairy Tale. Lucy said, "That guy, standing in such a conspicuous position, isn't he afraid of being attacked? Maybe there is some strange move." Urza said, "Gray, be careful. This person is Rufus Noah of the Saber-bite Tiger. He possesses the magic of memory shaping. He can materialize the magic and objects in memory and even generate new magic. He is a very difficult type to deal with." A voice came from the side. It was Ursha and others coming over. "Then Gray-sama will be difficult to deal with." Juvia said. "Not necessarily. Gray is not a guy who can be taken down so easily." Ursha said. Buzz. The sky suddenly became dark. However, everyone's body emitted a faint light, which made them very conspicuous in this dark environment. "Memory shaping magic," Rufus said elegantly, "stars. Water typhoon." Gray suddenly launched an attack, and the water swirled into a typhoon, rushing towards Rufus forcefully. This was Juvia's move, and Gray mixed ice spikes in it to increase its power. "Under the night sky," Rufus said after saying that. Boom! The two attacks collided, and there was no winner. Gray's body instantly disintegrated and disappeared without a trace. But the others were hit by Rufus's attack. On the leaderboard, he instantly came to the second place. Rufus's face turned ugly. "Since you have jumped out, don't think about hiding anymore." Gray's voice came from all directions. "It's really troublesome." Rufus said, "You are just a backward wizard 7 years ago. You just dodged my attack once, but you actually said such arrogant words. You really don't understand that I am the strongest modeling wizard now. Ice and water. Then use fire to deal with it. Burn the hellfire of the earth." The temperature rose sharply, and terrible lava gushed out from the ground. Gray, who was hiding in the corner, frowned secretly and was about to think of a way to retreat. Wendy jumped out and said, "The first place belongs to our fairy tale. Strength and skill, roar of the dragon." She took out a big speaker and used roar, power enhancement on it. The terrifying roar of the dragon directly engulfed the magma. Not good. Rufus was shocked and wanted to stop, but it was too late. Boom. The magma engulfed by the roar directly destroyed half of the town. Many contestants were affected. But most of the clones were attacked. Wendy smiled cutely. "Now, do you still have time to take back the points? If you attack a contestant, you will get 1 point. But if you attack the wrong person and hit a clone, you will lose 1 point." Originally, Wendy's score was in the middle, but when she saw that Grey might be pried off by the opponent, she seized the opportunity and dragged Rufus down with her. She owed several hundred points. In the few remaining moments, even if Grey stood there and let Rufus hit him, Rufus couldn't make up for it. Wendy's quick wits were extremely powerful and she made a great contribution. Asshole! Rufus was immediately furious. But just as he was about to take action, he heard, "The game is over." The sword-bite tigers all had black faces. But Wendy's popularity exploded in the audience. "That girl is so smart. A huge reversal. So amazing. She is worthy of being a girl from the Saints Guild." This shocking reversal caught everyone off guard and was too much of a show. Most of the game was Grey's highlight. At the last minute, Rufus jumped out to steal the limelight. Everyone thought the two would compete head-on, but in the end, the average performing girl from Fairy Tale directly eliminated Rufus. There were so many twists and turns, making people exclaim that it was wonderful. The game was over. The contestants returned to their teams. "Wendy, thank you so much." Grey thanked him. Wendy waved her hand and said, "It doesn't matter. I can't get the first place myself, so I can only help you keep the first place." "But that guy," Grey said, "next time, I will beat him fairly." "Wendy, well done." Everyone praised, making Wendy feel embarrassed. She just did what she should do. "Next, it's the battle part," Chapati said on the stage. "Each team will compete one by one. This competition is not an elimination match. The two teams will be decided by the organizer. The battle list has been delivered to me. The first game will be Lucy Hartfilia from Team A of Fairy Tale." "Me?" Lucy was startled, but then she clenched her fists. "I'll do my best." "Fight." "Freya Corona from Raventail." "Is it them?" Everyone was surprised to learn that it was Raventail and looked over. "Freya. Looks like a Yandere red-haired girl. Blonde." Freya tilted her head, widened her eyes, and looked Yandere. "Very cute." Yefrit said. As soon as he said this, except for Myra Jane, Turtledove, Altair, Alice and Melty all turned their heads to look at him. "Is this the type you like?" Alice thought to herself, "But I am also Yandere. Does it have to be a girl type? Isn't it okay to be a queen?" The second people to turn around were Wendy, Grey and others. But Yevlet looked normal until he found that everyone was looking at him, and then he said, "What are you looking at? Why do you think this is cute?" Grey was surprised. Yevlet said speechlessly, "I just said it casually. If I met her, I would not show mercy." "Who do you think will win between this guy and Lucy?" Urza asked at this time. "Lucy," Yevlet said. "Really?" Lucy was immediately excited. Yevlet said, "So, isn't it stable? But you should give it your all at the beginning, don't fall over." Yevlet said. "Humph, I won't." Lucy walked onto the stage happily. Dang! With a loud gong, the game officially began. Blonde hair. Freya's hair grew wildly. "I don't know why you look at me like that," Lucy said, "or maybe you have an obsession with my hair. But... Crystal, please. Fully armed." Click. Lucy instantly put on a handsome mecha. Open. The gate of Gemini. Swish. Gemini appeared, shouting, "Pili Pili. Attack together, Gemini." Lucy said. Click. Gemini also turned into her. Suddenly, two mechas appeared on the field. So cool. That girl is not only a celestial wizard, but also a mecha warrior. So cool. The audience was boiling. Do it. Lucy didn't care about anything else. Yevlet said that she had to give her all from the beginning, otherwise she would lose. Yevlet's words must make sense. Lucy analyzed that the opponent might not be as strong as her, but perhaps the magic was strange and it was easy to find her weakness and turn defeat into victory. If that's the case, then we can't delay time, we must kill the enemy with thunder. Boom! The two mechas burst out with power. Blonde hair. Freya's hair not only formed a huge beast, but she also raised her left hand with a handcuff on her wrist. The handcuffs burst out with silver light, and then turned into a rotating halo, cutting towards Lucy. Gemini. Lucy didn't know the power of the ring, and she didn't dare to gamble. So she approached Jamie, and the two identical mechas quickly switched to each other. When the ring got close, they separated again. Freya was stunned, which one? Seeing that it was getting closer and closer, she had to choose one person to attack. Gemini. The mecha on the left shouted. I found you. Freya immediately attacked the owner of the voice. Shua. However, the ring cut the mecha in half, but it turned into two flying little guys. This is Gemini. The real Lucy is Lucy's Iron Fist. Lucy was already close to Freya, and Freya quickly controlled her hair to fight back. Open the Cancer Gate, Keisha. Keisha appeared and directly cut off the hair that blocked it. Then Lucy punched out. Boom! Freya was directly knocked out. Damn blonde! Freya still wanted to stand up. 24 light balls appeared behind Lucy. 24 star bombs. Boom boom boom. 24 light balls fell down. Dust and smoke filled the air. Freya didn't move. When the dust cleared, she was found to have fainted in dishevel. Lucy said, Yevlet. Yevlet took out a card and flew over. Lucy caught it and it turned into a coat. She covered Freya with the coat and looked at the commentary desk. The knot is over. Chapati exclaimed. So strong, Sister Lucy. Emily shouted. What a refreshing battle. Chapati said excitedly, whether it is the first competition, the outstanding performance of the contestants of the two teams of Fairy Tale, or this battle from Miss Lucy, Fairy Tale is telling us that the king of 7 years ago is coming back strongly. The winner, Lucy Heartfilia. Lucy walked back to the team slowly. Lucy, you did a great job. Everyone praised. Natsu, how is it? Lucy said proudly. Awesome. Natsu gave a thumbs up. Hee. Lucy smiled, I've grown up too. Another team, Crow's Tail. Damn it. Yvonne looked unhappy. Makarov looked over with pride, Yvonne, you're still far behind. The second and third games ended quickly. The fourth game. Chapati said in surprise, oh, this is a really heavyweight duel. By Fairy Tale B Team. Yevret de Lavalier. Fight. Snake Princess Scale. Jura Regis. The Saint's Master, another user of fraud magic, against Saint Tenjura. This is really interesting. As we all know, Miss Emily has also accepted the invitation of Saint Ten, which means that Miss Emily already has the strength of Saint Ten. Fraud magic is a magic that purely deceives the 5 senses. And Jura's magic is the power to control the earth. Miss Emily Chabadi asked Emily, if it were you, do you think you would defeat Mr. Jura? Emily said, I can't say, but my master will not lose. It seems that Miss Emily is very confident in Mr. Yevlet's strength and fraud magic. Jura, Yevlet said, then what about you? Is it possible, what? A troublesome person, you actually want me to play, why not Laxus? Yevlet, cheer up. Laxus said, you have to win beautifully. What if you lose? Yevlet said, I don't really want to be in the limelight. If I defeat Jura, I will be treated better than Laxus. If you lose, Myra Jane said with a smile, you will be punished by not being allowed to fish for a month. Yevlet was stunned. Then he took off his hat, put it on his chest, bowed to Myra Jane seriously, and said solemnly, Ms. Devil, please take back this punishment. I will definitely solve Jura for the honor of the guild. Don't worry. After saying that, Yevlet turned around and walked onto the stage with full energy. Jura had already arrived. 7 years had passed, and he was more stable than before. The whole person stood there, like a mountain. Ding, the gong sounded to announce the start of the game, but Jura did not rush to attack. Mr. Yevlet, it's been 7 years since we last met. Jura said, although you are very strong, I have not been standing still in these 7 years. I have fully witnessed the power of fraud magic from your disciple Emily. But her fraud magic is different from yours. I will do my best, and I hope you will not hold back. Let's have a beautiful fight. Yevlet slowly drew out the long sword at his waist. Mirror flower, and said, Emily's fraud magic is indeed very strong, almost as strong as mine, and the only difference between her and me is a slight one. But, Mr. Jura, please pay attention. Yevlet bowed slightly and made a gesture of drawing his sword. Jura saw this and did not dare to be careless. 7 years ago, he did not dare to say that he could beat Yevlet. In these 7 years, Emily turned the fraud magic into super magic. Then, what height did Yevlet's fraud magic reach? He did not think that Yevlet, who was the first to develop weak fraud magic into powerful magic, would have a weaker talent than Emily. Just then, Yevlet said, in fact, you have already lost. What? Jura was stunned. Oh my god! Chabadi shouted in shock. Everyone's eyes were blurred. The real world appeared before their eyes. On the competition stage, there was only Yevlet. And Jura was standing in the audience. He also widened his eyes in shock. Yevlet had an innocent smile on his face, pushed his glasses, and said, the competition has started for more than a minute, and you haven't come on stage yet. This is considered a waiver. Hearing his words, everyone was silent. No matter if it was an opponent or a friend. No matter if it was the saber-biting tiger or tens of thousands of spectators. The shock in my heart was beyond words. Chapter 233, I, Pakaz, would like to call you the god of wine, Yevlet. Hearing Yevlet's words, Chabadi was speechless for a moment, and said, this needs to be discussed. The judges of the organizer immediately started arguing. After a while, the results were announced. The rematch. Because what everyone wanted to see more was that the two sides fought and one of them fell, which was the main purpose of the game. Although the trick that Yevlet just played was shocking enough, even Emily had never shown it, and because of this, everyone wanted to see Yevlet's more exciting performance, more demonstrations of fraud magic. Super magic. Very rare. The audience, didn't they come for this? Okay. Yevlet said helplessly, since you can't accept the first result, what about the second result? The whole audience was confused. Yevlet's words. What are you going to do? Chabadi looked at Emily and found that she was smiling. Obviously, she knew the inside story, and hurriedly said, Miss Emily, do you know what Mr. Yevlet is going to do? Not again, but it has already been done. Emily laughed. At this time. Snap. Yevlet snapped his fingers. The scene on the stage changed again. Jura, who had just walked onto the stage and was planning to rematch, was now lying on the ground, snoring and reeking of alcohol. Wang Defa. What happened? Why did Mr. Jura pass out drunk? Chabadi said in shock. Because from just now, Master has been pouring wine into Mr. Jura. Since you don't accept the first kind of victory, you can accept this kind, right? Emily said as a matter of course. However, this matter is not so simple. First of all, Yevlet would never force anyone to drink. After all, if he accidentally smelled it, he could fall down before Jura. In fact, it was because Yevlet manipulated Jura's emotions and made him drink himself. While the judges of the competition organizer were still discussing whether to rematch, everyone thought Jura was still waiting for the result at the guild camp, but in fact, Jura was already depressed, and then saw a lot of wine in front of him, so he drank it. Yevlet's real body was already standing in his own camp at this time, and the person on the stage was all fake. You can't get too close to that drunkard, what if he is knocked down by the fumes? This Chabadi was silent. The organizer was silent. Okay, let's play it this way, right? Everyone was in a complicated mood. Fraud magic. It was really strong, and it was worthy of the name of super magic. But why did everyone think Emily was cute when she used it? When Yevlet used it, everyone would be inexplicably angry. The winner, Yevlet. Chabadi announced Yevlet's victory weakly. The stand-in on the stage disappeared instantly. The third scene appeared in front of everyone. Originally, Jura was lying down, with no wine bottles around him, and Yevlet and Jura were very close. But at this time, Yevlet was in his own camp, sitting on a stool, holding a drink in his hand, drinking leisurely. And on the stage, Jura was lying down, and in front of him, there were a lot of wine bottles. This made the whole audience silent. Yevlet is probably the only player who won the game, and the whole audience was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. That? Chabadi asked unconfidently, Miss Emily, is this a real scene now? Emily tilted her head, looking cute and adorable, not really, but it won't affect the next game. Chabadi, Guild members, dot. Audience, dot. Suddenly I hate this magic a little bit. Okay, Chabadi said, today's main competition is over. Next, let's look at the list and analyze today's game. Yajima said, there is no doubt that the first-ranked Fairy Tail Guild has the best quality in both competition and battle. Even the Sword-Bite Tiger has some gap. Yajima is very partial to Fairy Tail, and he commented unceremoniously at this time. The people of the Sword-Bite Tiger listened, and their faces became more gloomy. At night, everyone gathered in the tavern. As usual, Yefrit sat in a corner, especially away from Kana. Today, all the players performed very well, and everyone was very happy. Good evening, everyone from Fairy Tail. At this time, a man wearing half-armor and with a tattoo under his eyes staggered and came drunk. It's Pakaz, the S-class wizard of the four-headed hound. Urza said, her face solemn. 7 years ago, this man often fought with her because of missions, and the two sides did not decide the winner, which can be said to be powerful. 7 years later, this guy must be more difficult to deal with. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble, I just come to drink. Pakaz looked drunk. Okay. Natsu accepted the challenge. After a while, Natsu, Gajil, Gray, and others all lay down. Let me try. Kana said. Okay. Pax smiled. After a while, Kana also lay down with her arms around her chest. Pakaz swung Kana's armor and laughed, ha 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 ha, this is my trophy. You guy. Makeo was angry and punched Pakaz, but missed. Pakaz staggered to the door and looked at Yevlet, who opened the window and drank wine while watching the moon. He sat down with a dong. Yevlet, come and drink. Okay. Yevlet smiled faintly. Everyone, dot. This Yevlet must be fake. It turned out that everyone guessed right. After a long time, both tables were piled with wine bottles. How is it possible? Pakaz was shocked. Pakaz, would like to call you Yevlet the god of wine. Plop. Pakaz fell down. Humph. At this time, Yevlet stood up proudly from another corner. And there was no one in front of Pakaz. Yevlet held a camera in his hand and filmed the scene just now. Yevlet said proudly, from now on, I am the god of wine of Fairy Tail. Everyone, dot. Yevlet walked in front of Pakaz, took Kana's armor from him, and planned to return it to Kana. Then he took 2 steps. With a thump, Yevlet fell to the ground, still holding Kana's armor tightly in his hand. Everyone, dot. Hey, thanks, Yevlet. Kana woke up and staggered over to get her armor, but she slipped and fell, and she happened to press Yevlet, and her private parts just pressed on Yevlet's back, without exposing herself, but... Lucy said in despair, it's over, if it was just a little smell of alcohol, Yevlet could still wake up tomorrow, but now Kana, a human-shaped wine barrel, is so close. I'm afraid he won't wake up until the day after tomorrow. I hope he won't delay the game. Everyone, dot. Yevlet woke up in the afternoon of the next day. Why? Headache. Because I slept for a long time. Arusha explained. She, Melty, and Alice were in Yevlet's room. Melty was wearing headphones and listening to music while reading a book, and Alice was painting sleeping Yevlet. Seeing that Yevlet had woken up, Arusha got up and fetched some water. Has it been a long time? Yevlet rubbed his temple and said, I slept from 10 o'clock last night until this morning. It shouldn't be that long. But it's 6 o'clock in the evening now. Arusha said. Did I lose my memory? No, you're drunk. Yevlet took out the card silently and played the video. I, Pakaz, would like to call you the god of wine, Yevlet. The smell of wine on the body of Monojiaona is still drunk now. Arusha ruthlessly exposed. Yefrit played again. I, Pakaz, wish to call you the god of wine, Yefrit. It's night now, and the moon has risen. You missed the daytime competition, but fortunately there was no competition about you. By the way, the first competition had transportation, so our guild sent Natsu, Gajil, and Stinger of the Saber-Bite Tiger all came in last. In the competition, Juvia and Pakaz tied. Myra Jane fought against Jenny of the Blue Pegasus, and ended the battle with one punch. As a result, she was completely eliminated from the most wanted girlfriend list and became the number 1 on the least wanted girlfriend list. I, Pakaz, wish to call you the god of wine, Yefrit. Yerusha, dot. I, Pakaz, wish to call you the god of wine, Yefrit. Yerusha sighed. I, Pakaz, would like to call you, Yefrit, the god of wine. Okay, god of wine. Arusha said, it's all because of the swordbite tiger. I drugged your wine last night. That's all. Damn the swordbite tiger. Yefrit was immediately enraged, I knew it, these bastards. He gritted his teeth and said, I will definitely punish them severely. Arusha, Melty, Alice, ... Okay. Arusha ended the topic. She was also a person who had experienced many ups and downs. Besides, Myra Jane had prepared her mentally in advance. Before Myra Jane left, she said that Yefrit was not stubborn for no reason, but was afraid that he would be laughed at by Natsu and others if he admitted it fishing and drinking. This guy's self-esteem in this regard was ridiculous after all, he was confident in other places, just these 2 points. There was no way. Arusha sighed in his heart, Myra Jane had to understand Yefrit. Arusha said, are you going to get up now? You can't sleep anymore, or you won't be able to sleep at night. Get up. Yevlit said, then settle accounts with the swordbite tiger. A bunch of bastards, can't beat them head on, so they play dirty tricks. Everyone, ... With the help of Arusha, Yevlit got up and tidied up. Are you really okay? Arusha found that Yevlit's steps were still a little shaky. No problem. Yevlit smiled. But then, while helping Yevlit change clothes and wash up, Arusha found that Yevlit was still a little tipsy. It's outrageous. Just smelled a little bit of wine, but he slept for so long, and even after getting up, he was still tipsy. I'm afraid Yevlit has offended the god of wine. With the help of the 3 girls working together, Yevlit finally finished tidying up, ate something hastily, and walked towards the residence of the swordbite tiger. Arusha wanted to follow him, but he refused. The 3 of them could only look at the back of Yefrit, who was leaning on his cane and walking in a frivolous manner, unlike his usual steady pace. The residence of the swordbite tiger. What a shame, you bunch of trash. All the wizards were reprimanded in the hall, and everyone's face was full of fear and worry. On the main seat sat a tall man with a huge Buddhist bead around his neck and a monk's outfit. At this time, his eyes were glaring like a furious Vajra. This was the president of the swordbite tiger, Germain. Why, we are at the top of the wizard guild, have you forgotten? Germain said arrogantly. Don't look at the maggots around, don't talk to them, crush them. We should focus on greater things. The sky roars for me, the earth boils for me, and the sea is calm for me. This is the sword-biting tiger. But you have embarrassed me in the past 2 days of competition. As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help holding their breath. Even Stinger was sweating. Because before, he and Rufus had been reprimanded and warned not to fail again. This is because they are strong enough and have the opportunity to redeem themselves. But Yukino. Along with Germain's low voice, a girl with white bob hair trembled in her heart and walked out slowly. I'm here. You have no room for excuses. Germain said, you understand. Hearing this, Yukino's body trembled, she took a deep breath, yes. She suppressed her emotions and said, I lost to people from other guilds and tarnished the reputation of the sword-bite tiger. Rufus failed because of Wendy's quick wit. Stinger. It was bad luck. It happened that the 3 dragon slayers all hit the transportation. Besides, the 2 people were powerful, and the S-class wizards, even the sword-bite tiger, could not be easily lost. But Yukino was easily defeated. Pop. German smashed the grapes on Yukino's head. Yukino lowered her head, and the juice flowed down her hair slip. It's not that simple. Germain said angrily, you gambled your life and finally lost. As a member of the saber-bite tiger, you accepted the mercy of the enemy. Yes, Yukino squinted one eye, because the juice had penetrated into her eyes. This foreign body sensation made her eyes hurt, but she did not move, just said, I am willing to accept any punishment. Then give up everything. Yes. Yukino's body trembled. Yukino blushed and took off all her clothes, exposing herself in front of everyone. Behind Yukino, no one was happy about this erotic scene, but everyone felt distressed and sad. They passed by the tavern where the fairy tale gathered. Those wizards laughed happily. The president said that only by strictly abiding by discipline can you become strong. But those idiot-like guys are very strong. Stinger pursed his lips tightly, and Roger next to him turned his head to look at the pillar on the side. Yukino. Flossie, who was wearing a frog suit, choked a little. Don't look. Rector, who was standing next to him, hugged Flossie and looked away. Take her guild emblem. Germain said coldly, remove it. Yes. Yukino's body trembled, and she held back her tears and said, "Thank you for your care during this period." "Get lost, trash," Germain said. After Yukino's emblem was removed and she left the guild, German held a meeting for a while before disbanding. Stinger and Roger returned to the room with complicated expressions. "Is this really okay?" Stinger's expression was confused. "No way, this is why our guild remains in first place," Rector said. "But it's not now," Flossie said. "The reason why we are in first place is because those people from the Fairy Tale Guild are not here." "Don't say such things here, Flossie, do you want to die?" Rector scolded. Flossie showed a sad expression. "This is wrong. This kind of guild makes Flossie feel so lonely." Rog crossed his arms and looked at Flossie's lost back. He stopped and said, "Is this a guild?" "Ah." Stinger looked at him. "Yukino is our companion," Rog said. "Not anymore." Stinger took a deep breath and tried to adjust his mood. He said, "She is too weak. The strongest guild doesn't need her." Rog looked into Stinger's eyes, then, "Are we really the strongest wizards?" Stinger was stunned. "President. Are we the most?" Just when Rog was about to say something incredible, Rector interrupted immediately, "Speaking of which, the eldest lady will replace Yukino and become our teammate." "Oh." Stinger said, "In this way, our 5 strongest people will gather together." "Yes, next, we will definitely not lose again." Rector followed Stinger's footsteps. "Roger?" Flossie asked with a trembling voice. "Flossie is also weak. So, will I disappear too?" "You won't disappear." Roger's eyes were firm, and he comforted, "Flossie, because I will be with you, I won't lose." Yet, Flossie was a little happy. Roger is the strongest, Flossie won't disappear. Although he said so. But Roger, who was standing in the same place, and Stinger, who had already walked away and pretended not to care, had a trace of worry in their eyes. Laxus. Yeflet. Even if they could defeat Natsu and Gajeel, these two. "I'm full, ha ha ha." On the street, Natsu walked with his belly in his hands, looking satisfied. "You are full," Xiaolulu said. "I am full too," Habi said with a smile. "Xiaolulu, so you two are idiots." Lucy, Natsu, Wendy, Happy, and Xiaolulu, who had eaten well outside, were on their way back to the guild. "Well, who is that?" As they walked, they suddenly saw a person at the bottom of the stairs in front of them. "That's Swordbite Tiger." They came closer and recognized him. "Yukino?" Lucy asked. Yukino held back her sadness and loneliness, pretended to look at them calmly, and nodded, "Yet. Is there something wrong?" "Yukino?" Lucy asked. "I have something to do, I need to find Miss Lucy," Yukino said. In the room, the atmosphere was pretty good at first. Yukino wanted to give the 2 keys of Pisces and Libra to Lucy, and then explained that she could no longer participate in the competition. In addition, she also said a few news. Collecting 12 keys can open the door to change the world, but she didn't know what that door was, it was just a rumor. Secondly, the number of celestial spirit mages has been declining sharply over the years, and now only she and Lucy are left. But Lucy keenly noticed that Yukino was in a bad mood. Then she asked again and again. Yukino finally couldn't hold it anymore. No matter how strong a person is, he can resist the bullying of the wicked, but he can't stand the care of the gentle people. "I'm sorry." Yukino suddenly burst into tears. "No one has ever cared about my feelings like you do. I have always dreamed of a strong guild. I finally joined the Tiger of Swords last year. But, I was expelled from the guild just because of a defeat. Why is this the guild I expected? And I was humiliated in front of so many people." Lucy stood up and hugged Yukino. Natsu clenched his fists, his face gloomy. He valued friendship the most and had the hottest temper, so he couldn't stand this kind of thing. Wendy also covered her mouth. The cat and she used to stay in and the fairy tale she is now in are both warm and happy guilds, so she can't imagine being expelled from the guild just because of a defeat. Shouldn't you comfort her? Why humiliate people, why expel people? Yukino couldn't hold it anymore and cried, "No matter my self-esteem, dreams, or memories, they are all gone. I'm sorry I shouldn't have complained to you, but..." Yukino still wanted to apologize. "If you don't complain to us, who else can you complain to?" Lucy hugged her and said, "No, a place like that doesn't deserve to be called a guild. You're not wrong, those bastards are wrong. Yukino looked up in surprise. I can't stand it anymore, Natsu said and jumped out of the window. No, Natsu. Lucy was also very angry, but she didn't dare to let Natsu do whatever he wanted. But Natsu was too fast. The terrifying power of the dragon-slaying magic turned into a powerful driving force on Natsu's palm. A meteor slid across the sky and rushed straight to the sword-biting tiger guild. Hee shooting star. On the small bridge not far from the entrance of Sword-bite Tiger, Yefrit lay on the railing of the bridge, pointing at the shooting star in the sky, and made a wish with a smile, wish me a blessing. He wiped his clear nose. Chapter 234, Yefrit, Sword-bite Tiger, what a hospitable guild. Boom. The gate of Sword-bite Tiger was broken through. Who is it? Looking for death. Stop. The Night Watch wizard wanted to stop him. Get out of the way. Natsu punched casually, and the powerful fire burst out with brutal force, directly knocking all the blockers away. Where is your president? The wizards of Sword-bite Tiger rushed out, but were all knocked away by Natsu. No one was his opponent with one punch. It can even be said that no matter how many people rushed in a wave, 3, 5 or even 10 people, it was just a matter of Natsu's punch. Natsu was wearing the gloves transformed by the contracted demon Yin-Yan. The dragon-slaying magic, which was originally very rough, had a more precise magic burst power under his control. Natsu dragged Neil. When Stinger and Roger came out of the room, they saw several people rushing over. They quickly caught them and looked at the man who was making a fuss. He was covered in flames and very angry, like a vengeful devil from hell. Quick, stop him! Stinger was shocked, and Roger hurriedly reminded him. But Natsu was faster. Fire Dragon! Too late! Roger shouted. Get out of the way! Stinger quickly dodged to the side. Roar! Boom! The entire Sword-bite Tiger guild was pierced by a blazing pillar of fire. Gudong! The sword-biting tiger wizards who had not fallen down swallowed their saliva one after another. They were frightened by the power of this magic and their legs became weak and they could not stand up. Stinger and Roger also had sweat on their foreheads. This power. It seems that they still underestimated the destructive power of Natsu. Mr. Natsu. Stinger, who was sitting on the ground, looked at Natsu. The other party clenched his fists and walked straight to the conference room along the direction of the flames, stepping on the charred and even lava-producing ground. Calm down. Stinger said. Roger did not speak. He turned his head to look at the location of the conference room. Natsu did not answer Stinger's words. He just turned his head and glanced at him lightly. Just this one look made Stinger's breathing stagnate. He was actually stunned. What kind of eyes were they? They were obviously Dragon Slayer wizards, but at this moment, Stinger only felt like an ordinary person facing an angry lion. Natsu walked to the meeting room, and no one stopped him. Where is it? Your president? He asked. What do you want to see me for, kid? The president of the Sword-bite Tiger, German, walked out of the room. He had a tall body and always maintained a majestic look. Just standing there made people feel terrified and oppressive. Mr. Natsu is in big trouble. Stinger couldn't help but say. Although Natsu is very strong, his opponent is President German. Now Natsu didn't know what he had experienced, and he dared to break into their guild. If his partner came a little slower, it was possible that he would be killed. Are you the president? Natsu clenched his fists and looked directly at German's eyes without irises and pupils, not afraid. Yes. German replied lightly. Then duel with me. Natsu said, if you lose to me, you will get out of the guild. What? Natsu's words were really shocking. All the wizards were stunned. That guy dared to provoke the president. It's really suicidal. German said, do you know what you are talking about, kid? You are drunk. I am sober and know what I am doing. Natsu said, guilds who don't treat their companions as companions and even humiliate their companions. Just to become stronger. You can give up everything to become stronger. Very good. Then as the president, you will definitely keep your word. Rogue and Stinger looked at each other and were shocked. Rogue, are you talking about Yukino? Stinger, this has nothing to do with Mr. Natsu, but you actually rushed over to challenge the president for such a reason. Ah, what a thief. Germain said lightly, but, a kid like you is not worth my effort. Dubengal. Go deal with him. Dubengal dressed as a ninja, To be honest, he was a little panicked. But the strength of a wizard may not depend entirely on the power of magic. He is very fast and has strong stealth ability. He can easily kill enemies stronger than himself at first sight. Bengal appeared silently behind Natsu. Mr. Natsu is in danger. Stinger was shocked. Although Dobengar did not become a contestant, he will never be weaker than the contestants. One person said. At least in the top 10 of the guild. Another person was very confident. Fall down. Dobengar confidently launched a sneak attack on the back of Natsu's head. Get out of the way. Without even turning his head, Natsu smashed Dobengar's magic with a backhand punch, and then hit Dobengar in the face, knocking him out. Boom. The speed of Dobengar's backward flight was faster than his own sneak speed, and he hit the wall hard, but he couldn't stop, and he actually knocked the wall down again. Boom. The wall collapsed, pressing him down. The whole audience was shocked. Rog, killed in seconds. That Dobengar was. Stinger's eyelids twitched. Even he couldn't do such a thing. At this moment, he had a little doubt whether he could beat Natsu if he burst out with all his strength. German narrowed his eyes slightly. Kid, you are not weak, but you chose the wrong opponent. German took a step forward and took off the Buddhist beads. Disintegration Great Ming King. He hadn't finished speaking. Natsu rushed over. Red Lotus. Fire Dragon Fist. In an instant, Natsu threw hundreds of punches. Hey! German couldn't help but widen his eyes. Boom boom boom. He didn't have time to defend himself before he was covered by fists. Under Natsu's angry 100 punches, he couldn't even resist. Natsu was so excited that he took a step back and pulled his right fist back. Merge my magic power with Yefrite's magic power. A flame that will make people feel infinite remorse the moment it hits. Dragon Slayer secret. Not good. Stinger and Roger rushed over as soon as they heard this, but it was too late. Miracle Fire type. Red Lotus. Rising Dragon Fist. Natsu punched Germain on the chin. The power of this punch. I'm afraid only Hades can take it with a smile. Germain wanted to dodge, but his body was too heavy. Natsu's punch was faster than Stinger and Roger's full-strength burst. Boom. The terrifying magic power was released after touching the obstacle. Like a violent eruption of a volcano, the roof of the entire Swordbite Tiger was blown directly into the sky. The rolling heat wave melted everyone's clothes directly. The weak ones couldn't even breathe and fainted from the heat on the spot. Gudong, Stinger and Roger, who were hiding in the corner to protect the two cats, swallowed their saliva. Stinger said, even if the president was hit by this attack. It didn't hit. Roger said, it was blocked by the eldest lady. Who? Natsu waved his hand, and the dust dissipated. A charming woman stood between him and Germain and blocked his attack with one hand. It was not a hard block, it should be some kind of magical property. It was Germain's daughter, the eldest lady of the guild, Minerva. Mr. Natsu. Minerva said, I blocked your attack, let's stop the nonsense tonight. Germain opened his mouth, wanting to show off and tell his daughter not to act on his own, but when he thought of the punch just now, he closed his mouth. Minerva said, if we continue the fight, it will be hard to end. You destroyed our guild's residence tonight and injured so many people. Have you never considered the consequences? Natsu was silent. Minerva said, even if we continue the fight, you will definitely lose to my father. However, as the strongest guild. Hee. Natsu sneered twice and said, he's the one who will be killed. Minerva said, if it's about Yukino, then as the eldest lady of the guild, I apologize to you. So, can you give me some face now? This made Natsu hesitate. His matter is settled, and there is still my matter. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Everyone was startled, and Minerva wanted to escape, because the voice came from behind her. Don't make special arrangements. Yevlet stood behind Minerva and slashed with a long knife. Swish! Minerva's skirt was cut open. She quickly stretched out her hand to block her chest, and then covered another place, and then hid behind Germain. Yevlet greeted, hello, Natsu, you were very handsome just now. When were you here? Natsu asked. At the beginning. Yevlet answered. This shocked everyone. This guy's fraud magic was so terrible. Yevlet glanced around. The clothes of all the wizards of the Swordbite Tiger were destroyed by Natsu's flames. Minerva had blocked Natsu's attack and kept her clothes, but they were also torn off by him. Only you, President Germain. Yevlet turned around and looked at President Germain, the only one wearing clothes. You are really a hospitable guild. Yevlet smiled and said, you don't care about the shame of girls or your own shame. When you see guests coming, all members welcome them without clothes. Yevlet was outside just now, and saw Happy flying over, so he stopped him and asked him, and then he learned the reason for Natsu's rage. He didn't let Happy come in for support, but asked him to wait for reinforcements. Lucy knew it was too late, so she went to inform Laxus and the others. To be honest, German was a little scared. But he stared at Yevlet coldly, still maintaining his dignity. Wait. Yevlet suddenly raised his hands and said in surprise, you don't think I want to take off an uncle's clothes in a tormenting way? I'm not that boring. Just listen to him finish. President! Stinger exclaimed. It turned out, German was standing naked. His clothes had been torn to pieces long ago. Asshole! Minerva was finally furious when the president's clothes were torn off. This was a great humiliation. She shouted, are you Fairy Tale going to go to war with us, Saber-Bite Tiger? Even if we go to war, what will happen? Boom! Accompanied by a proud voice. The wall on the other side was blasted open by a lightning column. Laxus and other main forces of Fairy Tale have arrived. He is not as good-tempered as Makarov. As for right and wrong? No, no, no. Laxus is not such an upright guy. Puff. Who knows, Grey couldn't hold it back first and laughed out loud. When I came here, I heard that Yukino was stripped of her clothes. But now I see that everyone is naked. This picture is really, too funny. German clenched his fists. Minerva could only hide behind her father to avoid being seen. The calmness she had always had disappeared. She glared at Yefrit, and the resentment in her eyes was not concealed at all. Hey! Laxus put his hands in his pockets, his body flashing with lightning, and said, I'm asking you, President German, are you going to start a war? Or should I ask your daughter for her opinion? Laxus is not used to giving a way out. German was at a loss. Fight? How to fight now? Even if you can beat them. Do you want to fight with naked butts? Then tomorrow morning, everyone will know that all the members of Saber-Bite Tiger are fighting with Fairy Tale with naked butts. Do they still have shame? Can they survive? Even if they perform well afterwards and win the first place, they still maintain the title of the first guild. Do people like to call it the strongest guild or the naked guild? No need to fight. This is a sudden disaster. The guild was beaten through by one person, and now the perpetrator dares to provoke you. If you don't accept it, you will be embarrassed. They even don't bother to give them a way out. German suddenly understands the mentality of the Magic Council. This guild is too lawless. The key. What to do if they lose? Even if Fairy Tale is banned from participating in the competition because of this battle. But who would question that Fairy Tale is the strongest guild when they beat all the members of Sword-Bite Tiger naked? Difficult. Difficult. Just then. A bunch of bastards. Makarov hurried over. Although he would not be late, he shouted breathlessly at this time, you guys, why are you strolling in my guild in the middle of the night? Go back. All the members of Sword-Bite Tiger looked at the mess in their house and remained silent. You call this a stroll? Sorry, Makarov smiled and said with high spirits, you are not wearing clothes, are you holding a party? Sorry to bother you, I will ask these guys to go back immediately. As he said that, he stretched out his hand, slapped Yevlet on the forehead, and shouted, why don't you go back quickly? Why are you standing so close to a naked pervert? Oh, the president taught me that there are so many perverts here. Yevlet rubbed his head and turned back to Makarov. The Saber-Bite Tigers. Natsu, what are you still doing? Do you want to learn bad things too? Makarov shouted. Natsu nodded and said seriously, those who don't cherish their companions, the guild without ties, don't be too self-righteous. You can't beat us at all. Rather, you can't catch up with us. Think about it. Such a guild. Is it your dream? Hearing this, Stinger and Roger fell silent. The people of Fairy Tale left. The people of Saber-Bite Tiger felt complicated. Speaking of. Just when everyone was about to go to the ruins to find their spare clothes, Yevlet suddenly appeared, with a dumb look on his face, and said, the steps to quit the guild are defeat and taking off clothes. You have all reached this step from ordinary members to presidents. How are you going to quit the guild next? I have some money here. He took out a box and said, after you quit the guild, give up your quota. I bought it. Asshole. Minerva was completely tense, and didn't care whether she was going to be exposed or not. She rushed up and wanted to give Yevlet a hard blow. Wow, a crazy woman without clothes is scary. Minerva punched Yevlet's body. Everyone, dot. After a while, a wizard looked at the box on the ground and kicked it with his foot. It was real. He opened it and found a pile of change inside. Ah, there is really money in it, but it's all small denominations. Too much. The curses came one after another in the sword-biting tiger. Click. In the corner, Yevlet took a photo of all the members and turned away with satisfaction. Chapter 235, Laxus vs. Raven's Tail. Ah. On the way back, Yevlet sneezed a few more times. Yevlet, are you really okay? Myra Jane looked at him and felt very strange, so she stretched out her hand and put it on Yevlet's forehead. I'm fine. Yevlet waved her hand, it's just the side effect of the medicine. Don't move. Myra Jane said, then she let go of her hand, frowned, and put her forehead against Yevlet's forehead. Everyone was a little nervous. Sure enough, Myra Jane said, it's a little hot. No. Yevlet said. Okay, stop showing off. Myra Jane said, I'll take Yefrit to see a doctor, everyone go back first. Okay. Everyone was a little worried. If Yefrit was not there, everyone would always feel uneasy. After Myra Jane took Yefrit away, Yukino burst into tears and choked up and said, thank you everyone, I don't know how to say it, but, thank you. Dot. Lysina pushed Laxus. Yes, this should have been done by Makarov, and it was also what he was best at. Laxus also had to learn to do it, get used to it, and even become good at it. Although Laxus always had a proud face, Laxus still looked proud and said, it doesn't matter. Dot. The audience was stunned. Lysina had no choice but to step on Laxus and said, Ms. Yukino, if you admire the guild and have nowhere to go, come to our fairy tale. Yukino widened her eyes, can someone like me do it? Of course. Laxus said. I'm not strong enough, I'm always not needed. I always cause trouble, Yukino whispered. It doesn't matter. Natsu smiled and said, if you're not strong enough, just become strong. If you're not strong enough, just become strong. Not needed, no one is not needed. Become a family member of the guild, no matter what kind of not being there is, there will be no family, they will tolerate each other, support each other, and need each other. Natsu said well. Lucy continued, as for causing trouble, I think there should be no guild that causes more trouble than our fairy tale. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed heartily, and the laughter was quite proud. Makarov shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, he would not have a headache in the future. Only Laxus frowned slightly, vaguely aware that his head was a little cold, as if his hair was going to fall out. Yukino wiped her tears and said firmly, please let me join fairy tale. Welcome. Everyone was very friendly. Mr. Natsu. Yukino looked at Natsu, bowed deeply, and said, thank you very much for venting my anger. You're welcome. Natsu smiled cheerfully. Yukino raised her head and looked at this smile, and suddenly became obsessed. Lucy's heart suddenly sounded a warning bell, and she pulled Natsu to her side and said, it's okay, Yukino, anyone would do it. Yukino was stunned for a moment, looking at Lucy tightly holding Natsu's arm. He looked at her kindly, but hidden in it was vigilance and warning, like a puppy guarding its food. Yukino understood, and felt a little sorry, but she immediately let go of the little ripple and said, I believe it, but Mr. Natsu is really excellent. Hearing this, Lucy became more nervous, but she heard Yukino say, only Miss Lucy can stand beside Mr. Natsu. Dot. Lucy's face suddenly turned red. She also understood what Yukino conveyed. She felt relieved and shy at the same time. By the way, is her performance very obvious? Even someone who has only been in contact for a short time can see it. Yes, Natsu smiled and replied, Lucy is also excellent. Lucy's face suddenly turned redder, and she lowered her head a little at a loss. Everyone was smiling like an ant. Great demon fighting performance. The third day. Competition part, enter the demon subduing hall to kill monsters. Team A's Urza played, and Team B's substitute Kana played. In the end, Urza won the first place with an absolute advantage. Yevlet, are you okay? Natsu watched Yevlet coming, followed by Myra Jane who was carrying a thermos cup and a bag of medicine. I was fine, Myra Jane was worrying too much. Yevlet said, his voice was full of nasal sound. Yevlet. Gray said, the world was destroyed, but he still had a duck-shell hard mouth. As expected of Grey Sama, the metaphor is very humorous. Juvia praised at the right time. Yevlet sat down angrily. Myra Jane looked at the time and said, "It's time to take the medicine, Yevlet." Yevlet was immediately discouraged and said, "I don't want to drink it." "You must drink it. How can you get better if you don't drink it?" Myra Jane squatted beside him, put the cup and bag on his legs, and then took out a small bottle. "But, it's very bitter." Yevlet turned her face. "Don't be like a little kid. Who told you to be naughty and get sick?" Mirage put her thumb on the bottle cap and gently unscrewed it with one hand. "Juvia, Miss Mirage's strength is really admirable. Speaking of, Yevlet actually has such a side, which is really rare." Lucy was also surprised. She thought, in fact, Yevlet is completely two different people in normal state and abnormal state. For example, when she drinks and gets sick, she feels so different. It seems that Yevlet in abnormal state has a much lower mind and becomes very spoiled. "Take a sip, come on, and then there will be candy," Mirage said. Yevlet let out a long breath. Mirage immediately put the bottle in his mouth, and then held his head with the other hand and tilted it back. "Good dong." Yevlet drank the potion in one gulp, and then his whole face turned into a mask of pain. Myra Jane then took out a candy from the bag and stuffed it into his mouth. "Finally, it's time for the most interesting part," Chapati said at the commentary desk. "Next is the battle part. The first game is Mermaid Bell. After 2 games in a row. Next is the third game," Chapati said. "Let's welcome Fairy Tale B Team, Laxus Doria." The audience shouted, and there were many girls' voices. "Tisk!" Yefrit said disdainfully, "What's so good about this stinky little yellow-haired guy?" Laxus, Lysina laughed, "Is Yefrit jealous?" "That's not the case." Yefrit turned his head. Lysina and Myra Jane looked at each other and shook their heads with a smile. Yefrit is really a troublesome person at all times. "Yevlet, it's time to take the pills," Myra Jane said. "Yevlet, okay. You'd better get well soon and don't delay the battle," Laxus said. "That kind of thing doesn't matter," Yevlet said, "you don't need to worry about it. It's really troublesome." Laxus shook his head and walked onto the stage. Fight Chabadi announced the opponent, the Tail of the Raven Alexei. The Tail of the Raven. Both sides were shocked. This is really the result that everyone is looking forward to. On the stage, Laxus looked indifferent. His opponent, Alexei, was a mysterious guy wearing a tightly defensive golden armor, a helmet and a cloak. "Ivan the Tail of the Crow," Makarov said, "he is not an upright guy. Everyone should be careful not to let those guys do anything tricky." "Don't worry, President." Lysina transmitted the voice through Valian's telepathy magic. "That's why Sister Myra brought Brother Yefrit. With Yefrit here, Ivan's tricks will be exposed." "Yes." Makarov nodded with relief. The game begins. The bell rang. The opponent suddenly launched an attack, and just now Laxus, who was trying to maintain his status, couldn't hold on and was beaten up by his opponent. How is it possible? Laxus actually. Everyone couldn't believe that Laxus would be at a disadvantage, or even unable to fight back. It was hard to imagine. Could this guy be stronger than Aknologia? Something that Hades couldn't do. Laxus had suppressed Hades for a short time, but it was not long enough because Hades could not be killed. "Calm down," Grey said. Laxus didn't even use magic. He looked at Yevlet and asked, "Yevlet, what's going on?" Yevlet said, "It's just a trick. Don't worry. Laxus is showing his power." After Yevlet's certification, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the barrier, Laxus looked at the 5 people in front of him coldly. He could also see the image of himself being beaten, but he was not affected. He said, "What's the point of doing such a trick?" Alex said, "Laxus, you really don't understand. This is just a negotiation. If you answer my question, I will let you go." Laxus sneered, "I won't answer any of your questions. Then you will be defeated, just like a phantom, and your trusted companions will be extremely disappointed in you, and you, the future president of Fairy Tale, will lose face." Alex threatened. Laxus just sneered. Alex said, "Laxus, you won't be so stupid as to fight against so many elites of our Raven Tail." The people behind Ivan immediately showed an evil smile. Besides, You should know my strength. Alexei took off his helmet, revealing a passerby face. This is Lax's father, Ivan. It turns out that Alexei is actually Ivan in disguise. Ivan smiled proudly and said, "What now?" Laxus said, as expected. His father, who did such a shameless thing, really brought shame to the Dolia family name. Laxus even remembered his own dark history. He had fallen out with his grandfather for his father and was very dissatisfied with his grandfather driving his father away. Now he understood. What a stupid man, Ivan. Laxus remained calm and said, "It doesn't matter because I know your strength." Asshole dad. Why would you rather use such a low-profile trick than spend time practicing hard? Don't worry about that kind of thing, Laxus. Ivan said, "Tell me, since you are the next generation of the president, you must have heard from the old man, where is the photon reconstruction hidden?" "I don't know what you are talking about." Laxus really didn't know. "Don't play dumb, Laxus, you are not such a indecisive person." Ivan said, "Makarov must have told you." "Although I don't know." Laxus's eyes gradually became sharp, "but, since you have bad ideas about the guild, then I will defeat you here." "You really don't understand the situation, Laxus." Ivan sighed, "Disappointing guy, you are always like this, stupid son, don't know the height of the world." Laxus really didn't feel like arguing with the other party, and lightning began to flash on his fist. "Have you really thought about it?" Laxus, face failure. Ivan said. "I said at this time," a voice suddenly interrupted, "Are you still going to fight? So much nonsense." "Who is it?" Ivan and the others were startled and turned to look behind. There was a man standing there. Yevlet. Ivan's eyelids twitched. If this person joins in, it will be difficult. "Yevlet, you don't need to intervene," Laxus said. "I'm not interested either." Yevlet waved his hand. In fact, he didn't enter the field at all, and the one who entered the field was just a deception. "Okay, stop talking nonsense," Laxus said, "I don't have much patience." Boom! Lightning flashed on Laxus' body. "Well, it seems that only pain can make you sober." Ivan sighed, "It is necessary to let you experience, stupid son, my power against Fairy Tail, a specialized guild, Raven Tail. Crow's Tail, this guild is a guild that he specially developed to target Fairy Tail." "A guild specialized for Fairy Tail?" Laxus asked. "That's right." Ivan was very proud, "The members of our guild all use magic that Fairy Tail wizards are not good at dealing with. Moreover, I know everyone's weaknesses very well, including you, Laxus. Let me give you a taste of the power I have accumulated for 7 years." Ha ha ha! Laxus was so angry that he laughed. It's not that Ivan is targeting Fairy Tail so much. It's because he has such a low-profile father. He actually spent 7 years to get such a bunch of weak guys, and he was still complacent. This really made Laxus laugh and cry. They both had the surname of Doria. Ivan inherited Makarov's bloodline, and he inherited Ivan's bloodline, but only he and his grandfather were proud of each other. "Ivan? This bastard dad is really petty. I don't have the patience to listen to your nonsense anymore." Laxus suddenly launched an attack. "Abra, eliminate Laxus's magic." Before Ivan finished speaking, Laxus punched Abra and sent him flying. "What?" Ivan was shocked and immediately took action himself. He threw out countless pieces of paper and surrounded Laxus. Boom! I saw a thunderbolt turn at a right angle, avoiding the attack and coming to another enemy. Head Freya was also kicked away by Laxus without mercy before she could launch an attack. How is it possible? Ivan's eyes widened. He couldn't catch Laxus's speed. Bang bang! Almost at the same time, the remaining 2 men were killed by Laxus. "Laxus, do you know what you did?" Ivan roared. He never thought that the power he had accumulated for 7 years could not withstand Laxus's kicks. "Even if it was you, I would not show mercy." Laxus punched. "Dad, you broke the rules of the game, you wanted to hurt Fairy Tail, you did this and still let Grandpa have hope in you, but you still let him down, reflect on it." Boom! As Laxus punched Ivan away, the illusion was instantly broken. What? The real scene stunned everyone. In the illusion just now, Laxus was beaten violently. Unexpectedly, the illusion disappeared. Only Laxus stood unscathed, but several guys from Raven's Tail were lying on the field. "That idiot!" Makarov sighed and sat down on the stool dejectedly. He was completely disappointed with Ivan. At the same time, he was glad that he had an excellent grandson to take over. Chapter 236, Wendy, someone told me that as long as I still have the strength, I should punch out. The unexpected development made the organizers very embarrassed. They failed to verify their identities and failed to stop this extremely excessive foul behavior. Fortunately, Laxus was fine and even won. Afterwards, the organizers disqualified Raven's Tail from participating in the competition and reported it to the Magic Council for further processing. After handling the matter, Chapati got the list of the fourth game. Next up is Dash. Fairy Tale B Team, Wendy Mabel Dash vs Sheila Brandy. I'll do my best. Wendy showed a resolute expression when she heard her name. She and her opponent went on stage at the same time. So, will the two beautiful girl wizards bring us surprises? Chapati said, one is the Sky Dragon Slayer Wizard, and the other is the Sky God Slayer Wizard Dash. The two girls walked towards each other seriously. Suddenly, they both kicked a small stone at the same time. Plop! At the same time, they fell to the ground in an extremely exaggerated posture, prostrating themselves. Wendy, dot. Sheila, dot. Audience, dot. Silence for 3 seconds, then ha 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 dash. The whole audience burst into laughter. The two girls greeted each other awkwardly. Please take care of me, Wendy said with a blushing face. Well, please take care of me. Sheila also responded with a red face. The two stood up again. Sheila raised her head slightly. Wendy is 10 centimeters taller than her, and her legs look so long. How can it be repaired? She also deliberately wears black stockings to show her long and straight legs. It's too foul. Wendy's eyes moved down. Why is her chest rising and falling? We are all girl characters, but you secretly hide a bomb? Betrayer. Suddenly, the two girls who were originally quite harmonious, when they looked into each other's eyes again, sparks flew between their gazes. Disintegrate. Wendy said nothing and directly disintegrated the second magic and entered the open mode. The small trumpet shattered, and 3 circles with a diameter of half a meter appeared behind her. Sheila was also angry. She untied her hairband and pinched her hands. Disintegrate. The hairband shattered and decomposed, forming a pair of translucent bird wings behind Sheila. Tianlong's roar. Wendy used her skill directly. 4 rings were Wendy's limit. It could increase her magic 4 times more than before. But Sheila was not her life and death enemy after all, so there was no need to do this. One mistake could easily kill her. 3 rings, 4 times the power was enough. Whoosh! A swirling gust of wind blew out of Wendy's mouth. At the same time, the 3 rings behind her also played a role, each emitting a magic that merged into it. This time, Wendy's roar was directly increased 4 times. The huge gust of wind raged across the entire ring. That girl! What an exaggerated magic power! This move shocked many people. Wendy's previous performance in the competition could only be said to be narrowly, in the middle position, because the release of dragon-slaying magic is quite powerful. If it is strengthened, she may lose the qualification to compete in a narrow town in an instant. So, everyone thinks that Wendy replaced Rufus just because Rufus was careless. But now it seems that if they really fight. Look at Rufus' serious expression. Not on the ground. Wendy looked up immediately. In the sky, Sheila also roared. God's roar. Sky Dragon's wing strike. God's north wind. Sky Dragon's claw. God's blade. Sky Dragon's broken fang. The two girls fought hard. Sheila can fly, and her speed is extremely fast. Wendy can also fly, but she is too slow compared to Sheila. She is a sitting duck when she flies, so she can only fight on the ground, but her magic power makes Sheila unable to deal with it. Therefore, the current situation was caused. Sheila's magic power is far inferior to Wendy's. But no matter how powerful Wendy's magic is, she can't touch Sheila who flies very fast. So the game became a protracted battle, and the scene was tense. Boom 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 boom. The manic dragon-killing magic ravaged the field. Chapati said excitedly, I'm sure this is definitely the most intense game since the first day of the game. The previous game was basically a crushing victory. Or the special effects were not gorgeous enough. Therefore, the battle between Wendy and Sheila, regardless of strength, must be the most lively. Let me tell you something scary, Emily said. Sky Dragon Slayer magic and Sky God Slayer magic can both absorb air to restore magic power. So, this battle is likely to be an extremely long-lasting endurance battle, and the winner may be determined by physical strength. Even if the Dragon Slayer can replenish magic and has plenty of physical strength, there will be times when he is exhausted. There is no shortage of mana, and the health bar is long, both of them can heal themselves. Then we can only compete with physical strength at the end. Whoever has the perseverance to hold on to the end will win. That's great. Hearing Emily's words, Chabadi said happily, in this way, we can enjoy more of such passionate battles. Although the instant kill is shocking, what's the point? Or this kind of special effects fighting each other, or two beautiful girls fighting, everyone likes to watch. Yefulet yawned, leaned back softly, and his mind began to fuzzy. He looked at Yefrit's listless appearance and was a little worried. After taking the medicine, the doctor said there are side effects in this regard. Myra Jane said. Why don't we let him go back? Anyway, the matter is over. Laxus said. The reason why Yefrit came here is that I am afraid that Yvonne will do something small again. But now that the matter is over, Yefrit can go back and rest. This is also the last game of the day, and Yefrit has little to do with the next one. Okay, Yefrit yawned again. Why? He felt very tired. It's just a little fever. And it hasn't recovered even after taking the medicine. Then we'll leave first. Myra Jane helped Yefrit up and left the scene. Boom boom boom. Time passed by minute. It was almost time for the mandatory end. The physical strength of the two was almost exhausted. The magic-enhancing ring behind Wendy has disappeared, and Swalia also fell from the sky, and her wings disappeared. You and I have the same strength. Wendy wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. We have the same faith. I don't know how to defeat you. But someone told me that as long as you still have the strength, you have to punch out, and people will grow again, even if you can only punch one more punch than last time. Even though that person has never fought with his fists. Wendy clenched her fists. Stop it, Wendy. Sheila panted and said, it's over. Although the time is not up yet, you and I both know that neither of us can defeat the other. Now it's just a draw. No one will know the result until the last moment. Wendy said, this is the words and deeds of everyone in Fairy Tale. Yes. You are the same as me in everything, but there is one thing that is different from you and me. The one standing behind me. It is the most amazing guild in the world. Because I am a wizard of Fairy Tale. So there is no such thing as giving up in battle. Ah! Wendy rushed towards Sheila. Idiot! Seeing this, Sheila could only meet him. Bang bang bang! The distance between the two people's battles kept getting closer. The power of magic was getting weaker and weaker, and the physical strength was reduced to the point where it was almost impossible to drive the body. Is the winner going to be decided? Or will it end in a draw? Chapati shouted excitedly, let's count down together. 10. Wendy. Why do you have to fight to this extent? Are you unhappy that we are tied? Sheila was puzzled. Because I will, Wendy responded, abide by the agreement. As long as I can throw a punch, I will never stop. 5. Enough, Wendy, it's too late. Sheila shouted. Wendy looked at the distance, there were still 5 meters. And the magic of both sides was confronting each other. In 5 seconds, this punch. Maybe only Natsu or even Laxus can throw it. But is she going to give up? Obviously. She still has the strength to throw a punch. Voila! Wendy suddenly dispersed her magic. Are you crazy? Sheila shouted. Huo boom! The god-destroying wind hit Wendy's petite body fiercely. But she used her body to resist, and then released all the magic behind her, forming a powerful driving force. 2. Chapati screamed. Tianlongs. 1. Iron Fist. Boom. As the bell rang, Wendy punched Sheila in the face hard, sending her flying. Hoo! The dust cleared. Wendy stood there in a mess, her right arm drooping after punching. Sheila lay on the ground, her face swollen, looking at the sky with a sense of despair. Are all the people from Fairy Tale crazy? Even a cute girl like Wendy. Winner Chapati shouted, Fairy Tale Wendy. 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 The audience was shouting Wendy's name. Winner. Wendy smiled, then swayed and fell to the side. Plop. Someone hugged her. It was Urza. Urza's smile was very gentle, you're awesome. Next time, I will perform better. Wendy smiled. At night, Laxus found Makarov alone and told him what Yvonne said to him during the daytime game. Grandpa, photon reconstruction, what is that? Makarov sighed. At this time, the first generation president Mavis slowly walked over and said, "That is the light of our guild, originally. It was the last hope. Laxus, originally. First generation." Makarov was shocked. This is something that only the president can know, Laxus hasn't yet. It doesn't matter. Mavis smiled and said, "I have the final right of interpretation." But Makarov was a little confused. Where did that guy get the news from? He certainly didn't reveal it himself. Most likely it was the second generation, Preshedo. Mavis said. She blamed herself a little. "I never thought that Preshedo would fall into darkness. It's all my fault. I didn't have enough wisdom and chose the wrong person." "No, it's not the first generation's fault." Makarov shook his head. "No, it's my fault." Mavis suddenly curled her lips. "If I could be more careful." Before she finished her crying words, Mavis squatted on the ground and cried. Makarov and Laxus were dumbfounded. "I didn't cry, I didn't." Mavis cried. Makarov and Laxus have been through many battles, but they really have no experience in coaxing girls. "Laxus, coax the first generation!" Makarov shouted. "How can I do that?" "Wait, there are people who can do it." Boom! A flash of lightning illuminated half of the street. A few seconds passed. Laxus came back with Yefrit, who was wearing pajamas and looked confused. "Yevlet, hurry up, it's up to you now," Laxus said anxiously. Yevlet looked at Mavis squatting on the ground, a little speechless. He took out a cake, and the rich sweet fragrance instantly attracted Mavis's attention. "What happened?" Yevlet asked. Cake. Mavis stood up, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, looking very pitiful, but at this time, the desire for food made her crying face seem not so sincere. "Talking about the secrets of the guild," Laxus said. Okay, good boy." Yevlet, like teasing a puppy, attracted Mavis to hold the knife and fork, and then carefully ate the cake on the cake in his palm. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and touched the bottom of the cake. "Isn't this a bit bad?" Makarov couldn't help but say. "Secrets? What?" "President Mavis's body," Yevlet said. "Makarov. Laxus." Only Mavis nodded, and then said in a crying voice, "Yevlet, there are no strawberries on this cake." Yevlet turned her wrist and put a strawberry on the cake, and Mavis immediately showed a satisfied smile. "Why are you so surprised?" Yevlet said, "My magic can sense all intelligent life individuals." "So you knew it all along?" Makarov was speechless. "Then why didn't you ask me?" "It's not something to worry about." Yevlet smiled. "That's right." Mavis ate a strawberry in her mouth and nodded in approval. "The hope and future of the guild, it's about Laxus, Yefrit and every member, so there's no need to worry too much about that kind of thing." When she said this, she looked at Yefrit with satisfaction in her eyes. "He is not Preshedo, nor is he Zeref." Makarov nodded in approval. "Ahem." Yefrit coughed twice, handed the cake to Mavis, and then he touched his body, as if looking for something but couldn't find it. Finally, he reached out to Laxus's coat and put his nose close to it. "Get out!" Laxus quickly pulled his clothes. "Tisk!" Yefrit made a dissatisfied sound and sniffed. Mavis looked at Yefrit's actions, thinking. Day 4. Competition Part. Lucy from Team A and Juvia from Team B both performed averagely, just in the middle. Chapter 237, 4 Dragons Battle. Battle Part. There are some changes. Chapati said excitedly. For fair competition, the new rules are now notified. The fairy tale of teams need to be merged and only 5 people are selected from them to participate. The 2 teams of fairy tale were too foul to other teams, even though the extra team was selected by defeating other teams. But the audience has already complained. Although there were some ups and downs in this great magic fighting performance, the 2 teams of fairy tale did have a very big lead, and even the prestige of the sword bite tiger was suppressed. This is too unfair. Lucy was dissatisfied. That's right, obviously our 2 teams were selected by defeating other teams, and it's not cheating. Juvia also said. But the new rules are like this. Grey was helpless. He turned his head and looked at Laxus. Laxus, what do you say? It doesn't matter. Laxus said lightly, anyway, we will only win. That's right. Grey nodded. Then which people should our 2 teams choose to reform a team? Lucy asked. Yeflet is a must. Grey said, Emily will join in on the last day. The team led by Emily does not belong to any wizard guild, and their goal is not to compete for the first guild, but to cause destruction. Whether Emily relies on fraud magic to get rid of all the guilds, or someone cracks the fraud magic and defeats Emily, this is a big highlight. Therefore, in order to contain Emily, Yevlet is necessary. Only the people of Fairy Tale know about fraud magic. Unless you have a higher level of power, there is no solution. But Yevlet's current state. Lucy was a little worried. Yevlet's state is very strange. Although he is not as strong as Natsu and others, he is also very healthy, but for some reason, he just caught a small cold these days, and he just couldn't get better. He even had a recurring fever and was in a very low state. This made everyone very worried. Miraja and Kakuju took him to see several doctors, all of whom were famous doctors, but the conclusion was that he had a simple fever. As for why he didn't get better, it was probably because Yefrit hadn't been sick for a long time, so the disease broke out. Since the doctors all said so, everyone could only believe it. But now, Kin forcing Yefrit to play really suppress Emily. Deception magic is a very brain-consuming magic. Yefrit has been sick for several days in a row. Does he still have the ability to fight Emily? Ahem, I'm fine. Yefrit coughed and raised his hand. Okay, Yefrit alone. Laxus nodded. Me. Natsu raised his hands frantically. The 2 dragon slayers of Saberbite Tiger will definitely go, please. Gajeel also said. Okay, Natsu and Gajeel. Grey didn't say anything. The remaining Laxus, Myra Jane, and Urza were all very strong, and it was not his turn. I give up. Myra Jane said, I have to take care of Yefrit. Then Urza and I will do it. Laxus made the decision, Grey, you'll be the substitute. Okay. Grey nodded, no objection, anyway, with this lineup, we'll win. The break is over. Chabadi said, today's battle will be changed to a double battle. I've got the list of duelists. The first game, Blue Pegasus. In the first game, Blue Pegasus was still very strong, and successfully defeated Pakas and won. In the second game, Grey's senior brother Leo led the team to fight against the powerful enemy Kagura and tied. The third game Chabadi shouted, oh, I can only say that the organizers understand us too well. I believe that the 4 people who will appear next will definitely contribute to the most exciting battle today. They are Fairy Tale Natsu, Gajeel vs. Saberbiter Stinger, Rogue. Oh. The whole audience was boiling. Hey. Gajeel waited for the result he wanted and smiled evilly. Natsu, you have to win beautifully. Lucy said. Yet. Natsu and Gajeel walked onto the stage full of fighting spirit. On the other side, Stinger and Rogue also came towards each other. Mr. Natsu, I've finally waited for this day. Stinger said. Natsu used to be his idol. Until he grew up in the Sword Bite Tiger and thought he was stronger than Natsu, so he burst out with ambition to defeat Natsu. But that night, Natsu pierced the Sword Bite Tiger, but made him understand Natsu did not waste these 7 years. Stop talking nonsense. Natsu burst into flames all over his body. Let's start, use all your strength. Gajeel also smiled gloomily, I don't want to keep fighting until time stops and the bell rings. We think so too. Stinger said. The battle broke out suddenly. The battle between the 4 dragon slayers was even more exaggerated than the previous fight between Wendy and Shirley. The various dazzling special effects and destructive magic made the audience scream with excitement. And the physical fitness of the dragon slayers is far superior to that of ordinary mages. If an attack comes, ordinary wizards will think about dodging, defending, or other methods. But the dragon slayer wizards, especially Natsu and Gajeel, will just bump into it and it's over. Natsu has a long health bar and Gajeel has thick armor, so they are not afraid of 1 or 2 attacks at all. Stinger and Roger are the same, they just bear each other's attacks. The 4 people are fighting hard, and no one has ever given in. A melee. The wide arena was destroyed. The ground was full of various broken traces. The output of the Dragon Slayer wizard is indeed exaggerated. The burst of strength of Stinger and others is indeed beyond everyone's expectations. It seems that every Dragon Slayer wizard should not be underestimated. Makarov sighed. But Natsu and the others will definitely win. Mavis said confidently. The intensity of the battle continued to increase. Both sides became more and more crazy. The melee gradually turned into a single-player battle. Gajeel versus his fanboy Roger. Natsu fought Stinger. Mr. Natsu, this kind of painless fight is really boring. Stinger laughed. Painless. The commentators and the audience were silent. The fight between these four guys was the most destructive to the ring so far. Isn't it painful? The body of the Dragon Slayer is really amazing. Dragon Slayer secret technique, Holy Nova. Stinger's whole body was shining with dazzling light. This is an attack that can turn fire into ashes. Mr. Natsu, you have to be careful. Ah! Stinger threw a punch full of magic power. The terrifying magic power was released, and the whole venue was shrouded in light, just like the sun falling down. What? But when the light faded, Stinger looked ahead in shock. Natsu stood steadily and caught Stinger's attack with one hand. How is it possible? Stinger's pupils were shaking. This is really unexpected. Chibati shouted, that terrifying blow, as if it was the end of the world, was taken by Natsu so easily. Everyone in the Sword-Bite Tiger had a solemn face. They recalled the punch from Natsu before. If it weren't for Minerva blocking it with the characteristics of magic. On the other side, Rogue, who had successfully attacked Gajeel several times with the help of the strange shadow at the beginning, also suffered a great loss. After being hit several times in a row, Gajeel simply stopped defending and stood on the ground with both feet. The second magic contract magic took effect, and a steady stream of power surged up. Gajeel. Rogue rushed towards Gajeel. But Gajeel didn't move. Bang! This punch hit Gajeel's face, but didn't make his body shake. How is it possible? Rogue stepped back and rubbed his wrist, as if he had hit a pure iron block. However, even a piece of iron would be bent by him, but Gajeel was harder than iron, and even injured his wrist. Boy, is this all you can do? Gajeel laughed. Not just that. Rogue said, I regard you as my idol, and I have been practicing hard to defeat you, my idol. Hey! Gajeel smiled, in that case, then use a stronger force to deal with it. Dragon Slayers never have a limit to fighting. Your name is Rogue, right? Burst out your anger, just like that guy Natsu. Rogue smiled bitterly, but, you two haven't even gotten angry yet. It means that they haven't been able to get Natsu and Gajeel to really use their full strength. The fierce battle just now seemed fierce and evenly matched, but it might just be a warm-up for the other side. Stinger said, I know it's like this. It's very difficult to defeat Mr. Natsu. Even if you make a lot of efforts. But... Stinger gritted his teeth and said, I don't want to lose. I promised Rector. I will definitely stand in front of Mr. Natsu with dignity. What will happen? Now. Stinger and Roger came together, he said, let the two of you see the real difference between the third-generation Dragon Slayer and you. Boom. The magic power of the two exploded, more exaggerated than before. That is Laxus narrowed his eyes slightly. Dragon power Grey recognized it. But just like that, it can't defeat Natsu and Gajeel. Urza said. But the strength should not be underestimated. Grey said. The Sword-Bite Tiger. Let them see, Minerva said confidently, the power of the third generation. Natsu and Gajeel are still very calm. It's just exploding dragon scales. Back then, they were 3 against 1, Natsu, Gajeel, and Grey, fighting Laxus. Facing Laxus with exploding dragon scales, it was called despair. Since then, Natsu and Gajeel have worked hard to practice and have already mastered the method of exploding dragon scales stably. The gap between the third generation and the second generation and the first generation? There is no such thing, they are just different stages of turning people into dragons. Before, the reason why Natsu and Gajeel could not stably explode dragon scales was because they did not have enough magic power, so they needed to borrow it. For example, Natsu often used the ultimate move, Dragon Slayer Secret Art Miracle Fire-type Crimson Phoenix Sword, which borrowed the magic power of Yefrit, and while exploding dragon scales, combined with Yefrit's magic characteristics, it directly hit silence and critical hit and true damage. Later, after the contracted demon opened the second magic source, both of them could stably open the power of dragons. It's just that they usually don't meet opponents who need to do this. Just like when Natsu pierced the Sword-Bite Tiger, it was still in normal mode. It was just the last blow, which burst out for a moment. Just like this, the entire Sword-Bite Tiger was almost raised. So. Now, even if Stinger and Rogue have entered the burst stage, Natsu and Gajeel still haven't exploded the final means. But not exploding doesn't mean not using skills. Disintegrate. Natsu and Gajeel disintegrate one after another. Natsu's contract magic improves the subtle control of flames. Once disintegrated, his control over flames will be unimaginable, and he will no longer use them carelessly. Gajil's contract magic allows him to gain endless power and defense when standing on the ground, and once disintegrated, Gajil can almost merge with the earth. Stinger and Rogue did not hold back either. After opening the dragon power, they also disintegrated one after another. Stinger's contract magic enhances the penetrating ability of light. After disintegration, his light can almost ignore defense, and all attacks are true damage, directly reducing the health bar. Rogue's contract magic is gravity. After disintegration, all his attacks have the same gravity as a black hole, which can absorb people and attacks and actively collide with his attacks just like a gravitational black hole that cannot be escaped. Go! Boom boom boom! The battle became more exaggerated. Stinger's magic power increased several times, and with the strong penetrating ability, he finally injured Natsu. After Natsu collapsed, every punch he threw was equivalent to 6 punches at the same time. The power was so terrible that Stinger didn't dare to resist it. He was afraid that his dragon scales would be blown up. On the other side, Rogue's gravity was embarrassed when facing Gajil standing on the ground. He couldn't suck him, and the magic power couldn't break his defense. Compared to Natsu's side, Gajil has completely become Rogue's nemesis. No matter how he struggles, it seems like an ant trying to push an elephant. Boom boom! Because of the fierce battle, the ring collapsed directly. The 4 fell into the pit below. How is it possible? Stinger and Rogue looked at the opposite side in shock. We have achieved this level. We have opened the power of dragon. That is a power that the first generation did not have. Stinger felt that his worldview was about to be overturned. That kind of thing. Natsu was a little confused. Did you really kill the dragon? Of course. Stinger and Roger said. I understand. Natsu suddenly laughed. You two idiots must have regarded this thing as the final form of the Dragon Slayer. What? The two frowned. Dragon Slayer magic is the magic that transforms people into dragons. Gajil said, there is no such thing as more advanced, it's just that the way to obtain magic is different, and the final result is the same. True strength never depends on entering a certain stage. For example, Gajil. Natsu suddenly interrupted Gajil. What? Gajil turned his head and looked at him. Goodbye. Natsu suddenly kicked Gajil away, making him fall on a minecart, and then slid away. Because it was a means of transportation, Gajil had no power to resist. For example, Natsu continued Gajil's words and said arrogantly, even if you use all your strength, you can't block my punch. Chapter 238, Angry Stinger. Stop talking big, Mr. Natsu, even you can't do it. Stinger was very angry, the other party really looked down on him. He turned his head to look at Roger and said, use that move. Okay. Roger nodded. The two of them punched a combination of skills at the same time. The magic of light and dark merged and turned into spiral beam of light. Holy Shadow! Dragon Fang Flash! Natsu took a step back and punched out, Red Lotus. Explosive Blade. Because it was performed with one hand, there was only one sharp blade of fire. Through the rotation of the body, it burst out with powerful force, thus striking a flaming slash. Boom! At the moment when the two magics touched, the whole earth was shaking. Stinger and Roger looked ahead in disbelief. They activated the final form, and the combined big move was easily cut by Natsu's flames. The raging flames completely covered the magic and bodies of the two. The indestructible dragon scales on the body were dissolved in the flames. Then came the powerful impact force, which blasted the two away. Dragon power mode was. Stinger was shocked and fell forward. Defeat. Rogue also fell and fainted. The dragon power move, which they regarded as the ultimate killer move, could not withstand Natsu's punch. Even the dragon scales were dissolved by the flames. It was forced to exit the dragon power mode. It was a move that brought it back to its original form. Wrecked. Sorry. Brother Natsu. Too strong. Before losing consciousness, Stinger was still recalling his past, always holding a newspaper with news about Natsu, and looking forward to him. I don't know why. He suddenly breathed a sigh of relief as if he was relieved. Then the screen went completely black. So strong. Chabadi shouted, the winner is Natsu Dragneel. The two dragons of the Sword-Bite Tiger used the ultimate combined move, but were defeated by Natsu with one punch. This is it, there is still a gap between the Dragon Slayer and the Dragon Slayer. The whole audience was cheering. Natsu smiled brightly at the camera. On the other side of the Sword-Bite Tiger, President Germain couldn't control the leakage of his magic power, making everyone silent and afraid to speak. I didn't expect that those two guys would lose after doing so much. Minerva couldn't help but shook her head, with a bad expression on her face. But there was nothing she could do. Stinger and Roger didn't try hard, but they still couldn't win, and the gap was so big. What could they do? Go and bring them back. Minerva said. Yes. Below the pit. Stinger and Roger gradually regained consciousness. Stinger, are we too arrogant? Roger said dejectedly. Yes. Stinger said, you are worthy of being Brother Natsu. For some reason, after being punched by Natsu, he found his original intention and changed his name. Rogue said, 7 years ago, Mr. Gajeel and Mr. Natsu almost tied. Mr. Natsu was only slightly stronger than Mr. Gajeel. And I fought with Mr. Gajeel today, and I have no way to find out his bottom line. If Mr. Gajeel is still as strong as Mr. Natsu. Rogue's voice was a little desperate, then Mr. Laxus, who once needed Mr. Natsu, Mr. Gajeel and Mr. Grey to defeat him together, how powerful would he be? Stinger said, we are really frogs in the well. Maybe, among all the dragon slayers, we are only a little stronger than Tianlong. Rogue. This is very discouraging. I thought I was the best for so many years, but I ended up being the second to last or the third to last. Thinking about the boasts I had made, I was so excited. At night, everyone was still celebrating in the tavern. What are you doing here? Macau opened the door and looked at the two people at the door with a wary face. At the door at the moment, it was Stinger and Rogue who were wrapped like mummies. We just came to visit Mr. Natsu, Mr. Gajeel and Mr. Laxus. Rogue said. Natsu's punch woke them up. They decided to ask questions and chase stars. Let them in. Laxus said lightly. Thank you very much, Mr. Laxus. Stinger said hurriedly. Facing this person, both of them were a little scared. Before, they didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was, but now they know how big the gap is between them. You two dare to come here, won't the president of your guild blame you? Wakaba asked. We came directly here after we were treated. Stinger said. What's the matter? Laxus asked. Who cares? Natsu hugged the two people's necks and said, since you are here, let's drink. As he said, he poured the wine into Stinger's mouth. Wait. Brother Natsu. After a while, Stinger was confused. Roger was also surrounded by everyone. Everyone in Fairy Tale was very enthusiastic. Although there were some misunderstandings before, especially when the two talked about killing dragons. But after Natsu fought with the two, he had a hunch that it was not the case. Although he didn't know why the two lied, as long as they didn't really have the intention to kill, there was no need to dig into the details. Anyeflet also said that the two talents could be poached if they were willing. Therefore, everyone could put aside their past grudges. Swino. Stinger looked at the fairy tale emblem on Swino's chest, his face was a little complicated, and finally lowered his head and said, I'm sorry. Stinger is not wrong. Swino smiled and shook her head, it's over, and I'm now a wizard of fairy tale. The pain left by the sword-bite tiger is not as good as 1/10,000th of the happiness and happiness this guild has given me. There's no need to keep that kind of thing in mind. It's great that you can think like this. Stinger said. The pain brought by the sword-bite tiger is not as good as 1/10,000th of the happiness and happiness here. He looked at the bustle in the tavern and the enthusiastic people, and gradually had some yearning and envy. It would be great if he was one of them. Stinger and Roger stayed in the tavern until very late before going back. It was very enjoyable, the only pity was that they didn't see Gajeel. But they didn't know that after they left, Gajeel returned to the tavern with a serious expression. You are really self-willed. Just return to the guild. The two saw Germain's gloomy face. The smell of alcohol instantly dissipated 70% to 80%. The two stood there in a daze, sweating profusely. It was a scene similar to the one when Yukino suffered. Germain sat in a high position and everyone was in the meeting room. Stinger. Roger, Germain said gloomily. The two hesitated for a moment, and Stinger gritted his teeth and said, Fairy Tale Guild. Why go? I want to learn how to become stronger. Roger replied. He would not let his good buddy take care of things alone. Humph. Germain snorted, you have lost the face of Sword-bite Tiger. You usually look like you look down on everyone, but now you lose so shamefully and are killed with one punch. Not only that, after receiving treatment, you dare to go to them secretly. Isn't it enough to embarrass our guild? The two were silent. Speak! Germain roared. He was really furious. It was a loss, and the gap was so big that anyone with a discerning eye could see it. However, Stinger and Roger dared to find Fairy Tale and learn to become stronger. What kind of behavior is this? In his opinion, it was a slap in his face and in the face of his guild. To outsiders, it was you, Germain, who couldn't teach people. You, the sword-bite tiger, can't make people stronger. This is questioning his ability as the president and threatening his absolute authority. So, before, he was beaten by Natsu, and he understood how strong Natsu was. He originally planned not to pursue the failure of the two, but the two went to find Natsu and the others just after they were bandaged, which directly ignited his temper. Looking at the angry Germain, Roger and Stinger lowered their heads. Rogue said, "That's not what we meant. We have no way to refute that we were defeated by Mr. Natsu. They are indeed more powerful dragon slayers than us. In the battle with them, we found that our understanding of dragon slayer magic was a bit biased, so we wanted to ask them for advice." "Shut up!" German was furious and suddenly rushed to Rogue and punched him out. "Rogue!" Stinger exclaimed. Ahem! Rogue was already seriously injured. He was unprepared and was hit by this punch. His bandages were scattered all over his body and blood was flowing from his 7 orifices. He looked extremely miserable and scary. When Stinger lost consciousness, German punched Stinger again. "You are not qualified to be a member of our strongest guild, Swordbite Tiger." Stinger and Rogue clenched their fists. "My guild doesn't need shameless guys like you," German said angrily. "Remove the emblem for me. You don't deserve it." The whole audience was silent. First it was Yukino, then Stinger and Rogue. Everyone felt a sense of sadness. In many people's hearts, they felt that it was not unfair for them to lose this battle. There was no way to deal with the gap that was visible to the naked eye. Besides, Natsu was not yet S-level in their guild. There were 5 S-level wizards above him, as well as the Master of Saint Emily, and another super magic user Yevlet. The strongest guild? Wake up! But no one dared to show any emotion, so they could only turn their heads and not look. Only Minerva frowned slightly as she looked at Stinger and Rogue lying on the ground. It was not because she felt sorry for them, but because she felt that it would be a pity to kick them out. However, she did not speak. There can only be one authority in the guild. "Don't be angry, President." Rector's voice trembled. He didn't want Stinger and Roger to be driven out, so he stood up bravely. Even though he was trembling all over, Stinger and Roger have tried very hard. Although they lost this time, I am still proud of Stinger. People have to experience failure to grow. Stinger also learned a lot in this battle, so this time, please. Who are you? Germain turned around and looked down at him. What a president! Rector's heart was beating wildly, and he quickly lifted up his clothes to let Germain see his emblem. "I also have the emblem of the Sword-bite Tiger here, and I am also a member of the Sword-bite Tiger. Are you a dog or a cat like you worthy of engraving my glorious emblem of the Sword-bite Tiger?" Germain suddenly launched an attack. "Disappear!" Germain suddenly slapped. Ah! In the light of magic, Rector's figure disappeared. Rector Flossie covered her mouth and cried, looking at Germain's profile, as if she was looking at a devil from hell. He was so scared that he hid in Roger's arms, his body trembling constantly. Roger also hugged Flossie tightly, fearing that Flossie would disappear like Rector. Rector! Stinger's iris disappeared, and at this moment, his anger directly broke through the threshold. "Stinger, what's wrong with your eyes? Do you want to disobey me?" Germain looked at Stinger. "President, be careful!" Rufus exclaimed. "Damn it!" Oga also cursed. They all sensed Stinger's murderous intent. Stinger really threw that punch. Germain's eyes widened. He wanted to defend, but the punch was too fast. Boom! German's stomach was pierced by a blow. "Stinger!" Oga was furious and wanted to attack. But Stinger turned his head and looked at him, roaring, "Shouldn't it be like this? Swordbite Tiger has never been the strongest guild. This is all a scam." Stinger cried, recalling the warm scene in the tavern. "This is not a guild. This is not what a guild should be like. But you shouldn't attack the president," Rufus said. "I don't want to endure it anymore." Stinger roared, "Rufus, we are not ants that can be stepped on at will." Boom! Rog's magic power also exploded. He stood up and stood side by side with Stinger. Stinger killed the president. "If you want to attack him, We'll take it all. On the other side. Gajeel, Natsu, Wendy, Lucy, Gray, and 3 cats were walking in the underground passage. What do you want us to see? Natsu said, speak up, where did you go just now? You have been missing for a long time. You bastard. When he mentioned this, Gajeel shouted angrily, it was you who kicked me into the mine cart. Ah, sorry, I forgot, haha. Natsu scratched his head, but there was no sincerity of apology on his face. Forget it. Gajeel shook his head, there are more important things now. What are you going to show us? Gray asked. We are here. Gajeel said. Everyone stopped in front of a pile of bones. What are these? Gray and Lucy looked at these long-sealed bones and didn't recognize them. These bones were very large, like the skeletons of some giant beast. However, Gajeel, Natsu, and Wendy, the 3 dragon slayers, were stunned. These are the bones of dragons. Natsu said blankly. Dragon bones. Lucy was surprised, does this mean these are all dead dragons? This is the dragon's cemetery. Gajeel said. Dragon's cemetery. Gray fell into deep thought, but it's underground of the great magic tournament. This is very strange. Yes. Gajeel said. Here. What you are looking for will be there. Sorry. Lucy just said half a sentence and immediately realized that something was wrong. No. Natsu shook his head and said, Igneel and the others have only been gone for 14 years. And the ones here have a history of at least hundreds of years. Chapter 239, The Origin of the Dragon Slayer. Wendy suddenly said, why don't you let me try it? Ms. Polyasica gave me a magic that can listen to the voice of the dragon in the soul. Come on, Wendy. Lucy said. Wendy immediately began to carve the magic circle, and everyone stayed away. Soon, the magic circle was carved. Wendy released magic, Dragon Soul wandering here, let me listen to your voice, Dragon Slayer Secret, Galaxy. The magic circle released many bright stars, like fireflies, scattered all over the space. Wendy began to sense, the remaining thoughts scattered here are ancient and weak. Found it. Wendy suddenly widened her eyes and tried to sense and summon. Then, from a group of condensed green light, a dragon soul appeared. Wow! As soon as the dragon appeared, it pretended to attack, scaring everyone to scream. After all, dragons. Not only do they have a special status in the hearts of dragon slayers, but the last black dragon left a strong psychological shadow on everyone. Ha ha ha. Seeing everyone petrified, the dragon laughed triumphantly, whenever I see humans being frightened, I find it funny. My name is Kilconus, also known as the Emerald Dragon. He looked down at Wendy, it can actually awaken my soul. This must be the magic of the Sky Dragon Grandine. It's you, little one. Kilconus lowered his head, I'm going to eat you, the little one who disturbed my sleep. Everyone was shocked. No. Natsu rushed forward and blocked Wendy. No, I'm going to eat her. Kilconus said. I will never allow it. Natsu's body began to emit fire. Kilconus was stunned by the flames, then laughed, ha ha ha, what a stupid human, I won't eat her, because I can't do it now, I can't do anything as a ghost, but I saw something interesting, ha ha ha. Kilconus looked at Wendy and Natsu and said, you woke me up, what's the matter? Gajeel said, we woke you up to find out the truth here. I have nothing to say to you humans. Kilconus said angrily. We are cats, can we ask? Habby raised his hand. Ah, that was more than 400 years ago, Kilconus began to narrate. The dragon race was once the absolute king of this world. Although there were people like Ziref and Hermes, there is no doubt that the dragon race at that time ruled the sky, the sea, and the land. Everything in the world, including you humans, belonged to our dragon race, you are just one of our dragon race's food. But suddenly one day, a stupid dragon was bewitched by Hermes and raised objections to the dragon race's rule. Wait, Lucy suddenly interrupted, who is Hermes? The king of demons. Kilconus said. Was it created by Ziref? Xiaolulu asked. In history, many of the reasons why Ziref was recorded as a heinous criminal were that he created demons. Of course not. Ziref, he is just a fool. Kilconus was very disdainful of Ziref's tone, although he could not beat the other party, it did not mean that he could not look down on the other party. Go on. Gray suddenly said. Gray. Lucy looked at him. Yevlet. Gray said a possibility, and everyone was shocked, thinking of the demon lady Maiko who could help Yevlet withstand the attack of Acknowledge. Then there is no need to ask any more. Kilkonis narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he guessed something, but he didn't care. He had been dead for so many years, and everything in the world had nothing to do with him. Kilkonis continued, that stupid guy said he wanted to coexist with humans and live in harmony. Then the dragon clan split into the supporters and opponents. And the war between the two factions began. It's really ridiculous that so many dragons died for the tiny humans. There was some self-mockery in Kilkonis' voice. He took a deep breath and said, I also participated in the battle as an opponent. Hey? So? Lucy said a little scared, are you going to eat humans? She thought this dragon was just funny, and it was just a lie to say that it eats people. I hate humans, but I still like them as food. Kilkonis said with a smile. Everyone's heart sank. This dragon was not as easy to get along with as it seemed. It was just that the other party was dead, so they could not do anything to him. Then what? Xiaolulu asked, what was the result of the war? Kilkonis said, soon after the war began, the dragons of the coexistence faction made a stupid decision, which was to teach the dragon-slaying magic that could kill dragons to humans and let them participate in the war. Everyone was shocked. So this is the origin of the dragon-slaying magic. The dragon-slaying wizards are very powerful. They dominated the direction of the war, but when the coexistence faction was about to win, something happened that all the coexistence faction did not expect. Those humans who were devoured by the power attacked all the dragons, including those stupid coexistence faction. What? Everyone was shocked. The dragon-slaying wizards actually had such an ignominious history. Then, among that group of people, there is a strongest man, who has the most dragon blood stained on him. Even just mentioning his name makes me feel scared. He is really a more fearful and terrifying existence than Hermes. That guy killed countless dragons, and then his skin turned into scales, his teeth turned into dragon teeth, and finally, his body completely turned into the appearance of a dragon. Wu Lucy covered her mouth in fear, and she turned her head to look at Natsu. Natsu can also become similar. Natsu and Gajeel were silent. They knew the dragon-killing magic and their physical condition better than anyone else. Once the dragon power is activated, this dragonization process is irreversible. Natsu. Lucy looked at Natsu worriedly. If you continue to use it, your little boyfriend will become like that. Kilkonis smiled. At this time, Lucy didn't care about being shy and asked Natsu, is it true? Natsu. Natsu nodded slightly. That is the end of dragon-killing magic. That man became the ultimate dragon. He kept chasing dragons to kill them, including the dragons here. All of them were killed by him. That man is obviously a human, but he became the king of dragons. This war seems to be to destroy the dragon clan and usher in a tyrant dragon king. This war is the Dragon King Festival. And the name of the Dragon King is Acknowledge. Everyone took a deep breath. No wonder they were desperate when they beat Acknowledge, thinking that if every dragon was so invincible, how could they be defeated by humans and become history? Original the one they fought was the Dragon King who could easily slaughter even the dragons. Acknowledge is a dragon slayer, a human. Gray tried to digest this information. This is the truth of the year. Kilkonis' body began to dissipate. Wait, I haven't finished talking yet. Everyone was anxious. By the way, I'll give you a kind advice at the end. Hermes is not your human ally. Although she did plan the division of the dragons and helped you humans rise. But one day, Hermes will definitely let out a wail of annihilation. When that time comes, you humans will also. Before he finished talking, Kilkonis' body dissipated. Everyone was silent. Today's news is all heavyweight. The truth about the demise of the dragons. The origin of Dragon Slayer magic. Acknowledge is the strongest Dragon Slayer. Miss Maiko, Hermes may destroy the world. The previous few have been confirmed, the last one. I believe in Yefrit. Gray said. Yet. Everyone nodded. They believe in Yefrit, and if they don't believe in Maiko, there is nothing they can do. They can't do anything to him. The Dragon King Acknowledge is so scary, isn't the real Demon King Hermes scary? If you want to draw a line with Miss Maiko just because of one or two provocations, wouldn't you be stupid? Besides, Kilkonis is in opposition, he is a man-eating dragon. If he puts 9 truths in 10 sentences and only tells one lie, then it will definitely be the last sentence. Who is it? Natsu, Gajeel, and Wendy looked in the same direction at the same time. A middle-aged knight came out and said, I heard your conversation. Although there are some differences, it is roughly the same as what we studied. You know the demon in the book of Ziref, right? Aknologia is that kind of existence, or rather he is the demon that Ziref turned into a dragon. Everyone was confused. What was he talking about? The man said, so, the culprit of everything is Ziref. So what? Gray asked. So, we have to find a way to defeat the source of the world's disaster, Ziref, and Aknologia. And the one called Hermes. Since Kilkonis has brought it up, we will defeat them together after this matter is over. The man said with full confidence. Everyone was frowning. Do you really know how strong Aknologia, Ziref, and Miss Maiko are? And defeat them? Who will defeat them? Who can defeat them? Sorry, I haven't introduced myself yet. The man said, I am Arugadios, the leader of the Sakura Paladin Order of the Kingdom of Fiori. If you want to know about this, please follow me. Everyone hesitated for a moment and decided to follow. It's so luxurious here. Not long after, everyone looked at the castle in front of them and felt very shocked. This is the Lantern Palace Mercurius, right? Wendy asked. She had known about it before and had taken photos from a distance. This is your Majesty's residence. Arugadios said. It's so spectacular, even better than the Palace of Edras. Lily was shocked. Please listen to me quietly for what's next. Arugadios said. The great magic fighting exercise is held to absorb a large amount of magic power. This is all to prepare for a certain plan, and that plan really needs the support of the Star Spirit Wizard, or in other words, it needs the support of Miss Lucy. Now, Lucy is the last Star Spirit Wizard. After joining Fairy Tale, Yukino has switched to other magic. Algadios led everyone to walk and talk, and after passing through a long passage, they came to a huge door. This is the door that can change the world and allow us humans to have long-term peace, the Eclipse Gate. What is it for? Gray asked. When the sun and the moon overlap, use the 12 celestial keys to open the door. Algadios explained, so that we can enter time and travel back to 400 years ago. Everyone was shocked. At that time, we can get rid of Ziref who has not yet become immortal, Aknologia who has not yet become the Dragon King, and Hermes. This is not right. How do you think you can do this? Lucy questioned. Algadios glanced at Lucy's celestial key and said, the speed of time in the celestial world is different from that of our Eslanden. That's right. Lucy nodded. So, the celestial mage has the power of time and space, but he just can't use it. Arugadios said, and this door behind me can use that power. When the sun and the moon overlap. That is July 7th, 3 days later. July 7th. Everyone was shocked. This period is very important to everyone. For everyone, they are all very sensitive. Natsu, Gajeel, Wendy, and even all the dragons of the dragon slayers who were raised by dragons, left on this day. Natsu was noisy in the guild every day, and everyone had already engraved this day in their hearts. Is it just a coincidence? Gray thought deeply. Don't move. Suddenly, many soldiers gathered around. Everyone immediately leaned together, back to back, and looked vigilantly at Algadios and the soldiers who suddenly appeared and showed a desire to attack. Is this a trap? Gray half squinted his eyes. At this time, a little old man walked out slowly. Defense Minister, what do you mean by this? Algadios was surprised. On the surface, he seemed to know nothing about this matter. I also want to ask you, Algadios, why did you leak such a state secret to outsiders? The defense minister had a gloomy face. They are not outsiders, sir, you should know their importance in this plan. Algadios said. This matter is complicated and cannot be decided by your arbitrary decision. The Minister of Defense said. No. Algadios suddenly became excited, it's just because you oppose this plan. Shouldn't it be? The Minister of Defense also roared, you actually want to tamper with history. Haven't you ever considered the dangers of doing such a thing, kid? Time cannot be played with at will. Chapter 240, The Last Day of the Great Magic Fighting Exercise. Be careful, they are fighting among themselves. Gray whispered to everyone. What should I do? Lucy was a little nervous. This time was different from other times. In the past, they fought against dark wizards and had legitimate reasons, but this time, they were facing the kingdom's army. Just when everyone was struggling. But they heard the Minister of Defense say, Algadios is suspected of treason, arrest him immediately, and Lucy Hartfilia, arrest him together. Everyone else, drive away. Hey? What does it have to do with me? Lucy was confused. Boom. Natsu's body was ablaze with fire. You guys, I don't know what you are going to do, but if you want to take Lucy away, I don't care who you are, I won't agree. Stop. Don't use magic here. Algadios shouted to remind him. What? Natsu was stunned. Suddenly, a strong suction came from behind, and Natsu felt his magic being sucked away crazily. Idiot, the construction of the Eclipse Gate is to absorb magic. Gray said. Damn it. Natsu was angry and wanted to burst out more powerful magic. Natsu, don't be impulsive. Gray just wanted to speak, and Natsu suddenly burst out magic. However, the suction of the Eclipse Gate also increased at the same time, and in a moment, Natsu's magic was drained. Plop. Natsu lay on the ground, unconscious. Hwa-wah. All the spears pointed at the remaining people. Here, even ordinary soldiers can surround and kill powerful wizards like you. For your own safety, don't resist. The Minister of Defense said. Sir. Gray said coldly, Lucy is our family. If something happens to her, I think neither of us wants to see what happens afterwards. This is not under my control. The Minister of Defense said, it is not my intention to attack you and arrest Miss Lucy. I am doing this for this country. I will give you some advice. If you can win the great magic fighting exercise, I will find a way to let you meet His Majesty. His Majesty is kind-hearted and may be able to show some leniency when dealing with your sister Qiao's companions. Play your best. Wait for Gray and others to return to the guild. Tell the story. Everyone looked serious. Makarov said, Lucy was innocently involved in a terrible plan. That is to say, Laxus said, only by winning the great magic tournament can we have a chance to save Lucy. His words may not be credible, may be just a delaying tactic. Gray said. Why are we still discussing this? Natsu roared, Lucy is in danger, what Eclipse plan, what opposition and support have to do with Lucy, we should go save her now. He was tied to a pillar, and as he became emotional, his whole body was on fire, and he was about to break free. Stupid, don't be impulsive anymore. Laxus punched back and smashed Natsu's flames, and then said, the opponent is the kingdom, we must be cautious. Lucy should be safe now. No matter how she is dealt with later, the Eclipse plan has not been exposed, and they will not deal with Lucy for no reason. Gray said. Makarov pondered, and then asked, how is Yefrit? Mirage said, he had a high fever in the evening and was talking nonsense. Later, he took medicine and lowered his body temperature. He is sleeping now and may not be awakened. Even if he is awakened, he may not have the energy to think of a solution now. Ah! Everyone sighed. Without Yefrit, it feels so difficult to do things. It's just a cold. Laxus frowned, that guy has a strong physique, how could it be like this? Everyone was also worried. It feels that things have not been going well recently. Yeflit suddenly fell ill and kept coming back. Lucy was taken away again. Now everyone is forced to get involved in a huge plan again. Anyway, Laxus said, for Lucy, we must win the Grand Magic Tournament. But we must also be prepared. Gray said. The Grand Magic Tournament, the final day. The change of players in Fairy Tale surprised everyone, but they didn't know the reason, so there was nothing to say. Players. Laxus, wearing a coat and very domineering. Urza, with a frown on her face and a bad mood, released a terrible aura. She looked like she could explode at any time. When the commentator Chapati introduced her, his voice was trembling. Gray, with a cold expression and drooping eyes, looked very aggressive. Miraja, who usually has a gentle smile, but today the smile disappeared and her expression was cold. There are also. I've heard that Fairy Tale's Yefrit has been ill recently, and I thought he couldn't participate in today's game, but I didn't expect him to stand here tenaciously. Chapati said, but is it really okay to participate in the game in this state? Yefrit looked obviously in a serious state of illness, with weak steps, no vitality on his face, abnormally red face, and a fever-reducing patch on his forehead. No one answered Chapati. Chapati didn't dwell on this question. I believe everyone has been looking forward to it for a long time. Yes. We have added a special invitation team today. Its name is Failure Team. Oh, the whole audience cheered, knowing that the next team to appear was led by the national idol, the big star Emily. The Failure family actually glorified their ancestors in this way. Yefrit said with some emotion. His voice was a little hoarse, and everyone heard it with a little more worry. Is there any problem with Yefrit in this state? The first person to appear is Alice Failure. Alice has a stunning face and an extremely exaggerated figure. She used to love to wear close-fitting clothes, but now she loves to wear made clothes because her goal is Turtledove. Turtledove's success in getting promoted gave her encouragement. It turns out that maids are also away. The girls around Emily are also big stars. After all, they have been following Emily wherever she goes. Moreover, the most popular novel in the country now, the novel written by Emily, they are the protagonists in it. The audience's cheers after Alice appeared are comparable to the support of all members of each guild before. The second person to appear is Arusha Milkovich. Arusha, 27 years old, is just the most mature but not old period for girls. Her royal sister charm is simply fascinating. The third person to appear is Melty. The fourth and fifth people to appear are Emily Valier and Mariette. Emily! 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 The whole place was cheering. Even the ground was shaking. Emily and the big white dog, Mariette, walked out slowly. When the place gradually quieted down, Chapati announced the rules. The rules of the last game are everyone survives. The battlefield is the entire city of Kurikas. Each guild is separated at the beginning. When you encounter the enemy, you will fight. If the enemy cannot continue to fight, it will be considered a victory, and the winner will get points. Defeat one person, you will get 1 point. And defeat the captain, you will get 5 points. But we will not announce who the captain is. Therefore, the participating guilds do not know who the captain of the other guild is. Then Chabadi roared, which guild will be able to reach the top of the extremely glorious magic? The grand gathering of magic guides The great magic guides Begin. The game officially begins. Each team has its own decision. Some teams, like the sword-biting tiger, act alone. Some teams form teams of 2 or 3 to complement each other. Stinger and Roger had a stinky look on their faces, as if someone owed them a huge sum of money. Wrecked, I won't lose again. Stinger whispered. Hey? So strange, Chabadi asked, why are everyone taking action, but Fairy Tale is not taking action? Everyone listened to him and paid attention to him. But they found that everyone on Fairy Tale was standing still, as if waiting for something. Yeflet sat on a chair beside him, staring blankly at the front. All parties were taking action. Some of those who were not strong enough were quickly killed. But Fairy Tale was never panicked. In the past few days, the points have actually been accumulated enough. As long as there is no team that gets full marks, the status of the guild will not be threatened. So, there is no need to care about 1 or 2 points. Oh my god! Chapati screamed, just one punch, Stinger of the sword-bite tiger, sneak attacked Pakaz of the four-headed hounds, and directly took the captain's 5 points. The points of the sword-bite tiger are increasing rapidly. It has already threatened the status of Fairy Tale. Is Fairy Tale not taking action? What are they waiting for? In order to win, we must stay calm. In the audience, the first President Mavis had a confident smile on her face. After 4 days, I have memorized all the enemy's magic, thinking patterns, and strengths. And with this, I simulated and calculated hundreds of millions of tactics. Originally, she didn't need to do this, but Yefrit was not in good condition, otherwise she would have just pushed forward. Mavis said, all the situations on the field are now as I expected. The predictions of the enemy's actions and their locations are completely consistent with my calculations. I have already handed them the script of this game in advance. Mavis raised her head and said, the only variable now is Emily. Without sufficient strength, fraud magic cannot be cracked. Even if you come up with more tricks, you can't find anyone and can't beat anyone. This is really impossible. We can only hope that Yevlet can calm Emily. As long as the 2 people who use fraud magic threaten each other, or say elimination, the rest will act according to the plan, and Fairy Tale will win. On the other side, Natsu, Wendy, Gajil, Happy, Charlu, and Lily successfully sneaked into the palace. This is the result of everyone's discussion. Lucy's safety cannot be handed over to someone they don't understand, even if the act of forcibly saving Lucy is equivalent to being an enemy of the kingdom. But Yevlet said something this morning that made everyone full of confidence. No one in the current magic world wants to become the enemy of Fairy Tale. The scene of the competition. Let's go, everyone. Mavis waved her hand. Everyone looked at the schedule, and when the agreed time came, everyone started to move. Even Yefrit was led by Myra Jane to a certain street. Fairy Tale has started to move, and they are very fast, as if they are running towards a long-determined target. Chapati shouted. Mavis said, the probability of Rufus taking action is 97%. He is very good at group attacks, but his magic has a 2-second reaction time from the release to the attack. Boom boom. Eruza and Grey dodged easily. Laxus, there is no need to dodge. Boom boom, the thunder hit Laxus' head, and he was not hurt at all. Myra Jane needs to block it for herself and Yefrit. Boom. Myra Jane punched upwards and directly smashed the 2 thunder balls. Rufus is wavering. There is a 68% chance that he will try to approach us, and a 32% chance that he will not act. No matter which one, he will not affect our plan for the time being. Arisa will come into contact with Jenny soon. We must deal with her as quickly as possible. Arisa. Jenny, the blue Pegasus, was startled when she saw Urza running towards her. She turned around and wanted to run. Sorry, I don't want to play hide and seek with you. Urza chased after him and stabbed him with a knife. Because she was intimidated by Urza's reputation and her own strength was not very good, Jenny only wanted to escape, but ignored that her speed was far inferior to Urza's. She was stabbed with a knife and fell to the street. Unlucky Jenny's head tilted and she fainted. Mavis said, Mirage and Yefrit encountered Yvonne, and there are 2 other people in the alley. Damn, I was very careful. Yvonne turned the corner carefully, and saw Yefrit and Mirage coming towards him. Before he could complain, Mirage grabbed a billboard and threw it at him from 7 or 8 meters away, knocking him down in an instant. Run! Yvonne warned. Behind him, Xiang and Lien turned around and wanted to run. Swish swish! 2 bandages attacked from above, grabbed the 2 people, and dragged them back. Sorry. Mirage punched each one. Blue Pegasus instantly eliminated 3 people. Oh, Chapati shouted again, Blue Pegasus's one knight encountered Jura of the Snake Princess scale. Yiye was killed. Yiye was very strong, but he met Jura. Jura was too lazy to use magic, and killed Yiye with a slap. On the fairy tale side, everyone couldn't help but look at him. Jura. This guy has become very strong. Makarov said. 7 years ago, Jura was the bottom of the Holy 10. But now Makarov feels that he may not be able to beat him. Don't look at Jura's previous defeat by Yevlet. But that was due to the rules. Now Yevlet is not in good condition. The pressure came to Laxus. Chapter 241, Grey, 27 seconds. Dungeon. I don't know how everyone is doing. Will Yevlet's illness affect today's battle? Lucy huddled in the corner of the prison, a little worried. At this time, she saw several guards coming, and she didn't care until the men stopped in front of her. Natsu. Lucy recognized the disguised Natsu. Lucy, we are here to save you. Natsu said with a smile, stretched out his hand to hold the iron railing, but did not tear it down directly, but melted it with high temperature in 2 seconds. Let's go. Natsu said. Wait, my key and magic device are still in their hands. Lucy said. Boom. Suddenly the ground shook. Everyone felt empty under their feet, and then fell down. Happy. Natsu shouted hurriedly. No problem. Happy flew down immediately, reached the ground first, and then teleported everyone directly here. Where is this? Everyone looked at the gloomy underground cave, and there was a strange building built by humans in front of them, with a religious style. This is the city of Death Naraku Palace. At this time, a voice answered. Then a virtual screen appeared, and on the screen, there was a green-haired beauty. This is the final place for sinners. No one can ever walk out. You will rot there, thieves. Who are you? Gajeel asked. I am the princess of the kingdom of Fiori, Emerald E. Fiori. Emerald said. Emerald Princess. Wendy was surprised. She immediately said, Princess, can't you be flexible? We are companions of Yevlet and Emily. Aren't they all your friends? That's right. Natsu said, before coming here, Yevlet said so. Oh, and I remember there is also Happy. Here. Happy took out a rattle from the bag he was carrying and said, this is what Yevlet gave us. He said that if he met you, he would give it to you. Sorry. Princess Emerald refused coldly, my friendship with Yevlet was a long time ago. My relationship with Emily is indeed good, but it is not enough for me to betray the law. Enjoy the last life in that place. Princess Emerald said. Crash. Happy threw the rattle to the ground and broke it. Princess Emerald's eyelids jumped, and Happy said, that's what Yefrit said. Click. The projection was turned off. It's bad, Lucy said. Yefrit and Emily's face is useless. It doesn't matter. Natsu said, just fight it out. It's blocked up there. Happy looked up and said, otherwise I can find a way to teleport out. Go inside, if it doesn't work, force the road open. Gajeel said. At worst, create magma. Natsu said. That's too scary. Lucy said quickly, that will blow up the palace. It's not that everyone doesn't have a way to force their way through here. For example, as Natsu said, create enough magma, and Gajeel can defend against the magma, so that an active volcano can be artificially created and erupt upwards. The palace is above. This is the last resort, but there is no need to do this. Everyone in Fairy Tale, although not loyal to the king, will not rebel. This place is different from the countries in the other world. Of course, if the king really does something that everyone cannot bear, then naturally there will be only strong resistance waiting for them. Besides, when the game is over, no one will be seen, and they will naturally come to rescue them. Let's go forward, it's best to try to find the exit. Lily said. So everyone walked forward. The scene of the game. Here it comes. A great match. Chapati shouted, Grey of Fairy Tale has found Rufus the saber-biting tiger. Both are elites of the guild. Who will win this battle? Rufus was sitting elegantly in the library. Seeing Grey coming, he closed the book and said, last time, the little girl from your guild messed up the game, which led to a loss. This time, you won't have this chance again. Grey grinned, Natsu once broke through your guild and beat the 2 dragons in a 1-on-2 fight. I don't want to be weaker than him. Let's do this. If I can't take you down in half a minute, I admit defeat. Swish. Rufus stood up suddenly, not caring that the stool had fallen over. He looked at Grey angrily. Grey's words really hit the heart. Natsu broke through the saber-biting tiger. And Grey said he would defeat him in half a minute. Damn it! Are all the guys from Fairy Tale so self-righteous? Boom! The battle broke out suddenly. Rufus is a strong man at the forefront of the sword-bite tiger. He claims to be the strongest modeling wizard, and uses the modeling magic of memory, which can reproduce the magic and objects in memory and materialize them again, and can add his own understanding to form new magic. It can be said that he is an extremely difficult opponent. Grey is also a modeling wizard, using ice and now adding water. From the concept of magic, it seems that he is not as strong as the opponent. But the battle of wizards may not only look at the mechanism, but also the value. For example, the Dragon Slayer wizard, such as Natsu. Stinger and Rogue confidently opened the dragon power and exploded the dragon scales, which increased the temporary level, and then released the combined attack, which was an enhanced value. The result? He was crushed by Natsu with a stronger value. Yeflit is a typical mechanism monster. The value is not high, but the mechanism is too cheating. Grey looked at the Rufus. You have a weird mechanism, right? Look at my numerical crush. Boom! The flood flattened the entire library. Since the organizer dared to use it as a battlefield, they naturally have the ability to repair it with magic, so there is no need to worry about this. Faced with this terrifying flood, Rufus did not dare to resist it and quickly retreated. Don't you look up at the sky. Grey reminded. Rufus was startled and looked up at the sky. Countless ice cones fell like raindrops. Damn it! Rufus quickly released magic, Violent Wind Fang Society. The violent tornado swept away the ice cones. Boom! Grey rushed over. Memory reappeared. Rufus quickly materialized the memory in Grey's heart. Juvia appeared in front of him. Boom! Grey did not hesitate and punched through Juvia's phantom, sending Rufus flying. Aren't you afraid it's real? Why didn't you hesitate at all? Rufus covered his chest, in disbelief. Tisk! Grey said disdainfully, you'll know when you face a fraud magic. What's this illusion? Everyone in the guild has been deceived by Yevlit's fraud magic and has adapted to it. If they find something wrong, they will punch you and not bother with you. Damn it! Rufus wanted to get up, but found that he couldn't move. He looked down and found that there was a stream of water from the sewer next to him, grabbing his ankle. Oops! Just when Rufus wanted to struggle, he was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Grey breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he relaxed, another Rufus appeared quietly not far behind him, with a smug look on his face. Fool! Now everyone has a second magic, and his magic is a clone. Rufus was very strong. Even if someone killed him, it would take some effort. When the enemy saw him being killed, they would certainly relax their vigilance. At this time, he could attack and kill him directly. Go to hell! Rufus launched an attack. Colorful slashing flame. The huge flaming blade slashed at Grey from behind. Boom! The flaming blade slashed Grey away. Hee hee! Rufus was about to be proud, but suddenly he was shocked. I knew it. Next to Rufus, a half-cut ice cone first turned into water, and then turned into Grey. Ice Blade 7 dances. Grey didn't say much nonsense, and slashed Rufus away with a spinning knife technique. Rufus saw that the Grey he had tried so hard to attack finally shattered into ice chips. Damn it! He closed his eyes unwillingly, and before he lost consciousness, he only heard Grey say, "It was a close call, 27 seconds. Damn it!" Rufus was furious, and then fainted. 27 seconds. Grey solved Rufus in just 27 seconds. Chapati shouted excitedly. That idiot! The rest of the Swordbite Tiger knew the news and were also helpless. Rufus was already very strong in the guild. He was one of the strongest 5 members, an important contributor to the rise of the Swordbite Tiger in recent years, and a strong man among S-class wizards. But I didn't expect 27 seconds. This loss seemed to be more embarrassing than the double dragon. Is Fairy Tail so strong? Just anyone. Minerva fell into deep doubt. Fairy Tail. Natsu, who broke through the guild and took on 2 dragons at once, Yefrid, who could play tricks on everyone, and his apprentice Emily. There is another Gajeel who is similar to Natsu. Now there is Grey, who killed Rufus in 27 seconds. They are not S-level. That is to say, there are at least 5 stronger guys in Fairy Tail than this one. And in this battle, the opponent dispatched Laxus, Urza, and Myra Jane, 3 strong men who are obviously stronger than Natsu, Gajeel, and Grey. Minerva suddenly felt a little sad. She tried every means to threaten Stinger and Rogue so that they could fight for the guild. But is it really useful to do so? On the other side, underground, Natsu and others are moving forward. The gloomy passage is full of bones. But no one is afraid. Even Lucy has a very high psychological quality at this time. The road is getting narrower and narrower. Finally, everyone had to walk sideways. Is there really a road ahead? Let's go and see. Happy, Xiaolulu and Lily ran out. There is a road ahead, come quickly. Natsu, Gajeel, and Wendy passed through. In the end, only Lucy was left. She exerted her strength suddenly, and then found. I'm stuck. Lucy said, a little embarrassed. How could it be? We are all fine. Wendy said. Then she looked at Lucy and was instantly petrified. Girls? Can girls do such things? Ah. Natsu looked at Lucy and said, you have gained weight, so troublesome. As he said that, Natsu stretched out his hand. Wait, you idiot, what are you going to do? Lucy screamed in shock. Save you. Just pull me out. Lucy shouted, she fearing that he would be too late. Natsu, the idiot, went straight to solve the source of the problem. Doesn't it hurt? Natsu tilted his head. I'll bear it. Lucy said. Okay. Natsu reached out to pull, but just as he exerted force. Wait, it hurts. Lucy screamed. It's really troublesome. Gajeel couldn't stand it anymore, and pressed the big stones on both sides with both hands and exerted force directly. Boom. The stones were slightly pushed. Natsu then pulled hard and pulled Lucy out. Woo! Lucy jumped forward and fell into Natsu's arms, and Natsu's hand pressed on her waist. Lucy was about to shyly thank him when she heard Natsu say, your waist is thick, and you still say you haven't gained weight. Idiot. Lucy was immediately filled with grief and anger, and knocked Natsu down with a punch. Then Xiaolulu said, why don't you just use magic to rescue Lucy, Happy? Happy said with a smile, ah, I forgot. Bang! Happy was also knocked down by Lucy's punch. Cough cough. At this time, a cough came from the side. Everyone looked over quickly. It was Algadios, who was lying on the ground with injuries all over his body. Why are you here? Natsu didn't have a good attitude towards this guy. It was good that he didn't punch the guy who inexplicably dragged Lucy into trouble. Run quickly. Algadios said. What? Everyone was just confused. Be careful. Natsu suddenly picked up Lucy and threw herself forward. Wendy and Gajeel also reacted quickly and rolled to the side. The 3 cats including Happy also acted quickly. Boom. A huge attack sound. After everyone dodged, they looked back and saw a man as tall as a mountain. He punched the ground, and the acid splashed out, corroding the ground into many large pits. The big fish has taken the bait. Accompanied by an excited shout, a huge vortex suddenly erupted from the ground. Everyone dodged again and looked at the attacker, who was a guy dressed strangely. Happy, keep an eye on Lucy, she has no magic now. Natsu said. I know. Happy's body burst into flames and instantly turned into a human. His handsome face was full of serious expressions. He had the same eyes as Natsu. Xiaolulu beside him turned into a cat girl at the same time. Lily also turned into a muscular man. Whoosh, a gust of wind blew. Many pieces of paper flew over, and a woman with twin ponytails appeared from them. Voila, flower buds emerged from the ground, and then opened, and a woman in a white dress jumped out from them. Swish, swish, swish. The rotating sickle fell in front of everyone, and then retracted. A domineering figure walked out of the darkness. So. 5 enemies appeared. Everyone. Run away, these guys are terrible. Arugadios struggled to get up. He said, they are the Hungry Wolf Knights, an independent force composed of top magicians who secretly support this country. They are the strongest executioners in the kingdom. As an enemy, if you meet them, there is no possibility of survival. Chapter 242, easily solved. Underground passage. Seeing that Natsu and the others did not run away, Arugadios hurriedly said, what are you waiting for? They are guys who kill without blinking an eye, and they also use murderous magic. Yet. Natsu tilted his head slightly to look at him and said, so what? Arugadios was stunned. Are these people not afraid of this murderous magician knight group? Anyway, Natsu looked at the Hungry Wolf Knights and said, you are the enemy, right? And you are a murderer. Now you are going to be our enemy. You are ready, right? Big. A guy with a simple look and a rope wrapped around his head tilted his head slightly and said, of course I am ready. What about you, the wizards in the greenhouse? Greenhouse. Everyone was silent for a while, and even Lucy didn't want to complain. Forget it, just a bunch of idiots. Natsu waved his fist, I don't want to talk nonsense with guys like you. You are the strongest one. Natsu looked at the guy with 2 sickles on his back and said, you look a little stronger than the others. Boom. Natsu suddenly launched an attack. Humph. The man quickly blocked with 2 sickles, but was still knocked away by Natsu's powerful impact. Are you really going to fight the strongest executioner in the kingdom? Algadios was a little unbelievable, with a shocked expression on his face. Don't underestimate the Wizards Guild, and don't underestimate our strongest guild, Fairy Tale. Gajeel looked at the other party with a squinting eye, very unhappy. He is obviously a high-ranking figure in the kingdom, but he doesn't have the vision to see this point. No wonder he came up with such a naive thing as the Eclipse plan. Algadios was silent. These guys really don't know how powerful the executioner is. They will suffer a loss, a group of naive guys. Let's go. Happy helped Algadios up and took him and Lucy away from the battlefield. After all, the 2 of them have no fighting power now. You look okay. Gajeel looked at the strong man who could spray acid. I wonder if the Menomesi can corrode my iron skin. As he said, Gajeel rushed up. Xia. Lulu. Wendy shouted. Wendy. The 2 girls each chose the other's female wizard to fight. Then I will deal with you. Lily looked at the last person, the guy with a rope wrapped around his head and dressed like a fisherman. Boom boom boom. The battle broke out. So strong. Until the fight started, Algadios showed a shocked expression. The Fairy Tale side, which he thought was the weaker side, was actually in the upper hand in the battle. The boy with flames all over his body, obviously looked so embarrassed in front of the Eclipse Gate before, but he didn't expect that his combat power would be so exaggerated in the real battle. Algadios also paid attention to the great magic fighting, but it was difficult to have a real perception of Natsu's strength because of the screen and unfamiliarity. Now that Natsu's flames came out, the temperature in the entire space directly exceeded 40 degrees, and this was still suppressed by him. After all, there were still wounded here. Otherwise, it would be normal for the temperature to rise even higher. Natsu's flame temperature can turn steel into molten iron. Imagine how exaggerated it would be if there was no cooling treatment in a sweltering steel plant. Natsu's temperature was higher than that. Algadios felt that he couldn't breathe, and his skin was burning. He had been transferred far enough away. He turned his head to look at Lucy and found that this girl who looked very weak was actually very calm and had no discomfort at all. Isn't she a celestial wizard? Without the key, she is almost the same as an ordinary person. How could she withstand such an exaggerated high temperature? Ho ho ho. Algerdiosa's heavy breathing was heard by Happy. Happy turned his head and said, I can't make ice magic. You can only hold on. I'll try my best, Algardios said with difficulty. Natsu Lucy shouted, try to be faster, Mr. Algardios can't hold on any longer. I know, please help. Natsu replied casually. Algardios, dot. How embarrassing. Then I won't play with you. Natsu looked at the enemy. Hey? Play. The leader of the Hungry Wolf Knights laughed and said, didn't you notice the mark on your body? So what? Natsu didn't care. My two extremely sharp sickles will chase the mark on your body and chase you to the ends of the earth. As he said that, the two sickles merged into one and spun at high speed at the same time. Whoosh whoosh. The sickle spun wildly and rushed towards Natsu. Chase. Natsu tilted his head slightly. He looked at the sickle that was chasing him and took a step back, the fire dragon's roar. Boom. The terrifying magic output knocked the spinning sickle away. It's useless. No matter how powerful your magic is, it can't resist my sickle. The captain said. Ah, your magic is only the sickle. Natsu asked. What? Snap. Suddenly, a hand stretched out and grabbed the crazy spinning sickle. What? The captain was shocked and turned his head to look. It turned out that the spinning sickle was hit by Natsu's roar and flew to Gajeel. When Gajeel saw the sickle flying, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Still want to leave? Gajeel turned his head and saw that the sickle was still struggling. Although it was very powerful, it could not escape from his hand. What are you doing? Next, Gajeel's actions directly shocked the captain and Algadios's three views. He took the sickle and bit a notch on it, then praised, not bad. Gajeel is the Iron Dragon Slayer mage. He can eat any steel and replenish his magic power. Lucy explained. My sickle, damn it. The captain quickly separated the two sickles and tried to take back the other one. Snap. But in the middle, he was intercepted by Natsu again. Natsu also grabbed the rotating sickle with one hand and exerted force directly. Crack. The sickle broke into pieces and fell to the ground. How is it possible? You know nothing about the power of the Dragon Slayer mage. Happy mocked. It's over. Natsu rushed forward and knocked down the captain who had lost his weapon with one punch. It's that simple. The leader of the Hungry Wolf Knights was. Algadios was shocked. This murderous guy was actually solved so easily. How strong is Fairy Tail? On the other side. I don't believe it. The strong man with great strength and acid spray also made a shocked voice. Facing his powerful fist and acid attack, Gajeel didn't even bother to avoid it. It didn't break the defense at all. After punching the opponent a few times, seeing that Natsu won, he didn't want to fall behind, so he punched directly. Iron Dragon Stick. The most basic skill, many iron sticks extended from the arm, and beat the strong man with a swollen nose and face, and fell down with unwillingness. This. Algadios was dumbfounded. Being defeated so easily, he felt that the Hungry Wolf Knights were like trash. Obviously the most powerful in the kingdom, a strong team of executioners, a figure that countless people are afraid of. At this moment, he was doubting whether the Hungry Wolf Knights could get the second to last place if they participated in the great magic fighting martial arts that he did not think highly of. Perhaps. Algadios suddenly sighed. They were too self-righteous and thought that the folk wizards were just so-so. Now it seems that they are just so-so. Xiaolulu. Wendy shouted. Okay, Wendy. The two of them were in tune with each other. Wendy and Xiaolulu were naturally not as strong as Natsu and Gajeel, so in order to quickly solve the enemy, they had to show more strength. Disintegrate. Wendy disintegrated directly, increasing her magic power 3 times. Then, she and Xiaolulu teamed up and roared at the same time, the roar of the Sky Dragon. The terrifying tornado swept through the underground passage. Wait for the wind to stop and the dust to settle. The two of them were lying down in tattered clothes. The only one left was Lily, who was relatively weaker, so he fought back and forth with the opponent. But suddenly, a ray of light appeared, and a figure emerged from it, and then punched the back of the enemy's head. Big. The opponent fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Leo. Lucy was stunned. Why are you here? Because I can pass through the gate freely, Lucy, take it. Leo threw the star spirit key to Lucy, "Don't lose us again." After that, he went back. So far Habi covered his mouth and said in a somewhat yin-yang tone, "The so-called knights composed of top wizards who support this country, the strongest executioner in the kingdom, and the enemy who has no chance of survival when they meet as an enemy. They have been defeated." Arugadios blushed. After defeating the Hungry Wolf Knights, everyone continued to move forward. Soon, 2 huge stone doors appeared. "This is the exit." Natsu ran over happily and was about to push the door open. But suddenly, the door opened by itself. "Hey!" A figure appeared at the door. Natsu could have stopped, but he smelled a familiar yet strange smell. After a moment of distraction, he fell flat on his face. Plop! He threw the man at the door to the ground. The man was wearing a wizard's cloak and a hat, but Natsu threw him to the ground and the hat fell off. Natsu threw himself into the man's arms. "Hey!" Lucy and others were shocked. "Lucy!" Natsu looked up from between the 2 peaks and saw a familiar face that was more vicissitudes and full of sadness, with joy and nostalgia in his eyes. This person! It was Lucy. "Natsu! I finally see you again." This Lucy wanted to laugh, but she couldn't help crying. The royal palace. "Princess, something bad has happened." The messenger ran frantically to where the princess was and reported the situation. The scheduled communication of Naraku Palace was cut off. The last information received was that the Hungry Wolf Knights were defeated. How is it possible? Just a few wizards. The other soldiers were shocked. Have those criminals escaped from Naraku Palace? Others worried. Princess Emerald lay on the windowsill, looking at the scenery outside. From here, she could just see the arena where the grand magic fighting exercise was held on the other side of the city. Hearing the news, she smiled with relief. It's worthy of being fairy tale. It's worthy of being the companion of Yevlet and Emily. Yes, she was not surprised by this result, which was also the result she expected. "Princess, you have revealed your feelings with such an expression." Denton. Princess Emerald's face changed slightly, and she turned to look at the person who came. The person who came was a short old man, the Minister of Defense, Denton. "Didn't you go to the arena with your father?" Princess Emerald said. "Because there are more important things to deal with," Denton said. As an old minister, and the current king is still very open-minded, he will not give up his principles on some major issues because of fear of the princess's authority. "Your Highness, don't you have anything to explain?" Denton asked. "I want to ask you something else." Princess Emerald said, "What does it mean to send Algadios to Naraku Palace without trial?" "That's exactly what I want to ask." Denton said, "Your Highness, you used Fairy Tale for the Eclipse project. I remember that Fairy Tale's Yevlet was your childhood playmate, and his disciple Emily is also your close friend. You did such a thing of betraying friendship for a highly dangerous Eclipse project. You are too selfish and self-righteous both in public and in private." Denton roared, "Your Highness, time must not be played with. The Eclipse project is definitely not as simple as you think." Hearing Denton's words, Princess Emerald trembled. This remark hit her heart. Yevlet and Emily are her few good friends. When she was young, because of her status as a pampered princess, she was always treated with respect by children of the same age, but with aloofness. Or some nobles would teach their children with ulterior motives to approach her. Only Yevlet was not like that. Once at a noble banquet, she saw a little boy in a cheap suit. He was obviously the lowest class of nobles, and his father was only a viscount. However, he was not afraid when he saw her, nor did he want to approach him with bad intentions. He just performed magic by himself, and soon gathered a large number of friends around him. In the atmosphere of a banquet where everyone was a little adult, imitating adults to pretend to be aristocratic, Yevlet's magic performance made all the children return to their original innocence. He pierced everyone's masks and disguises, allowing everyone to show their most original and real appearance, and at the same time get happiness. This is Yevlet's magic and magic. Princess Emerald admired him and even yearned for him. That was the first time she mustered up the courage to approach her peers. Then the man smiled and accepted her, as a friend. The man did not look at her with any strange eyes, but just treated her normally, but this was what Princess Emerald wanted. This is the friendship between her and Yevlet, not deep, but rare. Princess Emerald cherishes this hard-earned friendship very much. Although the two did not have many opportunities to meet after that, Yevlet would only participate in occasional banquets that were hard to refuse. Most of the time, he would stay in Magnolia, where he belonged, the fairy tale guild that made him happy every time he talked about it, and made Princess Emerald look forward to it. Chapter 243, Future Lucy. Thinking of this, Princess Emerald took out the broken rattle. This was the first civilian toy she got. This was the second time it was broken. After the first break, Yevlet said that it could be repaired with magic, but unfortunately, Yevlet and his son had something to do and left. In the later meetings, because of the growth of both ages, they were no longer obsessed with a small toy. Princess Emerald felt a little regretful. This rattle was still commemorative. She thought Yevlet had forgotten it. But just now, Habby took it out. Unfortunately, it was broken again. But she deserved it. Yevlet was ill, and her condition was recurring, so she was naturally in a bad mood. At this time, she took out this thing in the hope that she would give her face, but she didn't give it, and she said cold words forcefully. So this rattle that had been repaired long ago was broken. Although she could find many top masters who were much better than Yevlet to repair it, who would repair the broken friendship. Besides Yevlet, her relationship with Emily was much deeper. But she let them down. But thinking back to what would happen in the future, Princess Emerald became firm in her heart. I must do it, even if I am betrayed by everyone. For this country, for this world, for all the subjects, and for Yevlet not to die. Even if she suffered more misunderstandings and betrayals, she must do this. Competition site. Now let me report the battle situation. The two teams of Swordbite Tiger and Valier are currently tied for first place, but Fairy Tail is catching up at a very fast speed. If the current situation is maintained, I am afraid that even with the current ranking, Fairy Tail will become the well-deserved first guild of this grand magic fighting competition because of the previous points. Can Swordbite Tiger prevent Fairy Tail from getting first place? As the last trump card to stop Fairy Tail, can the Valier team meet the expectations of the organizers and the audience? While I was speaking, Saria of Snakescale has completely lost her combat capability. Emily of Valier team, get another point. Oh. But Melty of Valier team also lost her combat capability, and Leo of Snakescale scored a goal for the guild. It's bad, being the Valier team, which had high hopes, encountered powerful enemies one after another. Ultia encountered Jura and lost her combat capability. Snake Princess Scale is really not to be underestimated. It actually took down two members of the Valier team in succession. The good show is about to begin. Alice from the Valier team encountered Urza from Fairy Tail. Both are very powerful women. Urza, needless to say, was called the Fairy Queen 7 years ago. She has many records of defeating the strong with the weak. With her absolute perseverance, she has become a role model for all wizards. Alice has been the right-hand man of Saint Emily in the past 7 years and has a very gorgeous record. In the clash between these two, will Urza, the representative of female wizards 7 years ago, win, or will Alice, who has shined in the past 7 years, win? By the way, Miss Alice's surname is Valiel, and she claims to be the maid of Mr. Yefrit, the head of the Valiel family. Chabati just finished speaking. Kill Fairy Tail. Kill Yefrit. Sure enough, the audience was excited when they heard the news. After all, in Emily's team, Alice was the best in terms of appearance and figure. In the 7 years since Myra Jane disappeared, Alice and Tiffany had been competing for the top spot. First on the appearance list. Oh! Chabati shouted, we saw that. It seems that because Miss Urza was in a bad mood, the strength she burst out today was very exaggerated. She opened 2 magics at the same time and completely suppressed Alice. Oh, Alice is going to lose. Battle scene. Alice was panting, and Urza said, Alice, do you surrender, or do I knock you out? Tisk Alice was helpless. In terms of strength 7 years ago, she was definitely stronger than Urza. But Urza was very persistent in practicing and becoming stronger, because only in this way could she protect her family. But Alice didn't care. She was thinking about entering the Valier family. It was good enough to have the strength to protect herself. Anyway, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't catch up with Tiffany, who was an elf, and Emily, who had the true teachings of Yefrit, so she just lay down. One was standing still, and the other was leveling up crazily. So it became the current state. Forget it. Alice said, I have taken money from others, so I can't help but try my best, but you have to be gentle. After several rounds, facing Urza's violent attack, Alice finally couldn't hold on and was knocked unconscious. Urza was also panting. It seems that Urza is still better. Chabati just finished speaking, and suddenly shouted, oh no, Urza has encountered a strong enemy again. Shua. Just after defeating Alice, Urza had no time to adjust her state, and someone came out from behind. It's Kagura, the strongest wizard of Mermaid Heel. Chibati shouted. Dang! Urza turned around in time and blocked Kagura's surprise attack. Urza frowned slightly. Kagura? The first generation didn't seem to have said this. Audience seats. The first President Mavis blinked her eyes, her face full of grievance, almost crying. Why? What went wrong? This scared all the members of Fairy Tale, and they hurried to comfort the child, and the scene was immediately in chaos. Boom! Suddenly, Urza, who was about to attack Kagura, was held down on the head by a hand reaching down from above, and Kagura on the other side was also held down by another hand. The owners of the two hands exerted force at the same time and threw both of them out. The two also reacted quickly, adjusted their posture in the air, landed gracefully, and then looked at the person standing in the middle at the same time. What an unexpected development! Chapati shouted. Mine Baba of the Sword Bite Tiger suddenly joined the duel. Mine Baba said proudly, can I join too? She thought clearly, even if the Sword Bite Tiger could not get the first place this time, at least she had to show her momentum, otherwise it would be a shame this time, and she would sit at the same table with the Blue Pegasus or the Four-Headed Hound. Blue Pegasus and Four-Headed Hounds? She only has one chance. Laxus, forget it. Natsu was scary enough before. If she goes, this strongest dragon slayer who is rumored to be able to beat 3 Natsus, she probably won't last long. Yevlet and Myra Jane combination, although she hates the guy who made her look bad, she won't be that stupid if these two work together. Grey, Stinger and Rogue can be handed over to win this game. She can only choose Urza. She is not willing to fight one-on-one, but she didn't expect Kagura to come. In a melee, as long as she can perform well, she can still play a highlight. Even if she loses, she can find an excuse that she lost because of 2-on-1 by Urza and Kagura. It's a pity that Myra Jane has to take care of Yefrit. Chibati said, otherwise, we should be able to see a more lively scene. So, who will stand at the end of this melee between 3 powerful female wizards? Knock down Yefrit. This is the answer from the audience. Chibati. After attracting a wave of hatred to Yefrit, he always felt a little cold on the back of his head, but when he touched it, he was sweating. The melee scene. Urza, Kagura and Minerva stood in a triangle. Urza still looked cold. Kagura was looking at Urza, thinking, my brother always praises this Urza in front of me, and let me take her as an example. So, let me see the power of example. Kagura's brother is Simon. Although Simon did not make much contribution when the guild coalition fought against the 6 demon generals, he was still a meritorious service. In addition, he had a good attitude to admit his mistakes, so although he is currently under the surveillance of the Magic Council, he has some freedom. In addition, Jalal is also very strong and has repented, so it would be a waste to kill him, and Simon has guaranteed it. So over the years, the two of them have teamed up, accepted the commission of the Magic Council, and helped them secretly to reduce their punishment. Although it will take a long time for Jalal to redeem his punishment, Simon will be free soon, and he is an honest man, so he will get a formal job in the Magic Council after he is released from prison. He and Kagura agreed that when that time comes, he will no longer need to meet his sister secretly, but will meet her openly. In the past few years, Simon has been busy with commissions and is a complete workaholic, so he rarely meets Kagura. Whenever they meet, Simon can't find a topic to talk about, so he always talks about Urza. Urza is Simon's sweetheart. This makes Kagura a little jealous, although it is unreasonable, but, in short, my brother will definitely pay attention to the Great Magic Battle Martial Arts competition, then she will defeat Urza. She will surpass Urza, surpass the goal set by her brother and the role model for her to learn from. Urza. She didn't know where Kagura's hostility came from, but it didn't matter whether she knew it or not, anyway, she had to win today. Minerva looked at Kagura for a while, and then at Urza. She was thinking about how to highlight and how to exit with the greatest results. Boom! The battle started suddenly. Women fighting, and 3 beautiful women, immediately attracted the attention of the audience. So that Grey and Leo, who encountered Stinger and Rogue, were not reported by Chibati. Grey, you don't want to be eliminated in disgrace. Leo said. Do you think I will be killed? Grey laughed. Humph. Leo snorted coldly. But in order to ensure victory, I can join forces with you. Grey said. Grey Leo said arrogantly, it's you who want to join forces with me. You bastard. Gray was helpless and said, "Okay, senior brother, join forces with me. Stinger and Roger are still very strong. Although Gray doesn't think he will lose to them, Leo is also an unstable factor. He is also very clear about the strength and talent of his senior brother. Stinger and Roger may not be a threat to him, but if he fights two first, even if he wins, it's hard to say who will win when facing Leo again. He is not a dragon slayer like Natsu, and he still can't fight to the limit of physical strength. Humph, let's join forces for the time being, junior brother." Leo was still arrogant, but the smile on his lips revealed his feelings. Obviously, he was looking forward to the long-lost brothers joining forces. Stinger and Roger, ... Why do I feel cold in my heart and hopeless of victory? Underground passage. Everyone looked at the other Lucy in shock. Could it be Edris's? Habib said blankly. Everyone knows the plan of the Eclipse Gate, right? Lucy said. Is it Lucy who traveled through the gate? That's right. Natsu. Everyone, I need you to help me. This country is about to end. Future Lucy's body was shaking, and she looked very weak, and... Yefritz is not a cold. That. Plop. Future Lucy fell forward before she finished her words. Lucy. Natsu quickly reached out and hugged her, but was a little confused. Lucy. It's light. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled. Forget it, let's go out first. Natsu said. But. Gajeel said, Yefritz is not a cold, what is it? As soon as he said this, everyone fell into deep worry. In fact, everyone has been repeatedly doubting these days. Is it really just a cold? If it is just a cold, would Yefrit be tormented to this extent? I can't figure it out. Natsu shook his head and carried future Lucy away. Everyone hurried to follow. The scene of the game. Boom. Suddenly a black lightning struck. Laxus took a step back and just avoided it. He turned his head to look at the attacker. A strong man with black lightning all over his body walked slowly. Laxus remembered that this man was from the Swordbite Tiger. My name is Oga, Oga Nanagil. Oga walked slowly and said with a face full of fighting spirit, You have noticed it, I am the Thunder God Slayer. Yet. Laxus nodded lightly, without a very concerned expression. Laxus Oga suddenly became excited, You are the first Thunder Wizard of Fairy Tale, and I am the first Thunder Wizard of Swordbite Tiger. Let me see whose thunder is more powerful. Boom. The battle between the two suddenly began. One gold and one black, two thunders, violently collided, and the speed was extremely fast. Sure enough, Oga said, You will also choose speed as the second magic. But, I choose not only speed. My contract magic is quantum transmission. Oga's body disappeared in an instant, and appeared behind Laxus the next second, and he punched out. Bang! But Laxus turned around and caught it steadily, and Laxus still looked calm. How is it possible? Oga was shocked. Just this. Laxus said lightly. No. Oga increased his speed, but no matter what attack, no matter how fast or how tricky the angle, Laxus would easily resolve it. At this time. Day. A clear sound of wooden clogs was heard from the violent thunder battlefield. A figure walked steadily and slowly approached the two. It's Jura. All of a sudden, the spectators of both Swordbite Tiger and Fairy Tale exclaimed. Great, Mr. Jura, eliminate those two guys. On the other side, Snake Princess Scale was full of confidence. Because their strongest player Jura has been able to be among the 10 holy wizards. Ranked 5th, already surpassing Makarov. Buzz. A magical force as heavy as the earth was released. Oga stopped attacking, he looked at Laxus and said, Someone is here to mess up the situation. Not really. Laxus didn't even look at him. What mess up? Fighting with Oga is not even a match. Laxus didn't face Jura until he appeared, his eyes serious and cautious. This person is a strong enemy. Chapter 244, Emily's Deception Magic. It's so lively. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the battle between Urza and the other two. The three looked over vigilantly. It was Emily, and she brought Mariette with her. Oh, what a shocking scene. I didn't expect that even Emily was going to join this melee of female wizards. Chapati explained excitedly. Emily, I won't hold back. Urza said. Of course, we should all try our best to respect each other. Emily said with a smile. Woof. Mariette already has a human-level IQ, and this time she is also a member of the Valier team. Under Emily's teaching, she has learned wind magic and is Emily's exclusive assistant. Another assistant is Ace's sister the demon Aya, but just like Yevlet rarely lets Asa fight, Aya is also Emily's trump card, and she rarely calls her out to fight. Kagura and Minerva both frowned. Emily is a difficult character, especially fraud magic, which is extremely troublesome. I'm going to go up. Emily bent down slightly and grabbed the hilt of the knife. This is the incarnation of the devil, the magic guide. Emily contracted the demon Ada Ada, and has the magic of making wishes. It further strengthens the strength of fraud magic, allowing people to have the ability to make wishes in the virtual world and then materialize them. This ability to turn the virtual into the real, combined with the deception magic, makes Emily's deception magic in combat completely different from Yefrit's, but equally powerful. One is to take the falsehood to the extreme. And Emily can already turn the falsehood into the real. Moonless flow. Hearing these three words from Emily, Urza and the other two were all facing a formidable enemy. Garuda Flame. Hu boom. The terrifying power of magic is comparable to the roar of Natsu's fire dragon. Change clothes. Urza directly changed to armor with high fire resistance. Not afraid of Dai Tian flying form. Kagura slashed with a cross. Space Guardian. Minerva's move once withstood Natsu's punch. Boom. Emily's attack was resolved by the three. You're awesome, everyone, but Emily said with a smile, you can't resist my next attack in any way. Because it can cut the town in half. Moonless flow dash. Infinite slashing sky. Emily slashed again. The blade actually broke through space directly. Minerva was shocked that she could even cut through space. When she heard Emily's words, she knew that it was true. She didn't dare to resist and dodged quickly. Kagura and Urza didn't act recklessly and dodged quickly. Boom. Half of the town was cut open by Emily's attack. Wow! Chapati exclaimed, what an exaggerated slash. It seems that Emily didn't hold back. She has shown enough exaggerated strength. Next, how should the other three deal with it? Boom! Kagura rushed towards Emily. But the Emily in front of him suddenly turned into Kagura's brother Simon. You can't fool me! Kagura roared. She slashed at Simon mercilessly. Boom! The attack missed. Urza followed suit. Seeing this, Minerva was very active again, helping the two to assist. The original melee became Emily fighting 1 against 3. Even if it was me, it would be hard to deal with the attacks of 3 sisters. Emily was struggling because the 3 of them were very determined, and this was the weakness of deception magic. Melita, you have to help me. Emily also called for assistance. Hey! Melita brought up the wind, sweeping Emilia, causing her speed to increase suddenly. And Melita was right beside Emilia. Whenever she attacked, Melita would attack at the same time, and whenever she defended, Melita would defend at the same time. It can be said that the cooperation between one person and one dog was extremely tacit, almost the same as Laxus and Speed. But the overall situation was still relatively difficult for Emilia. Boom! A figure flew backwards, hit by the attack and flew 2 streets away. Stinger barely got up, his eyes a little confused. He thought he only lost to Natsu and Gajil, but he didn't expect. They were just ordinary ice wizards, why did these 2 guys give him the same oppressive feeling as Natsu? Boom! At the same time, Rogue also flew backwards and hit next to Stinger. You too. Gray and Leo walked over gracefully, and Gray said, do you want to continue fighting? Of course. Stinger and Roger tried to stand up. I will never stop here, for Rector. Stinger said. Me too. Roger said. Hearing this, Gray frowned slightly. Because of what happened that night, he still had some good feelings for the 2, so he said, what happened after that? Stinger and Roger fell silent. Stinger. Gray said, you have the will to fight, but not the will to fight. You are very weak now. Leo also added, you don't want to fight at all, and even hate this battle. Boy, give up, continue, you are just getting beaten. We have reasons to fight. Roger said. But you can't stand up anymore, stop, even the Dragon Slayer will be exhausted. Gray said. Roger was about to be stubborn, but suddenly froze. He felt a force pouring into his body from somewhere else. Kill them. Suddenly a voice came from his shadow. Who? Rog was shocked. He was the Shadow Dragon Slayer, but he was invaded into the shadow by an inexplicable guy. What's wrong with you? Gray and Leo looked at Rog in confusion. Stinger also frowned and looked over. Rog looked very strange. Rog. Let me help you. Suddenly, Rog found that he had lost control of his body, and at the same time, a lot of power came. No, you guys. Rog was shocked and felt that this guy's malice was really going to kill Grey and the others. He hurriedly wanted to remind them, but his consciousness was completely taken away. Boom. Rog's magic power exploded, which was several times that of before. Rog, what's wrong with you? Stinger wanted to catch Rog. Shua. Rog disappeared instantly. Be careful. Leo kicked Grey out. Boom. The terrifying magic exploded where Grey was just now. Now I can even defeat Natsu. Rogue said arrogantly. This guy is very wrong. Stinger, do you still want to fight? Or join us and take down Rogue first? Grey said. Stinger was hesitating. Then he took a step back. Sorry. He needs a strong Rogue now. Okay. Grey shook his arm and said, next, it will be a bit painful, Rogue. Boom. Leo on the other side didn't waste any words and launched an attack directly. Boom boom boom. Rogue in abnormal state is very powerful, which puts Grey and Leo under great pressure at this time. Disintegrate. Leo directly used the contract magic. His contract magic is copy. And his ice shape magic happens to be animals. At this time, the two combined, instantly copying his magic creation several times the number. Boom boom boom. A large number of ice beasts formed a terrible beast tide and besieged Rogue. Disintegrate. Grey did not hesitate and combined the two magics. At this moment, Grey alone was equivalent to the original him plus Juvia, who worked perfectly together. The combined strength was more than twice, and the ice and water systems could be converted to each other, so the combat power could be doubled again. If Grey and Juvia were together, then the current strength could be doubled again. I am afraid that the offensive of these two people, in terms of range attack and destructive power, could match that of a powerful guild. Under such exaggerated attacks by Grey and Leo, Rog was suppressed. Damn it, I need more power. Rog roared. Rog. Stinger stared at his friend blankly. Rog's body was already collapsing. What are you still hesitating about? Grey shouted angrily, Stinger, cherish your companions. Crack. Stinger gritted his teeth and rushed towards Rog. Let's not talk about Rector first. He couldn't watch Rogue go further and further in this abnormal state, even to death. Rogue. Stinger punched the defenseless Rogue. Puff. Rogue spat out a mouthful of blood. My light can illuminate you, Rogue. Stinger unleashed his light dragon killing magic, dispelling all the shadows on Rogue. Damn, stupid Stinger. The weird guy could only leave a dissatisfied voice and then leave. Sorry Stinger. Rogue finally returned to normal. He was very weak. The battle just now had drained his body, even beyond the limit. I should be sorry. If I couldn't help it. If it wasn't me, Stinger also apologized. Ahem. Suddenly, two coughs came. Everyone turned their heads to look. Hello. Yefrit, who looked sick, raised her hand and said, want to join Fairy Tale? Stinger hesitated. Rect was caught, right? Yefrit said with a smile. That's right. Stinger immediately became excited. That's why Emily went to find Minerva. Don't worry, Rect will be rescued. Yefrit said, it's not allowed to threaten another companion with a companion, ahem. I'll join. Rog said. If you can accept us, Stinger finally couldn't help crying in grievance, please let me join. Rog couldn't help crying. During this period, the two of them suffered too much. Half a month ago, the two were still the pride of heaven, and they thought they were very awesome. Then they were slapped in the face by Natsu. Then they were slapped in the face by Grey again. They experienced Yukino being kicked out of the guild, and they were bullied by the president, and Rector was lost and recovered, but was used by Minerva to threaten him. Just now, Rog changed abnormally again, and Stinger almost lost Rog. These changes made the two young people who had been smooth sailing all the time really unable to bear it. Ahem. Yevlet smiled and said, welcome. Yevlet, where are you going next? Asked Myra Jane, who was supporting him. Grey, we don't care about your and Leo's affairs. Yevlet said, Myra, we can go to the exit and wait. It's almost over. Okay. Myra nodded. Grey Leo turned to look at Grey. Then go all out. Grey said. Boom boom boom. The two brothers started fighting again. Emily's side. She was still struggling. But at a certain moment, she suddenly laughed. Okay, enough fun, let's end it like this. What? Not only Urza and the others, but also the commentary desk and the audience were stunned. Play? No one has ever been able to dodge or block this attack. Emily made a gesture of drawing a sword. Moonless flow. Full moon sword light. Puff. The knife was so fast that Urza didn't even react, and the sound of flesh being cut came from the side. She turned her head in shock, and Kagura turned to look at Urza in disbelief, and then her body spurted out a terrifying amount of blood, and finally fell down on both sides. Emily! Urza roared, but then she realized that Emily was not such a person. This is also a fraud magic, right? Urza said. Sister Urza thinks so, so it is. Emily laughed. You left for 7 years, I saved a lot of people, and killed a lot of people. This Sister Kagura has nothing to do with us, this knife she can't take it, isn't it normal for her to die? Stop saying such lies. Urza rushed to Emily. Puff. The next second, Urza also fell down on both sides. Only you. Emily looked at Minerva. This is a fraud. Minerva was terrified and stepped back. Yes, it's a fraud, so you can take the knife without worry. Emily laughed, then drew her knife and chased after him. Puff. Minerva's arm was cut off with one knife. Minerva felt severe pain. Damn, you are serious. This pain that reached the limit of cognition made Minerva unable to distinguish whether it was real or fake. I said, whatever you think. Emily laughed and cut off Minerva's other arm. You are crazy. Miniba turned and ran away in fear. Puff. But she was stabbed in the heart from behind. This is fake, isn't it? Miniba was still talking, but she felt the extremely real pain and the rapidly dissipating consciousness. Puff. Miniba's body fell to the ground. Before she died, she saw Stinger running towards her frantically. Sorry, Stinger. As she was about to die, Miniba sighed, took Rector out of the space, and then closed her eyes unwillingly. By the way, Emily suddenly asked, Miniba, do you have any wishes that have not been fulfilled? I want to control the strongest guild in the name of the strongest. This one is too big, change it. I don't want to die. Okay, wish come true. Mineby suddenly felt that all the pain disappeared. She turned over and sat up, checking herself left and right, but found that she was not hurt at all. What happened? She turned her head and found that Urza and Kagura were also lying on the ground. They were not dead or injured, but sleeping soundly. This is my deception magic. Emily said with a smile, at most, it will give people a nightmare. Yes, it's really a nightmare. Suddenly, Urza turned over and sat up. No. Emily was shocked and hurriedly wanted to draw her sword. Urza kicked Emily's hilt and kicked back the sword that Emily had not yet drawn. Then, Urza's knife was placed on Emily's neck. Hehe, Sister Urza, I surrender. Emily smiled flatteringly. She also didn't expect that her endless dream world with full power output would completely deceive the brain and lock the brain in a false but real world. This was more advanced in deception than Yevlet's fraud magic. Some, but unexpectedly, it was forcibly cracked by Urza. Speaking of, how did it crack? Emily was confused. This is totally unreasonable. Will can overcome everything. I have a reason not to lose every battle. Urza said. She slowly put away the knife. Okay. Emily nodded, but her face was full of disbelief. This explanation is too idealistic. However, when I thought of Urza, I suddenly understood it and could only say that it was Urza. Forget it, I lost, my mission is completed, you continue. After saying that, Emily's figure disappeared. Rekt looked left and right, confused, not knowing the situation. But it was a good thing that he was released, so he hurried to find Stinger. Exit location. Yevlet just sat down. Hehe, master. Emily came. What? Do you want to fight with us? Yevlet smiled. No, fraud magic is completely useless to master, and I don't want to be beaten by Sister Myra. Emily refused directly. She stretched out her white and tender little hand, put it on Yevlet's face, felt the hot temperature, and said, Master, I am very worried about you, I feel that your illness is not right. It doesn't matter. Yevlet smiled and shook his head, if I don't want to die, no one, even God, can make me die. Although he said so, Emily and Myra Jane did not lose their worry on their faces. What an unexpected development. At this time, Chibadi came back to his senses from the shock. But I really don't understand what happened just now. Please let Mr. Yajima explain it to me. Yajima is an old and powerful man. He said, just now, everyone was hit by Emily's deception magic. It can be said that from the beginning, all the battle processes were fake. This is the terrible thing about deception magic. Just like Yefrid played a trick on Jura before. This is the most common use of deception magic. And the truth is that Urza and the other two are completely immersed in Emily's endless dream world. In this state, anyone can easily kill them. What a terrible magic! Chibadi couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat, and pointed at the huge chopping block that split half of the city in two. Is that / real or fake? Since the battle is over, it should have disappeared with the removal of the magic. No, it's real. Yajima shook her head and said, Emily's deception magic can make people believe it's real, and her second magic is the wishing magic, which can make people believe in things that become reality. So when Emily said that she had the power to split the town in two, and when everyone believed it, Teresa and the others all dodged, which shows their subconscious belief. So this deception became reality. Hiss. Everyone took a breath of cold air, feeling that the combination of these two kinds of magic is a bit scary. Even the people of Fairy Tale couldn't help but look at the entrance of the town, the little girl who was acting coquettishly with Yefuli. The little girl who was not proficient in using deception magic back then. In the blink of an eye. Has it become such a terrifying existence? Chapter 245 Because we are Fairy Tale Wizards. Grey vs. Leo. Laxus vs. Jura. These are the last two battles. Although it doesn't affect the Fairy Tale Guild's absolute advantage in getting the first place. But this duel between brothers, and the duel between the strongest Dragon Slayer and the Holy Ten, is still very exciting, provided that both sides don't give up. This is of course. No one wants to lose. Grey and Leo. Laxus and Jura. They are all extremely arrogant. As for Uga, Laxus and Jura didn't take him seriously. This made Uga very angry. Don't disturb us to decide the strongest lightning wizard. Uga said angrily. Ah. Jura was a little surprised. What is this person talking about? Or, does he know what he is talking about? Hey. Laxus snorted lightly, too lazy to respond. Sorry, since you said so. Jura said with a smile, then, vent your anger at me. Then you take this move. Uga made an attacking gesture, stretched his hands forward, made a wave gesture, and said, but no one has ever been able to take it. Okay. Jura folded his arms, his face calm. Thors. Uga's hands flashed with black lightning. The magic value skyrocketed wildly. The terrifying might made all the wizards present feel it. Even the skin could feel numb. This move will be very powerful. Urza said. She was still a few streets away from here, but she had already judged so. It's worth my full defense. Kagura next to her said. After Emily was defeated by Urza, Kagura lost the will to fight, because among the three people, only Urza broke Emily's magic by herself and she and Minerva did not do it. Kagura felt ashamed and thought that her training was not good enough. Then Urza comforted her because she was Simon's sister and they would be together in the future. Practice. So now the two of them have a good relationship, sitting side by side on the stool to eat and replenish their energy. Arisa thought to herself that there would be a real tough battle next, because Natsu and the others went to rescue Lucy, which might anger the kingdom. Oga is still charging. Jura allowed him to make adequate preparations so that he could warm up before fighting Laxus. He participated in this battle today, and so far it was not even a warm-up, just a walk. Talisman. Oga's charging was almost completed, and a highly condensed black lightning ball appeared in his hand. Particle cannon. The lightning ball was stimulated, and the terrifying black lightning rushed towards Jura at an extremely fast speed. Laxus reacted the fastest, and his glasses widened, not because Oga's magic was amazing, but because... Boom! Jura almost teleported, directly smashed Oga's magic, and then instantly got close to Oga's face and slapped him on the forehead. Boom! Oga fell to the ground. The audience was shocked and speechless. The people at the commentary desk were all shocked with their eyes wide open and their jaws dropped. Everyone in Fairy Tale was sweating profusely. Makarov rolled his eyes in shock. Makao wiped the sweat off his face and said thankfully, fortunately, our points are enough for first place. Your magic is very strong. Jura said with a smile. It's a pity that Oga couldn't respond to him. Because Oga had already fainted with his eyes rolled up, and his body was still twitching unconsciously. Sword-biting tiger. Minerva sighed, their guild really lacked foundation. In the past, they could rely on the 5-member team to score evenly, thus maintaining the ranking of the first guild. It's a pity that Rufus was broken by Gray's 27 seconds, Stinger and Roger decided to join Fairy Tail, and Oga was slapped in the face. In the future, Sword-bite Tiger will become an ordinary guild, and it will be even more difficult to rise. In the past, Leo and Jura of Snake Princess Scale did not play, so in the past few years, Snake Princess Scale could only rank second. This made Sword-bite Tiger a little arrogant, or in layman's terms, it owed a lesson. This time, Fairy Tail's Tenro Island team was going to participate, and Jura became interested as soon as he heard it, and Leo came for Gray. Facing the top-level combat power of Snake Princess Scale and Fairy Tail with the two strongest lineups at the same time, Sword-bite Tiger's lesson came, but the consequences were a little painful. Natsu punched, Gray elbowed, and Jura slapped, almost disbanding Sword-bite Tiger. In response, Minerva could only smile bitterly. I heard that Mr. Jura is now the 5th of the 10 holy wizards. Laxus said. It's just a false name. Jura said modestly. The top 4, the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar, are not even human. The president of Snake Scale, Granny Oba, explained proudly, that is to say, Jura is now the strongest wizard among humans. It's too early to say that, Ms. Oba. Makarov heard it and said quickly, the battle between Jura and Laxus has not yet been decided. We also have Gildarts and Yevlet in our guild. Although he didn't have much confidence when he saw Jura take action this time, he couldn't lose his momentum. Granny Oba was too lazy to argue with Makarov, anyway, she was full of confidence. After Makarov finished speaking, he also looked solemn, hoping in his heart, Laxus, don't lose. ZZ disconnected. Laxus lightning began to emerge. He threw down his coat. Facing Jura, he had to go all out. Now was not the time for him to show off. If he was not careful, he might be knocked out by that powerful blow. Jura also loosened his arms around him. Laxus lightning was much more powerful than Oga's. If he still treated Oga with contempt, he might be killed by Laxus in one blow. In short, both of them were very cautious. Boom! It started. Laxus launched the attack first. Jura took a deep breath and smashed a hand knife at Laxus directly. Laxus was extremely fast and immediately reached out to catch it, but the terrifying power made him unable to bear it. Laxus understood. Although he was a dragon slayer and his strength was also his strength, the situation at this time he was a speed assassin, because Jura's hand knife was too powerful and too heavy, he couldn't resist it. Boom, bang. Laxus dodged in time, then turned and kicked Jura, who caught it easily. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between Laxus and Jura was too intense. One was the large-scale damage of the Earth system, and the other was the strong destructive power of the Thunder system. The pumpkinhead on the commentary desk said with a trembling voice, "Are they going to destroy this town?" The others, Even if there is repair magic, the subsequent repair costs will be sky-high if this is the case. Although this great magic fighting exercise was unprecedentedly popular, it is hard to say whether the income can offset the expenses. The remaining 2 battlefields. Gray and Leo also caused large-scale damage. Not to mention Jura and Laxus. Everyone watching the town's damage exceed 50, 60, and 70. Pumpkinhead covered his chest, feeling a little sorry for the money. He might lose money this time. Who knew that these guys would fight like crazy? As time passed, both sides began to run out of strength. Gray, you really haven't fallen behind in these years. Leo said with satisfaction. If you can't fight anymore, just surrender. Gray said. Be polite to your senior brother. Leo said. I've been very polite. Gray punched Leo. Both of them had reached their limit in physical strength, and their magic power had been used up. Now it was a final battle of endurance and perseverance. Damn it, Leo kicked back again. The two staggered, making people suspect that the bones of their legs had melted. On the other side, Laxus and Jura were also panting. Laxus had no chance to recover his magic power, and Jura's magic power was very deep, so he could keep up with the attack rhythm of the Dragon Slayer. But at this time, the magic power of the two was almost exhausted. I don't want to be like them. Laxus said. That's what I meant. Jura nodded. What the two were referring to was Gray and Leo, who fought like drunks on the street in the end. They were proud and felt a little embarrassed. Then let's make the next attack and decide the outcome. Laxus began to accumulate power. Of course Jura nodded. On the stage, Chapati said excitedly, I didn't expect that Laxus could force Jura to this point. This means that Fairy Tail has at least 3 Saint 10 strong men. It is really an exaggeratedly powerful guild. In the early years, Guildarts rejected the Saint 10. In the past 7 years, Emily also rejected it several times. Now, Laxus can fight Jura like this, so he must be a Saint 10. As for Yefrit, he didn't have a very shocking performance, so there are some controversies. Some people think he is stronger than Emily, and some people think Emily is a genius girl, so it is normal that her master is not as strong as her, so Chapati did not count the controversial Yefrit. And Mist Gang has disappeared for so long, and he is low-key and has little attention, so everyone has even forgotten him. In the audience of Fairy Tail, Mavis's face is full of joy. Being able to see the younger generation do this makes her, the first generation president, feel very relieved. She closed her eyes and praised, the burning blood, sweat and tears of these children are as dazzling and beautiful as the sun. I am proud of everyone in Fairy Tail now, and I am honored for you. Fight to your heart's content, children, let everyone see this dazzling guild. Sorry, Leo. Grey took a deep breath and said, for Lucy, for our companions, I have this reason that I absolutely cannot lose. As he said, he used up his last punch and hit it out. At the same time on the other side, Laxus roared, Jura, I will never lose to you. Mirai Yule. Grey and Laxus, because we are the wizards of Fairy Tail. Stupid junior brother. Leo looked up and fell. I lost. Jura also lay on the ground. He was as black as charcoal. When he opened his mouth to speak, black smoke came out of his mouth. Fairy Tail. Chapati stood up, holding the microphone, and shouted excitedly, at almost the same time, Grey defeated Leo and Laxus defeated Jura. Fairy Tail is the winner of this game and the final winner. What kind of magic does the sentence because we are Fairy Tail wizards have? It allows the wizards of this team to always defeat enemies that seem stronger than them. Guildarts, Laxus, Myra Jane, Urza, Yefrit, Emily, Natsu, Grey, win. This is the best of the mainland in 7 years ago. Announced this big demon played martial arts, the well-deserved first, the strongest guild is Fairy Tail. Come, found a room in the castle and trim it for the time being. Future Lucy, Sister Queen's umbrella. Everyone hurriedly said with concern. I'm fine, Future Lucy stretched out her left hand and held her forehead. Natsu frowned slightly, as if he had noticed something wrong, but he couldn't tell. What happened, can you tell me in detail? Gajeel said. Of course, I came back for this kind of thing. Future Lucy nodded. Before explaining those things, I want to explain the most important thing. Future Lucy said, Yevlet, that's not a cold, it's a curse from God. What? Everyone looked at her in surprise. I don't know the details, but tonight is the last time, and Yevlet must find a way to save himself, because the future Yevlet said he has no chance. You mean, Lucy said in shock, Yevlet won't survive tonight? Just because of the curse from God. That's right. Future Lucy nodded. How could it be? Everyone found it difficult to accept this news. Future Lucy said, it is precisely because Yevlet died of this disease that we have no way to resist when the end of the world comes. The end of the world? Gajeel asked. At that time, thousands of dragons destroyed the world. Lucy said. What? Lucy said, everyone died. Humans are too weak and insignificant in front of the dragons. Natsu. Emily. Wendy Grey. Lucy said with a trembling voice. In the end, it's just me and Levi. I'm back. But I can't stop it, especially the curse of Yevlet. And in that desperate world, Levi is also. Future Lucy was crying, her shoulders shaking. This is not right. Gajeel suddenly said, have you told the princess that you want to implement the Eclipse Gate plan? Ah! Future Lucy was stunned. If there were tens of thousands of dragons in a certain era. Xiaolulu said in shock, it was only 400 years ago. Get out! Natsu clenched his fist and said, as long as we tell Yevlet about this, he will definitely have a way. Because he is Yevlet. Yevlet will never let people down. Chapter 246, The Truth 7 years later. Everyone decided to return to the guild immediately. In everyone's opinion, no matter what kind of problem it is, as long as Yevlet takes action, there is nothing that can't be solved. The Dragon Slayer Akunoloja wiped out the Dragon Clan and cut off the powerful existence of the Dragon Clan in the future. Yefrit could protect everyone under his attack. What about 10,000 dragons? As long as Yefrit is fine, everything can be solved. And no matter how serious the upcoming crisis is, now Yefrit's life is everyone's first concern. Boom boom boom. However, as soon as they left the room, they were besieged by the court wizards. Natsu, don't waste time. Since you choose to be our enemy, don't hold back. Gajeel said in a cold voice. Of course I know. Natsu nodded. Sorry. My body, future Lucy's body, is very weak and can't participate in this battle. This made Natsu grit his teeth. He has never seen Lucy so weak, which makes his anger value rise. Boom. Natsu, who fought Stinger and Rogue, and fought Sword Bite Tiger, did not activate the power of dragon. But at this moment, he exploded with dragon scales. Everyone was stunned. The enemy was shocked by the abyss-like magic power, which made them feel like they were facing an angry dragon, but the friendly side did not understand why Natsu suddenly exploded with such exaggerated magic power. Natsu said, Lucy, I will protect you, always. Hearing these firm and steady words, the two Lucis simultaneously stretched out their hands to cover their mouths, but one was the right hand and the other was the left hand. This obvious difference made the sensitive Xiaolulu frown. At this time, the two Lucis were moved beyond words. Especially the future Lucy. She had experienced the destruction of the guild, the death of the reassurance pill Yefrit, the death of her best friends Kana, Urza, and others, and finally the confident Natsu, who also fell in front of him. No matter how many times Natsu was defeated, he could stand up, but that time, he did not stand up. The future Lucy, who had lost everything, was panicked in her heart, which was something that the current Lucy could not understand. But Natsu understood. Not only did he understand, he also responded to her. No matter which world Natsu is from, he will protect Lucy. Natsu. Future Lucy burst into tears. Mr. Natsu. So handsome. Wendy couldn't help but say. Fairy tale is like this. Everyone is very reliable at the critical moment, especially Natsu and others, who are full of security as soon as they appear. Like Natsu and Urza, even if they will be defeated for a while, they will always give people confidence they will definitely win in the end. Like Laxus and Gildarts, as soon as they appear, they can declare the end. Like Yefrit, although he rarely appears in person, as long as you hear his voice, or even if you can't hear his voice, you will feel that you only need to fight with all your strength, and Yefrit will cover everything. I don't have time to waste with you. Natsu opened his mouth. The roar of the fire dragon. The entire castle was pierced by a huge column of fire. The court wizards and soldiers were so frightened by the power that their legs went limp. Go. Natsu led the way. Lucy, follow me. Lucy grabbed future Lucy's right hand, but missed. Lucy. Your hand. Lucy suddenly lifted the wizard cloak of future Lucy. Ah! Lucy screamed. Wendy, Xiaolulu, and Happy beside him were also shocked. Natsu heard the sound, looked back, and was also stunned. On the other side, Algadios, who parted ways because he did not go to Fairy Tale and absolutely did not approve of rebellious acts, was running towards the princess and Denton. He knew that they must be at the Eclipse Gate. He must stop the opening of the Eclipse Gate. Tens of thousands of dragons. The crisis of destroying the world came from the Eclipse Gate. This is a huge scam. Puff. Suddenly, Algadios's body froze. He lowered his head in disbelief and saw a black spear piercing his chest. What do you want to do? Arugadios was unable to turn around because of the spear, but he had guessed that the person who did it must be the one who deceived the princess. That's not something you should know. The voice replied. You are. Arugadios heard the voice, combined with magic, and immediately guessed the other party's identity. But just as he was about to speak, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The other party twisted the spear head, enlarged the wound, and then pulled out the spear. Plop! Arugadios fell to the ground and closed his eyes unwillingly. Before losing consciousness, he suddenly heard the sound of slow footsteps. Day! 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 The sound of leather shoes. The other party walked slowly and steadily. Then Arugadios's consciousness fell into chaos as the footsteps faded away. On the other side, the Emerald Princess and Defense Minister Denton were describing their plans in front of the Eclipse Gate. At the same time, because future Lucy lost her right arm, the scene on the castle side was quiet. No one noticed that the deep darkness was slowly approaching. Your right hand. Lucy didn't know what to say. Can you show me the right arm? Lucy stretched out her hand. Future Lucy stroked the guild emblem on the back of Lucy's right hand with nostalgia. Crack Natsu gritted his teeth. He knew how much Lucy cherished the guild emblem. When Lucy first joined the guild, she was still showing off in front of him happily after getting the emblem printed. Everyone be careful. Gajeel suddenly gave a warning, but the next second, he was caught by the darkness and pressed against the wall, unable to move. Everyone came to their senses and found that the ceiling, walls, and ground were covered with darkness. The darkness controlled everyone. This magic. Gajeel narrowed his eyes slightly. He recognized it, so he didn't resist at the first time. Gilyalu. At the end of the corridor, the black fog slowly enveloped. Natsu's nose twitched and asked, Rog. As expected of Mr. Natsu and Mr. Gajeel. The figure in the black fog appeared. Compared to the more well-behaved Rog now, this Rog seems much more rebellious, with black and white hair, tattoos on his face, and a curved Dragon King smile at the corner of his mouth, a complete killer mat style. You are not the current Rog. Xiaolulu said. That's right. Future Rog nodded, I am Rog from the future, to be precise, Rog 7 years later. Except me, future Lucy was shocked. You came back with the help of the Eclipse Gate? Gajeel asked. Yes. Future Rogue nodded. Why? To open the Eclipse Gate. Future Rogue's words made everyone silent. Rogue, do you know what you are talking about? Once this door is opened, connecting the past world, countless dragons will come to this era. Gajeel said. I know. Future Rogue nodded. Then why do you still want to do such a thing? Wendy asked angrily. This is the only way to prevent the world from being completely destroyed. Future Rogue said. What? Everyone frowned. If the door is not opened, there will be no dragons, and how can the world be destroyed? I come from the destroyed world 7 years later. Future Rogue said, in the near future, Ziref will return to this world. No one knows how he came back, but he brought the end of the world. And acknowledge, they join forces to end human civilization. Everyone listened to the news in shock. So, if we don't open the Eclipse Gate, we will face Ziref and acknowledge, but if we open the Eclipse Gate, I have learned dragon controlling magic, which only dragon slayers can do. I will hand them over to you, and let you control 10,000 dragons with me, and then attack Acknowledge and Ziref. I think, even the two of them can't resist 10,000 dragons. What Future Rogue said was very reasonable. But there are some flaws. Lucy asked first, then why do you want to open the Eclipse Gate in this era, door, not in your era? Future Rogue said, it takes a lot of magic to open the Eclipse Gate. Only by opening it now can we cross 400 years of time and space. I can't do it in the era 7 years later. But we can summon Wanlong first, use their magic, and then travel to 7 years later. After solving this matter, we will send you back, Mr. Natsu. Everyone nodded slightly, knowing why Future Rogue came to this era. Gajeel then asked, you said Ziref returned to this world? How did he come back to life? There is a trap in this question, because they knew that Ziref was not dead at all when they were on Tianlang Island. Future Rogue said, Ziref is not dead, he has been alive, but he has not awakened. I think he should keep a look that does not look vicious, but that is not his nature. The real Ziref, needless to say, everyone knows how evil he is. No one refuted this. Everyone even remembered the demon behind Yefrit, Maiko, who was also very honest, but that didn't mean they were once kind and decent. Especially the demons like Jelal, the demons he created have been a natural disaster for the past 400 years, always bringing disaster and terror to people. Although the contracted demon clan has appeared now, the reputation of demons has gradually been widened, but this does not include Jelal's demons. Even based on the characteristics of the two demons, everyone has treated them separately, like two species. Most of the contracted demons are not strong, and they have no hostility to humans. They are considered to be demons, belonging to a kind of intelligent creature different from humans. People call them natural demons. They are creatures born of nature, and they are what the real demon race should be like, just like the demons on the island of Karna that Natsu and others have visited. And Ziref's demons are pure bad guys, artificial, born with original sin, they are not worthy of being called creatures at all, they have no mercy and kindness, they only know how to destroy, just like ruthless natural disasters, like volcanic eruptions and tsunamis. They are specifically called original sin demons, and their appearance is a sin. This question is considered to be a pass for the future rogue. Xiaolulu asked again, where did you learn the dragon riding magic? Is it really useful? Why don't you use it on the black dragon? This question is really confusing at the beginning, but the last question is a trap again. Aknologia is not a dragon, but a dragon slayer wizard. The future technology, I invented it myself. Future rogue said, as for controlling Aknologia, I can't do it, because he is a human, to be precise the final form of the dragon slayer. Another correct answer. Lucy asked, why? After 400 years, Zeref and Aknologia will come to destroy the world. Zeref has not awakened, which may be explained by the fact that when he awakens, he will become an evil villain. But Aknologia thinks calmly. He has been wandering around for 400 years. Although he occasionally does things similar to the original Sin Demon, destroying towns and even countries, he doesn't seem to have a reason to suddenly destroy the world. Destroying a country, it can be said that he is tyrannical because of his strong strength, but destroying the world, there must be a purpose and idea to support Aknologia to do so. It can't be that he is bored. Future rogue is still not panicked at all, and answered, because of these demons that suddenly appeared. Natural demons. Everyone frowned. That's right. Future rogue said, one day not long from now, the natural demons lost control. They were originally kind and peace-loving, but suddenly became as violent as Zeref's original sin demons. However, they did not harm humans. They just attacked Zeref and Aknologia like crazy, which angered them. If that's what you said, Xiaolulu said, then, as long as we don't open the door, and then find out the reason why the natural demons are irritable and attack the two, then we can solve this world-destroying crisis. Don't talk to him. Gajeel suddenly said. What? Everyone looked at him. Yeflet studied demons 7 years ago. The demons he created were very kind and could be easily contracted. Then in the past 7 years, a large number of kind and contractable demons appeared in the two worlds. Everyone knows where these demons came from. Everyone was silent. Before in the world of Edras, most people had not guessed this, and just thought it was a magical feature of that world, just like the kingdom of Mistgang on the neighboring continent, which used magic devices as magic. But until everyone returned to Eslanden and found the same type of contract magic. Originally, smarter people like Milage had already guessed it, and this time, even Natsu knew what was going on. As for the 100-year history of demons in the other world, in fact, there are many loopholes. The simplest one, in the great magic fighting performance, everyone only learned 3 years of contract magic, and each person could disintegrate. As a result, in the other world, after developing contract magic for 100 years, the dozen or so magicians who could disintegrate appeared when everyone was fighting in the palace. Once you realize it, Yefrit's fraudulent magic can be solved. In addition, Yefrit didn't think about hiding it deeply, so if it was discovered, it was discovered. After everyone knew about it, they didn't say it pretend not to know. Anyway, Yefrit will not do bad things, even if he is sometimes naughty, such as the fairy tale guild civil war with Laxus, but in the end it was proved that Yefrit saved Laxus and the guild, and prevented the guild from splitting and losing companions. So, even if Yefrit is naughty, everyone believes in him, and the final result must be good. Future rogue, with a look of no surprise on his face, obviously he also knows about this. Gajeel continued, Yefrit is cursed, he is the source of those demons. Once he dies, those demons will naturally be out of control, such as the one behind him. This also corresponds to the words of the emerald dragon Kirkonis in the dragon cemetery in the underground cave. Kilkonis finally said, Hermes will definitely make a world-destroying cry. Hermes is Miss Maiko. So, the story goes like this. Yeflet was cursed to death by God, and Miss Maiko was so sad that she decided to take revenge, but she was naturally not strong enough to defeat God. Then for some unknown reason, she attacked Aknologia and Zeref, which was definitely not the end of her actions. Her end must be revenge on God perhaps, to gain the power of the two, and then challenge God or something. The Dragon Slayer is easier to understand. Natsu often eats various things to form a new form. For example, he once ate Yefrit's magic power and developed the miracle fire type as a big move. However, this will naturally anger Zeref and Aknologia. The enemy who can unite the two enemies will naturally not be a weak human, but a guy of the same level or even stronger. That can only be Hermes, who controls all the natural demons in the world. So, Xiaolulu's face was gloomy. and she said, "You may not have concealed anything from us, and you are telling us the truth, but you haven't told us one thing." "What?" Future Rogue said calmly. "The Emerald Dragon Kilconus said, Hermes, 400 years ago, bewitched a dragon, causing the dragon race to split, and then Akunologia was born, and then the dragon race was completely destroyed." Xiaolulu said, "So Hermes has the power to bewitch people. Behind you, is Hermes. You were bewitched by her. Part of the truth is hidden." In the future battlefield 7 years later, Hermes controls the natural demons and cannot resist the attacks of Akunologia and Ziref. She needs helpers, that is naturally the dragon race. Hermes is very strong, but she can't beat Akunologia and Ziref. Yeflet didn't say this, but everyone guessed it. When they were on the Sirius Island, Hermes appeared in the face of a desperate situation, but she could only barely resist Akunologia's attack. Then Ziref attacked and broke her invincible defense. Leaving Yefrit injured, if everyone hadn't run fast, they would have been wiped out. For Hermes, Yefrit is absolutely the most important. If she couldn't protect Yefrit in that situation, it shows the limit of Hermes. She ranks third in this world, lower than Akunologia and Ziref. After Yefrit's death, the future Hermes went crazy, but she also knew that she couldn't defeat the two. Then, she had to find helpers. This helper is naturally, the Dragon Clan. So Gajiel said, "We don't need to waste time with him. The source of the destruction lies in the death of Yefrit. We naturally have confidence in Yefrit. As long as we tell him about this, he can avoid death." "But... Rog, you won't believe it, right?" "That's right." Future Rog nodded. "Only a few hours, before the eclipse gate opens, he has died." "Maybe. He's dead now. So I won't bet on this probability. The safest way now is to determine that Mr. Yefrit is dead, and the best measure we can take is to summon Wanlong and defeat Akunologia and Ziref." "Then what?" "Leaving crazy Hermes to fight against the gods and truly destroy the world." Gajiel said sarcastically. "I don't understand." Natsu spoke at this time, "But I know that we must go back quickly, Rogue. Natsu's magic power is increasing. If you don't want to be beaten, get out of here." Chapter 247, Yevlet, what's wrong with your expression? To save the world. Future Rogue's eyes are cold. Some sacrifices must be made. You have not experienced the despair of facing the end of the world, so you cannot understand my feelings. Of course we have experienced it. Lucy said, "The black dragon Akunologia that scares you, and the black wizard Ziref, we have all faced their fears. But your extreme method will not work. The root cause is Yefrit. As long as Yefrit is alive, Hermes will not go crazy, and there will be no battle between Ziref and Akunologia and her. Yefrit can't survive." Future Rogue said, "No one can break the curse of God. The final solution must be that humans must choose a side. Only by helping Hermes defeat Ziref and Akunologia, or even threatening God, otherwise Hermes failed, and humans have no chance of facing the joint revenge of Akunologia and Ziref, not to mention when God looks at this world and sees the once beautiful world in ruins, who can tell what his attitude will be towards us humans? God's favorite is the Dragon Clan, but Hermes once bewitched the Dragon Clan and allowed humans to rise. 400 years ago, humans were already in Hermes' camp. We can only choose her. Miss Lucy. Mr. Natsu. Mr. Gajiel. Tell me." Future Rogue roared excitedly, "The future is a dead end. Do you have to gamble the lives of all mankind for your companions who can't survive?" Everyone was silent. Boom. Natsu suddenly punched Future Rogue in the face and said, "I said I don't understand. Anyway, if you stop me, I'll beat you down." "Hey." Gajiel laughed. "One side is a 100% chance of death, the other side is a 90% chance of death, both seem to make people despair, so let the most trusted person make the decision." Wendy clenched her fists, and Xiaolulu also turned into a human form. The two said at the same time, "Let Yefrit decide." Fire dragons, iron dragons, sky dragons roar. Boom. The boiling magic power far exceeded that of the great demon fighting ensemble, and even exceeded that of Laxus's decisive battle with Jura. The 4 dragon roars gathered together and rushed towards Future Rog. Even though he had 7 years of practice, he did not dare to take this roar head-on. But his purpose was not to take it head-on. Boom! The 4 fusion roars penetrated the entire capital, and finally directly annihilated a high mountain outside the capital. But at the same time, "Be careful!" Future Lucy pushed Lucy away. Puff! A black gun poked out from the shadow of the gravel behind and pierced future Lucy's chest. "Lucy!" Lucy shouted. "What?" Everyone turned around and saw this eye-opening scene. "It's not you," future Rogue said. He looked at the present Lucy and launched another attack. "Asshole!" Natsu rushed forward. Buzz! The two Lucy were directly transferred by Happy and avoided the attack. "What?" Future Rogue was shocked and wanted to withdraw his attack, but the furious Natsu had already rushed to Future Rogue and punched him hard in the face. Boom! Future Rogue was blown away and he escaped directly into the darkness, but left a few words. "I don't need to be understood. I am in the shadows, carrying out the last mission entrusted to me by humans. The past and the future cannot be changed. From the moment the Eclipse Gate was created, it was the last chance for humans. Yevlet will definitely die. The Eclipse Gate must be opened. Even if it is a life-or-death situation, this is the last hope for humans." "Asshole!" Natsu's roar interrupted Future Rogue's words. His flames burst, dispelling all the darkness on the entire floor. "Lucy, enter the mecha mode immediately. Future Rogue's goal is not only to stop us, but also to kill you," Gajeel said. "I know." Lucy immediately put on the mecha and protected herself well. "Lucy!" Natsu ran to Future Lucy. "Sorry." Future Lucy coughed up blood. "I have nothing to help you. I am leaving and returning to my fairy tale." "Natsu." Future Lucy reached out and stroked Natsu's face, saying, "Next time you must protect me well." As soon as these words came out, Lucy's defense was broken. Even Natsu had tears in his eyes, and he stared at the weak Future Lucy without blinking. And Future Lucy smiled and said, "Natsu, smile, I want to see you smile as you leave." Yet, Natsu held back his tears, wiped his tears, showed his big buck teeth, and said with a cheerful smile, "Lucy, let's go on an adventure together." "That's great." Future Lucy's eyes gradually lost their luster, and her voice became more and more empty. "Let's go on an adventure together, Natsu. Yefrit, you're here to pick me up." Future Lucy closed her eyes, her body slowly disintegrated, and finally completely dissipated. Natsu, in a sad state, was confused and absent-minded. Even though his Lucy was still by his side, this incident was still a big blow to him. And Natsu in this state. No one dared to be his enemy. The court wizards and soldiers retreated again and again, and finally dispersed. "If you provoke this fire dragon in this state, it will really kill you." Ding ding ding. The city was full of alarms. The king was dispersing civilians because Future Rogue deceived the Emerald Princess, causing her to think that only firing a cannon could solve the disaster, but she didn't know that using the Eclipse the Gate itself is the source of the disaster. The crowd did not go to the Eclipse Gate to stop it. Now, 10,000 dragons are not even the most important thing. The most important thing is to tell Yefrit the truth. He must have a way. Even if it is a curse from the gods, as long as he knows it, he must have a way to survive. The Fairy Tale Guild, facing the changes, is gathering in the hotel at this time, waiting for the king's instructions. Facing the upcoming disaster, civilians can run away, but all wizard guilds must stay and prepare to welcome it. Boom! The door was kicked open violently, and it was Natsu with a gloomy face. "Natsu, I remind you that the current rogue is not that rogue," Gajeel said. He was afraid that Natsu would vent his anger on the current rogue. "I know," Natsu said. "Lucy is back." Everyone was about to be happy when they saw Lucy coming back, but they saw that everyone's expression was wrong, and their hearts were also tight. For Natsu to show such an expression, things must be very troublesome. "Mr. Natsu. Mr. Gajeel. We have joined Fairy Tale," Stinger and Rogue said cautiously. Natsu ignored them and said, "Where is Yefrit? He has a high fever again and is upstairs. He can't participate in the next operation. Myra Jane and the others are taking care of him." Makarov said, sighing, "Alas, when will this disease be cured?" "That's not a disease," Gajeel said. He looked at Natsu. "Natsu, don't talk now, let me make it clear, time is tight." After preventing Natsu from interrupting, Gajeel explained, "That is the curse of God. Yefrit must be told immediately. He must take this disease seriously and save himself, otherwise the whole world will be buried with him." "What happened?" Everyone was confused. "Let's talk in Yefrit's room," Gajeel said. Seeing the urgency of the situation, everyone did not delay and crowded into Yefrit's room. At this time, Yevlet was lying on the bed, covered with a white sheet. He closed his eyes tightly and frowned, as if he was in pain. His face was red and he was breathing heavily, as if he was having difficulty breathing. Mirage, Emily, Turtledove, and Altia sat by the bed, their faces full of worry. Bang! Gajeel suddenly punched Yevlet's pillow. Gajeel, what are you doing? Everyone was shocked. Yevlet, wake up, if you don't wake up, you won't have a chance to wake up again. Gajeel said forcefully, wake him up. Gajeel is not the kind of person who does unreliable things at critical moments. Seeing him do this, Mirage and others didn't care whether it was excessive or not, and tried to wake Yevlet up. They tried slapping him, but it didn't work. Pinching his face and his philtrum again, still didn't work. Finally. Splash! Laxus decisively picked up a basin of water and poured it directly on Yefrit's head. Yefrit barely opened her eyes were confused and lifeless. Miss Maiko, Yefrit is like this, are you still indifferent? Myra Jane asked sternly. Maiko did not answer her. In fact, Maiko has become autistic. Tonight, when Yefrit suddenly became seriously ill, Maiko, who should have been most concerned about his condition, suddenly lost consciousness, like a puppet, completely lost the perception of the outside world. So Maiko couldn't respond to everyone at all. She was standing in the corner at this time, like a dummy puppet, stupid. Okay, everyone listen to me. Gajeel said. Everyone immediately focused. On the way back, Gajeel and Lucy, especially with Xiaolulu, discussed that in fact, among all of them, Xiaolulu showed the highest IQ and ability to analyze intelligence. Then, they reached a consensus. Gajeel briefly told the story of what happened before and after. From the history of the Dragon Slayer, the appearance of Akunologia, Maiko's true identity Hermes, and what role she played in the war between humans and dragons. Finally, it was the prophecy of the Emerald Dragon Kirkonis that Hermes would destroy the world. Although this statement may be a provocation, combined with the words of the future Rog, this is really not a trivial matter that can be omitted. Then, talking about the future Lucy's story, the Eclipse Gate opened, and tens of thousands of dragons from 400 years ago flew out, and everyone was wiped out. So her opinion is that the Eclipse Gate must not be opened. But Rog, 7 years later, traveled through time and told the specific process of the future destruction. Yeflet was cursed to death by God, and Maiko awakened the large Hermes in grief and decided to take revenge on God. But she was not strong enough, so she wanted to take away the power of Akunologia and Zeref, and she provoked all the natural demons to declare war on the two. But even so, she still couldn't defeat the two. The battle between the three destroyed most of the world. Realizing that she couldn't defeat the two, Hermes used magic to seduce the future Rogue, asking him to travel back and open the most powerful Eclipse Gate to transport 10,000 dragons from 400 years ago to the future. Rogue therefore deceived the Emerald Princess, saying that 10,000 dragons would soon attack the country, and the Eclipse Gate must be used to attack the dragons to completely solve the problem. The dragons were originally killed by Akunologia. When they go to the future to see their enemies, even if Rogue's dragon-controlling magic doesn't control them, they will definitely go crazy. In this way, Hermes can focus on dealing with Zeref, the strongest dragon slayer who poses the greatest threat to them. Perhaps, Hermes has a good chance of winning. And she is the only one among the three parties who will not actively harm humans. However, the world was destroyed because of the war she started. But can humans complain? No, in that case, humans only have 3 choices. Sitting back and doing nothing, that means waiting to die. Hermes will declare war on God. If you don't get the protection of Hermes, when she attacks God without scruples, the whole world will be affected and destroyed. Helping Akunologia and Zeref, a fool, right? Only by helping Hermes, defeating the two, and going all the way to the end, can we get her mercy, protect the fire left by humans during the battle, and then humans and her will join forces to finally defeat the gods. This is timely help, and when her anger subsides, the demons will naturally return to normal, and humans may be able to usher in a real prosperous age. A world without gods high above guiding fate, without the threat of Akunologia and evil Zeref, a completely clean world belonging to humans. Hey! Everyone held their breath while listening, and forgot to breathe until Gajeel finished speaking, and then everyone breathed a sigh of relief. So Makarov said, the key is Yefrit. No matter from what angle, he can't die. That's right. Lucy nodded and said, and me, I'm a celestial mage. I can close the Eclipse Gate, Rogue. Just after she finished speaking, she saw Rogue's stunned look and quickly changed her words, the next goal of the bewitched future rogue is to kill me. Miss Lucy. Stinger said, please believe me and the current rogue. He pulled Rogue forward and said, we will use our lives to protect your safety. I will. Rogue gritted his teeth and said, no matter what happens to my future self, now even if I sacrifice my life, I will never let him hurt Miss Lucy. Rogue really hated his future self at this moment. He had joined Fairy Tale, why didn't he want to trust his companions, but still did things that hurt his companions. I will protect Lucy. Natsu said in a low voice. Everyone was speechless after hearing this. After all, the future Lucy died in front of Natsu. Ahem. Yefrit coughed twice. He said with a hoarse voice and a weak smile, what's wrong with your expressions? Is this that a big deal? Hearing his voice, everyone with heavy expressions looked up at him. As expected of Yefrit, he was always relaxed at critical moments, which could calm everyone's hearts. Natsu. Yefrit looked at Natsu and said, don't have that expression. Natsu looked at him. Yefrit said, you look like you are about to be swallowed by anger, not calm enough. I remember cough 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 cough. He coughed as he spoke, and Natsu stretched out his hands worriedly, but froze in confusion, not knowing what to do. Mirage quickly patted Yefrit's chest, and Emily brought him some water and let him drink some. Yevlet took a breath and continued, I have told you that when facing insidious enemies hiding in the dark, unless you have absolute power to suppress them, otherwise, reason and caution are the most important. Look at what you look like now. You can't protect Lucy like this. The future Lucy is dead, but the current Lucy is by your side. Can't you feel how much she worries about you and cares about you? Facing the threat hidden in the dark, she is obviously very scared. She can only rely on everyone and you, but, Natsu, is this how you respond to Lucy's expectations? Natsu suddenly came back to his senses. He turned his head and looked. He couldn't see anything through the mecha, but Lucy's actions betrayed her mood. Lucy put her hands on her chest, and she looked like a girl feeling palpitations, worry and fear. Natsu suddenly came back to his senses. Natsu suddenly came back to his senses. I look at you, but I can't see anything through the mecha, but Lucy's actions betrayed her feelings. Lucy put her hands on her chest, and she looked like a girl feeling palpitations, worry and fear. I look at you, but I can't see anything. Sorry, Lucy. Natsu finally returned to normal, and he said seriously, please believe me, I will definitely protect you. Of course I believe you, always. Lucy grabbed Natsu's hand and said, but now, let's give all the time to Yevlet. What did President Mavis say? Yevlet asked. There is a flaw, if it's Roger in the future. Mavis said. Where? Zerf. Mavis wanted to say something. That's not a flaw. Yevlet suddenly interrupted her. Mavis was stunned, she looked at Yevlet, thinking that he should be the one who understood her the most. Yevlet said, who can tell clearly about the future? Everyone was silent. Yevlet glanced at Maiko who was in a trance in the corner and said, the flaw in Roger's words is now. Yevlet smiled reluctantly and said, if I don't want to die, I won't die. And even if I really die, Maiko will never destroy the world. Because the current situation is not right, everything Roger said about the future is a lie. Everyone was silent. After a long time, Lucy asked, Yevlet, in this case, you should treat yourself immediately. As long as you are alive, you will not go to the worst ending, and everything can be solved. I need some time. Yevlet said, what everyone has to do is to delay it as much as possible, no matter how far things develop, until I come back. Come back. Everyone was stunned. Where can Yevlet go now? Let's act, I don't need to leave anyone behind. After saying that, Yevlet closed his eyes and left the last sentence, don't worry, I will take care of everything. Yevlet. Mirage was startled and quickly put her hand in front of Yevlet's nose to feel her breath. It's gone. She immediately lay on Yevlet's chest again to listen to the sound of her heart. It also disappeared. Yevlet's body function stopped working. Everyone was dumbfounded. Swish. Emily stood up. She walked out with a cold face. Emily. Master said that he would come back, he would come back. Emily said, he said that he would take care of everything and let everyone rest assured, then everyone should rest assured. Before the master comes back, no matter what happens, our duty is to prevent the situation from getting worse. Please, all members of the Fairy Tale Guild, go to the palace immediately to discuss matters. Downstairs, the messenger shouted. Miss Maiko, please keep an eye on him. Mirage said, then she wiped her tears, stood up firmly, and walked out. Seeing this, everyone followed and walked out of the room one by one. Crack, crack, crack. Yevlet's body suddenly cooled down rapidly, and a layer of frost quickly covered the surface. Grey. Laxus looked at Grey in confusion. It's not me. Grey shook his head. Everyone left. Only Yevlet, who was sealed in the ice coffin, was left. Suddenly, voices rang in the room. It's necessary to do this, it scared everyone. Yevlet's voice was full of vitality and health. Two light blue transparent figures gradually solidified, and finally formed two Yevlets. One of them, the Yevlet on the left, said, if you don't want to be like me in the future. Okay. Yevlet on the right said, I don't want to. As expected, soul ascension and mechanical ascension are not possible. Without the hormones in the body, I can't feel anything and emotions. There is nothing to look forward to if I ascend to become a god. It's better to die. As expected of me. Yevlet on the left laughed. Yevlet on the right looked at Maiko and said, I'm curious, how did you control Maiko? The left answered, it's a very simple technique. Maiko told me himself. After I died. The right asked, so what Rog said is true? The reason why the destruction of the world was delayed for a while and Maiko didn't explode on the spot was because Maiko was controlled by me for a while. The left asked in confusion, have you been sick for a long time and haven't woken up yet? The Yevlet on the right is the present Yevlet, and the one next to him is the future Yevlet, who came back with Lucy. To be precise, the two are now a kind of existence similar to Mavis, a soul that remains in the world. The difference is that the present Yevlet can still return to the body, while the future Yevlet has indeed died physically. The present Yevlet shook his head. Being sick for a long time did make him a little unwell. He said, okay, I forgot that even if I am in this state, I don't need to control Maiko. I only need one word and she will listen to me and execute my words to the end. Chapter 248, The Hymn of Mankind is the Hymn of Courage. For mankind, protect Lucy. Boom boom. When everyone from Fairy Tale arrived at the scene, other guilds had already arrived, and the Eclipse Gate was slowly opening. Okay. Laxus said, Yevlet, that guy, no matter what happens, you can trust him. Now we have to adjust our emotions. The next battle is not something we can handle carelessly. Let me add one thing. Urza said, according to Yevlet's personality, he took so many photos for us. If he was really powerless, he would definitely give all those photos to us, but he didn't. Laxus' words were meant to force everyone to cheer up. Then Urza's words were to reassure everyone. Yes. According to Yevlet's character, he had been saying that he would find a suitable opportunity to give everyone the photos he took. If Yevlet was really powerless, he would at least take out those precious photos and give them to everyone. But he didn't mention it at all. Perhaps. This is another deception of Yevlet. Everyone's confidence increased immediately. Yevlet. This bad guy is like this. When you are an enemy with him, you have to be nervous. And being a teammate with him is always nervous. The newly joined Yukino, Stinger, and Roger didn't understand why everyone suddenly changed, but just thought, Yevlet is really special to Fairy Tale. What about other existences? It can even be said that they are necessary for the stability of the military morale. Princess Emerald, the king, and a group of ministers all looked at the slowly opening Eclipse Gate. The prophecy she got was that the dragons would arrive soon. And the Eclipse Gate needs a certain amount of time to prepare, so it must be opened in advance. Now, it's just waiting for the dragons to arrive. Emerald Girl, said the future Yevlet, has been like this since she was a child, and she has been spoiled. There are only two of us, and we are still ourselves. When did you become so tactful? Yevlet said. After all, I came back from the future time and space, or because of my return, I am no longer in the same world with you, and we are not the same Yevlet. The future Yevlet said. He paused for a moment, and then said, okay, it's a bit stupid. Hat. Yevlet smiled. The two were standing on the top of the tallest bell tower in the city, looking at this side. After being released from control, Maiko accurately found his own Yevlet and stood behind him, and showed no interest in the future Yevlet. They were obviously different time periods of the same person, and the two Yevlets could not understand the strange and distant look that Maiko gave to the future Yevlet. Yevlet also got the magic to control her from Maiko. Maiko did not care that Yevlet caught her weakness. I think of someone. Yevlet said. I suspected it was him a long time ago. The future Yevlet said. Who? Maiko was puzzled. Why would Rogue, who joined fairy tale, turn evil in the future. Excluding Maiko's bewitching, there is another person who can do this, right? Yevlet said. The two Yevlets smiled at each other. This is the tacit understanding that only Yevlet can have. Maiko's eyes widened, and suddenly realized, it's Yevlet. But why would he do such a thing? Who knows? Both Yevlets shook their heads, not understanding why the guy in the more distant future would do such a series of troublesome things. Yes. The two have guessed the real mastermind. That is Yevlet in the more distant future. Only if it is Yevlet, blackened Rogue will appear. After all, Rogue has joined fairy tale, why would he still be blackened? It's full of lies. Unless someone wants to have such a Rogue. And why is it Rogue? Because it's Rogue in the animation. This is something only Yevlet knows, and it is a tacit understanding between Yevlets. But what exactly he wants to do in the future, the two don't understand. It's definitely not because of God's curse. Future Yevlet said, because I came back to solve this matter. Okay, let's solve it. Yevlet said, what do you have in mind? You and I both know about God's curse. There are two solutions, but neither of us wants to do it. Future Yevlet said. Of course. Yevlet nodded. Yevlet did not study immortality, but he had already surpassed the scale of immortality in his research on alchemy. There are two ways to solve God's curse. 1. Soul ascension. By converting one's own soul into data in the mirror world, Yevlet will become a god in the mirror world. Not only that, the material of the real world can also be converted to the mirror world, then Yevlet can even empty the entire world, and then create an identical new world in the mirror world, and he will become the kami of the new world. Perhaps the current world came from this, and maybe God also came from this. 2. Concept eternity. Through the same method as Maiko, he directly refined his soul into a natural demon, and he was no longer a human. But the price was that he became an eternity that he could not even abandon. Future Yefret has thoroughly studied the curse of God. God's curse on Yefret is to prevent Yefret from having a real body, and at most let Yefret exist in the form of a soul. I have to say that this is really in line with God's usual style. The more you care about something, the more you will lose it. The closer you get to the abyss of magic and the truth with a certain mood, then, you will open the door to truth at the cost of losing that mood. Just like Akunalaja, who was originally a human hero who wanted to kill the dragon, became a black dragon, a being hated by both humans and dragons, and the most despised being in the world. The originally kind-hearted Ziref harmed the world in order to save one person. When he repented, he had no chance. The more he respected life, the more he would kill it, unless he didn't care about life, but this was against his nature. When he reached the abyss of magic, the price was the death of countless people in the past 400 years, when he gained eternity, he lost the right to want to die, when he wanted to love, he lost the freedom to love. Everything he wanted would be taken away by this world. And Maiko, although his body was still the same body, for the sake of the human being Hermes studied alchemy and chose to turn herself into an eternal demon in pursuit of the highest truth. Isn't this a kind of death for her then and now, Maiko? The body is eternal, but the mind is annihilated. Hermes clearly wanted eternal thoughts, wanted to live and do research for centuries, but in the end she became Maiko who remembered nothing and forgot all the knowledge. What a cruel curse! So, rather than saying it is God's curse, it is better to say it is God's punishment. It is like God and truth are two enemies. When someone approaches the truth, God curses him. Yevlet does not seek immortality, but only seeks a comfortable life and happiness in this life. So, God's curse and punishment for Yevlet is to deprive him of his physical existence, but keep his soul eternal. Without a physical body, he cannot hug mileage. The soul is eternal, and he can only watch the death of familiar people, and even see the decline of fairy tale. In a few hundred years, Yevlet will become another person. What he cared about the most and wanted to protect the most, by then, he will not care about anything and will not want to protect anything. He can only accompany Maiko with his memories of the past, lonely to the end of eternity. What a cruel punishment this is for Yevlet. God is really. Yevlet sighed, vile. It can be said that cursing Yevlet to not have a physical body is like hitting the snake's weak spot. But there is always a way out. Future Yevlet said. Yet. Yevlet nodded. God's curse is not completely unbreakable. At least Jalal was finally freed, which also broke God's curse. I thought of a way, but it's too late for me, but I can save you, so I came here. Future Yevlet said. Actually, I guessed it. Yevlet said. It's me. Future Yevlet nodded. Curse counter. They said at the same time, and then looked at Maiko. Maiko was confused. Yevlet closed his eyes, spread his hands, and began to sense. When fighting with the Roya organization, a demon from the Forsaken Land, Aftidari, chased Miss One, also known as Alice. Then he was scared away by Maiko. The Forsaken Land is where Maiko studied alchemy and transformed herself into a demon. Just like Ziref created many demons for Natsu, Maiko did the same. When Aftidari knew that Yevlet was studying demons, he sighed, humanity will eventually be doomed. Thinking about it now, it's true. The top genius of mankind is fighting against studying demons. Hermes, Ziref, Yevlet. I sensed it. Yevlet opened his eyes. When Aftitali left, he took a card with him. There was a mirror in the card that could help Yevlet locate the Forsaken Land. Asa Yevlet said. Okay, Master. Asa responded. A door appeared in front of him. Yevlet took Maiko's hand and said, Maiko, we have to go back. It doesn't matter to me. That's not me. I'm Maiko, not Hermes. Maiko shook his head. The two Yevlets looked at each other with irony in their eyes. Hermes, this is the eternity you are pursuing. When you get there, don't worry about the outside world. Yevlet took Maiko's hand and gently comforted him, no matter what happens, you have me. Yet. Maiko nodded. Yevlet then stepped into the door. Boom boom. When the eclipse gate opened to its maximum, the earth shook. Everyone in Fairy Tale already knew the truth. The rest were dumbfounded. Under the blood moon, a huge head stretched out from the eclipse gate. Dragon? Even someone as calm as Jura couldn't help but shout out. This was a huge dragon head, and then a huge dragon, almost as tall as a city wall, slowly walked out of the door. Why? The dragon came out of the eclipse gate. Princess Emerald was dumbfounded. Boom. As soon as the dragon came out of the eclipse gate, it let out the most authentic dragon roar. Boom. The entire square was destroyed by the roar. Everyone was blown away by this terrifying magic. Boom boom boom. Another dragon came out of the eclipse gate. Princess Emerald finally realized that she had been deceived. The disaster. She brought it upon herself. Crash. Suddenly, the dragon that she had been carrying with her, the broken rattle she was carrying, fell to the ground. She looked down and burst into tears. Yevlet. She regretted it, regretting her arbitrary and self-righteous behavior. What did she do? She believed in a stranger, but was unwilling to believe in Yevlet and his companions. She thought she was fighting for a lofty ideal and was great. Even if she was not understood, she would never regret it, even if she lost her few friends and severed her friendship with Yevlet and Emily. But the facts proved that Ming. She is a big fool. Ho ho ho. Dragons flew out of the eclipse gate one after another. The wizards who were originally called were stunned. When they came, they already knew that it was a coordinated action. 10,000 dragons attacked, and the eclipse gate fired a cannon to exterminate 10,000 dragons, but there was a possibility that the action would fail, or a few would be missed, so everyone needed to work together to defeat the dragons and protect the country. Everyone came with such psychological preparation and awareness. Even thinking about killing dragons to become famous. Everyone was full of confidence when waiting for the 10,000 dragons, and even extremely looking forward to it. But when the dragons really arrived, everyone was dumbfounded. That kind of exaggerated magic power, each one has the breath of the starting point of the Holy Ten. How to fight this? Lucy. Laxus shouted, close the gate immediately. I know. Lucy nodded. Our mission is to escort Lucy to the gate. Laxus said. But how can we close the gate? Are we going to wrestle with the dragon? Stinger asked. Are you scared, Stinger? Natsu smiled. Why bother? Gajeel said, let's finish the task at hand first. Let's go. With Laxus's order. When everyone was frightened by the appearance of the dragon and retreated, only Fairy Tale was moving forward against the crowd. What are you doing? Asked Jura of Snake Princess Scale. Jura. Laxus shouted, help us, the eclipse gate was opened by celestial magic, and Lucy of our guild is a celestial magician, so we have a chance to close the gate. As soon as this was said, several guilds around heard it. Jura pulled off his coat and said, I understand. Protect Lucy of Fairy Tale. Pakas of the Four-Headed Hound also shouted. Protect Lucy. This command quickly spread to all wizards' guilds. Damn it, a wizard cursed, when the ancient dragons return to this world, even if we escape, where can we escape to? His companion shouted, protect Lucy. He immediately raised his hand and shouted, protect Lucy. More and more wizards turned around, countless unnamed wizards, strong and weak, showed extraordinary bravery at this moment. Protect Lucy. The crowd rushed towards the dragons like a tide. This is the era of our human beings. The dragons of 400 years ago. Go back to your era. The hymn of mankind is the hymn of courage. The greatness of mankind is the greatness of courage. For mankind. Protect Lucy. Charge. The dragons looked at these ants in surprise, and dared to charge at them. Chapter 249, Hermes. Blood Moon. Black soil. The air was filled with fragrance, but if you sniffed a few more times, your body would mutate immediately, either turning into a demon or collapsing and dying. A place cursed by God. Or rather, the home of Hermes. Countless demons that looked extremely fierce looked at the outsider quietly. You really came, and you are in this posture. You must have been cursed by God. A demon stood out from the crowd. It was Aftidari, who had met once. 2. He was a little confused. Human, what are you doing here? A demon asked. Do something that everyone thinks is a win-win situation. Yevlet said. Haha. The demons laughed. I will free you, and you will save my life. Yevlet said calmly, how? What? Suddenly, a demon approached Yevlet in an instant. Its huge body, like a dragon, approached in front of it. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be scared and unable to stand, but Yevlet did not blink. Free. The demons became very angry, and their ugly faces became ferocious. Are you going to kill us? Day. At this time, a hand was placed on Yevlet's shoulder. Behind him, as the colorful light gradually faded, a beautiful face gradually appeared from virtual to real. The deep black eyes, although obviously without any aggressiveness, seemed to have the suction of a black hole, so that any creature that looked at it would have its soul sucked into the black hole, leaving only an empty shell. All the demons were stunned. Then the arm wearing a white fluffy armband gradually appeared. Head, neck, arms, shoulders, upper body. A demon girl based on a moth gradually appeared in this world. 2 meters tall, all white. With wings on her back and 4 arms. Dressed in a long skirt, graceful and elegant. Michael looked at the demon who frightened Yevlet calmly and said, you dare to scare my Yevlet. The demon's body froze, and its huge body like a dragon trembled. The other demons were also scared. Michael, it's okay, we're asking for help. Yevlet stretched out his hand and pressed on Michael. She put her hand on his shoulder and comforted him, don't be angry. Your Majesty Hermes. All the demons knelt down in fear. The guy who frightened Yevlet knelt deeply on the ground, shaking like a sieve. Michael looked into the distance with a complicated look. Do you remember anything? Yevlet asked. No, Michael shook her head, I'm not Hermes, I don't need to remember anything. She explained, just like you, I have some feelings. Michael didn't hate Hermes. She had no bad feelings towards the name and the person of Hermes. But she had to draw a clear line with this person. Because Michael was Yevlet's Michael, but Hermes was not. Since she was not, there was no need for Hermes to survive until now. Michael didn't care what Hermes thought, what she wanted to do, or what secrets she kept. It didn't matter to her. The focus was on the present. She was Michael, the Michael who was Hermes in the past, not Hermes who was the Michael of the present and the future. Where is Hermes' laboratory? Yevlet asked. Over there. A demon pointed the way. Yevlet walked over, and the demons quickly made way. How much do you know about the outside world? Yevlet asked as he walked. We don't know. We have hardly left here since we became conscious. The demons answered. Why? Yevlet asked. We are abandoned by God, the existence of original sin, and Her Majesty Hermes does not want us to cause trouble for her. Are we created by God or created out of thin air? We are a collection of magic power. I see. Yevlet understood. The demons created by Hermes are created out of thin air, a collection of magic power, and true original natural demons. They are not good or evil, and cannot even be considered living beings. It is more appropriate to say that they are a disaster or a natural phenomenon. It is like the fog and rain in nature, but they are more concentrated and have wisdom. When Yevlet and Michael first met, the most important content of the contract they signed was to help her send the demon away. The so-called farewell is to break up the demon's body, turn it into pure magic power, and return to the world. There are incomplete historical records that say this is the mission given to her by God, and when she completes the mission, she will be able to enter the kingdom of God. Then, what if we don't regard God as a villain, but as an existence that maintains order? All of Miko's instinctive logic seems to make sense. In the last era, the wizard Hermes felt that the truth was too far away and life was limited, so she studied demons and turned herself into a demon. In order to maintain the order of the world, or in other words to punish the guy who did something wrong, God punished her and asked her to make up for her mistakes. You have to clean up the mess you made yourself. So, Yevlet had always misunderstood that Miko's mission was to completely eliminate the demons in the Book of Zeref. But in fact, it was Miko who wanted to eliminate the demons she created and make up for her mistakes. If that's the case, said future Yevlet, if the curse is really hedged, will it complete Miko and wake Hermes up? This is indeed a very worrying thing. Miko was silent. In fact, she was feeling her body condition, as if it was indeed recovering slowly, or in other words, her body was waking up. Don't worry. Yevlet said, let's go to the laboratory first. Yevlet continued to ask, how much do you know about Hermes? The demons looked at Miko and saw that she was very close to this man. They could only answer without hiding anything. That was the era before the dragons ruled. How old was the era before the dragons ruled? We don't know much about Hermes's youth, but she was a very scary person. The demons told in detail what they knew. The image of Hermes gradually became three-dimensional. What was even more surprising was the time. That was the previous era more than 700 years ago. In that era, humans were not weaker than dragons. They mainly used alchemy, and magic had not yet become mainstream. However, the extensive development of alchemy was a burden to the entire world. Alchemy is different from magic. It consumes more than just magic power. As alchemy developed to its peak, even small worlds could be created. At the same time, the world's resources had been exhausted. Just like Nirvana magic, creating a city in the sky, the resources consumed were exaggerated and difficult to calculate. The sages of that era had to study magic for the future of mankind. Compared to alchemy, developing and practicing magic for oneself would be much less of a burden on the world. In order to encourage people who were unwilling to abandon alchemy, the sages said, the end of magic is also connected to the door of truth. We must explore the abyss of magic for the long-term survival of mankind. The two Yefrites looked at each other and sighed, so this is how the saying of the abyss of truth and magic came from. Hermes was born in this environment. She was a rich girl who showed extraordinary talent in her youth, but she had a strange temper and didn't like to make friends. She only studied alchemy and magic. When she just came of age, she had reached the world's top level of knowledge. But she never shared her achievements with the outside world. For her, humans didn't matter at all. She just wanted to see how many steps there were on the ladder. How far was the truth from God? There was only one word for her character, ruthless. Because she was ruthless, she didn't care about the consequences of anything she did. Because she didn't care, she created these demons out of thin air, but she brutally exploited them and behaved like a tyrant. But she was not irritable, she was just ruthless. As Hermes went higher and higher, the outside world was also undergoing drastic changes. The civilization of alchemy completely declined as resources were exhausted, but human magic had not yet developed. The dragon race gained power and became the master of the new era. On the other side, Hermes was about to reach the end of her life, but she was unwilling to give up. She was only one step away. So she transformed herself into a demon. Her body expanded into a huge world, forming a cocoon, the god-forsaken land. The faint fragrance that Yevlet could smell was actually her body fragrance. Then, she broke out of the cocoon and became a butterfly or moth, and then was reborn. But she didn't know what happened, from being ruthless to being manic. It seemed that she had accumulated emotions for a lifetime and put them at this time to vent. After she vented thoroughly, she left this world and went to the outside world. The demons didn't know what happened next, they were even more homebodies than Miko. It's really the same end. Yevlet smiled. Isn't Yevlet's mirror world equivalent to Hermes' cocoon world? If he also chooses to integrate himself into the mirror world and become a god in it, then, the mirror world, wouldn't it become a place abandoned by the gods? Miko listened quietly. After listening, she reached out and grabbed Yevlet's hand, interlocking their fingers. Yevlet felt her nervousness. What's wrong? Yevlet turned around and asked. I remember about 100 years ago. Miko said, very clearly. This means that Hermes is waking up. Yevlet said, go to the mirror world, you don't need to protect here. I don't want to leave you. Maiko said with a crying voice. For so many years, she has never left Yevlet. The situation is special now. Yevlet smiled and comforted, very soon. Yet, Maiko could only nod. She was also afraid. If Hermes woke up, wouldn't that be equivalent to Maiko's death? Maiko's death was not the death of the body or the soul, but that she no longer kept Yevlet in her sight. This is the viciousness of God's punishment. No matter what you do, you will be stabbed. At this time, he has arrived at Hermes' laboratory. This is a huge city. Various alchemical works make up this city. Unbelievable, Yevlet couldn't help but say, even if I want to master all the technologies here, it will take at least 100 years. It's just outdated technology. Future Yevlet said. That's right. Alchemy was eliminated by magic back then, and it is still an outdated technology now. Magic has reached the same level as alchemy, and the use of magic is even simpler. Just like treating injuries, alchemy still needs various materials to be refined into magic potions, but healing magic can be done by pressing your hands on your chest, which is quick and has no side effects. Yevlet is not Hermes, so he is too lazy to inherit these intellectual properties. Anyway, now Jalal and the Black Dragon are no longer a threat to life. Now, he can't win against those two at most, but it's hard to lose. Even if he is actually a god, he has bargaining chips. Go deeper. Various alchemy and magic close to the conceptual level are really eye-opening. These are the highest achievements of human civilization in the previous era. Yevlet believes that if these things are released, when the 12 shields are fought, maybe fairy tale won't be needed. The army of the Kingdom of Fiori can flatten the western continent. Of course, the consequence is that the world has finally accumulated a little wealth over the years, and it has been consumed again. Then the gods will look at Yevlet again, you kid can really cause trouble. Day. The two stopped in front of a laboratory in the center of the city. Here is the most core knowledge of Hermes. Division of labor. Future Yevlet said, I study knowledge, and you do curse hedging. Okay. Yevlet nodded. There is no need to learn general knowledge, but even if you don't learn Hermes' highest achievement, you have to take a look to satisfy your curiosity. And Yevlet has to save himself, using the curse to hedge. God's curse is the sharpest spear, is also the thickest shield. It is difficult to break it by yourself. However, if you find another curse, you will have a chance to take a shortcut to resolve it. So, this is what Yevlet said, win-win, he saves himself, and the demons are freed. Of course, it doesn't matter whether they are willing or not. We are willing. The demons said, human, whether you believe it or not, eternity is a punishment. Yevlet did not answer them. After finding the materials, he concentrated on carving the magic circle. Demon reversal equation, it is the opposite process of making demons. The farewell that Maiko has been using is based on this principle. Yevlet used it to reverse these demons back to pure magic and send them goodbye. These demons are also part of Hermes' curse. By reversing the curse on them, the two curses can be in an opposite state at the same time, so as to cancel each other. Chapter 250, Close the door. Go ahead, Lucy. Makarov became huge, rushed to the front, and hugged the dragon that was coming out. Old man. Laxus hurriedly followed. Mr. Makarov is really strong even at old age. Jura followed. Give it to me. Makarov, Laxus and Jura exerted their strength at the same time. Go back. Boom boom. The dragon that was about to come out was pushed back. Don't underestimate Makarov's giant state. Even the black dragon acknowledge can be blocked for a moment. Not to mention Jura and Laxus assist. Ah! The terrifying magic power burst out, and Myra Jane, who was in full state, collapsed directly, wrapped the bandage around the dragon's thigh, and then she directly crashed into it. Boom boom! Marajana's power was the last straw that overwhelmed the dragon. The dragon instinctively wanted to take a step back and stabilize its body, but it was entangled by the tough bandage. The dragon completely lost its balance and fell backwards, blocking its fellow tribesmen behind it at the door. Charge! Seeing Fairy Tale taking the lead, the other guilds also gained confidence and attacked the dragon frantically. At this time, Lucy had successfully arrived at the door. Lucy grabbed the door handle and started pushing hard. But she could feel that her magic power was madly draining away. Lucy, be careful! Suddenly, Natsu shouted. Everyone looked at Lucy and found a black shadow approaching at a very fast speed. Kaka. Lucy had been prepared for a long time and no longer saved magic power. She directly turned on the mecha and covered herself. Just when the black shadow was about to attack Lucy, another black shadow intercepted it from the side. Puff. Future Rogue's eyes widened as he looked at Rogue in front of him. He held a black spear in his hand, but it pierced Rogue's abdomen. I said Rogue didn't care about being pierced by the spear. He grabbed the spear tightly and said, even if it costs my life, I will protect Miss Lucy. Rogue. Stinger chased him at this time and punched Rogue in the face. Boom. Future Rogue was blown away. He had to adjust his posture in the air and then hide again. You beat up our guild members, and you want to let it go like this? Lax's voice sounded. Boom. The black shadow in the air was directly defeated by a bolt of lightning. Future Rogue broke away from it. This punch. Natsu jumped high. It's for Rogue. Boom. Natsu punched Rogue in the face. This punch dash. I'm doing it for myself. Another punch. This 1,000 punches dash. I'm doing it for Lucy. Dragon power, purple flame dragon mode. Natsu's skin was covered with dragon scales, and the terrifying orange and purple magic shocked Stinger and Rogue. Is this Natsu's dragon power? It's not in the same dimension as theirs. And that purple magic belongs to Mr. Yefrit? Just looking at it makes people feel creepy, and they don't want to get close at all. Dragon Slayer secret dash. Miracle fire type dash. Red Lotus fire dragon fist modified. Reincarnation Red Lotus fire dragon fist. Boom 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 boom. Natsu's magic power was fully activated, and he also activated the collapse to control the subtle magic. So, he punched, up to 16 consecutive hits. 16 punches means more than 200 consecutive hits. And Natsu's punch speed is fast. So in just a blink of an eye, Natsu threw 50 or 60 punches, and directly made 1,000 combos. The purple-red flame fist completely filled the space in front of him, forming a huge purple-red disc. Due to the influence of Yevlet's magic, various illusions appeared on the disc, as if everything in the world lived on this disc. The disc pressed towards future Rogue, and the enemy's mind would be completely taken away the moment it touched, as if Yevlet's fraud magic was running at full power in a flash. He experienced thousands of reincarnations, all kinds of bitterness, sorrow, joy, and other emotions, which were accumulated in the disc for generations, and finally returned to reality when Natsu's fist hit his face. Of course, this is an exaggerated description. In fact, it is to experience thousands of deceptions in a flash, which makes the mind explode, making it impossible to resist, and then directly suffer Natsu's real injury. Yevlet's magic breaks the shield, and Natsu hits the real injury. This is why Natsu likes to use Yefrit's magic to finish the game. Because no one can stop it at this time. Boom. Future Rogue was blown thousands of meters away. If the Dragon Slayer's body was not strong, and Natsu didn't really want to kill him, this punch would probably blow him up directly. So strong. Everyone was dumbfounded. This punch dash Jura smiled bitterly, I can't take it. Laxus also shook his head slightly. He could beat Natsu, but this punch. In this world, I'm afraid only demons like Ansa who had beaten him before could take it. Even Hades couldn't. Of course, Aknowledge, Zeref, and Hermes didn't count. Brother Natsu is too powerful. Stinger's eyes were shining with stars of admiration. Plop. Rog covered his wound and knelt on one knee. Rog. Stinger came to his senses and realized that his good brother was injured. Stinger, take Rog to get treatment. Laxus said. Okay. Lucy. Everyone looked at Lucy and said, it's up to you. Hadash. Lucy took a deep breath and pushed the door hard. The door moved slowly. The speed was very slow, but it was indeed closing. Emily, who was entangled with a giant dragon, was suddenly stunned. Turning her head to look in a certain direction, she looked puzzled. What's wrong, Emily? Arusha asked. Master. Emily said blankly. Is Yefrit here? Arusha asked excitedly. No, Emily shook her head in confusion, only for a moment. She looked at the location of the eclipse gate, thinking, it was just a moment of induction, and Yefrit's magic went into the door. That moment was too fast, even making her doubt that she had sensed it wrong. Because it's impossible. Master went to find a way to break the curse of God. If he had been cured and came here, he would be sensed by her. Maybe it's really an illusion. Emily looked at Natsu, who was wrapped in purple and orange flames, and thought, it should be Natsu who borrowed Yefrit's magic to interfere with her perception. Don't waste everyone's efforts. Give it to me. Lucy burst out magic at full power. All the phantoms of the stars appeared behind her, and then gradually solidified. Lucy didn't notice that her mecha had a tiny crack. Close it. Crack, crack, crack. The door was pushed halfway, but it was still stuck. A pair of huge dragon claws pressed the door from the inside. Help Lucy! Everyone rushed forward. Wrestling with a dragon is a rare thing, and it only happens once in a lifetime. Natsu, let's do it! Laxus shouted. Okay. Laxus and Natsu jumped up and borrowed Yefrit's magic power at the same time. Purple Flame Dragon Mode. Purple Thunder Dragon Mode. Roger found Gajeel despite his injuries and said, Brother Gajeel, please let me help as well. Okay. Gajeel nodded. Then Roger lent his magic power to Gajeel. Iron Shadow Dragon Mode. Gajeel also jumped high. Wendy. Xiaolulu shouted. Disintegration, 5 times amplification. Xiaolulu turned into a human form and cast magic with Wendy at the same time. The two merged into one, bursting out double the original power. After amplification, this attack is no weaker than Natsu and others. Purple Flame Dragons. Purple Thunder Dragons. Iron Shadow Dragons. 10 times the Sky Dragons. Roar. 4 terrifying roars sprayed fiercely on the chest of the dragon, blocking the door. The flame melted its dragon scales. Lightning broke its flesh. Steel penetrated its chest. The hurricane tore its internal organs. Cheating magic power, breaking its double resistance. The 4 dragon slayers dealt real damage. This giant dragon blocking the door was actually killed instantly by this joint move, and its body exploded directly. Push. Seeing this, Makarov rushed to the door. Push. Everyone exerted their strength together. Boom. With a loud noise. The eclipse gate was completely closed. Hey! Lucy, exhausted, sat on the ground. Natsu and others also fell from the sky. This roar almost exhausted their magic power. That's why they achieved a luxurious record of killing a dragon in 1 second. Of course it was luxurious. There are still many wizards in the city struggling with the dragon. After fighting for a long time, they didn't even knock off a dragon scale. Close it! Everyone shouted. Although the problem was not completely solved. But at least there wouldn't be 10,000 dragons hovering over everyone's heads. All Guardios shouted, don't relax, the battle is not over yet. 13 dragons ran out of the gate. 13. Everyone was shocked. This number was scary enough. At this time, 13 dragons as tall as mountains were wreaking havoc in the city. Help us hold them off for a while, please. Laxus said to Jura. Jura looked at the weak appearance of several dragon slayers and nodded. Flame, I need flame. Natsu shouted. Everyone went to the city to hold back the 13 dragons. And Natsu and other dragon slayers were trying to replenish their magic power and recover their physical strength. Hey! Outside the city. 3 men came here. It's really spectacular. The strongest man said. Yes. The blue-haired man next to him answered. The dark red-haired man said, let's go quickly. The dragon has appeared, it's time for me, the dragon slayer, to show my skills. These 3 people. They were Simon, Jalal, and Cobra, who were sent by the Magic Council to help. Arisa, Kagura, you must be safe. Simon looked a little worried. Don't worry about them. Cobra said bluntly, they are all stronger than you. Simon smiled. He was not angry when he heard such a heart-wrenching word. Instead, he looked very happy and said, because they are very powerful people. You guy. Cobra turned his head. Simon and Jalal have been partners for many years, and Cobra has just passed the observation period and was released not long ago. Originally, he thought that Simon was weak and it would be difficult for him to convince others to be the captain. If Jalal didn't care about the captain's position, he would definitely take it. But Simon just smiled and said to him, if you want it, take it. If you are willing to be the first to sacrifice. Cobra was silenced. In this team, the weakest Simon is the captain. Boom boom boom. The battle between man and dragon is going on. Soon, the wizards found out. What kind of existence is a dragon? It can't break defense at all. No matter what kind of magic it is, it can't hurt them at all. It's just 13 dragons, and we are so powerless. It feels like the end of the world. Damn it, everyone in Fairy Tale also sighed. If only Yefrit was here. Emily Akariga asked Emily, saying, Mr. Yefrit can infect living things with magic, so no matter how strong a human or a demon is, after a certain period of time, he will completely control them. Hearing Akariga say this, everyone looked at Emily expectantly. She can also use fraud magic. Akariga said, can you do this? Sorry, everyone. Emily shook her head, in fact, my fraud magic can't do this. This is the difference in magic power. Even if it is the same kind of magic, the effect will be different according to different physiques and magic powers. The most typical example. Gray uses the ice shape of a static weapon. The ice shaping magic used by his senior brother Leo can shape animals. And Yerusha's ice shaping magic is plants, thorns, and roses. The colors of the three kinds of ice are completely different. So, even if Emily used the same deception magic, Yevlet said at the beginning, Emily's magic attribute is very suitable for deception magic, but it is different from his, so her deception magic will not be exactly the same as Yevlet's own. What Yevlet is good at, Emily is not good at. Of course. From the perspective of simply deceiving the five senses, Emily's expressiveness is not inferior to Yevlet. This is the basic skill of deception magic. But Emily can't do it like Yevlet, timing the killing. Her second stage deception is more inclined to guide people's inner wishes rather than emotions. Ah! Everyone sighed when Emily answered negatively. As expected. It's better to have the feeling of Yefrit's backup. The feeling of hearing Yefrit say 3 minutes before the battle. It seems that there will be no such feeling in this fierce battle. Sorry, everyone. Emily blamed herself. No, it's none of your business. Myra Jane comforted her and said, Emily, just do your best to do what you can. Yet. Emily nodded and said, my magic can also assist. When everyone is injured, I can heal everyone. Can you help treat Rog? Xiaolulu said at this time, Rog's injury is very serious, and Wendy's efficiency is not high enough. Okay. Emily nodded and said, Rog, take a nap, you will be fine when you wake up. Emily's fraud magic combined with her wishing magic can inspire the purest wishes in people's hearts when they are dreaming, and then realize them. No wonder she is called a saint. Everyone looked at Rog's injuries recovering quickly and couldn't help but sigh. Fraud magic and wish magic, what a bug. At this moment, Emily really looked like a benevolent goddess descending to earth. Chapter 2.